When Sasuke traverses back to the Valley of the End during the Nine-Tails War, will those regrets resurface? Sasuke, Nii-san, this time I will not allow you to tread the path of clan annihilation. Naruto, this time I will protect you. Sensei Jiraiya. In the early stages, the Nine-Tails War unfolds. In later developments, a confrontation with the system's Jinchuriki ensues, leading to a fragmented world. As the Otsutsuki arrived with high hopes in the shinobi world, they were left dumbfounded, questioning why none of them could put up a fight. They were treated like a mere ball in a game. Chapter 1. The Battle of the Valley of the End. Awakening, the moment of the hunt. The Valley of the End. Indeed, it is here that it feels nostalgic, Sasuke. Everything is just as it was in our youth. Speaking of which, we did have a fight here once. Naruto stood atop the colossal statue of Hashirama, his gaze piercing through the swirling mist, landing on the solitary figure atop the statue of Madara. Sasuke stood defiantly atop Madara's statue, facing Naruto from across the distance. Below, a massive waterfall thundered down, generating a cloud of mist. A green leaf danced in the wind, and Sasuke raised his hand, skillfully pinching it between his fingers. He gazed down at the fragile life it represented, and after a moment, he lifted his eyes, his gaze as piercing as ice picks directed at Naruto's statue. His voice was eerily calm. What I meant by the Hokage will tell you my answer is the answer I found through Itachi's way of living. He sacrificed the entire Uchiha clan and himself to protect the land of fire and Konoha. That is the price he bore. This is the first thing I must comprehend. Why he was willing to protect this country and village at all costs. The predecessor said that the village was established for the sake of peace. Itachi attempted to uphold that peace alone. And now, I finally understand that a man who has endured pain, hiding in the deepest shadows, bearing the sins of the country and the village. As a traitor, he alone shouldered all the world's hatred. And yet, in the shadows unknown to all, he silently protected the ninjas of Konoha. Sasuke's eyes suddenly sharpened like blades, locking onto Naruto. Is the true Hokage, not those so-called Hokage who are adored and applauded by the masses, that I finally understand why Itachi was willing to protect this place at all costs. But he made one fatal mistake. Sasuke's voice dropped, laced with profound pain. It was leaving me, his younger brother. He failed to completely conceal the truth from me, allowing the hatred that should have been his alone to dissipate. At this point, Sasuke clenched his fist involuntarily, his knuckles whitening as he spoke solemnly. However, I am not like my brother. I have no parents, no elder brother, and no one else. I have only myself. He released the leaf, allowing it to drift away as though shedding his final ties. Sasuke slowly opened his arms, embracing the darkness of the world. Now, I can bear all the hatred alone. Whatever judgment needs to be passed, whatever punishment must be endured, I will execute and bear it all alone. All the hatred, all the darkness, shall rest solely upon my shoulders. Do you think everyone will accept your way of thinking? Naruto attempted to pull him back, his voice trembling with anger. I have said before, Sasuke arrogantly raised his chin, his eyes cold as ice. I do not care what you all think. I possess the power to control everything. He clenched his right hand in the air, as if grasping the entire world within his palm. There are indeed things that one cannot accomplish alone. Naruto retorted sharply. Isn't the battle against Kaguya the best proof? A smirk played on Sasuke's lips. Indeed, this is a revolution. I will bear all the darkness, and I will sever this disgusting past. Sasuke's voice rang with a resolute conviction. But you cannot completely erase Itachi's existence. Naruto gritted his teeth in anger. You and Itachi, as brothers, have intertwined lives, enduring countless storms to arrive at this moment. Itachi is now the past for me. Sasuke's voice was unnaturally calm, yet brimming with a tempest. I will sever the mistakes of the past and start anew. Then I shall make you the first sacrifice. Uzumaki Naruto. The flames of determination ignited in Sasuke's eyes. With your blood, I shall honor my deceased brother. At this moment, time seemed to reverse. Like in their childhood, amidst the roaring waterfall and under the watchful gaze of the colossal statues, they raised the opposing signs that represented the way of the ninja. As Irika's distant voice echoed, proclaiming begin, the two figures leaped forward like arrows released from bows, diving down from their respective statues. During their descent, their forms elongated and matured, transitioning from youth to adulthood. Boom! The water surface erupted with colossal waves. Unwavering, they charged towards each other, fueled by resolute momentum. Bang! Their wrists collided fiercely. A violent gust of wind erupted from their center, creating a deep pit in the lake's surface. Naruto gritted his teeth, his furious blue eyes fixed on Sasuke. Sasuke reciprocated with a chilling gaze. After a brief struggle, both retreated simultaneously, only to clash again with even greater speed. Sasuke's fist tore through the air. Naruto narrowly avoided it by tilting his head. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of fists colliding and the sharp sounds of air being sliced filled the air. The lake churned violently. Sasuke seized Naruto's incoming arm, attempting to use it to form hand seals. Naruto retaliated with a punch. Sasuke skillfully leaned back to evade, countering swiftly. In a flash, Sasuke succeeded in completing the final hand seal using Naruto's own hands. A glint of cold light flickered in Sasuke's eyes as he delivered a powerful kick, sending Naruto flying. Simultaneously, he leaped into the air, his chest swelling. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Boom! The massive fireball descended like a meteor upon the lake. Naruto barely managed to leap back, the once tranquil surface of the lake erupting into towering water spouts. As Naruto landed on the arm of the Hashirama statue, several kunai tied with resilient wire whistled through the air, embedding themselves deep into the stone wall beside him. Sasuke's figure, akin to a specter, swung along the wires, unleashing a relentless barrage of taijutsu upon the unsteady Naruto. Each punch and kick was fierce and cunning, targeting vital points. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto crossed his arms to block with all his might. Sasuke's Sharingan and Rinnegan gleamed in unison, having already discerned Naruto's movements. Seizing a minuscule opening, Sasuke unleashed a powerful spinning kick that struck Naruto hard in the side. Ugh! Naruto grunted, propelled off the cliff by the sheer force of the blow. During his descent, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone jutsu, numerous shadow clones emerged, working together to hurl the falling Naruto back into the air. Sasuke maneuvered effortlessly atop the statue, evading the clone's assault, but he noticed the real Naruto descending like a hawk. Oh no! Sasuke's heart raced, realizing he was firmly grasped by the original Naruto. Huh! Naruto bellowed, hurling Sasuke forcefully towards a massive boulder on the distant shore. Sasuke adjusted his posture midair, executing several precise backflips to absorb the impact as he landed. Before he could regain his balance, the piercing whir of wind rushed toward him as Naruto, wielding the Rasengan, charged like a bolt of golden lightning. Sasuke's pupils dilated as he performed an extreme backward leap to evade, yet he did not retreat but surged forward, confronting the residual force of the Rasengan. Boom, boom, boom. The smoke erupted around the modeled statue, and several shadow clones of Naruto instantaneously materialized, launching an assault on Sasuke. Sasuke raised his hand to block, his crimson Sharingan spinning rapidly. He moved with the swiftness of the wind, swiftly toppling two clones and sending another hurtling high into the air. It put you over. Sasuke bellowed, fire style. Flame Thunder God. The pitch-black Amaterasu flames, flowing like liquid, instantly coalesced into sharp spears. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Four black flame spears pierced through the clones in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. The clones dissipated into white smoke. What? Sasuke Wachu, gaze sharpened. He saw Naruto Wachu, true form, suddenly appear. A massive arm made of golden nine-tails chakra, shielding him, bravely withstanding the lethal blow. The black flames raged upon the chakra arm, but could not penetrate. Kurama! Naruto roared, his body radiating dazzling golden light. The markings of sage art emerged, orange shadows encircling his eyes, and 9 chakra tails whipped wildly behind him. Sage of Six Paths Fox Mode, activate. Huh! 2 colossal golden chakra arms erupted from Naruto Wachu back, swinging down like the hammer of a deity towards Sasuke on the cliff. Boom! The earth trembled. The solid rock shattered like tofu, collapsing. A massive cloud of dust surged into the sky. In the nick of time, Sasuke, with the inside of the Rinnegan and his utmost speed, flew backward. Almost simultaneously, Naruto Wuchu chakra arms, resembling two golden serpents, tore through the dust, lunging toward Sasuke with astonishing speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Sasuke darted between the crumbling cliffs, evading the lethal grasp with breathtaking agility. Fire style. Great dragon fire technique. Sasuke Wuchu hands flew through seals, creating an afterimage. His chest swelled again, and a dragon of flame, far more concentrated and ferocious than a fireball, roared forth, charging towards the pursuing Naruto. Naruto had no choice but to cross his chakra arms defensively. Boom! The searing dragon flames collided with the golden chakra, unleashing a terrifying energy. The powerful shockwave forced Naruto to stagger backward, carving long furrows across the Lake Wuchu surface. Just as Naruto struggled to withstand the dragon flames, his balance faltered. Celestial hand power. Sasuke Wuchu, left Rinnegan, flashed with purple light. Swish. He swapped places with a truth-seeking orb floating behind Naruto. Lightning style, Chidori. A shrill sound, akin to 1,000 birds screeching, pierced the air. Sasuke Chu right hand, enveloped in raging blue-white lightning, manifested like a spear of judgment, appearing at Naruto Wuchu unguarded back. The left eye Wuchu Hua, Naruto Wuchu pupils constricted to pinpricks. Bang! Chidori struck Naruto Wuchu back with pinpoint accuracy. The terrifying force of the lightning erupted instantly. Ugh! Naruto was hit hard, his body sent flying like a rag doll, skimming swiftly across the Lake Wuchu surface. Bang! 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 The lake exploded into immense, white water walls. Water sprayed into the air. Naruto gritted his teeth against the searing pain, struggling to regain his footing. However, whoosh! Whoosh! Two arrows, entwined with ominous purple chakra and ignited with the dark flames of Amaterasu, slashed through the air like the scythes of death, racing toward him. Naruto looked up sharply. There, on the distant cliff, stood Sasuke with an air of defiance. Behind him loomed a colossal skeletal Susanoo, now in its third form. The bowstring quivered as arrows were unleashed in rapid succession. Naruto Wuchu expression turned grave as he waved his hand. Buzz! Three black, truth-seeking orbs instantly met the arrows. Clang! 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 The orbs accurately deflected the fatal arrows. Boom! 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 The down black flame arrows plunged into the lake, igniting a ferocious explosion that sent a towering wall of water skyward. Yet, before the water curtain could descend, roar! A roar reminiscent of ancient wildness reverberated throughout the valley. A towering, 100-meter-tall, fully formed Susanoo, exuding an aura of destruction, burst through the deluge. Clad in heavy samurai armor, it bore massive wings that blocked out the sun, gripping two enormous chakra blades with a might to sever all, charging towards Naruto in the center of the lake Kurama. Naruto clenched his teeth and roared back. A similarly towering figure on golden nine-tails foxhole on O's from the ground. 9 massive tails danced wildly, fearlessly meeting the dual blades of Susanoo. Clang! The blades clashed violently with the chakra claws of the 9 tails. An indescribable roar echoed through the Valley of the End. At the point of collision, blinding light and destructive shockwaves erupted. Boom! The lake was entirely blown apart, as if the very bottom had been overturned. The towering waves surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings. Within this cataclysmic deluge and center of explosions, a crack! Sasuke Wuchu Susanoo blade was forcibly knocked away by the furious power of the 9 tails. The massive blade spun away towards distant mountains, triggering a tremor. Oomph! Sasuke Wuchu gaze hardened, as Susanoo colossal fist, devoid of any flourish, descended with the force to crush mountains, aimed squarely at the 9 tails' head. Come on! Naruto roared, gathering his immense power into the 9 tails' colossal fist, boldly meeting the descent. Boom! The two fists, capable of splitting mountains, collided midair. Visible shockwaves exploded outward like a tidal wave. The sky above the Valley of the End seemed on the verge of being torn asunder by this clash of pure power. Chapter 2. At this moment, I am the strongest being in this world." The two glared fiercely at each other. Sasuke tore through the air, vowing to sever all past ties. Naruto unleashed his own furious cry, swearing to bring Sasuke back by his side. The two figures clashed intensely, sending three towering water columns soaring into the sky. Sasuke delivered a powerful kick, sending Naruto hurtling away. Naruto struggled to rise, his pupils dilating as Sasuke Kochu, blazing fireball, took shape, surging with the might to incinerate all, climbing skyward. The chilling intent to kill coalesced in Sasuke Kochu's heart. Naruto Wochu gaze burned with intensity, locking onto Sasuke. In the next moment, he dove from the sky, forcefully pressing Sasuke into the lake. Thud! 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 The waves surged mightily. The two colossal beasts wrestled fiercely beneath the water, each tear and collision raising titanic swells. Sasuke Kochu dual blades whirled wildly, the sharp wind from his strikes shattering distant peaks. As the water mist began to clear, Naruto was seen tightly gripping his fists, steadfastly blocking Sasuke Kochu's onslaught. Still not fighting back. Sasuke Kochu's cold laughter was laced with cruelty. Before he could finish speaking, Naruto unleashed his power, shoving Sasuke away. His sturdy chakra tail lashed out, ensnaring Sasuke's ankle in a flash. With a roar, Naruto swung his tail, smashing Sasuke back into the lake like a cannonball. Boom! An even more violent explosion erupted, the water curtain obscuring the sky. Naruto Kochu's mouth began to form a devastating tailed beast ball, rapidly coalescing, aimed directly at the immobilized Sasuke below. Their gazes locked, past camaraderie and present resolve intersecting in a fleeting moment. Sasuke Kochu's right hand suddenly erupted with blinding lightning. The thunderous beast, Kirin, spiraled above, responding to the summon, sinking its fangs into the massive form of the Nine Tails. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke broke free from his bonds and soared into the sky. Boom! A tremendous bolt of lightning struck down. The blinding electric light consumed Naruto, the terrifying residual force evaporating large swathes of the Lake Wochu surface. Sasuke hovered above, his cold gaze piercing through the smoke below. Plop! Naruto emerged, struggling from the scalding water. "If you keep playing defensively, you will die." Sasuke Kochu's voice bore no hint of warmth. Naruto slowly stood upright, water cascading down his battle-scarred body. "I do not wish to kill you." His voice was low, yet it brimmed with emotions akin to a simmering volcano. "But witnessing your conscious choice to revert to that lonely self, how can I stand idly by? That profound pain, we are both painfully aware of it." As he spoke, flames of fury ignited fiercely within Naruto's eyes. He opened his mouth wide, and the violent chakra surged once more towards the tailed beast bomb. Simultaneously, high in the sky, Sasuke gathered countless bolts of lightning into the palm of his hand, transforming them into the screeching Chidori. He became a flash of purple lightning, diving down towards Naruto with unyielding determination. The two collided like burning meteors against the vast expanse of the sky. "I cannot simply stand by." Naruto's roar, filled with blood and tears, echoed throughout the heavens. Boom! In that instant, it felt as though the world fell silent, and all colors faded. The utmost darkness, combined with the destructive energy of the tailed beast, violently clashed with the raging thunder, tearing through the heavens, intertwining and merging into a blinding white light that devoured all. Before either could catch their breath from the cataclysmic impact, the all-consuming white light suddenly expanded, transforming into a torrent of energy capable of obliterating the very world, instantly engulfing the vast surroundings. The blinding brilliance lingered, as if time itself had frozen. When visibility returned, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm of consciousness. "Enough! Cease your shouting." Sasuke's voice was as cold as steel, piercing through the silence of the space. His gaze fixed unyieldingly on Naruto. "We are no longer the boys who fought here long ago. I understand your thoughts." He paused, his tone laced with complex exploration. "You perhaps understand mine as well, Naruto? If you comprehend, why must we fight?" Naruto's brow furrowed tightly, filled with incomprehensible anger. "It is precisely because it is you that I must kill you." Sasuke resolutely shook his head, severing the last thread of hesitation. You wish to sever the past, forcibly carve out a new world? That is merely a repetition of the cycle. Naruto's gaze dropped to frigid depths. Thus, I will become the shadow, overseeing this world, binding it eternally to the right path. Sasuke's voice rang with determination. Shadow? Spare me your madness. Naruto vehemently shook his head, interrupting him. The 5 great ninja villages have painstakingly united. With my power, I can dominate the entire shinobi world. Sasuke's words carried an undeniable weight. Military unification is the only path to true peace at this moment. The peace of the past was merely a false alliance in the face of formidable foes. Now, the common enemy has vanished. So you wish to become the new enemy? Naruto questioned sharply. And what then after you fall? Who will clean up the aftermath? Sasuke's rinnegan shimmered with cold light. There are methods, naturally. Crack, like the shattering of glass. The realm of consciousness abruptly collapsed. The two were instantly pulled back to the smoke-filled valley of the end, each being thrust back by immense forces, leaving long trails on the shattered lake's surface. This trivial trick cannot kill me. Sasuke steadied himself, his rinnegan coldly locking onto Naruto in the distance. I've told you I do not wish to kill you. I merely... Naruto's urgent words were abruptly cut short. Enough, Sasuke barked, interrupting him as his hands swiftly formed seals. Boom! In the distance, 9 cores of the heavenly star, suspended in the air and engulfed in purple chakra flames, surged towards him with the speed of rending space, as if summoned by an absolute force. They sliced through the sky, trailing sharp howls and destructive winds. Boom! 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 The 9 massive orbs, laden with terrifying gravitational force, halted like a submissive guard, surrounding Sasuke and emanating an oppressive aura that made the earth tremble. Sasuke stood amidst the destructive stars, one hand maintaining the seal, his rinnegan exuding an unyielding chill and unprecedented resolve. Do you see clearly now, Naruto? At this moment, I am the strongest existence in this world. He raised his hand, pointing to the sky encircled by the heavenly star, proclaiming throughout the battlefield. And this is my first step towards becoming the shadow. Chapter 3. The Unparalleled Duel. Sasuke loomed high above, his icy gaze fixated below. Naruto's complexion changed drastically, turning pale. Boom! The 9 cores of the heavenly star erupted with a surging blue chakra, like rivers converging into the sea, as Sasuke's Susanoo voraciously absorbed it. In an instant, the purple giant expanded to an unprecedented and terrifying scale. This is bad. The chakra within him is merging, flowing more smoothly than ever. Kurama's brow furrowed tightly, his voice grave. This power is comparable to that of the Sage of 6 Paths. Yet he travels an entirely opposite path. Without the outer path's golem, he intends to use Susanoo as a vessel. Upon hearing this, Naruto's forehead instantly beaded with cold sweat. This guy is ridiculously strong. Be extremely careful, Naruto, Kurama warned sharply. Boom! Sasuke's Susanoo's massive hand raised the blinding thunder. The violent purple lightning coiled around Susanoo like a living entity, as he looked down upon Naruto with the overwhelming might of a descending deity. Sasuke remained silent, the thunder roaring. Naruto's fingers rapidly intertwined, and 4 shadow clones emerged in response. Again with this trick? Naruto, this only proves your weakness. Sasuke's rinnegan was filled with disdain. This is merely your way of alleviating loneliness. Before the words had left his mouth, Sasuke's figure abruptly vanished. Naruto looked around in terror, but Sasuke had already appeared beside him like a specter. Swish! The massive hand, laden with thunder, swept past, smashing the shadow clones into the mountains below like ants. Boom! 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 The earth cried out. The mountains within a radius of several miles were instantly reduced to dust beneath the thunder and immense force. Immediately, 3 of Naruto's clones roared and charged at Sasuke. Sasuke's Susanoo's 3 massive arms flashed like lightning to block. Clang! 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 The piercing sound of metal clashing echoed. 2 clones desperately entangled themselves around Susanoo's arms. The real Naruto dove from above, his fist imbued with the power of the tailed beast crashing down like a torrential rain. Crack! Sasuke's Susanoo remained unmoved, while Naruto's striking arm shattered like liquid, splattering everywhere. Sasuke's cold gaze swept over this scene, and Susanoo's giant palm suddenly clamped down. Bang! The heads of the entangled clones collided violently, instantly transforming into white smoke. At the same time, the clone attacking from behind was ruthlessly pierced by another arm of Susanoo. Sasuke's Thunderblade surged again. Swish! With a flash of cold light, one of Naruto's arms was severed. Severe pain surged, causing Naruto to stagger backward. One-armed, how could he withstand Sasuke's current onslaught? Boom! Susanoo delivered a heavy kick, sending Naruto flying like a projectile towards the distant mountain, which collapsed with a thunderous roar. Bastard! Naruto struggled to rise, but was met with thunder that tore through the heavens. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning precisely pierced the ground where Naruto stood. Following closely, countless bolts of lightning rained down from the sky like divine retribution. Witnessing his clone's instant obliteration, Naruto's pupils contracted. He gritted his teeth and summoned 3 shadow clones once more, charging fearlessly toward Sasuke. However, every assault against Susanoo was akin to an ant shaking a tree. Sasuke remained entirely unscathed. Naruto gathered several tailed beast bombs and shot them forth. Sasuke merely waved his Thunderblade casually. Boom! Boom! The tailed beast ball was effortlessly blocked, exploding into 2 spheres of annihilation in the high skies. A terrifying shockwave transformed into a hurricane, sweeping across the ground below. The original Naruto, accompanied by 2 shadow clones, seized a fleeting opportunity and forcefully propelled Sasuke, along with his Susanoo, towards the heights of 10,000 meters. The clouds were brutally torn apart. The sound of air being sliced and the fierce collision echoed continuously in the rarefied atmosphere as 3 figures engaged in a frantic battle above the sea of clouds. Sasuke exploited an opening, delivering a powerful kick that sent Naruto plummeting towards the abyss below. Meanwhile, the 3 Naruto clones in the sky began to gather tailed beast balls simultaneously, attempting to restrain their opponent. Sasuke had anticipated this. The colossal chakra bow and arrow in his Susanoo instantly took shape. Launching a single arrow, the arrow tore through the air, while 3 tailed beast balls were released at once. However, that arrow pierced directly through the tailed beast balls, continuing its trajectory into the vastness of outer space. High above, destructive thunder began to coalesce once more. Boom! 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 Half of the bodies of the 3 Naruto clones disintegrated in the thunderstorm. With such meager tailed beast chakra, how do you expect to contend with me now, let alone defeat him? Sasuke's voice dripped with absolute disdain. Naruto's chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath to eye in the distance. Susanoo once again drew back the bowstring of what seemed capable of piercing the stars, locking on Naruto with a deadly arrow. Faced with that cataclysmic pressure, cold sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead. Is it not ready yet, Kurama? It may have amassed too much. The natural energy essence below is all concentrated here. Brace yourself. Kurama sat within the mental space, his unprecedentedly massive form wildly gathering natural power. Bang! Kurama dissipated into smoke. A vast torrent of natural energy, like a divine miracle, surged through the 10,000 meters of sky, breaking through layers of clouds and instantly infusing itself into Naruto's being. Buzz! Naruto's heart raced, his body trembling violently from this unimaginable force. It's coming. Naruto's eyes blazed, fixating intently on Sasuke above. I can feel it. Such terrifying natural energy. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his Rinnegan spinning rapidly that Naruto's 3-headed, 6-armed tailed beast chakra mode re-emerged, his gaze resolute as iron. Let Otsutsuki go. With a swift motion, the 3-headed, 6-armed form quickly produced 2 colossal spirals imbued with destructive energy. Have you finally resolved to kill me? Sasuke gazed down at the formidable Naruto. At this point, the burdens we bear are far too heavy. Naruto sighed softly, memories of his childhood with Sasuke flashing rapidly through his mind. But, Sasuke's past words echoed in his ears. I also want to fight you, to compete with you honorably and then defeat you. But not like this. You must understand, Sasuke. Naruto roared, hurling the two massive spirals with all his might. Sasuke released the bowstring. The arrow, seemingly infused with the power of the stars, shot forth. The two forces capable of annihilating worlds were on the verge of collision. This battle between us shall be the final resolution. Sasuke's voice resonated within. The Indra arrow. This is the strongest jutsu I can unleash at this moment. In the distance, the white light began to merge and expand, disappear. Sasuke's whisper was akin to a sentence of judgment. The blinding white light instantaneously consumed everything, the figures of both warriors distorting in the overwhelming brightness. The white light expanded rapidly. Boom! A world-ending explosion violently descended. The two towering statues beneath the Valley of the End, symbolizing the brotherhood of the first Hokage, crumbled and shattered like sandcastles. Furious thunder flashed and roared amidst the remnants of the explosion. Wherever the shockwave reached, all became dust. The earth transformed into scorched land. Far away, thousands of kilometers distant. Whoosh! The fierce aftershock swept forth. Kakashi's pupils constricted as he swiftly shielded Sakura in his embrace. The hurricane at the center of destruction spiraled violently, forming a colossal tornado connecting heaven and earth. Lightning danced like frenzied silver serpents, rampaging through the walls of the tornado. Kakashi gazed solemnly at the apocalyptic scene. The tornado continued to swell. Howling like a tea this moment, the lake surface of the Valley of the End, once still, suddenly surged violently. A single dead leaf was caught in the vortex. Chapter 4. Decisive victory and defeat. In the midst of billowing clouds and thunderous roars from the heavens, two ethereal figures pierced through the layers of mist, plummeting towards the earth at breakneck speed. The intertwining hues of purple and gold chakra dissipated into the vast expanse of the sky. With a resounding thud, they crashed heavily onto the ground. Sasuke, racked with pain in all his limbs, struggled to rise, his gaze fixed intently on the swirling dust in the distance. As the haze began to clear, Naruto's half-kneeling form emerged, gasping for breath. Damn it, he is still alive. Sasuke clenched his teeth, his voice laced with bitterness. Naruto, if it weren't for my natural energy reaching you just in time, that last blow would have claimed your life. The voice of Kurama, the Nine-Tails, echoed with concern. Just as he was about to speak further, Sasuke's right eye sharpened its focus. Amaterasu. Instantly, black flames ignited on Naruto's raised arm, searing him with their intense heat. With a low growl, Naruto quickly enveloped himself in a layer of tailed beast chakra and forcefully shook off the Amaterasu flames that clung to him. Witnessing this, Sasuke formed hand seals, intent on unleashing another jutsu, only to realize his chakra was completely depleted. Curse it! I can't use my left eye's power at such a critical moment. With a powerful leap, Naruto shattered the water's surface and surged towards Sasuke like an arrow released from its bow. Sasuke looked up, his Sharingan ablaze with caution. Without uttering a word, Naruto delivered a swift, brutal kick that struck Sasuke squarely on the jaw, sending him hurtling backward. From the swirling dust, shadow clones of Naruto suddenly emerged, raining down fists and feet upon Sasuke. Enduring the pain, Sasuke's Sharingan whirred rapidly, discerning a flaw in one of the clones and shattering it. He tumbled to the ground, hastily tearing off the black cloth from his wrist. With a flick of his wrist, several shuriken, crackling with electricity, shot forth with deadly precision. ZZZT. The electric current coursed through Naruto's body, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Sasuke's Chidori surged forth, like a purple lightning bolt, piercing through three of Naruto's attacking shadow clones. The real Naruto barely managed to raise his hand in defense when suddenly, another Naruto lunged from his blind spot, delivering a powerful punch to Sasuke's cheek. Staggering back, Sasuke gasped for air, nearly losing his balance. Naruto, too, gathered energy for a Rasengan, his steps unsteady yet resolute as he charged once more at Sasuke. Breathing heavily, Sasuke found he could no longer summon the lightning of Chidori. A flicker of urgency crossed his eyes as Naruto closed in. In a moment of dire desperation, Naruto stumbled over the rubble beneath the water's surface. The Rasengan slipped from his grasp, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. As Naruto attempted to lift his head, Sasuke's foot lashed out like a whip, sending him crashing down again. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke mounted Naruto's abdomen, raining down blows like a tempest upon his face. Naruto struggled, but the wave of weakness washed over him. Sasuke panted heavily as he unleashed punch after punch upon Naruto's face. Seeing Naruto in such a pitiful state, Sasuke raised his fist once more. But then, with a sudden burst of strength, Naruto grasped Sasuke's collar and, with the last remnants of his energy, delivered a fierce headbutt. Thud! The dull sound echoed as Sasuke felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Naruto seized the moment, kicking him away. With a shaky stance, Naruto rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Why won't you just die? Give up. Sasuke, too, struggled to stand, his form swaying as he lunged once more at Naruto. Both warriors took deep breaths, their movements now erratic, resembling two drunken men engaged in a ludicrous brawl. Naruto. Sasuke. Bang. Both struck simultaneously, fists colliding with one another's cheeks. One punch from you, one punch from me. At this moment, only sheer willpower remained in the contest. They both let out weak yet fervent roars. Sasuke fell, yet struggled to rise, throwing punches at Naruto. Naruto, too, fell yet valiantly rose again, retaliating with a blow of his own. It was a brutal exchange, akin to a merciless round of combat. Bang! One of Naruto's teeth flew from his mouth. Sasuke followed up with another powerful punch, sending Naruto crashing heavily to the ground. Cut to a flashback. Memories surged back to their childhood, when Naruto had been pinned to the ground by Sasuke's punch. Damn it! Young Naruto attempted to rise, only to find Sasuke seated upon his stomach, his fist mockingly pointed at him. I win. Now, do the reconciliation seal. Irika-sensei announced gently. You didn't take me seriously at all, you jerk. Young Naruto shouted in frustration. Not only do I insult you, but I also find it unsatisfying, you fool. Young Sasuke coldly retorted. Naruto attempted to hurl more profane insults, but was met with a swift chop from Irika on the head. That hurts. Ninja sparring is a sacred tradition. Quickly, perform the reconciliation seal. Irika insisted. The two small figures moved toward one another, extending their fingers, ready to seal the pact. Yet in the instant of contact, they unexpectedly seized each other's collars and began to tussle once more. Cut back to reality. Meanwhile, Sakura suddenly awakened with a start. You're awake? Kakashi's concerned voice reached her. Sakura looked around in confusion. On the distant horizon, the sun was slowly sinking into the earth, casting a gentle glow that illuminated a scene of poignant beauty. It's already evening, she murmured. Suddenly, a thought struck her and she asked urgently, Kakashi-sensei, where are Naruto and Sasuke? I believe they are engaged in their final battle, Kakashi replied, his gaze complex as it drifted towards the horizon. The sun sank completely, and on the surface of the Valley of the End, Naruto and Sasuke continued their fierce struggle, grappling and tearing at each other, soon plunging once again into the water. Sasuke swung a fist, Naruto countered, the two rolling and wrestling at the water's edge, splashing torrents of water around them. They fought with a tenacity akin to two exhausted yet unyielding warriors. Their figures swayed, breaths heavy like bellows, yet they obstinately continued to strike at one another. One punch from you, one punch from me, water splashed ceaselessly. Naruto's fist slammed into Sasuke's forehead, who retaliated with a heavy blow to Naruto's abdomen. For a brief moment, they separated, gazing at each other's battered faces, bruised and bloodied. Then, as if they had exhausted every last ounce of strength, they simultaneously succumbed to their knees, collapsing in the water. Crack! The clasp of Naruto's forehead protector snapped, and it floated away on the surface of the water. Naruto, hang in there. Kurama's urgent voice echoed in Naruto's mind, yet its expression suddenly turned grave. Sasuke's left eye glimmered with the Sharingan's eerie light, instantly siphoning away the last remnants of chakra that Naruto had just gathered. This is the power of the Rinnegan. With this Uchiha eye, victory is inevitable, Sasuke panted, declaring his triumph. Plop! Naruto fully succumbed to exhaustion, weakly kneeling in the water. Sasuke, barely maintaining his balance, rose unsteadily, struggling to gather the Chidori's lightning in his left hand. At last, I can sever all ties and walk my path alone. Farewell, my only dear friend. With a fierce resolve, Sasuke drove the crackling Chidori towards the kneeling Naruto. In a moment of dire urgency, Naruto, utilizing the reflection of his forehead protector upon the water's surface, accurately perceived the trajectory of Sasuke's attack, and, summoning all his remaining strength, swiftly evaded. Boom! In the instant of dodging the lethal strike, Naruto's fist shot forth like a cannonball, crashing into Sasuke's jaw. Sasuke was sent reeling back, embedded forcefully into the crevice of a distant cliff. An exquisite counter. captured him in the moment of his ocular exhaustion. Kurama's voice brimmed with admiration. Breathing heavily, Naruto retrieved his drenched forehead protector from the water, clenching it tightly in his hand, then lifted his gaze towards the sky. The dust in the heights slowly began to dissipate. Sasuke, emerging from the stone crevice, struggled to rise, his eyes ablaze with an incomprehensible fury. Why? Why do you keep coming back again and again? Chapter 4. The final confrontation amidst swirling mists and rumbling thunder. Two ethereal figures pierced through the clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters, plummeting rapidly, their purple and golden chakra intertwining and gradually dissipating into the cosmos. With a thud, they crashed heavily onto the ground. Sasuke's limbs ached painfully as he struggled to rise, his gaze fixated on the billowing dust in the distance. As the dust settled, Naruto's half-kneeling silhouette emerged, gasping for breath. Damn it, he's still alive. Sasuke clenched his teeth, his voice laced with frustration. Naruto, if it weren't for the timely transfer of my natural energy to you, you would have perished in that last attack. Moreover, your chakra is already. The voice of Kurama, the Nine Tails, was tinged with concern. Before Kurama could say more, Sasuke's right eye suddenly focused. Amaterasu. Instantly, black flames ignited on Naruto's raised arm. The searing pain unmistakable. With a low growl, Naruto swiftly enveloped himself in a layer of tailed beast chakra, violently shaking off the Amaterasu flames that clung to him. Witnessing this, Sasuke formed hand signs, intending to unleash another jutsu, only to realize that his chakra was completely depleted. Damn it! The ability of my left eye is rendered useless at this moment. Bang! Naruto shattered the water surface and surged towards Sasuke like a bolt from a crossbow. Sasuke looked up, his Sharingan filled with vigilance. Without uttering a word, Naruto delivered a fierce kick that landed squarely on Sasuke's jaw. Sasuke was sent flying. From the swirling dust, shadow clones suddenly emerged, raining down fists and feet upon the airborne Sasuke. Enduring the agony, Sasuke's Sharingan spun rapidly. Discerning a flaw in one of the shadow clones, which he swiftly obliterated, he tumbled to the ground, instinctively tearing off the black cloth from his wrist. And with a flick of his wrist, several shuriken, crackling with electricity, shot forth with precision. Zing! The current coursed through Naruto's body, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Sasuke wielded his Chidori like a purple lightning bolt, instantly piercing through 3 of Naruto's attacking shadow clones. Struggling, Naruto raised his hand to defend, but just then, another Naruto lunged from his blind spot, delivering a powerful punch to Sasuke's cheek. Staggering back, Sasuke gasped for air, barely maintaining his balance. Naruto, too, gathered energy into a Rasengan with one hand, his steps faltering yet resolute as he charged at Sasuke once more. Sasuke panted heavily, unable to summon the lightning of Chidori in his hands. A flicker of anxiety crossed his eyes as Naruto drew near, but in a moment of fate, Naruto stumbled over the debris beneath the water. The Rasengan slipped from his grasp, smashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. As Naruto attempted to lift his head, Sasuke's foot swept toward him like a whip. Naruto fell again, and Sasuke seized the opportunity to straddle him, raining down fists upon his face. Naruto struggled, but weakness washed over him like a tide. Sasuke gasped violently, delivering blow after blow to Naruto's face. Observing Naruto's disheveled state, Sasuke raised his fist once more. However, Naruto suddenly clutched Sasuke's collar, expending his last ounce of strength to deliver a headbutt. Bang! With a dull thud, Sasuke felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Taking advantage of the moment, Naruto kicked him away. Naruto swayed as he stood, wiping the blood from his mouth. Why won't you just die? Give up. Sasuke also struggled to rise, his figure swaying as he lunged at Naruto again. Naruto inhaled deeply, similarly staggering as he approached Sasuke. Their movements lost structure, their steps unsteady, resembling 2 drunken men engaged in a ridiculous brawl. Naruto, Sasuke, bang! Both swung their fists simultaneously, striking each other's cheeks with ferocity. One punch at a time, the contest boiled down to sheer willpower. They both let out weak yet fervent roars. Sasuke fell, then struggled to rise again, striking out at Naruto. Naruto fell but stubbornly got back up, retaliating with a punch, like a cruel turn-based battle. Bang! One of Naruto's teeth was knocked out. Sasuke followed up with another punch, sending Naruto crashing to the ground. Scene shift. A flash of memory returned to childhood, when Naruto had been pinned down by Sasuke's punch. Damn it! Young Naruto tried to rise, but Sasuke was already seated on his abdomen, his fist threateningly pointed at him. Sasuke wins. Now perform the reconciliation seal. Irika-sensei announced gently. You didn't even take me seriously, you jerk. Young Naruto shouted in discontent. Not only am I cursing you, but I also feel unsatisfied, you idiot. Young Sasuke coldly retorted. Naruto wanted to hurl even more profane words, but was interrupted by a swift chop from Irika on his head. That hurts. The practice of ninjutsu is a sacred tradition. Quickly perform the reconciliation seal. Irika insisted. No. The two small figures approached each other, extending their fingers, about to seal the gesture, only to suddenly grab each other's collars and tumble into a scuffle once more. Scene returns to reality. Meanwhile, Sakura abruptly awoke. Are you awake? Kakashi's concerned voice reached her. Sakura looked around in confusion. On the distant horizon, a ray of sunlight was slowly sinking into the earth, casting a gentle glow that painted a poignant scene. It's already evening, she murmured. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked urgently, Kakashi-sensei, where are Naruto and Sasuke? I believe they are in the midst of settling things, engaging in their final battle. Kakashi's gaze was complex as he looked into the distance. The sky darkened as the sun completely vanished. At the Valley of the End, Naruto and Sasuke were still locked in a fierce struggle, grappling and tearing at each other. Before both plunged into the water, Sasuke swung his fist, and Naruto retaliated, rolling and wrestling by the water's edge, splashing waves around them. The scene was chaotic and stubborn, akin to two exhausted men refusing to fall. Their forms swayed increasingly, breaths ragged like bellows, yet they persisted in throwing punches at one another. One punch here, another punch there, water splashed continuously. Naruto struck Sasuke on the forehead, who countered with a heavy blow to Naruto's abdomen. They momentarily separated, glaring at each other. Bruised and battered. Then, seemingly drained of their last ounce of strength, they both knelt in the water. Crack! The clasp of Naruto's forehead protector broke, and it floated on the water's surface. Naruto, hold on. The chakra is almost gathered. Kurama's urgent voice echoed in Naruto's mind, but his expression suddenly froze. The glow of Sasuke's left eye, the Rinnegan, flashed ominously, instantly absorbing the last remnants of chakra Naruto had just gathered. This is the power of the Rinnegan. With this Uchiha eye, victory is inevitable, Sasuke declared breathlessly. Thud, Naruto completely succumbed to exhaustion, weakly kneeling in the water. Sasuke, mustering his trembling body, stood up, his left hand struggling to gather the lightning of Chidori. At last, I can sever all ties and forge my own path. Farewell, my only dear friend. In a moment of tense anticipation, Sasuke, grasping the screeching Chidori, decisively thrust it toward the kneeling Naruto. Naruto, leveraging the reflection of his forehead protector on the water's surface, precisely captured the trajectory of Sasuke's attack and, with his last ounce of strength, swiftly evaded the lethal strike. Thud! In that fleeting moment of dodging a fatal blow, Naruto's fist, akin to a cannonball, struck Sasuke's jaw with tremendous force. Sasuke was sent reeling, crashing into the crevices of a distant cliff. A splendid counterattack. He seized the fleeting moment of Sasuke's waning ocular strength. The voice of Kurama brimmed with admiration. Gasping for breath, Naruto retrieved his water-soaked forehead protector, clenching it tightly in his hand, then lifted his gaze to the sky. The dust above gradually dispersed, revealing Sasuke's arm emerging from the crevice, struggling to lift his body. His eyes ablaze with incomprehensible fury. Why must you persist, time and again and again? He roared, his fists pounding the rocks beneath him in a fit of rage. A tumult of complex emotions churned within him, ultimately consumed by the overwhelming tide of hatred in his heart. He fixed a fierce glare upon Naruto below, bellowing, "Can't you just give up and die?" Naruto bowed his head, his voice low yet unmistakably clear. "I cannot." He raised his head, revealing a face marred by scars and bruises, yet his gaze remained resolute, unwavering as he met Sasuke's eyes. "Because I am the only one who truly understands your pain." Sasuke gritted his teeth, as if intent on shattering them. Finally, he abruptly tilted his head towards the sky, his tightly shut right eye snapping open. Zap! Brilliant lightning surged wildly in the palm of his right hand. The screech of Chidori deafening. Indeed, the chakra I condensed for you has been seized. He even unleashed the power of the Rinnegan. Kurama furrowed his brow, gravely observing the blinding lightning above. He was about to determine the outcome with this strike. Kurama solemnly addressed Naruto. Listen closely, young one. I will transfer all remaining chakra to you. After the transfer, I will fall into slumber. To prevent the chakra from being absorbed again, do not use any techniques until the very last moment. However, the Rinnegan had just awakened, and at the moment of unleashing his full attack, it could not simultaneously absorb chakra. Kurama suddenly paused, for he saw Naruto turn around, offering him a familiar smile filled with trust, slowly raising his fist, halting midair. Kurama was taken aback, then grinned widely, extending his massive fist to gently collide with Naruto's small one. Chapter 5. Tearing through time and space in that instant. Their hearts resonated in unison. The thoughts of the Nine Tails surged like a tide, recalling that once reckless youth, the child he had watched grow bit by bit. Naruto had broken free from the shackles of hatred, step by step, arriving at this day. No one understood Naruto better than the Nine Tails. Watching Naruto resolutely stride into the distance, a sense of pride filled Kurama's gaze. Naruto, it is truly wonderful to have met you. The voice of Kurama was deep and powerful. Thus, this time, victory must be ours. His eyes slowly closed. Naruto gazed upward at the vast sky, a smile gracing his lips. Unbeknownst to him, a withered leaf drifted down with the wind, spiraling gently before landing softly upon the water's surface, sending ripples outward. In that moment, the two figures sprang into action, swift as lightning. In Naruto's hands, the Rasengan rapidly coalesced and spun. It seemed to transcend time and space. As the countless hands of Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki layered upon his own, infusing it with belief and strength. Alongside those companions who had fought by his side, feeling the myriad sentiments converging in his palm, Naruto's gaze grew increasingly steadfast. At that moment, the Rasengan erupted with an unprecedented, pure, and resplendent azure light. Sasuke's icy gaze locked onto Naruto below, his Chidori roaring, crackling with electricity. A familiar hand silently covered his own, aiding him in gathering this thunderous strike. It was Itachi Uchiha. However, Sasuke's vision was entirely consumed by intense hatred, fixated on Naruto. He remained oblivious, but suddenly his brow furrowed. Was it an illusion? The Chidori seemed to have weakened. There was no time for further thought. At this juncture, everything else appeared inconsequential. Both unleashed thunderous roars, their attacks, laden with their respective convictions, collided like fated meteors. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted, a furious whirlwind instantaneously tearing through the surrounding air. Bang! A blinding white light expanded violently, akin to a black hole devouring all, mercilessly engulfing the entire battlefield. The colossal statues of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, standing by, crumbled under the cataclysmic force. Chakra surged wildly, the air crackling with the sound of ion collisions. In a corner of the battlefield, a blinding white vortex suddenly emerged. From its center, a youthful figure stepped forth. The man stood approximately 6 feet tall, a rebellious lock of hair falling across his forehead, bearing a resemblance to the legendary Madara. Hello everyone, I am Shinfan. His voice was calm, yet resonated with a penetrating echo. 15 years ago, I traversed the ninja world and became the sole heir of the Uchiha clan, also binding a contribution system. As the name implies, the greater your contributions to the ninja world, the more substantial the rewards. I fought through the Chunin exams to the 4th Great Ninja War, climbing from obscurity to a status capable of challenging Madara. Countless honors. This journey has truly been a mixture of hardship and reward. Now, only one task remains, an entire 100,000 contribution points. Enough to exchange for the cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal and ascend to immortality. Shinfan's gaze fell upon the floating screen before him, where a prominent line of text shone piercingly. Final task: suppress all power and establish a bond with Naruto or Sasuke at any point in time. Random teleportation. Reward: 100,000 contribution points. A determined smile graced his lips. A traverser? A seasoned veteran? A devoted Naruto fan? Familiar with Naruto and Sasuke's characters? How could this task possibly fail? A flash of white light, and the teleportation was complete. However, as he stepped out of the portal, the blinding light overwhelmed his vision, leaving him momentarily speechless. His prepared lines lodged in his throat. What the hell? Where have I been sent? Just as he uttered these words, a wave of destructive force surged toward him. The searing heat instantly scorched his cheeks, a chilling sensation piercing to his core. Damn it! System, help me. Lin Fan's spirit plummeted, his voice rising in panic. Activating emergency protective shield requires 10,000 contribution points. Chun Fan nearly spat blood. That was his hard-earned savings from his struggles in the ninja world. Warning, fatal threat detected. The host will die in 5 seconds. Please make an immediate decision. The cold system prompt felt like the countdown of death. A wave of terror seized him instantly. Oh no, I was wrong. Quickly, activate it. Now. Chun Fan's voice trembled with overwhelming fear. Okay, boom. The terrifying assault crashed violently against the suddenly risen pale energy shield, producing a sharp, ear-piercing sound akin to a chainsaw tearing through metal. Crack, crack. Just at that critical moment, an anomaly occurred. The surrounding space, as if struck by a hammer, began to emit a sickening cracking sound. Clear fissures rapidly spread, the furious energy before him, the distorted light and shadows. Even Lin Fan's lifeline shield began to unravel and distort, transforming into a void of chaos. What is happening? Chun Fan stared wide-eyed in terror, unable to believe the apocalyptic scene before him. With merely a step remaining, a step that would grant access to the path of immortality. Who is meddling with fate? Damn it! The desperate roar reverberated through the shattered space, echoing with an ineffable helplessness. Ding dong. Severe warning. The temporal gate activated by the host is being interfered with by an intense chakra shockwave, beeping incessantly. The system is experiencing unknown disturbances. The highest level automatic protective protocol has been forcibly initiated. Gasp. The golden-haired youth abruptly inhaled, struggling to rise from the icy ground. A prolonged, irritating hum resonated in his ears, inducing a violent dizziness. With great effort, he suppressed his nausea and forced his heavy eyelids open, scanning his surroundings in a daze. Hiss! A sudden, excruciating pain erupted from his right arm, surging towards his brain. Naruto could not help but draw in a sharp breath, clutching his arm in agony, feeling as though it might snap. Fragments of memories flooded back into his mind. He howled, his fist striking the ground in a fit of rage. A tumult of complex emotions roiled within him, ultimately devoured by the overwhelming hatred in his heart. He fixed his gaze on Naruto below, roaring. Can't you just give up struggling and die quietly? Naruto hung his head, his voice low yet strikingly clear. I cannot. He lifted his gaze, his face marred by scars and swollen bruises. Yet his eyes shone with unwavering determination as he stared directly at Sasuke. Because I am the only one who understands your suffering. Sasuke clenched his teeth, as if intending to grind them to dust. Finally, he abruptly tilted his head back to the sky, his tightly shut right eye suddenly flaring open. Ziz. Boom. Blinding lightning gathered fiercely in the palm of his right hand, the shrill cry of Chidori deafening. Indeed, the chakra I refined for you has also been seized by him. He even unleashed a transformation technique. Kurama furrowed his brows, gravely observing the blinding lightning above. He intended to determine the outcome with this strike. Kurama solemnly addressed Naruto. Listen well, kid. I will transfer all my remaining chakra to you. After the transmission, I will fall into slumber. To prevent the chakra from being absorbed again, do not use any techniques at the last moment. However, once his Rinnegan activated, he would be unable to absorb chakra while unleashing an all-out attack. Suddenly, Kurama paused, for he saw Naruto turn around, offering him a familiar and trusting smile. Slowly raising his fist, halting in midair, Kurama was taken aback, then broke into a grin, extending his enormous fist to gently meet Naruto's small one. Chapter 5. Temporal Rift. In that moment, their hearts resonated with one another. The thoughts of the Nine Tails surged like a tide, recalling the reckless youth he once was, the child he had watched grow inch by inch. Naruto had broken free from the shackles of hatred, stepping forward with determination to this day. No one understands Naruto better than the Nine Tails. As he gazed at Naruto's resolute figure walking into the distance, a sense of gratification gradually filled Kurama's eyes. Naruto, it is truly a blessing to have met you. Kurama's voice was deep and powerful, so, this time, we must win. His eyes slowly closed. Naruto tilted his head back to the vast sky, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. At some point, a withered leaf fluttered down with the wind, spiraling gently before finally touching the water's surface, creating ripples. In that instant, both figures sprang into action, swift as lightning. In Naruto's hand, the Rasengan rapidly coalesced, spinning. As if transcending time and space, the hands of Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki, along with countless bonds, layered upon his own, infusing it with faith and strength. And those companions who had fought alongside him all the way. Feeling the myriad sentiments coalescing in his palm, Naruto's gaze became unwavering, as solid as rock. At that moment, the Rasengan erupted with an unprecedented, pure, and resplendent azure light. Sasuke's cold gaze locked onto Naruto below, his Chidori roaring, electric energy surging. A familiar hand silently covered his hand, aiding him in gathering this thunderous strike, that of Itachi Uchiha. Yet, Sasuke's vision was completely consumed by intense hatred, fixated on Naruto, oblivious to everything else, until suddenly a frown creased his brow. Was it an illusion? The Chidori seemed to weaken. There was no time for further contemplation. At this juncture, nothing else seemed to matter. Ea! The two simultaneously unleashed earth-shattering roars, their attacks enveloped in their respective convictions, colliding like fated meteors. Bang! A violent shockwave erupted, a ferocious whirlwind instantly tearing through the surrounding air. Boom! Blinding white light rapidly expanded, akin to a black hole devouring everything, mercilessly consuming the entire battlefield. The colossal stone statues of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara crumbled amidst this cataclysmic force. Chakra surged uncontrollably, and the air crackled with the sound of ion collisions. In a corner of the battlefield, a blinding white vortex suddenly emerged. At the center of the vortex, a striking figure slowly stepped forth. The man stood approximately 6 feet tall, a rebellious tuft of hair falling across his forehead, bearing a resemblance to the legendary Madara. "Hello everyone, I am Shinfan." His voice was calm, yet resonated with a penetrating echo. 15 years ago, I traversed the ninja world, becoming the sole heir of the Uchiha clan, and I bound myself to a contribution system. As the name suggests, the greater your contribution to the ninja world, the more generous the rewards. From the Chunin exams to the Fourth Great Ninja War, I clawed my way from obscurity to a level where I could challenge Madara himself. Countless honors have been bestowed upon me. Indeed, this journey has been one of toil and reward. Now, only one final task remains, an entire 100,000 contribution points. Enough to exchange for the cultivation of a Deluo Jin Sien and ascend to immortality. Shinfan's gaze fell upon the floating screen before him. The glaring words displayed. Final task. Suppress all powers. Establish bonds with Naruto and Sasuke at any point in time. Random teleportation. Reward. 100,000 contribution points. A determined smile curved his lips. A traveler? A seasoned veteran? An ardent fan of Naruto? Familiar with the personalities of Naruto and Sasuke? This task cannot possibly fail. With a flash of white light, teleportation was complete. However, as he stepped out of the portal, the blinding light overwhelmed his vision, causing his prepared lines to get stuck in his throat. What the hell? Where have I been sent? It was not long before a surge of destructive power approached him with a violent explosion. The intense heat scorched his cheeks, the chill of death piercing to his very marrow. Damn it! System! Help! Lin Fan's spirit faltered, his voice rising in panic. Activating the emergency protective shield requires 10,000 contribution points. You've got to be kidding me. Shun Fan nearly spat blood, for that was the meager fortune he had painstakingly gathered in the ninja world. Warning. A lethal threat has been detected. The host will die within 5 seconds. Please make a decision immediately. The cold system prompt echoed like the countdown of death. A wave of immense fear gripped him instantly. Damn it. I was wrong. Quickly. Activate. Now. Shin Fan's voice trembled with extreme panic. Okay. Boom. The terrifying attack collided violently with the suddenly rising pale energy barrier, producing a sharp, piercing sound akin to a chainsaw ripping through metal. Crack. Crack. Just as the situation reached a critical point, an anomaly occurred. The surrounding space began to shatter as if struck by a heavy hammer, emitting a painful cracking sound. Clear fissures rapidly spread, and all the chaotic energy, distorted light. And even the barrier that Lin Fan relied upon for survival began to collapse and twist into a void of chaos. What is happening? Shin Fan stared wide-eyed in terror, unable to comprehend this apocalyptic scene. A persistent, long, and irritating hum resonated in his ears, inducing a severe dizziness. Gritting his teeth against the wave of nausea, he struggled to pry open his heavy eyelids, scanning his surroundings in a daze. Suddenly, a sharp, excruciating pain erupted from his right arm, shooting straight to his brain. Naruto could not help but suck in a sharp breath, clutching his arm in agony. It felt as if it were about to break. Fragments of memories surged back into his mind. File name: 2 corresponding Chinese file. 2 The final confrontation in the Valley of the End with Sasuke, the ultimate clash between Chidori and Rasengan, was about to culminate in a devastating explosion, leaving both sides injured. At that moment, a piercing sound of space fracturing abruptly interrupted everything. Is this heaven? Naruto murmured to himself as he gazed at the eerie, blank white surroundings. Am I dead? You foolish underdog, you're still alive? A voice, laced with astonishment and a hint of a raspy tone, coldly cut through the air from behind Naruto. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Naruto spun around, his face lighting up with immense surprise. Sasuke, you're dead too. I knew it. We are indeed good brothers, destined to die together. Sasuke's mouth twitched violently, struggling to suppress the urge to roll his eyes. Idiot, we are not dead. Not dead. Naruto was taken aback, surveying the desolate, pure white expanse. Then where is this dreadful place? A sudden, abrupt cough shattered the eerie silence. Clearly audible to both of them, a figure clad in Uchiha clan attire appeared at a distance. Greetings, I am Chin Fan, the second sage of the 6 paths. This is my independent space. As he uttered these words, a fleeting sense of delight washed over Chin Fan. Borrowing Obito's lines seemed permissible, right? A slight smile graced his lips. The system, have some dignity. At this revelation, both Naruto and Sasuke gasped in shock. Naruto's expression was one of disbelief, while Sasuke maintained a stoic demeanor, his sharp gaze scrutinizing the youth before them. The bizarre space, along with the force that prevented the final blow at the Valley of the End, suddenly made sense. It was his doing. You, Naruto began to inquire, but was halted by Chin Fan's raised hand. I know everything about you, your past and future. What? You know the future? Naruto exclaimed. What is the outcome for the ninja world? Has everyone been rescued from the infinite Tsukuyomi? His voice tightened, casting a glance towards Sasuke in the corner. Even he was surprised by this inexplicable trust, yet the means exhibited by the other bore a striking resemblance to the Sage of 6 Paths, pulling them into another space and bestowing power, even if he had yet to genuinely grant anything. A smirk graced Chin Fan's lips. The bait had been taken. He feigned nonchalance as he replied, after this battle, you will defeat Sasuke. Ultimately, you will reconcile and work together to achieve true peace in the ninja world. Really? Naruto's eyes sparkled with incredulity and joy. Weevee made amends. He could hardly fathom that he could convince that stubborn mule with mere words. Yet, hearing that he ultimately triumphed over Sasuke stirred a complex sense of unreality within him. In the shadows, Sasuke remained stoic, silent as a cold stone. And then, Naruto pressed eagerly. Chin Fan's expression grew grave. Peace will not last long. Soon, the Otsutsuki clan will invade. They will overpoweringly seize your 9 tails. He paused, directing his gaze toward the shadows, and Uchiha Sasuke will lose his Rinnegan. Subsequently, an even more powerful Otsutsuki will descend. You will fight valiantly, but ultimately, the ninja world cannot escape its fate of annihilation. He sighed, shaking his head, a sorrowful expression clouding his brow. This is impossible. Naruto's pupils constricted sharply as he shouted in despair. Words are but empty, seeing is believing. Before he could finish, a massive light screen materialized out of thin air, spanning 30 square meters. Naruto widened his eyes in curiosity. The screen began to rapidly depict the events of Boruto and the subsequent battles against the Otsutsuki clan, showcasing the most desperate challenges and the rise of a new generation, culminating in the tragic demise of Sasuke. The final scene was heart-wrenching. The future unfolded in a torrent of gruesome imagery, bodies scattered, cries of anguish filling the air. The Otsutsuki descended upon Konoha, reducing familiar villages to dust, and in an instant, family and friends were obliterated. Witnessing the ruins of Konoha, Naruto's heart felt as though it were gripped by an icy hand, rendering him breathless, torn apart by grief. The Otsutsuki are Kagaya's kin? He rasped, burying his head in despair. Chin Fan nodded gently. Naruto's gaze turned hollow as despair washed over him like a tide. Even with such power, does the ninja world ultimately face destruction? All those grand declarations of becoming the strongest seem so pale and laughable now. If the world ceases to exist, what significance remains? A hand gently rested on his shoulder. I can help you, Naruto Uzumaki. Will you trust me? A glimmer of hope flickered in Naruto's dim eyes as he slowly raised his head. Really? Why do you wish to assist us? Chin Fan smiled, shaking his head. Because our goals align. for the peace of the ninja world. The spark of hope rekindled in Naruto's eyes. Seizing the moment, Chun Fan added the final touch, his voice tinged with weariness and sorrow. To be candid, my power is nearly depleted, but what remains is sufficient to guide you forward. Will you accept, Naruto Uzumaki? He extended a hand, warm and gentle as a spring breeze. A wave of indescribable emotion surged within Naruto, nearly bringing him to tears. Such a selfless individual. He took a deep breath, stating resolutely, as if making a vow, yes. Thank you for the future. We will surely change it. The two hands clasped firmly. Ding. Task completed. Half. A triumphant smile spread across Chun Fan's face. Ultimately. It's but a paper doll. And you, Uchiha Sasuke? He turned to the shadows, his voice low. Imbued with a penetrating insight. The crow in the darkness will eventually guide the lost eagle home. Sasuke's heart jolted. The crow in the darkness. Brother. Am I the lost eagle in this moment? Yes. The path ahead is shrouded in chaos. Where should I go? In the future, you will have a daughter. Chun Fan's voice pulled him back to reality. She will be adorable, named Sarada Uchiha. With a wave of his hand, the screen displayed the lively figure of a black-haired girl. Gazing at her innocent smile, a wave of unfamiliar warmth unexpectedly washed over Sasuke's cold heart. He instantly confirmed the truth in Chun Fan's words. This means of peering into the future was indeed unfathomable. He clenched his jaw tightly, seizing the momentum. Chun Fan pressed on. Do not let yourself be filled with regret, Uchiha Sasuke. Let us join forces and defeat the Otsutsuki. Hey, Sasuke, what are you dawdling for? Naruto could no longer hold back his frustration. He detested Sasuke's pretentious demeanor. Sasuke's expression remained serene, as unchanging as an ancient, tranquil pool. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. I promise you, his voice was low but clear. Sasuke's hand finally extended. A victorious arc formed on Chun Fan's lips as he maintained his calm demeanor. However, deep within, a tempest had already surged. It is done. The task is complete. The path to greatness is promising. The road to immortality is in sight. But, alas, in the next moment, the anticipated notification did not resonate. Where is my reward? Are you toying with me? Infernal system. Where is the task completion prompt? What trickery is this? Ding. Task incomplete. Uchiha Sasuke lacks sincerity. Level warning. Connection to host life signs interrupted. Chun Fan felt as though an invisible force had seized his throat, rendering him voiceless. In the Valley of the End. During the climactic confrontation with Sasuke, the clash of Chidori and Rasengan was on the verge of unleashing ultimate power. In the fleeting moment of mutual destruction, a piercing sound of space fracturing abruptly shattered everything. Is this paradise? Naruto surveyed his surroundings, a blank expanse of white, the eerie void prompting him to murmur, Am I dead? Foolish underachiever, you are still alive? A voice, mingled with astonishment and barely perceptible hoarseness, emanated coldly from behind Naruto. Upon hearing that voice, so familiar to his very bones, Naruto spun around, his face instantly alight with overwhelming joy. Sasuke? You too have perished. I knew it. We are indeed true brothers, even in death. Sasuke's mouth twitched violently, struggling to suppress the impulse to roll his eyes. Idiot, we are not dead. Not dead. Naruto paused, surveying the desolate white expanse. What in the world is this place? Cough. A sudden, jarring cough shattered the eerie silence, clear and distinct to both of them. A figure clad in Uchiha clan attire had appeared nearby, seemingly out of nowhere. Greetings, the newcomer spoke calmly, yet with an air of scrutiny. Vortex Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke turned in unison to the source of the voice. Upon recognizing the individual, Sasuke's pupils constricted. That familiar clan attire, those crimson Sharingan eyes. He sprang to his feet, disregarding the pain in his arm, and demanded sharply, Why are you wearing Uchiha attire? And those Sharingan, who are you? Chapter 6, The Traveler? Chun Fan regarded the ragged Naruto and Sasuke, his mind made up. If I reveal the future of the ninja world and lend them my assistance, forging an alliance, the task will be complete. Clearing his throat, he spoke calmly, his voice resonating in the pure white space. Greetings, I am Chun Fan, the second sage of the Six Paths. This is an independent space I have created. As he uttered these words, a flicker of secret delight crossed Chun Fan's mind. Borrowing a line from Obito was surely harmless. A slight smile graced his lips. System, have some dignity. At this proclamation, both Naruto and Sasuke inhaled sharply. Naruto's face was a mask of astonishment, while Sasuke's expression shifted to one of grave intensity, his piercing gaze scanning the young man before him. The bizarre space, along with the power that had interrupted the final blow at the Valley of the End, suddenly made sense. It was his doing. You, Naruto began to question, but was halted by Chun Fan's raised hand. I know everything about you, your past, and your future. What? You know the future? Naruto shouted in disbelief. What is the fate of the ninja world? Have we rescued everyone from the infinite Tsukuyomi? His voice was taut, his gaze involuntarily shifting to the corner where Sasuke stood. Even he was surprised by this inexplicable trust, yet the other's displayed powers were indeed reminiscent of the Sage of the Six Paths, having drawn them into an alternate space and granted them power, although he had yet to truly offer anything. Chun Fan smirked. The bait was taken. Feigning nonchalance, he replied, after this battle, you will defeat Sasuke. Ultimately, you will reconcile and together realize true peace in the ninja world. Is that true? A spark of incredulous joy ignited in Naruto's eyes. We made amends? He could scarcely fathom that his words could persuade that stubborn mule. Yet, hearing that he ultimately triumphed over Sasuke, a complex sense of unreality washed over him. In the shadows, Sasuke's expression was as cold and silent as stone. And then, Naruto pressed eagerly. Chun Fan's demeanor suddenly turned serious. The peace did not endure. Soon, the Otsutsuki clan invaded. With overwhelming power, they seized your nine tails. He paused, shifting his gaze to the shadows, and Uchiha Sasuke lost his Rinnegan. Subsequently, an even more powerful Otsutsuki arrived. You fought valiantly, but in the end, the ninja world could not escape its fate of annihilation. He sighed, shaking his head, a deep sorrow etched upon his brow. This is impossible. Naruto's pupils dilated in shock, his voice rising. Words alone are insufficient. Seeing is believing. Before he could finish, a massive screen materialized out of thin air, spanning 30 square meters. Naruto stared in wide-eyed curiosity. The screen began to rapidly portray the events of Boruto and subsequent battles. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, the most desperate combat challenges against Otsutsuki Kinshiki. The rise of a new generation, Boruto becoming a rogue ninja, the death of Sasuke, and the arrival of the Otsutsuki god at Vortex Kawaki. The final image was harrowing. The future's grim tableau poured forth like a torrent, corpses strewn across the land, wails of despair echoing everywhere. The Otsutsuki god descended upon Konoha, and with a mere wave, the familiar village was reduced to dust, loved ones and friends vanishing in an instant. As he gazed upon the ruins of Konoha, Naruto's heart felt as though it were gripped by a frigid hand, the pain rendering him breathless, tearing at his very soul. The Otsutsuki are Kagai's kin? His voice was hoarse, his head bowed low. Chun Fan nodded gently. Naruto stared blankly at the void beneath him, despair engulfing him like a tidal wave. Even with such power, can the ninja world truly escape destruction? Those grand proclamations of becoming the strongest now seemed so utterly hollow and laughable. With the world gone, what meaning remains? A hand gently rested upon his shoulder. I can help you, Vortex Naruto. Will you choose to trust me? A flicker of light crossed Naruto's dim eyes as he slowly lifted his gaze. Really? Why would you help us? Chun Fan smiled and shook his head. Because our goals align, for the sake of peace in the ninja world. The flame of hope rekindled in Naruto's eyes. Seeing the moment ripe for action, Chun Fan added the final touch, his voice tinged with weariness and sorrow. To be candid, my strength is nearly depleted. Yet the remnants of my power are sufficient to guide you on your path. Will you accept this, Vortex Naruto? He extended a hand, warm as a gentle spring breeze. A wave of indescribable emotion surged within Naruto, tears nearly spilling over. Such selflessness. He took a deep breath, speaking each word with conviction, as if making a vow. Yes. Thank you. Together, we shall change the future. The two hands clasped tightly. Ding. Task completed, 50%. Chun Fan could not suppress a triumphant smile. Oh, ultimately just a paper figure. And you? Uchiha Sasuke. He turned towards the shadows, his voice low yet imbued with an insight that pierced through everything. The raven in the darkness will eventually guide the lost eagle home. Sasuke's heart jolted. The raven in darkness, brother. Is the lost eagle me at this moment? Indeed, the path ahead is chaotic. Where should I go? In the future, you will have a daughter. Chun Fan's voice pulled him back to reality. She is exceedingly lovely, named Uchiha Sarada. With a wave of his hand, the screen instantly displayed the lively figure of a black-haired girl. As he beheld her innocent smile, An unfamiliar warmth unexpectedly coursed through Sasuke's cold heart. Sasuke instantly recognized the truth in the words of the one before him. This glimpse into the future was indeed unfathomably profound. He clenched his jaw, seizing the moment. Chun Fan urged, "Do not let yourself regret this, Uchiha Sasuke. Let us join forces and defeat the Otsutsuki." "Hey, Sasuke, what are you hesitating for?" Naruto exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration at Sasuke's brooding demeanor. Sasuke remained composed, as tranquil as an eternal, unchanging pool. He exhaled slowly, releasing a long breath of stale air. "I agree to your terms." His voice was low yet clear. Sasuke's hand finally extended. Chun Fan's lips curled into a victorious arc, his expression still calm and collected. Yet, within, a tempest had already erupted. Success. The mission was accomplished. The path to greatness awaited. The journey to immortality was in sight. Ha ha ha. But in the next moment, the anticipated notification failed to sound. "Where's my reward? Are you toying with me? Damn system. Where's the completion alert? What trickery is this? Ding. Mission incomplete. Uchiha Sasuke lacks sincerity. Level warning. Connection to host life signs disrupted." Chun Fan felt an invisible force constricting his throat, rendering him voiceless. File name. 3 corresponding Chinese file. 3. His vision abruptly shifted, and he fell, witnessing his own headless upper body, helplessly collapsing. Blood dripped from a hand crackling with blinding lightning from behind him. The chilling screech of Raikiri finally reached his fading senses. Despite all calculations, the eternal darkness consumed his final consciousness. Where had he gone awry? He died as the most aggrieved of travelers. TSK, so much nonsense. Sasuke coldly flicked away the blood from his hands, his voice as frigid as Arctic ice. "Sasuke." Naruto's eyes widened in fury, akin to a wounded beast, as he lunged at Sasuke, seizing his collar. "What have you done?" Sasuke roughly shoved him away, the force causing Naruto to stagger back. "Future?" A mocking smile curled at the corner of Sasuke's mouth, his crimson Sharingan flickering with madness and icy light. "Ridiculous. I would be defeated by you. The Uchiha clan was annihilated, and yet I assisted you like a stray dog? What are you, my only friend?" His expression twisted grotesquely, the eerie light of the Sharingan threatening to overflow from his eyes. Memories of the past and future clashed, intertwining. In this moment, he followed only his most primal desires. Naruto clenched his teeth, fury blazing in his azure eyes, as the flicker of hope and trust forged in their alliance was shattered by his closest friend. Sasuke's voice was low and terrifying, chakra surging violently around him. "Do you truly wish to die?" Chapter 7. Give me a foot rub. Sasuke clutched his forehead and erupted into a hysterical laugh. Ha ha ha. Within his laughter lay a roar. "Which fool is this? Do you finally wish to kill me? Come. Let me see who is the strongest in the ninja world. Let everyone know who holds the power in the future ninja realm." A smirk graced Sasuke's lips, a twisted pleasure enveloping his heart. At this moment, he was finally to be utterly liberated. Naruto gritted his teeth, his knuckles turning white. "Sasuke, don't push me." Zzz. Thunder crashed, blinding lightning coalescing in Sasuke's palm into a Chidori. "Die, my friend." Crack. A strange sound caused both to freeze in their tracks. The space shattered without warning. Web-like cracks appearing, and a vortex of darkness surged forth, greedily devouring the barrier. Warning. The space is about to collapse. It's over. It's all gone wrong. If the host dies, this system will perish too. A panicked voice echoed out of nowhere. Sasuke and Naruto looked around warily, but found no one. The violent tremors nearly knocked them off their feet. As their chakra began to recover, Sasuke resolved to end Naruto now. "Which fool is this? Die." He charged at Naruto, Chidori in hand, heedless of everything. Naruto's pupils constricted, and he formed a Rasengan in an instant, confronting the lightning head-on. "Sasuke, which fool is this? It's over. This system cannot die. This Kusanagi sword is meant for you." To save himself, he had to enter hibernation, hoping a traveler could awaken this system. A faint blue light silently entered the Kusanagi sword at Sasuke's waist, and then vanished. In the heat of battle, Sasuke remained oblivious, his gaze fixed solely on the blinding golden light. The space shattered completely. Amid their deafening cries, the blinding white light consumed all. Awoo! The bright moon hung high, the stars sparse, and the swirling clouds cast a veil of mystery over the night sky. Huh, where's this? Naruto, dizzy and disoriented, struggled to open his heavy eyelids, scanning his surroundings in confusion. Dense woods surrounded him, the hooting of an owl echoing through the trees. He laboriously propped himself up. By the pond, a familiar figure half submerged in water was being swept away by the current. Sasuke. Naruto's heart tightened, and he staggered over. With immense effort, he dragged the heavy Sasuke onto the shore, collapsing beside him, gasping for breath. Chakra nearly depleted, Nine Tails also fell into slumber. In their current state, they were weak enough for an ordinary person to overpower them. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle wearily. Truly resilient. How could he not die? He turned to the unconscious Sasuke and sighed. You stubborn fool. Why must you persist in this? Sometimes, I truly wish I could slap you awake. Yet I can't let you go, my friend. A bittersweet smile flickered at the corners of Naruto's lips. A woo. A mournful wolf howl shattered the night sky, startling the birds from the trees. Wolves. Naruto's nerves instantly tightened as he sat up. In their current condition, encountering a pack of wolves would spell doom. He rushed to Sasuke's side, unceremoniously slapping him awake multiple times, turning half of Sasuke's face red. Wake up, Sasuke. If you don't wake up, we'll become wolf fodder. Sasuke remained unresponsive. Naruto pouted, muttering softly, TSK, you boasted about killing me? In such a pathetic state, he grew increasingly irate. What a nuisance. I saved you this time. If you cause more trouble, I'll smack you. No sooner had he thought this than he delivered another slap, barely alleviating his frustration. Without savoring the satisfaction of his actions, Naruto gritted his teeth, using his less injured left arm to awkwardly hoist Sasuke onto his back, swaying as he moved deeper into the forest. His injured right arm hung uselessly, each step sending a jolt of pain through his left arm, nearly rendering it numb. Time passed, and he had no idea how long he had walked. So thirsty Naruto's throat felt parched, his voice hoarse to the point of being inaudible, his vision blurring. Consciousness teetering on the brink. At that moment, a flickering light pierced through the darkness, catching his dazed eyes. The outline of the building eerily resembled the place Jiraiya had taken him to in the past. Rubbing his eyes, Naruto's gaze became unfocused. Akin to a traveler in the desert spotting a mirage, he surged forward towards the light. I want to drink foot wash water. Give it to me. Ha ha ha, heaven awaits. Thud. Before he could finish his thought, utterly drained of energy, his vision darkened, and he collapsed with Sasuke at the edge of the light. Shao Nan. How could you bring people back so carelessly? They might be spies from other villages. A cold male voice carried an air of severity. I see they are injured and lying at the door. I couldn't bear it. A gentle female voice hesitated. Have you forgotten how Yahiko died? The red-haired figure in the wheelchair, Nagato, wore a grim expression. Beneath the white veil obscuring his eyes lay a body deprived of legs, exuding an oppressive aura. The low murmur of argument pulled Naruto from the depths of unconsciousness. He struggled to open his eyes, the blurry ceiling shifting with shadows. Vaguely, he saw a red and blue figure conversing. Still not fully awake, Naruto instinctively called out, Hey, come here and rub my feet. I want the best technician. In a daze, he kicked off one shoe, revealing a well-worn, fragrant size 42-foot. Smack! The flying shoe landed squarely in Nagato's arms. Ugh! Even Nagato, with his steadfast resolve, turned green at the unexpected biochemical assault, his stomach churning. Beside him, Xiaonan stiffened instinctively, pinching her nose and quickly stepping back. Hurry up! I'm exhausted. Money is no object. Naruto continued to mumble in a dreamlike state. Smack! A sharp slap finally jolted him fully awake. Ugh! Naruto abruptly sat up, bewildered, surveying his surroundings. Where am I? Konan swiftly concealed her hands behind her back and cautiously stepped back, eyeing the peculiar golden-haired youth with vigilance. Chapter 8. Behold as I handle him with one hand, please, do not be alarmed. You are quite safe now. Konan gently reassured Naruto, her heart racing with anxiety, fearing he might indeed be the foreign spy Nagato had warned about. Meanwhile, Nagato unceremoniously flung a shoe out the door. Upon hearing the commotion, Naruto snapped back to reality, focusing his gaze on the person before him. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, What the hell, a ghost? His vision spun wildly, and he was met with the sight of his own headless torso collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Blood dripped from the hand that crackled with blinding lightning, the sound echoing ominously. The chilling cry of Raikiri finally reached his fading hearing. The power of the heavenly hand, meticulously calculated, was unexpectedly engulfed by eternal darkness, consuming his final consciousness. Where had he made the fatal error? He died without ever understanding, becoming the most frustrated of travelers. Enough with the needless chatter, Sasuke said, expressionless. As he wiped the blood from his hands, his voice as frigid as polar ice. Sasuke. Naruto's eyes widened with rage, akin to a wounded beast as he lunged at Sasuke, grabbing him by the collar. What have you done? Sasuke roughly shoved him away, the force causing Naruto to stagger back several steps. Future? Sasuke's lips curled into a sarcastic smirk, the crimson of his Sharingan flashing with madness and coldness. How absurd. I could be defeated by you? The Uchiha clan was annihilated, and yet I find myself assisting you like a lost dog? What are you even worth, my soul friend? His expression twisted in anguish, the eerie glow of his Sharingan nearly spilling from his eyes. Memories of the future clashed violently with the present, in this moment. He was driven solely by his most primal desires. Naruto clenched his jaw, fury blazing in his azure eyes. The flicker of hope and trust in their alliance had been shattered by the strike of his closest companion. Sasuke's voice was low and deliberate, akin to an abyss, as his chakra surged violently around him. Do you truly wish to die? Chapter 7. Rub my feet. Sasuke clutched his forehead, erupting into a fit of hysterical laughter. Ha. At last, do you wish to kill me? Come on. Let me see who truly reigns supreme in the ninja world. Let everyone know who commands the future. A twisted satisfaction washed over him. At this moment, he was ready to sever all ties and finally attain liberation. Naruto gritted his teeth, knuckles turning white. Sasuke, don't push me. Crack. Thunder roared as blinding lightning coalesced in Sasuke's palm, forming Chidori. Die, my friend. A sudden sound made them both halt, their movements frozen. The space around them fractured like spiderwebs, dark and chaotic currents of time swirling forth, greedily consuming the barriers of their realm. Warning, the space is on the brink of collapse. It's over. We've messed up. If the host dies, this system will perish too. A panicked voice echoed out of nowhere. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged wary glances, yet found themselves utterly alone. The violent tremors nearly toppled them. As their chakra began to recover, Sasuke steeled himself. He had to resolve this with Naruto now. Die. He charged at Naruto, wielding Chidori with reckless abandon. Naruto's pupils dilated, and he quickly formed a Rasengan, clashing fiercely against the lightning. Sasuke, die. It's over. This system cannot perish. I must activate hibernation, hoping a traveler can awaken it. A faint blue light silently embedded itself into the Kusanagi sword at Sasuke's waist before vanishing. In the midst of their fierce battle, Sasuke remained oblivious, his focus solely on the dazzling gold before him. The space shattered completely. Amidst their deafening cries, blinding white light consumed everything. Oh whoa! The full moon hung high, stars sparse, and the swirling clouds cloaked the night sky with an enigmatic veil. Naruto, dizzy and disoriented, struggled to open his heavy eyelids, scanning his surroundings in confusion. Dense woods surrounded him, and the hooting of an owl echoed through the trees. He laboriously propped himself up. By the pond, a familiar figure was half submerged in water, perilously close to being swept away. Sasuke. Panic clutched at Naruto's heart as he stumbled forward. With immense effort, he dragged the heavy Sasuke ashore, collapsing beside him. Gasping for breath, his chakra was nearly depleted, and the Nine Tails had fallen into slumber at this moment. They were so weak that even an ordinary person could easily overpower them. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, thinking how tough his fate was, surviving against all odds. He turned to the unconscious Sasuke and sighed. You stubborn fool, why must you push me to the brink? Sometimes I wish I could just slap you awake. But I can't let you go, my friend. A genuine yet helpless smile graced his lips. Oh whoa! A chilling wolf howl broke the silence, startling the birds in the woods. Wolves. Naruto's nerves tensed immediately. In their current state, encountering a pack of wolves would spell doom. He rushed to Sasuke's side and unceremoniously slapped him several times, reddening half of his face. Hey, wake up, Sasuke. If you don't, we're going to be wolf food. Sasuke remained unresponsive. Naruto grimaced, muttering, TCH, boasting about killing me? In such a state, it's infuriating. Having saved you this time, you better not cause me trouble again. With a final slap, he felt somewhat relieved. Disregarding the sensation in his hand, Naruto gritted his teeth and, using his less injured left arm, struggled to carry Sasuke, swaying unsteadily deeper into the forest. His injured right arm dangled uselessly, each step causing his left arm to ache painfully, nearly losing sensation. He wandered for what felt like an eternity when thirst struck him. His throat felt parched, Voice hoarse and nearly inaudible, vision fading in and out of focus. Just then, a flickering light pierced the darkness, illuminating his dazed eyes. The outline of a building eerily resembled a place Jiraiya had once taken him to, filled with indulgent pleasures. I need to drink foot-washing water. Give it to me. Ha ha. I've reached heaven. Thud. Before he could finish, exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he collapsed, along with Sasuke, at the edge of the light. Conan, how could you bring someone back so recklessly? They might be spies from another village, a cold male voice chastised sternly. They're clearly injured. I couldn't bear to leave them at the door. A gentle female voice hesitated. Have you forgotten how Yahiko died? The red-haired Nagato, seated in a wheelchair, wore a grim expression. Beneath the white veil covering his eyes lay a body devoid of legs, emanating an oppressive aura. The low argument pulled Naruto from his stupor. Struggling to open his eyes, he noticed shadows dancing on the ceiling. Faintly, he saw two figures, one red and one blue, engaged in conversation. Not fully conscious, Naruto instinctively shouted in a muddled voice towards the figures, "Hey, come over and rub my feet. I want the best technician." He hazily tossed off one shoe, revealing his well-worn, fragrant size 42-foot. Thud! The shoe flew through the air, landing squarely in Nagato's embrace. Ugh! Even Nagato, with his strong will, turned green at this unexpected biochemical attack, his stomach churning. Conan stiffened, instinctively pinching her nose and stepping back 2 paces. Hurry up. I'm exhausted. Money is not an issue. Naruto continued to mumble deliriously. Slap. A sharp smack finally roused him completely. Ugh. Naruto sat up suddenly, bewildered, surveying his surroundings. Where am I? Conan quickly concealed her hands behind her back and stealthily retreated a step, watching the bizarre golden-haired youth with caution. Chapter 8. Behold as I handle him with one hand, please. Do not be alarmed. You are quite safe now. Shounen gently reassured Naruto, her heart racing with anxiety, fearing that he might truly be the spy that Nagato had spoken of. Meanwhile, Nagato unceremoniously hurled a shoe out of the door. Hearing the commotion, Naruto suddenly snapped back to reality, his gaze fixating on the figure before him. Upon realizing who it was, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth? A ghost?" The file name was 4, corresponding to Chinese file 4. Xiaonan's lips twitched in surprise. Nagato's expression mirrored her own. Are you being polite, senior sister? Naruto, overwhelmed with shock, shrank into the corner of the bed, his voice trembling. He had just encountered his deceased senior sister, Xiaonan. Suppressing her confusion, Xiaonan hurriedly reassured him again. Calm down. You are truly safe now. She understood that those who had endured the ravages of war often bore psychological scars, and it was normal for them to experience disorientation. Such individuals required gentle coaxing, as any pressure could provoke a fierce instinctual response. Sit still, or I swear I will kill you. Nagato's icy voice rang out, his frustration nearly distorting his features. He longed to unleash a Shinra Tensei on this impolite blonde brat to teach him a lesson. Nagato's furious roar made Xiaonan's heart tighten. She warily observed Naruto, bracing for any extreme reaction from him. Naruto, startled, quickly regained his composure, his eyes sharpening with determination. Trying to impersonate a senior? I'm not afraid of you. A surge of blue chakra quietly gathered in his palm, stirring the air around him. Cold sweat trickled down Nagato's forehead. What jutsu is that? Naruto stepped forward. Nagato's pupils constricted as he raised his hand abruptly. Shinra, crash. Naruto crashed to the floor heavily at Nagato's feet. The sudden turn of events startled Nagato, causing his heart to race. Had he truly activated Shinra Tensei, this cramped little room would have been destroyed, and he would have to exert much effort to find a new hiding place. Soon, a hoarse, painful groan broke the silence. So thirsty, so hungry. Naruto lay on the ground like a withered old man, unable to move, only able to emit faint sounds. Delicious, so delicious. At that moment, Naruto sat at the table, devouring his meal like a whirlwind. He satisfiedly burped and handed his empty bowl to Xiaonan, asking, "Is there more food?" Xiaonan's lips twitched again, her gaze sweeping over the chaotic table, where 15 empty plates were piled high. "There is no more," she replied, tapping the bottom of the empty pot with a hint of helplessness. "This was our rations for a month." Nagato, confined to his wheelchair, struggled to suppress the urge to unleash Shinra Tensei. Their food and shelter depended on Xiaonan's arduous efforts, as they constantly evaded Hanzo's pursuit, leaving them in a precarious situation. The presence of this unexpected intruder only fueled Nagato's growing disdain for the blonde boy. Naruto pouted in disappointment. Oh, I see. Well, I'm still not full. Xiao Nan. Nagato, in his wheelchair, began to fidget violently, as if he were about to stand up at any moment. I can't take it anymore. Xiao Nan swiftly pressed him back down, her movements smooth enough that he hardly resisted. He awkwardly turned his wheelchair towards the corner, seeking to avoid their gaze. At that moment, Xiao Nan's cold yet commanding voice broke through. Now, it's time to reveal your identity. Naruto stroked his chin, scrutinizing Xiao Nan closely. Their brief interaction had assured him of their existence. Reflecting on his previous experiences, he suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing, could it be that we have traveled back in time? Naruto understood that he must remain calm. Any erratic behavior could lead to unpredictable consequences in the future. Clearing his throat, he declared, I am a ninja from Konoha. Konoha ninja? Nagato repeated with deep-seated hatred. The memory of his father's tragic death at the hands of Konoha ninjas remained unresolved even after so many years. Noticing the intense loathing in Nagato's tone, Naruto slapped his forehead in frustration. Oh no. Nagato's parents were killed by Konoha ninjas. He hates them with a passion. Nagato and Xiao Nan immediately spoke up, their tones soothing as they looked at him. Nagato snorted coldly, temporarily suppressing his anger. Wait. Naruto quickly changed the subject. Did you happen to find a particularly, ugly boy? He should have been right beside me. An ugly boy? Xiao Nan raised an eyebrow. No, but there was indeed a remarkably handsome boy. Both Naruto and Nagato's lips twitched in unison. Where did he go? Naruto quickly rephrased. I mean, did you save him? Xiao Nan hesitated for a moment, glancing at Nagato. Nagato coldly questioned, what is your relationship with him? Naruto wore a confident smile. Determined not to fall into a trap this time, him? Oh, he's just a friend I met along the way. Yes, he's from the Mist Village, that's right. I'm not lying. Naruto asserted emphatically. Nagato clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Xiao Nan, is this truly the person you believe in? Full of lies. Xiao Nan's sleeves fluttered silently, and in an instant, paper slipped out, enveloping the entire small room like quicksand. Naruto panicked. Hey, what are you doing? I'm not lying to you. Humph. Nagato gritted his teeth in frustration. We found a Konoha rogue ninja's forehead protector on that guy. You still claim you have no connection? This blonde brat needs to be taught a lesson. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from the adjacent room. All three tensed, their eyes darting towards the door. The dim yellow light began to flicker ominously, adding an eerie atmosphere to the charged environment. Naruto nervously swallowed. Nagato shot him a glance. His expression exasperated. Xiao Nan lowered her voice. That guy might be waking up? Nagato's expression turned grave. From the moment he had seen the dark-haired boy, he had noticed the Sharingan in his eyes, as well as the Rinnegan that resembled his own, belonging to the Sage of Six Paths. This was hard to believe. He distinctly remembered binding that person tightly with coarse rope. How could he have escaped? Bang! The door was violently kicked open. All three were startled by the sudden loud noise. The door wasn't locked. It just pushed open. The intruder yelled, "You idiot." Nagato silently roared in his mind, the power of Shinra Tensei gathering in his palm. At the doorway, Sasuke struggled to keep his weakened body upright, one hand gripping the door frame for balance. His eerie Sharingan and unfathomable Rinnegan scanned the room with cold precision, rapidly assessing the situation. Soon, he spoke with his usual sarcasm. You sure have a knack for survival. Haven to you? Naruto, infuriated, retorted, what are you thinking at a time like this? Shut up. Sasuke interrupted sharply. His gaze, like a hawk, locked onto Nagato and Xiao Nan, and his body suddenly trembled. Edo Tensei? The Sharingan spun wildly, yet he found no flaws. This was not Edo Tensei. Xiao Nan, stand behind me. This guy is dangerous. Nagato immediately warned Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan complied, swiftly retreating behind Nagato's wheelchair. Whatever you are, just die. Sasuke, appearing somewhat delirious, let out a beastly growl, but his body betrayed his will, weakened by extreme dehydration and hunger, barely able to stand. Hey, you two, put away your jutsu. Don't worry. Naruto suddenly flashed a brilliant smile at Nagato and Xiao Nan. Watch me handle him with one hand. Both Nagato and Xiao Nan paused in surprise. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Xiao Nan felt a strange sense of comfort emanating from the blonde boy's confident smile. Instinctively, she began to retract the swirling paper. Chapter 9. Delivered to your doorstep? Sasuke's countenance was austere, a flicker of incredulous astonishment flashing in his eyes. What did you say? Who are you? You seek death. He forced his battered body to stand tall, his mind sharply focused. Blue-white arcs of electricity danced in the palm of his right hand. The piercing cries of 1,000 birds buzzing in the air, interwoven with the profound power of the 6 paths, converging with a thunderous might. This final strike. I will surely kill him, Sasuke resolved within himself. Conan's lips twitched suddenly, while Nagato's mouth likewise quivered slightly. Do you understand the concept of decorum, senpai? Naruto froze, his face a mask of terror, retreating to the corner of the bed, trembling uncontrollably. To his shock, he beheld Conan, who had passed away not long ago. Keeping her own doubts at bay, Conan hastily reassured him, "Calm down, you are indeed safe now." She understood well that those who had weathered the storms of war often bore shadows in their hearts, and disorientation was inevitable. Such individuals required gentle reassurance. Pressure could easily provoke a desperate fight-or-flight response. Sit still. Nagato's voice was icy, his nostrils flaring with barely suppressed fury. He yearned to unleash a Shinra Tensei on this insolent blonde boy, to teach him a lesson. Nagato's roar tightened Conan's heart. She vigilantly watched Naruto, wary of his potential overreaction. Naruto, startled, quickly transformed his expression into one of sharp determination. You wish to impersonate my senior? I fear you not. A surge of blue chakra began to gather quietly in his palm, stirring the air around him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Nagato's forehead. What sort of jutsu is that? Stepping forward, Naruto advanced. Nagato's pupils constricted suddenly as he raised his hand. Shinra, clang. Naruto fell heavily at Nagato's feet, as if struck by a mighty hammer. Nagato was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Had he truly unleashed Shinra Tensei, this dilapidated abode would have been reduced to rubble, forcing him to expend great effort seeking a new hideout. Soon, a hoarse and pained groan emerged intermittently. So hungry, so thirsty. Naruto lay sprawled on the ground like a withered old man, unable to move, only able to emit faint sounds. Delicious, delicious. At that moment, Naruto found himself seated at a table, voraciously devouring his meal. Burping contentedly, he handed his empty bowl to Conan, inquiring, "Is there any more food left?" Conan's lips twitched again as her gaze swept across the table, now a chaotic mess, with 15 empty plates stacked high. "There is none left." She knocked gently on the empty pot, her voice tinged with resignation. "This was our rations for a month." Nagato, in his wheelchair, struggled to suppress the urge to unleash Shinra Tensei. Food and shelter were precariously maintained by Conan, who was forced to constantly evade Hanzo's pursuit. Their situation was already dire. The arrival of this unknown individual only heightened Nagato's ire, deepening his disdain for this rude blonde boy. Naruto pouted, appearing somewhat disappointed. "Oh, is that so? Well, I still haven't had my fill." "Conan." Nagato strained violently against the confines of his wheelchair, seemingly on the verge of standing. "I can't take it anymore." With swift reflexes, Conan pressed him back down. The motion was remarkably fluid, and Nagato offered little resistance. He awkwardly turned his wheelchair towards the corner, seeking to avoid further confrontation. At that moment, Conan's voice, cold and commanding, broke the tense silence. "Now, it is time for you to reveal your identity." Naruto stroked his chin, scrutinizing Conan closely. The brief interaction led him to believe that the two before him were indeed real. Reflecting on his previous experiences, he suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. Could it be that we have returned to the past? Naruto understood the necessity of maintaining composure at this moment. Any display of erratic behavior could lead to unpredictable consequences in the future. Clearing his throat, he declared, "I am a ninja from Konoha." "Konoha's ninja?" Nagato echoed with a venomous hatred. The memory of his father's brutal death at the hands of Konoha ninjas remained an unhealed wound, even after all these years. Noticing the intense loathing in Nagato's tone, Naruto slapped his forehead in dismay. Oh no, Nagato's parents were killed by Konoha ninjas, and he now despises them. Both Nagato and Conan spoke simultaneously, their voices tinged with a soothing undertone. Nagato snorted, temporarily suppressing his rage. "Wait." Naruto hurriedly changed the subject. "Have you seen a particularly unattractive boy? He was probably right next to me." "An especially ugly boy?" Conan raised an eyebrow. "Not that I recall," she replied nonchalantly. "But there is indeed a particularly handsome boy." Both Naruto and Nagato's lips twitched. "Where did he go? I mean, did you save him?" Naruto quickly amended. A flicker of hesitation crossed Conan's face as she turned to Nagato. What is your relationship with him? Nagato coldly interrogated. Naruto responded with a confident smile, determined not to fall into a trap this time. Him? Oh, he is just a friend I met along the way. Yes, he is from the Mist Village. That is right, I'm not lying. Naruto insisted with unwavering certainty. Nagato clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Conan, is this the person you trust? A blatant liar. Silent paper slips floated from Conan's sleeves, swiftly enveloping the entire room like flowing sand. Panic seized Naruto. Hey, what are you doing? I'm not lying. Humph. Nagato seethed, his teeth grinding. We found a Konoha headband on that guy. You still claim you have no connection? Clearly, this blonde boy needed to be taught a lesson. At that moment, strange rustling sounds emanated from the adjacent room. The three of them turned, alert, toward the door. The dim yellow light began to flicker ominously, adding an eerie tension to the atmosphere. Gulping nervously, Naruto swallowed hard. Nagato shot him an exasperated glance. Nagato, Conan whispered, that guy might be waking up? Nagato's expression turned grave. Upon first encountering that black-haired boy, he had noticed the Sharingan in his eyes, as well as the Rinnegan that mirrored his own, belonging to the Sage of Six Paths. This revelation left him incredulous. He had intended to seek answers from Madara later. He distinctly remembered binding that individual tightly with coarse hemp rope. How could he have escaped? Bang! The door was violently kicked open. All three were startled by the sudden noise. The door wasn't even locked. It could be pushed open. You fool. Nagato silently raged, the power of Shinra Tensei coiling in his palm. At the door stood Sasuke, straining to maintain his balance with one hand gripping the doorframe. His eerie Sharingan and unfathomable Rinnegan spun simultaneously, coldly surveying everything within the room, rapidly assessing the situation. With his characteristic sarcasm, he soon spoke. You really have a lucky life, still alive? Fuming, Naruto retorted. You jerk, it's not the time for that. Be quiet. Sasuke interrupted sharply, his gaze, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto Nagato and Conan, his body trembling suddenly. Edo Tensei. The Sharingan whirled furiously, yet he could discern no flaw. It was not Edo Tensei. Conan, stand behind me. This guy is dangerous. Nagato barked urgently. Conan complied, swiftly retreating behind Nagato's wheelchair. Whatever you are, die. Sasuke's voice, tinged with delirium, rumbled like a beast's growl, yet his body betrayed him. Extreme dehydration and hunger nearly drained his chakra, making it a struggle just to remain standing. Hey, you all should retract your jutsu, don't worry. Naruto suddenly flashed a radiant smile at Nagato and Conan. Watch me handle him with one hand. Both Nagato and Conan stared at him in astonishment. However, for reasons unknown, Conan found herself inexplicably reassured by the confidence emanating from this blonde boy's smile. Instinctively, she began to retract the enveloping paper slips. Chapter 9 delivered. Sasuke's countenance was stern, a flicker of incredulity flashing across his eyes. What did you say? Who are you to provoke me? You seek death. He strained to maintain his battered form, his mind sharply focused. Blue-white arcs of electricity surged from his palm, the shrill screech of Chidori buzzing ominously, intertwined with the profound dark power of the Six Paths, gathering with a thunderous might. This final strike, I must eliminate him. Sasuke resolved fiercely within himself. Pain surged in Nagato's heart. This ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Naruto, seemingly unfazed, casually cleared his ear, as if everything were under his control. With a slight bend of his right knee, he vanished in an instant, reappearing before Sasuke, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Ugh! The concentrated Chidori dissipated in an instant. Sasuke had no opportunity to react. His remaining strength was far too feeble to allow for any response. Darkness enveloped him as he was rendered unconscious by the force of the punch. I truly admire you, Sasuke. Naruto sighed helplessly, observing the unconscious Sasuke at his feet. You're in such a state, yet still wish to kill me? What speed? Both Nagato and Conan inhaled sharply, even in his usual state. Naruto's displayed prowess was sufficient to rank among the elite of the ninja world. Who exactly are you? Conan's voice was laced with chilling vigilance. I've already stated that I am a ninja of Konoha. Naruto confidently patted his chest, his gaze sincere. Actually, this guy is a rogue ninja, and I must apprehend him. Yes, that's it. A rogue ninja? And with the Rinnegan and Sharingan? Nagato and Conan exchanged glances, a storm of turmoil brewing within them. This was undoubtedly a high-profile criminal of the Uchiha clan. The blonde boy before them, capable of defeating such an entity, possessed unfathomable strength. The two shared a silent consensus. Very well, Nagato spoke solemnly. We do not wish to interfere in your affairs. Once you have rested, please take your leave. Thank you. Naruto scratched his head. Is there anything else? Conan inquired. That, Naruto pointed at the unconscious Sasuke, grinning widely. Does anyone have something to eat? This guy hasn't had a meal yet. Nagato's mouth twitched in irritation, firmly declining. No. If you wish to eat, go find it yourself. With that, he angrily wheeled himself out of the room. Is there any water? Naruto whispered to Conan. There is, she replied, her gaze fixed on the unconscious Sasuke. Naruto, feeling somewhat helpless, offered. I'll step out and help you find something to eat. He turned to Conan with a sunny smile. It's hard on you to take care of him. Isn't it, Conan-chan? Conan's mouth twitched again. Conan-chan? How old are you? 17, he replied. I'm 16. Then what's the problem? It's perfectly fine for me to call you Chan. Naruto beamed, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Conan fell silent, a few dark lines appearing on her forehead. Regretting having revealed her name to this oblivious boy. I'm off. With the sound of the door closing, Conan felt an instant sense of tranquility. She truly did not wish to share a room with this erratic thinker. Her gaze shifted to the unconscious Sasuke, whose handsome, yet pale face inexplicably made her cheeks flush. She quickly slapped her own face. What am I thinking? Getting flustered over a handsome guy? Outside, Naruto emerged to find Nagato lost in thought. He kindly greeted him. Nagato. Brother. What the hell? Smoking? This is just a dogtail grass. Nagato retorted. And who told you to call me brother? Are you trying to take advantage of me? The veins on his forehead throbbed, the power of Shinra Tensei subtly gathering in his hand. Now outside, he was not afraid of causing destruction. Naruto scratched his head with an awkward smile. Sorry. Haha, I'm just going out to find something to eat. Nagato immediately relaxed, a strained smile stretching across his face. Oh, you should have said so earlier. The sooner you go, the sooner you return. Naruto nodded, not wishing to delay further. His chakra had somewhat replenished, and he moved lightly, darting like the wind through the rainforest. At this moment, his heart was filled with urgency. What time is it now? Judging by the appearance of Conan and Nagato, it seemed to be about 40 years after the founding of Konoha. He had not dared to inquire further, fearing suspicion. Had the Ninetales incident occurred? This was the land of rain. With his speed and the ability to enter Sage mode if necessary, he was confident he could reach Konoha within a day. As for Sasuke, given his severe injuries, he would likely remain unconscious for a while. It would be prudent to confirm matters before returning to find him. Naruto's gaze sharpened like an eagle's, focused intently ahead, each step resonating with a sound that pierced the air, not daring to linger even for a moment. In just 3 hours, Naruto reached a small town at the border. Though it was late at night, a few pedestrians lingered in the streets. This place was a symbol of the brief peace following the war, yet with the Third Great Ninja War having recently concluded, the streets were desolate and shops sparse. Naruto glanced down at himself. Tattered clothes, a face smeared with dirt. Sigh, I need to change my outfit, he muttered, walking through the streets. His signature golden hair and ragged attire drew attention. 2 passers-by, appearing to be Nii, exchanged sinister glances, targeting the seemingly defenseless Naruto. Having been invincible for too long, Naruto did not take the potential ambush seriously. Boss, I'll take a piece of clothing, and a cloak too, he announced at a shabby clothing stall. The selection was limited and of questionable origin. The burly owner gave him a sidelong glance, noting his beggar-like appearance, and scoffed, pay first. Naruto slapped his forehead. I don't have any money. He regretted not borrowing from Conan. The burly man grew furious. What are you doing trying to buy clothes without money? Get lost. You're not even worthy to wear the clothes taken from a corpse. The last part he muttered under his breath. Feeling awkward, Naruto was at a loss when suddenly, a heavy arm draped over his shoulder. Naruto frowned slightly. The second passerby leaned in close, grinning maliciously. Hey, little brother. Don't you understand the rules of our black market? You dare wander around alone? The first man closed in from the other side, twirling his fingers. That's right. When you're here, you must follow our rules. He even playfully tapped Naruto's face with a short knife, not too hard, but enough to threaten. The two wore sinister smiles, eager to see Naruto's panicked reaction. However, upon understanding their intentions, Naruto's calm demeanor suddenly transformed into a brilliant smile, catching the two off guard. 10 seconds later, the two thugs lay on the ground, bruised and moaning. You attempted to rob me. Isn't it reasonable for me to claim some compensation for my mental distress? Naruto squatted before them, still smiling. Not unreasonable. Not unreasonable at all. We'll give you all the money. Here. They hurriedly handed over their money bags, their voices trembling. Thank you. Naruto weighed the bulging bag of coins. He then turned back to the astonished clothing stall owner. Boss, is this enough to buy your clothes? Enough. 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 It's on the house. Free. The burly man, having witnessed Naruto's ferocity, dared not be defiant, nodding and bowing low. Oh. Naruto feigned surprise, but did not refuse. You're a good man. Thank you. Once Naruto left, a crowd immediately gathered around the stall. Boss, is it really free? Can I have one too? Get lost. Who do you think you are? The burly man instantly reverted to his fierce demeanor. Cheapskate. Afterward, Naruto enjoyed a hearty meal, luxuriated in a hot bath, and ultimately succumbed to a deep slumber amidst the steamy atmosphere of the bathhouse, completely forgetting the tasks he had set out to accomplish. Chapter 10. Don't push me to hit you, the wind whispered through the forest, adding an air of mystery to the surroundings. Nagato stood alone beneath the night sky, his gaze forlorn. He retrieved a yellowed photograph from his pocket, clearly aged, with its edges slightly wrinkled, while the frame itself appeared newly adorned. In the picture were he, Konan, Yahiko, and their mentor Jiraiya. A wave of nostalgia washed over Nagato, prompting an involuntary sigh. Those were truly splendid times. Konan quietly approached him, her voice tinged with hesitation. Nagato, are we truly going to accept the help of that masked man? In this cursed world, genuine peace does not exist. Nagato's voice was resolute. We must forge a new order, one that makes the entire ninja realm understand the price of peace. This is also to fulfill Yahiko's dream. Konan's gaze dimmed momentarily. Suddenly, Nagato felt a jolt. Is this ninjutsu? Beside them, Naruto appeared unfazed, leisurely digging at his ear as if everything was under control. He slightly bent his knees, and in an instant, vanished from sight, reappearing before Sasuke, delivering a powerful punch to his midsection. Ugh! The gathered Chidori currents shattered instantly. Sasuke had no chance to react. Perhaps the remnants of his strength were insufficient for a response. Darkness enveloped him as he succumbed to unconsciousness from the blow. I'm truly amazed, Sasuke. Naruto sighed helplessly, gazing at the unconscious Sasuke at his feet, thinking, you, in such a weakened state, still wish to kill me? Truly incomprehensible. What speed? Both Nagato and Konan gasped in disbelief. Even in his usual state, Naruto exhibited prowess sufficient to place him among the elite of the ninja world. Who on earth are you? Konan's voice dripped with icy caution. I have already stated, I am a ninja of Konoha. Naruto confidently patted his chest, his gaze sincere. In truth, this fellow is a rogue ninja. I must capture him and bring him back indeed. A rogue ninja? With Rinnegan and Sharingan? Nagato and Konan exchanged a glance, turmoil brewing within them. This was undoubtedly a notorious member of the Uchiha clan. The young man before them, with his golden hair, had managed to defeat such a being. His strength unfathomable, while that Uchiha was no ordinary adversary. Their eyes met, and an unspoken agreement was reached. Very well, Nagato said solemnly. We do not wish to interfere in your matters. If you have recuperated, you may take your leave. Thank you. Naruto scratched his head, appearing somewhat bashful. Is there anything else? Konan inquired. Well, Naruto pointed at the unconscious Sasuke, flashing a sunlit smile. Is there anything to eat? This fellow hasn't had a meal yet. Nagato's mouth twitched in irritation as he curtly replied, there is none. If you wish to eat, go find it yourself. With that, he angrily wheeled himself out. Is there any water? Naruto whispered to Konan. There is, she replied. Observing the unconscious Sasuke on the bed, Naruto scratched his head in frustration. I'll step out and find something for you. He turned to Konan, offering a radiant smile. Thank you for taking care of him, Konan. Konan? She repeated, her lips twitching. How old are you? I'm 17. I'm 16. Then isn't it all right for me to call you sister? Naruto responded as if it were the most natural thing. Konan fell silent. Feeling a few black lines appear on her forehead, she began to regret revealing her name to this Navi individual. I'm off now, take care. As the door closed behind him, Konan felt an immediate calmness envelop her. She truly did not wish to share the space with this whimsical character any longer. Her gaze shifted to the unconscious Sasuke, his handsome, yet pale visage inexplicably causing her cheeks to warm slightly. She quickly slapped her face. What am I thinking? Am I dazed just because I saw a handsome guy? Outside, Naruto emerged to find Nagato lost in thought. He greeted him cheerfully. Nagato, are you smoking? Smoking? This is dog-tail grass. And who told you to call me brother? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Nagato's forehead twitched, the power of his Shinra Tensei subtly gathering in his hand. At that moment, he was not concerned about causing destruction. Naruto scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Sorry, huh? I'll go find food now. Nagato immediately relaxed his stance, forcing a smile. Oh, if you had said so earlier, the sooner you go, the sooner you return. Naruto nodded, not wishing to linger. His chakra had replenished somewhat, and he moved swiftly, like the wind weaving through the rainforest. At that moment, his heart raced. What time is it now? Based on Konan and Nagato's appearances, it seemed to be roughly 40 years after the founding of Konoha. He hadn't dared to ask them directly, fearing suspicion. Had the Nine-Tails incident occurred? This was the land of rain. With his speed, coupled with the ability to enter Sage mode if necessary, he was confident he could reach Konoha within a day. As for Sasuke, given his severe injuries, he likely wouldn't awaken anytime soon. It would be prudent to confirm the situation before returning to find him. Naruto's gaze sharpened like an eagle's, focused intently ahead, each step resonating with the sound of breaking air, leaving no room for hesitation. In just 3 hours, Naruto arrived at a small border town. Despite the late hour, a few pedestrians lingered in the streets. This place symbolized a brief peace after the war, but with the Third Great Ninja War having ended not long ago, the streets appeared desolate, with few shops open. Naruto glanced down at himself, tattered clothing, covered in dust. Sigh, I need to change my attire, he muttered. Walking through the streets, his distinctive golden hair and shabby garments drew attention. 2 passers-by, appearing to be Nii, exchanged malicious glances, fixating on the seemingly defenseless Naruto. Having been invincible for too long, Naruto indeed did not regard such minor characters' ambush as a threat. Boss, I need to buy some clothes and a cloak. Naruto stopped at a shabby clothing stall. The selection was meager and of dubious origin. The burly owner shot him a sidelong glance, noticing his beggar-like appearance, and coldly huffed. Pay first. Naruto slapped his forehead. I have no money. He regretted not borrowing some from Konan. The burly man instantly grew furious. What are you doing here without money? Get lost. You aren't even worthy of wearing something stripped from a corpse. The last part he muttered under his breath. Feeling embarrassed, Naruto was at a loss when suddenly, a heavy arm landed on his shoulder. Naruto frowned. The second passerby leaned in close, grinning maliciously. Hey, kid, don't you understand our black market's rules? You dare to wander around alone? The first passerby moved in from the other side, twisting his fingers. That's right. If you're here, you must adhere to our rules. Saying this, he even slapped Naruto's face lightly with a short knife. The two wore sinister grins, eagerly awaiting Naruto's panicked reaction. However, once Naruto understood their intentions, a radiant smile suddenly blossomed on his calm face. The unexpected smile caught the two off guard. 10 seconds later, the first and second passerby lay on the ground, bruised and groaning. You attempted to rob me, so I believe it's reasonable to ask for some compensation for emotional distress, right? Naruto squatted before them, still smiling. That's not unreasonable. Not unreasonable at all. Here, take the money. They hastily offered their coin pouch, their voices trembling. Thank you very much. Take care. Naruto weighed the heavy pouch of coins. He turned back to the astonished stall owner. Boss, is this enough to buy your clothes? Enough. 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 Sir, these clothes are actually free. Consider them a gift. The burly man, having witnessed Naruto's ferocity, dared not act up, bowing and scraping. Oh, Naruto said with surprise. But he did not decline. You're truly kind. Thank you. Once Naruto left, a crowd quickly gathered around the stall. Boss, is it really free? Can I have one too? Get lost. Who do you think you are? The burly man instantly returned to his fierce demeanor. TCH. So stingy. Afterward, Naruto enjoyed a hearty meal, took a comfortable hot bath, and ultimately fell into a deep slumber amidst the steamy warmth, completely forgetting the tasks he had set out to accomplish. Chapter 10. Do not force me to strike you. The whispers of the wind in the forest added an air of mystery to the night. Nagato stood alone beneath the starlit sky, his gaze forlorn. He retrieved a yellowed photo frame from his pocket, within which lay an evidently old photograph, its edges frayed. Yet the frame itself gleamed as if newly polished. The image captured him, Konan, Yahiko, and their master Jiraiya. Memories flooded his mind, and Nagato could not suppress a sigh. Those were indeed better times. Konan quietly approached him, her her voice tinged with hesitation. Nagato, are we truly going to accept the help of that masked man? In this cursed world, genuine peace does not exist. Nagato's tone was resolute and powerful. We will establish a new order, ensuring that the entire ninja world comprehends the cost of peace. This is also to fulfill Yahiko's wish. Konan's eyes dimmed slightly. The death of Yahiko remained an indelible thorn in her heart, a source of guilt that clung to her like a parasite, burdening her despite the passage of time. Yet, her resolve had never wavered. Nagato, whatever you choose to do, I shall support you. Her tone was unwavering, her gaze fervent. Nagato nodded slightly, then his expression turned grave. There is another matter. That man who calls himself Uchiha Obito is coming. Do not let him discover that boy. He lowered his voice. I still do not understand the nature of his Rinnegan. If the masked man learns about it, it could spell trouble. Konan solemnly nodded in agreement. Nagato's heart churned as he forced himself to remain calm. Is that masked man deceiving us? He claims to be the sole possessor of the Rinnegan, the savior of the ninja world, yet at this moment, we have little choice but to accept his aid. All of this is for Yahiko's dream. Just as his thoughts were in turmoil, a cold and magnetic voice abruptly interrupted. Nagato, it's been a while. The speaker was none other than Obito, clad in a white vortex mask, accompanied by Zetsu, who shadowed him closely. Nagato's heart raced. He arrived so quickly. Has Konan hidden well? Nagato, why are you lost in thought? Obito's voice bore an inquisitive tone. Nagato snapped back to reality, tearing off the eye covering to reveal his profound Rinnegan. His expression impassive as he spoke. I agree. Prepare yourself. Let us commence. Very well. Obito's lips curled into a suppressed smile beneath his mask, relishing the advancement of his plan. Rest assured, Yahiko remains the leader of the Akatsuki. He shifted his tone to one of deliberate coldness. By the way, Nagato, where is your ever-present companion Konan? Nagato's body stiffened imperceptibly, his gaze instinctively darting towards the closed door, momentarily at a loss for words. Obito immediately sensed Nagato's unease. His sharp eyes turned toward the small room, swiftly discerning the situation. Nagato, Obito's voice turned icy. You aren't hiding anything from me, are you? Do you not trust me? The air thickened, tension palpable. Nagato's fingers twitched, the power of Shinra Tensei brewing in the shadows. Obito's face darkened beneath the mask, soon erupting into a low, mocking laughter. Ha ha, Nagato, I am Uchiha Madara. You know my capabilities. Yet you are the savior of this world. I trust you understand what the right choice is. He paused for emphasis. So, do take care of yourself. Nagato's lips twitched in irritation. You, just then? A deafening crash echoed as the battered wooden door was forcefully kicked open. Konan was thrown out by a sudden surge of force, staggering a few steps before regaining her balance. Dressed in casual attire, her clothing was disheveled, the shoulder of her jacket torn. The two individuals outside gaped in astonishment. Zetsu's mouth formed an exaggerated O-shape. Sasuke. Sasuke stepped out from within, his expression irate as he muttered, You crazy woman. If it weren't for the Kusanagi sword being stolen, I would have already cut you down. Their gazes swiftly shifted from the disheveled Konan to the emerging Sasuke. Nagato, Obito's voice dripped with newfound gravity and scrutiny. Who is this? Sasuke turned his head nonchalantly, when his unique eyes, shimmering with purple ripples, met their gaze. Both Obito and Black Zetsu felt a surge of turmoil within them. The Rinnegan? Obito's mind raced, seeking any potential clues within Madara's legacy. Black Zetsu rapidly traversed the annals of ninja history spanning thousands of years. How could there be another Rinnegan? Did Madara awaken the Heavenly Eye? White Zetsu's soul cried out in confusion. Upon hearing the mention of the Heavenly Eye, Black Zetsu's fury ignited. Damn Uchiha Madara. How dare he awaken the Heavenly Eye without informing me? And this Rinnegan belongs to the Uchiha. Obito's gaze fixated on Sasuke's crimson tomo, his mind a tangled mess. Konan, her face etched with guilt, hurried to Nagato's side, whispering an urgent explanation. He was too strong. Nagato felt a tightness in his chest, nearly choking on his frustration. He grabbed Konan's arm, his eyes piercing into hers, filled with silent accusation and a desperate need for answers. You are one of the Uchiha? Obito's voice turned frigid as a blade, his gaze hawkishly fixed on Sasuke, simultaneously exerting immense pressure on Nagato. Nagato, explain. Nagato returned to the present, his face a canvas of hesitation and inner turmoil. Obito's brow furrowed. It seems this individual shares a significant bond with Nagato. They may very well be conspiring together. I cannot allow any disruptions to my Moon Eye plan. This unforeseen twist, a second Rinnegan, especially one belonging to the Uchiha, if it could be subdued, it would be ideal. If not, Obito's thoughts turned deadly. I am sorry, but you shall meet the true Uchiha Madara. His resolve was set. Sasuke surveyed the somewhat chaotic scene before him, piecing together the dialogue he had overheard, grasping that he had returned to a pivotal moment in the past. Yet, he remained unfazed. To him, aside from Naruto, who barely caught his interest, the rest of the ninja world were mere insects unworthy of his regard. His knowledge of the future and ascension to the pinnacle of the ninja realm had driven him to a point of madness, far exceeding any previous limits. At this moment, he had fully embraced the madness of his new persona, far surpassing his former self. Sasuke paid little heed to those before him. He nonchalantly averted his gaze, preparing to depart. Chapter 11. Establishing Authority. Hey, without so much as a greeting, departing is rather rude, isn't it? A chilling voice echoed from 5 meters away, halting Sasuke, who was about to turn and leave. Haha, this kid is in for a rough time, White Zetsu muttered gleefully, his expression one of amusement. Nagato frowned deeply. He had intended to recruit this formidable young man into Akatsuki, but the situation had grown complicated. Sasuke paused, crossing his arms over his chest. Casting a sidelong glance at Obito, he knew well who the masked man before him was, Uchiha Obito. But what of it? Could the opponent leap up to strike the toes of his complete Susanoo? How utterly dismissive. Sasuke's scornful glance ignited Obito's fury, a palpable aura of murderous intent surging forth. Speaking is one thing. To do so with that condescending gaze, not even affording him a direct look. Nagato's mouth twitched in irritation, silently pondering. What a show-off. The loss of Yahiko lingered in her heart like an indelible thorn, the guilt festering like a parasite, weighing heavily upon her despite the passage of time. Yet, her resolve remained unwavering. Nagato, no matter your path, I shall support you wholeheartedly. Her tone was resolute, her gaze aflame with determination. Nagato nodded slightly. There is one more thing. His expression turned grave. It had been a long time since the self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara had made his presence known. Do not let him discover that, boy. Nagato lowered his voice, still uncertain of the true nature of his Rinnegan. If the masked man were to sense it, trouble would surely ensue. Conan solemnly nodded. Nagato's mind raced, forcing himself to remain calm. Is that masked man plotting something? He claimed to be the sole possessor of the Rinnegan, the savior of the ninja world. Yet at this moment, there seemed no alternative but to rely on his power. All of this was in pursuit of Yahiko's dream. Just as his thoughts spiraled, a cold, magnetic voice pierced through. Nagato, long time no see. The speaker was Obito, donning a white whirlpool mask, accompanied by Zetsu, who trailed like a shadow. Nagato's heart jolted. He arrived so swiftly. Conan, have you hidden well? Nagato, why are you dazed? Obito's voice carried a hint of inquiry. Nagato regained his composure, swiftly removing his eye cover to reveal his profound Rinnegan, expressionless as he declared, I promise you. When ready, let us begin. Good. The corners of Obito's mouth crept upwards beneath his mask. A crucial step in his plan had finally been realized. Rest assured, Yahiko remains the leader of Akatsuki. His tone shifted to one of deliberate chilliness as he inquired, Nagato, where is your ever-present companion, Conan? Nagato's body stiffened momentarily, his gaze instinctively darting toward the closed door. Momentarily speechless, Obito immediately sensed Nagato's unease. His sharp eyes turned toward the small room, quickly catching on to the clues. Nagato, Obito's voice turned icy. You're not hiding something from me, are you? Do you distrust me? The atmosphere thickened, tension palpable. Nagato's fingers twitched as the force of Shinra Tensei brewed in the shadows. Obito's expression darkened beneath his mask, before erupting into low, mocking laughter. Ha, Nagato. I am Uchiha Madara. You are aware of my capabilities. But you are the savior of this world. I trust you understand what the right choice is. He paused significantly. So, do take care of your health. Nagato's lips twitched in anger. Just then, a deafening crash resounded as the battered door was forcefully kicked open. Conan was hurled out by a sudden force, staggering a few steps before regaining her balance. She was dressed casually, her attire now slightly disheveled, with a tear on the shoulder of her jacket. The two individuals outside, along with Zetsu, widened their eyes in astonishment. Zetsu's mouth formed an exaggerated shape as Sasuke stepped out, visibly displeased. muttering indignantly, "You mad woman. If the Kusanagi sword hadn't been stolen, I would have cut you down already." Their gazes swiftly shifted from the disheveled Konan to the emerging Sasuke. Nagato, Obito's voice was laced with unprecedented gravity and inquiry. "This is..." Sasuke turned his head casually. When those distinct eyes, glimmering with purple ripples, met their gaze, a storm surged within Obito and Black Zetsu. "Rinnegan?" Obito's mind raced, desperately seeking clues within Madara's final words. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu rapidly traced back through the annals of ninja history. How could there be another Rinnegan? Did Lord Madara awaken the Heavenly Eye? White Zetsu's soul-searching inquiry chimed once more. Hearing the term Heavenly Eye set Black Zetsu ablaze with fury. "Damn, Uchiha Madara. How could he awaken the Heavenly Eye and not inform me? Moreover, this Sharingan belonged to the Uchiha?" Obito stared at Sasuke's crimson tomo, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Konan, her face flushed with guilt, hurried to Nagato's side, whispering hastily, "He's too strong." Nagato felt a tightness in his chest. Nearly gasping for breath, he seized Konan's arm, his gaze fixated upon her, filled with silent reproach and questions desperately seeking to be voiced. "Are you one of the Uchiha?" Obito's voice was as cold as steel, his gaze locking on Sasuke like a hawk, simultaneously exerting immense pressure on Nagato. "Nagato, explain." Nagato came to himself, his face a tapestry of hesitation and struggle. Obito's brows furrowed. It seemed this fellow shared a profound connection with Nagato, and they were likely conspiring together. He would not allow his Moon Eye plan to encounter any setbacks. This unexpected surprise, another pair of Rinnegan, still Uchiha. If he could subdue him, it would be splendid. If not, Obito's murderous intent flickered ominously. "I'm sorry, but you shall meet the true Uchiha Madara." His thoughts were resolute. Sasuke surveyed the somewhat chaotic scene before him, piecing together the earlier conversation and grasped the situation, finding himself returned to a certain juncture in the past. Yet, he remained unfazed. In his eyes, apart from Naruto, who barely caught his attention, the inhabitants of the ninja world were nothing more than ants, unworthy even of carrying his shoes. His foreknowledge of the future and his ascent to the pinnacle of the ninja realm had driven him to the brink of madness, unleashing a boundless frenzy within him. At this moment, he had fully unlocked the template of a deranged figure, surpassing all previous iterations. Sasuke paid no heed to the individuals before him, dismissing them entirely. He averted his gaze and prepared to leave. Chapter 11. Establishing Dominance. "Hey, leaving without a word is rather rude, don't you think?" Came the cold voice of Obito from 5 meters away, halting Sasuke in his tracks. "He's in for a world of trouble," White Zetsu muttered gleefully, wearing a look of anticipation. Nagato frowned deeply. He had intended to recruit this formidable young man into the Akatsuki, but the situation had become precarious. "Humph," Sasuke paused, crossing his arms and casting a sidelong glance at Obito. He was well aware of the masked man's identity, Uchiha Obito. But what of it? Could the man truly challenge him, standing as he was in the presence of his complete Susanoo? "You truly underestimate me." This disdainful glance infuriated Obito, and a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the scene. Speaking was one thing, but to be met with such scornful disdain was intolerable. Nagato's lips twitched slightly as he thought to himself, what an insufferable display. In contrast, a glimmer of admiration flashed in Konan's eyes. How impressive. Nagato turned to her with suspicion, sensing something amiss. "Are you speaking to me?" Sasuke scoffed dismissively. Obito's fists clenched silently within his wide sleeves. He had no desire to waste further words on this arrogant youth and decided to get straight to the point. "How did you acquire your Rinnegan?" Sasuke let out a cold snort. "Who do you think you are? Why should I tell you?" The atmosphere immediately plummeted to a frigid silence. Obito was momentarily at a loss for words, his body trembling with barely contained rage, teetering on the brink of explosion. Nagato coughed twice, attempting to ease the tension. "Obito, this is a rogue ninja from Konoha. We intend to recruit him into the Akatsuki." "Oh." Obito's fury subsided slightly as he regarded Sasuke with a scrutinizing gaze. Konan tightened her grip on her sleeves, anxiously observing the escalating confrontation between the two. "Is that so?" Obito quickly donned a different persona, smiling lightly as he extended a hand. "Then, the Akatsuki welcomes your inclusion." "You must be mistaken," Sasuke interrupted mercilessly. "When did I ever say I wanted to join your Akatsuki? Do you think you're worthy?" "You." Obito's outstretched hand froze midair, rendered awkward. White Zetsu couldn't help but chuckle, Hehe, Obito is truly a ninja in the purest sense. Nagato was at a loss for words. He was clearly trying to assist. Yet this young man showed no gratitude. Compared to that previous blonde youth, these two Konoha individuals were increasingly abnormal. Sasuke pondered briefly. Since he could not return immediately, he wondered what Itachi had felt during his time in the Akatsuki. Driven by curiosity, Sasuke decided to temporarily join, if it did not suit him. He could always eliminate them later. Wait a moment. Sasuke suddenly spoke, his tone dripping with condescension. I've changed my mind. If you beg me, I might consider joining your Akatsuki. Remember, this is not a request, it's an order. After all, at your level, you're not even worthy of my voluntary participation. Nagato was taken aback. Konan was stunned. Obito could scarcely contain himself. That depends on whether you have the capability. He swiftly formed hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball, 5 meters in diameter, roared towards Sasuke. Yet, Sasuke remained unfazed, even closing his eyes, too lazy to lift his head. Boom. The fireball exploded violently, scorching the ground into a charred wasteland. Humph, this is the fate of those who overreach, Obito sneered derisively. Pathetic, what are you looking at? The cold voice struck Obito like thunder. Sasuke had utilized his heavenly hand power to instantly appear behind Obito, delivering a blindingly swift Chidori. Bang! Obito did not have time to even consider phasing out, as he was sent flying like a ragdoll, crashing through several trees before hitting the ground with a thud. Cough! Obito spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes beneath the mask filled with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? Nagato's Rinnegan widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, how is this possible? Konan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she patted Nagato's shoulder. Nagato! Nagato! Did you see that? With such power joining the Akatsuki, we need not risk executing that masked man as planned any longer. The most bewildered was Black Zetsu. He understood Obito's strength. He was a direct disciple of Madara, a truly shadow-level powerhouse, and yet he had been taken down in a single blow. He quickly contemplated. If we could recruit such a strong individual, it would greatly benefit the Eye of the Moon plan. Black Zetsu immediately approached with obsequiousness, lowering his aloe-like head, speaking humbly, my lord, I implore you to join our Akatsuki. Obito's inner voice screamed, Black Zetsu, what are you doing? Isn't this the will of Madara? Sasuke grimaced in disgust. You, a mere lump, dare to converse with me? Bring your master. In Sasuke's eyes, Black Zetsu, who possessed no strength and only played with schemes, was utterly contemptible. Black Zetsu was bewildered. May I ask who my master is? Whoever summoned you, go seek them out. Is it not obvious? Black Zetsu's heart trembled. Mother? Does he know of Mother's existence? He did not dare respond, and could only cast a pleading glance at Obito. However, Obito was now half dead, slumped against a tree. Even with the formidable regenerative power of Hashirama's cells, he could not rise in the short term. Nagato was still reeling from the monumental shock. His mind racing. Is it possible this guy is so powerful? That previous blonde couldn't he possibly be stronger than him, right? I scolded him. Will he seek revenge on me? This is disastrous. Nagato! Nagato! Konan leaned in, urgently calling out to him. Nagato snapped back to reality. Nagato, why are you always distracted? This is unacceptable. Konan sighed in exasperation. Nagato, what shall we do now? Nagato wrestled internally. Am I truly to beg that arrogant fool? Wouldn't he that ruined the aloof persona I've so painstakingly cultivated? He declared resolutely, I am a god. A god does not beg. Konan looked at him, blinking as if sand had entered her eyes. The next moment, she took a deep breath and approached Sasuke, bowing deeply. My lord, I beseech you, please join our Akatsuki. But as soon as she spoke, she furrowed her brow, sensing something was amiss. When did recruitment for the Akatsuki become like this? Was it always like this? She felt inexplicably that her intelligence had been affected since her conversation with that previous blonde youth. Sasuke remained with his arms crossed, maintaining his lofty demeanor. He instinctively rubbed his shoulder. This madwoman had bitten him before. What are you doing here, you crazy woman? Sasuke retreated 2 steps in wariness. Reporting, my lord. The Akatsuki currently consists of only the 4 of us, Konan explained. Sasuke surveyed the 4 present, understanding that at this moment, it was indeed just them. Sensing his position was under serious threat, Nagato hastily raised his hand. I am the leader of the Akatsuki. Sasuke merely cast an indifferent glance in his direction, unperturbed, and continued, introduce yourselves. He had not had much contact with the original core members of the Akatsuki, aside from that starfish. I am Conan. The one seated in the wheelchair is Nagato. The black and white humanoids beside us are Zetsu. The individual you dispatched is Uchiha Obito, Conan introduced. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's lips curled into a sardonic smirk. Uchiha Obito? Huh, merely a pitiable fool in my eyes. To him, Obito was nothing more than a jester, creating chaos in the ninja world for the sake of a romantic game. What else could he be? This statement left Nagato, Conan, and Black Zetsu utterly baffled. Only Black Zetsu felt an alarming surge of dread within, horrified at the possibility that he might actually know. Terrified, he dared not respond. No, this is absolutely impossible. Black Zetsu quickly dismissed the thought, assuming Sasuke was merely posturing. He was utterly certain that Obito's identity was known to no one but himself, White Zetsu, and Obito himself. These allies were undeniably trustworthy. There was no possibility of a leak. Chapter 12. The Birth of Pain. Now that you have consented to join the Akatsuki, I shall elucidate the organization's philosophy, Nagato asserted, forcing a calm demeanor, though his inner self was tranquil. He reflected, I possess the power of the Rinnegan. While he has but one, doesn't that render my strength twice his? It's merely that he has yet to fully harness the power of this eye. The Akatsuki. Sasuke waved his hand dismissively. Wait. He spoke languidly, expressing no interest in your intentions. Go fetch something to eat. As for your original plans, continue as you see fit. Do not mind my presence. To him, this was merely a game played by a handful of mediocrities, devoid of any value in participation. A flicker of intrigue sparkled in Conan's eyes as she thought to herself how strikingly handsome he was. Nagato turned his gaze toward her, sensing that something was amiss with Conan. Are you speaking to me? Sasuke scoffed derisively, his tone laced with disdain. Obito clenched his fists silently within his ample sleeves. He was unwilling to waste words on this arrogant individual and cut straight to the point. Kid, how did you acquire your Rinnegan? Sasuke coldly scoffed. Who do you think you are to ask me that? The atmosphere instantly plummeted to an icy chill. Obito was momentarily rendered speechless, his body trembling with suppressed fury. As though on the verge of eruption, Nagato cleared his throat twice, attempting to ease the tension. Uchiha Obito is a rogue ninja from Konoha. We intend to recruit him into the Akatsuki. Oh, Obito's anger slightly quelled, and his tone became more scrutinizing. Conan nervously clenched her sleeves, glancing between the two combatants. Feeling utterly lost. I see. Obito quickly donned a different facade, chuckling lightly as he extended a hand. Thus, the Akatsuki welcomes your participation. You must be mistaken. Sasuke interrupted without mercy. When did I ever say I would join your Akatsuki? You think you are worthy? You. Obito's outstretched hand froze in midair, creating an incredibly awkward silence. White Zetsu could not suppress a giggle. Obito is the true ninja here. Nagato felt utterly helpless. He was merely trying to defuse the situation, yet this brat showed no appreciation. Compared to that previous yellow-haired kid, these two from Konoha were even more abnormal. Sasuke pondered for a moment. Since I cannot return immediately, what was Itachi's experience with the Akatsuki back then? Curiosity piqued, Sasuke decided to temporarily join, if it proved unsatisfactory. He could annihilate them at any moment. Wait a moment. Sasuke suddenly spoke, his tone dripping with condescending arrogance. I've changed my mind. You all must beg me. I might consider joining your Akatsuki. Remember, this is not a request, but a command. After all, at your level, you lack the qualification for me to voluntarily join. Nagato was taken aback. Conan was stunned. Black Zetsu Obito could hardly contain himself. That depends on whether you possess the capability. He swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball, 5 meters in diameter, roared towards Sasuke. Yet, Sasuke remained unfazed, even closing his eyes. Too lazy to lift his head. Boom. The great fireball exploded violently, scorching the ground into a charred wasteland. Huh. This is the fate of pretentiousness, Obito sneered coldly. Pathetic. What are you looking at? A chilling voice thundered in Obito's ears. Sasuke, utilizing the power of the heaven's hand, instantaneously appeared behind Obito and struck with a dazzling Chidori. Bang! Obito had no time to even contemplate phasing out, sent hurtling like a ragdoll, crashing through a dozen trees before landing heavily on the ground. Gasp! Obito coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes beneath the mask filled with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? Nagato similarly widened his Rinnegan eyes, incredulously exclaiming, how can this be? The starlight in Conan's eyes sparkled even more brilliantly as she excitedly tapped Nagato's shoulder. Nagato! Nagato! Did you see that? With such strength joining the Akatsuki, we need not risk executing that masked man's plan any longer. The most bewildered of all was Black Zetsu. He well understood Obito's capabilities, Obito's direct disciple, a genuine shadow-level powerhouse, yet he had been defeated in a single blow. He swiftly calculated in his mind. If we could recruit such a formidable individual, it would greatly benefit the advancement of the Eye of the Moon plan. Black Zetsu immediately approached, lowering his aloe-like head, his tone humble. My lord, I implore you to join our Akatsuki. Inside, Obito screamed, Black Zetsu, what are you doing? Isn't this against Obito's will? Sasuke looked on with disdain. Do you think a mere lump can converse with me? Fetch your master. In Sasuke's eyes, Black Zetsu, a schemer devoid of strength, was the most contemptible of all. Black Zetsu was stunned. May I inquire who my master is? Whoever summoned you, seek them out. Is it necessary to ask me? Black Zetsu's heart trembled. Mother? Does he know of her existence? He dared not respond, only casting a pleading glance at Obito. However, at that moment, Obito was slumped against a tree. Even with the powerful healing ability of Hashirama's cells, he could not rise quickly. Nagato remained engulfed in overwhelming shock. His mind racing. No way could this guy be this strong. That previous yellow-haired one couldn't he possibly be stronger than him? Could he? I insulted him. Will he seek revenge? This is disastrous. Nagato! Nagato! Conan leaned in close, urgently calling his name. Only then did Nagato snap back to reality. Nagato, why do you always zone out? This is unacceptable. Conan sighed helplessly. Nagato, what shall we do now? Nagato struggled internally. Surely I cannot be compelled to beg that arrogant fool, right? Wouldn't that ruin the aloof persona I have painstakingly cultivated? He resolutely whispered, I am a god. Gods do not beg. Conan gazed at him, blinking, feeling as though sand had entered her eyes. The next moment, Conan took a deep breath, approached Sasuke, and bowed deeply. My lord, I beg you, please join our Akatsuki. But as soon as she finished speaking, Conan furrowed her brow, feeling something was amiss. Since when did recruiting for the Akatsuki become like this? Was it always like this? She inexplicably felt that her intelligence had been affected since conversing with that previous yellow-haired kid. Sasuke remained with his arms crossed, maintaining his disdainful posture. He instinctively rubbed his shoulder, recalling that this madwoman had bitten him earlier. Why are you, this insane woman, here? Sasuke warily stepped back 2 paces. Reporting to you. My lord, Conan explained, the Akatsuki currently consists only of the 4 of us. Sasuke's gaze swept across the 4 present, and he understood. Indeed, at this point in time, it was just the 4 of them. It seems that Nagato has sensed a grave threat to his status, and he hurriedly raised his hand to indicate. I am the leader of the Akatsuki. Sasuke merely cast a dispassionate glance in his direction, showing little regard, and continued to inquire, please introduce yourselves. He had not had much interaction with the core members of the original Akatsuki, except for that starfish. I am Conan. The one seated in the wheelchair is Nagato. The beings beside me, one black and one white, are Zetsu. The one you knocked away is Uchiha Obito, Conan introduced. Upon hearing this, a sardonic smile crept across Sasuke's lips. Uchiha Obito? Huh, merely a pitiable fool. In his eyes, Obito was nothing more than a jester. Stirring the waters of the ninja world for the sake of a romantic game, was he not? This remark left Nagato, Conan, and Black Zetsu utterly bewildered. Only Black Zetsu felt an alarming dread, thinking, does he truly know? Terrified, he dared not respond. No, that is impossible. Black Zetsu quickly dismissed the notion, convincing himself that Sasuke was merely posturing. He was utterly certain that aside from himself and White Zetsu, no one else knew of Obito's true identity. These allies were absolutely trustworthy, and there was no possibility of leaks. Chapter 12. The birth of the Deva Path Pain. Since you have agreed to join the Akatsuki, I shall elucidate our philosophy. Nagato spoke with forced calmness, though internally he was tranquil. He mused, possessing the Rinnegan, he was twice as powerful as Sasuke, who had only one eye. It was merely that Sasuke had yet to fully harness the power of his eye. We are the Akatsuki. Sasuke waved his hand dismissively, saying lazily, I have no interest in what you intend to do. Go fetch something to eat. As for your original plans, continue as you wish, do not mind me. To him, this was merely a game of make-believe played by a few mediocrities, devoid of any value for participation. All right, Nagato dared not retort. Their brief interaction had revealed that this individual was fiercely prideful and loved to show off. Since he was currently at a disadvantage, it would be wiser to acquiesce for the time being. Once he fully mastered the power of the Rinnegan, he would not fear dealing with this braggart. With that thought, Nagato unconsciously formed a confident smile. Rest assured, Yahiko, within the Akatsuki, no one shall act recklessly. He vowed silently. Sasuke's expression suddenly darkened. By the way, where's that blonde? He went out. He must be getting food, Conan replied softly. Sasuke clicked his tongue. Since he could not kill Naruto now, it was imperative to clear his thoughts and plan for the future. I need to rest. Aside from food, do not disturb me. With that, he strode into the room, leaving the three of them exchanging glances. Black Zetsu glanced at the now vacant spot where Obito had been. Has he fled in fear? Black Zetsu's face turned ashen. Obito truly was a coward. Why isn't he fighting? The space rippled, and Obito's figure slowly emerged beside Zetsu. How could Lord Madara be taken down in one blow? White Zetsu mocked with a grin. Obito clenched his fists, his tone low. It was merely a sneak attack. Do you think he can defeat me? Ridiculous. Black Zetsu internally scoffed, then say it out loud. Obito took a deep breath, the injuries on his back fully healed. He refused to believe he could lose. It must have been due to a poor night's sleep. Next time, he would make Sasuke pay. A murderous intent quietly took root within him. Nagato gazed at the masked man, his heart wavering. Such weak strength was truly hard to accept. However, thinking of the Six Paths pain plan and his own frail body, he declared firmly, Uchiha Obito, the plan shall proceed as usual. For the future of the Akatsuki, a divine agent must exist. Conan showed a hint of reluctance. Nagato. Obito was momentarily taken aback. After today's turmoil, he did not expect the plan to continue as scheduled. Good, let us change locations. Hours later, within the massive tree atop the mountain, as Obito and Zetsu stepped out, from the shadows emerged a figure clad in a black robe adorned with fiery clouds. It was Yahiko. His body was pierced with black rods, and his eyes were replaced by the eerie purple Rinnegan. Yahiko, the leader of the Akatsuki, it remains you. Nagato's voice came through the connection, steady and resolute. At this moment, he was fixed to a massive wooden frame, his back similarly adorned with rods controlling pain. The Devapath pain was born here. The Akatsuki welcomed a new life. Inside, Sasuke tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The initial frenzy had subsided, and he began to calmly assess this bizarre situation. Compared to killing Naruto, the flood of information that had surged in such a brief period truly stirred his emotions. The impending destruction of the ninja world, the mysterious Uchiha clan members. This twist of fate across time, it all felt like a dream. As for that slain Uchiha, Sasuke remained unperturbed. Insignificant ants, weak yet noisy. Crushing them was a trivial matter. And that future he envisioned, he was certain it was real. The girl named Sarada evoked a strange sense of intimacy that transcended blood ties. But Naruto becoming the 7th Hokage, and he becoming Naruto's dog, that was utterly impossible. Though he could begrudgingly call Naruto a friend, he would never stoop to being a mere pet, especially since he did not regard Naruto highly at present. Furthermore, if the future were truly to be ravaged by the so-called Otsutsuki, as the future Hokage, how could he allow others to trample upon his people and land? Thankfully, there was still a chance to turn the tide. There were still decades before that desperate future. Wait. Sasuke's body suddenly stiffened, a thought slicing through the fog like lightning. The night of the massacre had not yet occurred. I can change all of this. Mom, Dad. Ha. The manic laughter abruptly echoed within the room, as countless schemes to destroy Konoha and eliminate Danzo surged wildly in his mind. As for whether it would affect the future, Sasuke was indifferent. That future meant nothing to him now. Altering the future was his true desire. Sir, it's time for your meal. The laughter ceased abruptly. Sasuke cleared his throat. Adopting his usual cold tone, just set it down. Yes. Conan's lips twitched as she quickly placed down the tray and retreated hastily. Upon entering, she had seen Sasuke laughing maniacally, and after several calls with no response, she dared not linger a moment longer and fled in haste. By the way, I have yet to inquire your name. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, but she shook her head. Never mind, she would ask next time. Her body shivered, and she quickened her escape. Chapter 13, Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken Gulyalu. In a remote corner of the men's bathhouse, the water's surface suddenly ruptured, a flurry of bubbles rushing to the surface. Pua! Naruto emerged from the depths, violently coughing, expelling several mouthfuls of warm bath water. Cough, cough, cough. What is going on? He shook his damp golden hair, bewildered that he had actually dozed off. A dignified 6 paths level master almost drowned in the bathhouse. If this got out, the entire ninja world would be laughing their teeth out. He slapped his head, attempting to dispel the lingering drowsiness. What time is it? Naruto hurriedly dried himself, donned his clothes, and rushed to the hall. Hey there, kid. Behind the counter, a short old man, the bathhouse owner, looked up with a shrewd smile on his face. You've been washing for quite a while. This private room requires an extra fee. Have I been washing for so long? Naruto was taken aback, a sinking feeling in his heart. Could it be that the Ninetales incident had already passed? No, I must hurry. Seeing the owner's expression that suggested he wouldn't let him leave without extra payment, Naruto felt a bit wronged, but ultimately decided to pay, realizing he had indeed monopolized the room and delayed business. Reluctantly, he pulled out a silver note and handed it over. Thanks, kid. We welcome you back anytime. The owner received the note, his eyes squinting with delight as he waved with exaggerated enthusiasm. Naruto waved his hand, and with a swift motion, dashed out of the door, racing towards the direction of Konoha village. Behind the counter, the diminutive proprietor was counting the freshly acquired banknotes, smirking to himself. TSK, so easily deceived. Just handing it over like that. What a foolish boy. At that moment, 2 sword-wielding ninjas pushed aside the curtain and entered. The leader was a man with a menacing scar across his face and a fierce gaze. Trailing behind him was a lanky figure with shifty eyes, glancing furtively around. The proprietor's heart sank. Conducting business in the black market was perilous, and these two were not here for pleasantries. He forced a smile and greeted, "Welcome, gentlemen. How may I assist you?" A flash of cold steel interrupted his words. The proprietor's voice abruptly ceased, his ingratiating demeanor freezing in shock and disbelief. He looked down at the blade protruding from his chest, gasping as he crumpled to the floor, blood pooling rapidly on the cold tiles. Brother, this old fool. Last time he took advantage of his status as a chunin and swindled me out of a fortune. The thin man spat contemptuously at the corpse and, in a fit of rage, kicked the body twice. The scarred man sheathed his blade, his eyes filled with disdain. Humph, a chunin? Merely an insect. I am a jounin. He surveyed the surroundings as if inspecting a heap of refuse. Brother, this old man had quite a stash, the thin man exclaimed, eagerly pulling open the drawer of the counter, revealing thick bundles of banknotes amounting to millions. Weavee struck it rich. His fingers trembled with excitement as he counted the money. Move quickly, gather the cash, the scarred man commanded coldly, then ignited the premises in flames, leaving no trace behind. We cannot let anyone discover we are from the Rain Village. Understood. Soon, thick smoke and flames erupted, engulfing the bathhouse in a fiery inferno. The distant onlookers caught sight of the blaze and hurriedly retreated indoors, closing doors and windows tightly. The first rule of survival in the black market: avoid meddling in others' affairs. Very well, Nagato thought, wary of contradicting them. A brief encounter had revealed the man's immense pride and his penchant for boasting. Since he felt powerless at this moment, it was wiser to acquiesce. Once he fully harnessed the power of his Rinnegan, he would not fear dealing with this pretentious individual. With this thought, a confident smile unconsciously graced Nagato's lips. Yahiko, rest assured, within the Akatsuki, no one shall act with impunity, he vowed silently. Sasuke's expression suddenly darkened. By the way, where's that blonde kid? He went out, probably to grab a bite, Conan replied softly. Sasuke clicked his tongue. Regardless, he could not eliminate Naruto now. The pressing concern was to clarify his thoughts and devise a plan for the future. I need to rest. Do not disturb me unless it is for food. With that, he strode into the room, leaving the three in a state of confusion. Kagaya glanced at Obito's former spot, now empty. Did this fool run away? Kagaya's face darkened. Obito was truly useless. Why did he not fight back? The space rippled as Obito's figure slowly materialized beside Kagaya. How did Lord Madara fall to a single attack? White Zetsu mocked with a grin. Obito clenched his fists, his voice low. It was merely a sneak attack. Do you think he could defeat me? Ridiculous. Kagaya secretly scoffed. Then why not proclaim it aloud? Obito took a deep breath. His injuries had already healed. He refused to believe he could lose. It had to be due to a lack of sleep last night. Next time, I will show him. A murderous intent quietly blossomed in his heart. Nagato gazed at the masked man, internally conflicted. Such feeble strength was indeed hard to accept. However, considering the plan of the Six Paths and his own frail state, Uchiha Madara, the plan must proceed as intended, Nagato declared resolutely. For the future of Akatsuki, a divine agent must be present. Conan revealed a look of pity. Nagato. Obito was momentarily taken aback. After today's upheaval, he had not anticipated the plan would still proceed as scheduled. Well then, let us change locations. Hours later, within the towering trees atop the mountain, as Obito and Kagaya emerged, a shadow cloaked in a black robe adorned with fiery clouds followed closely behind. It was Yahiko. He was impaled by numerous dark rods, his eyes replaced by the peculiar purple rinnegan. Yahiko, the leader of Akatsuki, it is still you, Nagato's voice came through the connection. Firm and steady. At that moment, he was fixed to a massive wooden structure, his back similarly covered in rods controlling pain. The Deva Path pain was born here. Akatsuki welcomed a new beginning. Inside, Sasuke tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The initial frenzy gradually subsided as he began to calmly assess this surreal predicament. Compared to killing Naruto, the flood of information that had surged in such a short time truly unsettled him. The impending ruin of the ninja world. The mysterious Uchiha clan members. This extraordinary experience of crossing time and space. Everything felt like a dream. As for the Uchiha who had been killed, Sasuke felt no ripple of emotion. Insects, weak yet noisy, were easily crushed. In that future vision, he was certain it was real. The girl named Sarada evoked an extraordinary sense of kinship that transcended mere blood ties. But Naruto would become the 7th Hokage, and he would be reduced to Naruto's mere pet. This was absolutely impossible. While Naruto could be considered a friend, he was certainly not worthy of such a demeaning role, especially since Sasuke currently regarded him with disdain. Moreover, if the future indeed fell to the so-called Otsutsuki, as the future Hokage, how could he allow others to trample upon his people and land? Fortunately, there was still room for maneuver. Several decades remained before that despairing future arrived. Suddenly, Sasuke froze, struck by a thought that cleaved through the fog like lightning. The night of the clan massacre had yet to occur. I can completely alter everything. Father, mother. Ha ha. His maniacal laughter echoed throughout the room, as countless schemes to destroy Konoha and eliminate Danzo surged wildly within his mind. As for the potential impact on the future, he could not care less. That future had become meaningless to him. Changing the present was what he truly desired. My lord, it's time for a meal. The laughter abruptly ceased. Sasuke cleared his throat, adopting his usual cold tone. Just set it down. Yes. Conan's mouth twitched as she placed the tray down and hurriedly retreated. Upon entering, she had witnessed Sasuke laughing maniacally, and after calling out several times to no avail, she had not dared linger, swiftly fleeing. Oh, I haven't asked for your name. My lord, she thought fleetingly, then shook her head, dismissing it. Never mind, I will ask next time. A shiver ran through her as she quickened her pace to escape. Chapter 13, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Glub, glub. In a secluded corner of the men's bathhouse, the water surface suddenly erupted, a flurry of bubbles surging forth. Pua! Naruto Uzumaki shot up from the depths, violently coughing up several mouthfuls of warm bath water. Cough, cough, what the heck? He shook his damp golden hair, bewildered that he had dozed off. A formidable master of the Six Paths nearly drowned in a bathhouse? If this got out, it would surely be the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. He slapped his head, attempting to dispel the drowsiness. What time was it? Naruto hastily dried himself, donned his clothes, and hurriedly made his way to the hall. Hey kid. Behind the counter, a short old man cracking sunflower seeds looked up, his face adorned with a shrewd business smile. You've been bathing for quite a while. The private room will incur an extra charge. I bathed for that long. Naruto paused, a sinking feeling in his heart. Could it be that the Nine-Tails incident had already passed? No, I need to hurry. Seeing the proprietor's expression that suggested he wouldn't let him leave without paying, Naruto felt a bit wronged, but recalling that he had indeed reserved the private room and delayed the man's business, he readily produced a banknote. Hee, thanks kid. We welcome you back any time. The proprietor beamed as he accepted the bill, his eyes narrowing with delight, and waved him off. Naruto waved back, his figure flickering as he dashed out the door, heading swiftly towards Konoha village. Behind the counter, the short proprietor counted the freshly acquired banknotes, sneering, "Tsk, so easily fooled. Just hand it over, what a simpleton." At that moment, two sword-wielding ninjas pushed aside the curtain and entered. At the forefront stood a man with a menacing scar etched across his face. his gaze fierce and predatory. Following closely behind was a gaunt figure with shifty eyes, his glance flickering nervously. The proprietor felt a chill run down his spine. In the black market, such encounters were often harbingers of peril. These two were not bearers of goodwill. Despite being a seasoned Nii, he forced a smile, attempting to exude calmness. Esteemed guests, might you be in need of a wash? In an instant, a cold blade glinted, slicing through the air. The short boss's voice was abruptly silenced, his ingratiating smile frozen in shock, replaced by sheer disbelief. He glanced down at the blade protruding from his chest, a raspy gasp escaping his throat before he collapsed to the ground, blood rapidly pooling on the cold tiles. Big brother, this old fool. Last time, he used his status as a Nii to swindle me out of a fortune. The thin man spat contemptuously at the corpse, then kicked it in frustration. The scarred man sheathed his blade, his eyes filled with disdain. Humph, a Nii? Merely an ant. I, on the other hand, am a Nii. He surveyed the surroundings as though they were nothing more than refuse. Big brother, this old miser had quite the stash. The thin man excitedly yanked open the drawer of the counter, revealing thick bundles of banknotes. Tens of millions. We're rich. He counted greedily, his fingers trembling with excitement. Quickly, gather the money, the scarred man ordered coldly, then set the dilapidated establishment ablaze, ensuring no trace remained. We cannot allow anyone to discover we are from the Rain Village. Understood. Soon, thick smoke billowed upwards, enveloping the flames as the bathhouse was engulfed in a cacophony of crackling fire. Distant onlookers, alarmed by the glow, retreated into their homes, locking doors and windows. The first rule of survival in the black market: do not meddle in others' affairs. Furthermore, this burgeoning black market lacked a formidable backing. The thin man brushed off the dust from his hands, a smug expression on his face. All done. Shall we retreat, big brother? Just as the two turned to leave, a golden figure darted through the flames, halting before the burning ruins. It was the returning Naruto Uzumaki, his brow furrowed, the distinctive markings of sage mode evident. A result of this very power allowing him to sense the anomaly and rush back. Through the billowing smoke, Naruto immediately spotted the glaring blood pooling at the entrance and the small, motionless figure lying amidst the crimson. The proprietor's face, once adorned with a shrewd smile, was now ashen. A chilling, bone-deep fury seized Naruto. He slowly raised his head, his azure eyes locking onto the fleeing duo, his voice a low, terrifying growl as if emanating from the abyss. What have you done? The thin man, startled by the sudden appearance and the palpable aura of death, turned to the scarred man in panic. Big brother, we've been discovered. What do we do? The scarred man crossed his arms defiantly, attempting to mask his rising trepidation by sizing Naruto up. Humph. Just a brash youth, likely a mere Nii at best. What is there to fear? He sought to suppress the inexplicable anxiety swelling within him. Right, big brother. What is there to fear from him? The thin man, emboldened by his companion's bravado, rallied. Naruto's fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. An overwhelming intent to kill radiated from him like a chilling tide, suffusing the air around him, freezing it in place, even stilling the flames. The scarred man's pupils dilated, his heart racing. This murderous intent. How is it possible? Years of survival on the edge of death had honed the instincts of Nii, sounding alarms of imminent peril. This was no ordinary boy. Don't let him intimidate you. Die. The scarred man forced down his fear, barking a command as he rapidly formed hand seals. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball roared towards Naruto, engulfing his position in a cacophony of explosive sound, flames and smoke erupting skyward. The scarred man fixated on the explosion's epicenter. Yet his unease only intensified. Something was amiss. The thin man, however, leaped in exhilaration. Turned to ash. Big brother is magnificent. Truly a Nii. Fool. He isn't dead. The scarred man barked, his muscles taut with tension as he scanned the area with heightened vigilance. Hey, what are you looking at? A chilling voice, like that of a specter, echoed behind them. The scarred man and the thin man spun around, their faces drained of color, as though they had seen a ghost. Big brother. Is it a ghost? The thin man stuttered, trembling. Silence. It's the body flicker technique. You imbecile. The scarred man chastised, but sweat beaded upon his brow. Boom, boom, boom. A series of rapid bursts erupted. In an instant, 100 identical figures of Naruto, all activated in sage mode. surrounded the scarred man and the thin man like a golden tide, each pair of eyes burning with icy fury. How is this possible? The scarred man's voice quivered, overwhelmed by terror. He could never have imagined encountering such a formidable adversary outside this forsaken bathhouse. Big brother, hurry. Use the great fireball to incinerate them. The thin man screamed, his sanity unraveling. Burn your own head. The scarred man shrieked in despair, realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew, and it was searing hot. In unison, the multitude of Naruto clones executed their movements with precision, their rallying cry coalescing into a thunderous declaration that shook the very heavens. Wind style, raisin shuriken, an ear-piercing wail, as if capable of tearing through the very fabric of the soul, flooded the space. 100 highly compressed, wildly spinning chakra spheres materialized in the hands of each clone, radiating with destructive brilliance. Without hesitation, devoid of mercy, a torrent of lethal energy erupted simultaneously. Boom! An indescribable blinding light engulfed everything. The scarred man and the thin man could not even scream before their forms disintegrated within the cataclysmic tempest of wind energy, reduced to mere dust. Their terror, despair, and the fleeting pride of being a Nin evaporated into nothingness. The devastating shockwave followed swiftly. The already burning remnants of the bathhouse were entirely obliterated, as if an unseen giant hand had mercilessly pressed it into the earth. Surrounding structures, fragile as paper, were effortlessly torn apart, sent soaring into the air as ash. Smoke billowed, and the fierce wind howled mournfully. Naruto stood amidst the desolation, the aura of sage mode gradually receding. He gazed at the site of the bathhouse, now merely a vast crater, and the bloodstain that had been utterly erased by the explosion, a profound weight settling upon his heart. He murmured softly, his voice resonating with poignant clarity amidst the ruins. Though you were greedy, boss, you were not a bad person. I have avenged you. The proprietor's shrewd yet ingratiating smile flickered in Naruto's mind, prompting a sigh of regret. The old man, who once smiled and charged extra for a longer bath, would perhaps die pondering that the person he had deceived would, out of empathy for his better qualities, seek vengeance on his behalf. Fate is indeed a cruel jest, devoid of humor. Chapter 14. A hand that cannot reach out. The twilight sun cast a warm golden hue over Konoha, the four majestic Hokage monuments gleaming in the light. The streets bustled with life, vibrant and full of energy. Not far off, a golden figure perched silently upon a sturdy tree trunk, observing it all. The thought of possibly reuniting with his parents filled Naruto's heart with an uncontrollable joy. At last, as a 6 level warrior, he could easily bypass the vigilance of Konoha's sensory division with a mere disguise, stealthily infiltrating the village. Clad in his iconic golden jacket, he went unnoticed. For in this era, Naruto Uzumaki had yet to be born. He strolled through familiar streets, most sights warming his heart, yet mingled with unfamiliar details. His footsteps unconsciously paused before a ramen shop. In a quaint shop, a young man with a bright smile was bustling with energy, seemingly immersed in the joy of crafting ramen. Is this the hand-pulled master? Naruto was taken aback, astonished by the striking handsomeness of the man in his youth. As if drawn by an invisible thread, Naruto naturally stepped into the Ichiraku ramen shop and found a seat. Upon noticing the guest, the hand-pulled master approached with a beaming smile, welcoming him warmly. Welcome. What would you like to order? However, when his gaze fell upon Naruto's face, his usually squinted eyes momentarily widened, revealing a sliver of surprise. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. Had he been discovered? Impossible. He instantly tensed up. Yet, in the next moment, the hand-pulled master merely smiled again, squinting his eyes once more, and casually remarked, "The menu is on the table." Naruto let out a silent sigh of relief, swallowing his anxiety. "Oh right. I'll have a bowl of tonkatsu miso ramen, please." "Of course. Please wait a moment." The village was indeed thriving, Naruto remarked seemingly casually, hoping to confirm his suspicions about the Ninetales incident. "This is all thanks to Lord Fourth. Isn't it, boss?" The hand-pulled master, busy with his tasks, responded sincerely with a smile. "Indeed. Lord Fourth is a revered Hokage, and under his leadership, the village is flourishing in every aspect." This heartfelt statement settled Naruto's previously uneasy heart. His prior conjecture was correct. The Ninetales incident had yet to occur, and his parents were still alive. But where are they now? A profound yearning gripped his heart. How he longed to see them immediately. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a new black market, where a gaunt man was brushing off dust from his hands, a triumphant grin on his face. All done. Brother, shall we leave? Just as they turned to depart, a golden figure came to an abrupt halt before the burning ruins. Naruto Uzumaki, his brow furrowed, the distinct eyeshadow of Sage Mode vividly apparent. It was this power that enabled him to sense the anomaly and rush back at full speed. Amidst the billowing smoke, Naruto spotted the glaring blood flowing from the entrance, and the small, lifeless figure collapsed in that crimson pool. The boss, whose face had recently radiated a commercial smile, was now ashen. A chilling rage seized Naruto's heart. He slowly lifted his head, his cerulean eyes locking onto the two men attempting to flee. His voice deep and menacing as if it emerged from the depths of the abyss. What have you done? The gaunt man was startled by the sudden appearance and the chilling aura, hastily glancing at the scarred man. Brother, we've been discovered. What should we do? The scarred man crossed his arms, feigning calmness as he assessed Naruto, attempting to gauge the threat. Humph. Just a brash kid. At most, he's a ch-neen. What is there to fear? He struggled to suppress the inexplicable fear rising within him with a tone of disdain. Right, brother. What are we afraid of? Let us take action. The gaunt man's courage surged once more. Naruto's fists clenched tightly, knuckles widening. An overwhelming intent to kill radiated from him. A chilling wave that spread outward, seemingly solidifying the surrounding air, causing even the flames to falter. The scarred man's pupils dilated, his heart racing. This killing intent. How is this possible? The instincts honed over years on the brink of life and death screamed in alarm. Danger. Extreme danger. This was not the aura of an ordinary youth. Don't be intimidated by him. Let us finish him off. The scarred man suppressed his fear and barked, hastily forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball roared toward Naruto, instantly consuming his standing position and erupting with a deafening roar. Flames and smoke soaring into the sky. The scarred man stared intently at the center of the explosion, yet his unease intensified. Something was amiss. The gaunt man, however, leapt up in excitement. Haha, he has been turned to ash. Brother, how magnificent. Truly a jonin. Fool, he is not dead yet. The scarred man chided sharply, muscles tensed, scanning the vicinity with vigilance. Hey, what are you two looking at? A cold voice, like a specter, echoed behind them. The scarred man and the gaunt man turned abruptly, their faces drained of color as if they had seen a ghost. BB brother, is it a ghost? The gaunt man stuttered, trembling. Shut up. It's the body flicker technique. Useless. The scarred man barked, but cold sweat had already begun to bead on his forehead. Bang, 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 bang. A series of dense mist explosions erupted. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of identical golden-haired figures, Naruto in Sage Mode, encircled the scarred man and the gaunt man with a golden tide. Each clone's eyes burned with icy fury. How is this possible? The scarred man's voice had completely changed, filled with terror. He never expected to encounter such a formidable opponent outside this secluded black market bathhouse. Brother, quickly, use the great fireball again to burn them. The gaunt man screeched in a panic, his sanity slipping. Burn your own head. The scarred man shrieked in despair, realizing he had kicked a red-hot iron plate, an incredibly heavy one. The hundreds of Naruto clones moved in perfect unison, their high-pitched, cold proclamation converging into a cataclysmic torrent. Wind-style, raisin shuriken. The deafening, soul-piercing shriek filled the entire space. Hundreds of highly compressed, wildly spinning chakra energy spheres formed in each clone's hand, emanating a devastating radiance. Without hesitation, without mercy, hundreds of beams of death exploded simultaneously. Boom! An indescribably blinding white light instantaneously consumed everything. The scarred man and the gaunt man didn't even have time to scream. Their figures shattered inch by inch in the tempest of violent winds, reduced to nothingness. Their horror, despair, and the meager pride of a jonin dissolved into the void. The destructive shockwave followed closely behind. The already burning ruins of the bathhouse were completely flattened, as if pressed down into the earth by an invisible giant hand. Nearby buildings were effortlessly torn apart, like paper toys, blown away, turning to ash in the sky. Smoke filled the air, and the fierce wind howled. Naruto stood amidst the desolate scorched earth, the Sage Mode gradually fading. He gazed at the remnants of the once thriving bathhouse and the bloodstains erased by the explosion. A heavy feeling stirred within him. He murmured softly, his voice clear and lonely amidst the ruins. "Boss, though you loved wealth, you weren't a bad person. I have avenged you." The image of the short, shrewdly smiling boss flashed through Naruto's mind, and he couldn't help but sigh. The old man, who had cheerfully charged him extra for taking a longer bath, would likely have never imagined that he would be avenged by someone he had deceived. Due to his redeemable qualities. Fate, indeed, is a bitter irony that is hard to reconcile. Chapter 14. The hand that cannot reach. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed Konoha in a warm golden hue. The four towering Hokage, faces glistening in the light. The streets bustled with life, a vibrant scene that was uplifting. Not far away, a golden figure perched on a sturdy tree trunk, quietly observing all of this. The thought of possibly reuniting with his parents filled Naruto with uncontainable joy. At last, as a 6 paths level powerhouse, he had effortlessly evaded the vigilance of Konoha's sensory division with a simple guise, stealthily infiltrating the village. In this moment, clad in his iconic golden jacket, he openly revealed himself as Naruto Uzumaki, a figure yet to be born in this era, unknown to all of Konoha. He strolled along the familiar streets, where most sights exuded warmth, yet were interspersed with unfamiliar details. His footsteps unconsciously halted before a noodle shop. Inside, a young man with a bright smile was energetically engaged in the art of making ramen, seemingly lost in the joy of his craft. "Is this the hand-pulling uncle?" Naruto was taken aback, astonished that the uncle had been so handsome in his youth. As if drawn by an invisible thread, Naruto stepped naturally into Ichiraku Ramen. Finding a seat, noticing the guest, the hand-pulling chef welcomed him with a beaming smile, asking what he would like to order. However, when his gaze fell upon Naruto's face, his usually squinted eyes momentarily widened, revealing a sliver of surprise. A chill ran through Naruto. Had he been discovered? Impossible. His nerves tensed instantly. Yet, in the next moment, the chef merely smiled again, narrowing his eyes once more, and spoke in his usual tone. "The menu is on the table." Naruto secretly sighed in relief, swallowing his anxiety. "Oh, okay. I'll have a bowl of tonkatsu miso ramen." "Sure, please wait a moment." "The village is truly thriving," Naruto remarked casually, seeking to confirm his suspicions regarding the Nine-Tails incident. "This is all thanks to Lord Fourth, right, boss?" The chef, busy yet genuinely smiling, responded, "Indeed. Lord Fourth is a commendable Hokage. Under his leadership, the village is flourishing in every aspect." This heartfelt affirmation settled Naruto's racing thoughts. His earlier assumptions were correct. The Nine-Tails incident had yet to occur, and his parents were still alive. But where are they now? A wave of intense longing gripped his heart. He desperately wished to see them right away. A silent cry surged within him. The ramen was ready. "Huh? Where did he go?" The chef gazed at the steaming bowl in his hands, then looked toward the empty seat, a flicker of confusion and regret crossing his face. Just then, a familiar voice halted Naruto in his tracks. He turned towards the sound, his azure eyes widening as warm tears welled up in his eyes. He clenched his jaw tightly, fighting back the tears. He would never mistake her. Fiery red hair, a radiant disposition, and even the familiar outfit belonged to his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, whom he had only glimpsed in his spiritual realm. "What shall we name the baby?" "Sasuke." "Oh, named after the third Hokage's father," chimed Saratobi Bawako with a smile. Mikoto gazed adoringly at the swaddled Sasuke. "Yes, I hope he becomes a strong and outstanding ninja. Speaking of which, Kushina, you must be close to giving birth, right? Have you decided on a name?" Biwako inquired. A blissful smile spread across Kushina's face. "Yes, I'll name him Naruto. He and Sasuke will be classmates and should get along well." She gently ruffled baby Sasuke's hair, causing the little one to curiously blink. "That must hurt quite a bit, right?" Kushina suddenly leaned closer to Mikoto, lowering her voice, her face paling slightly. Mikoto looked at her with a sisterly understanding, chuckling softly. "Huh? I never thought the fearless Kushina would be afraid of this. Come on, Kushina." Before Kushina could respond, she was whisked away by Saratobi Bawako. "How many times have I told you not to speak casually about your childbirth? Why won't you listen?" Kushina playfully stuck out her tongue, scratching her head, pretending not to hear. As she watched her mother's figure fade into the distance, Naruto instinctively reached out, his fingertips trembling slightly, yearning to grasp that vibrant red. Just as he was about to touch it, he clenched his fist tightly, his arm falling dejectedly. "I cannot interfere with the past." Ahead, Kushina suddenly paused, turning back with a puzzled look towards the corner where Naruto hid. Nothing was there. Did I imagine it? Kushina murmured. What's wrong, Kushina? Haha, nothing. Let us hurry home. She shook her head and quickly followed. Naruto, in a daze, turned into a secluded alley and sat despondently on a bench. A gentle breeze tousled his golden hair, while the leaves of the sycamore swirled down. He closed his eyes, attempting to quell the tumultuous tides of his heart in this moment of tranquility. What does it matter to see his living parents? To intervene recklessly could distort the entire trajectory of the future, whether for better or worse, he could not know. Moreover, at this moment, the beings in the shinobi world remained ensnared in the infinite Tsukuyomi, awaiting his rescue. A heavy sense of impotence coiled around his heart like a cold vine. Big brother, do you want an ice pop? A childish voice jolted him back to reality. Naruto looked up to see a little boy, about 4 or 5 years old, offering him half of a split ice pop. Naruto paused for a moment. Thank you. He accepted the ice pop, an inexplicable sense of familiarity rising within him. In his memories, only Jiraiya-sensei had ever shown him such unreserved kindness. The little boy, unbothered, plopped down beside Naruto and began munching on his half of the ice pop. Naruto silently observed him, taking small bites as well. Soon, the boy finished, blinking his bright eyes curiously at the golden-haired youth beside him. Brother, are you waiting for your mom and dad too? Naruto paused, a bit confused. My mom and dad are ninjas, very strong. They went on a mission, the boy said, his face lighting up with a bright smile. I wait here for them to come back. I'm not. Naruto lowered his head, his voice solemn and sincere. I just can't find my way home. The little boy seemed to understand only partially. Mom and Dad, you're back. The boy suddenly jumped up joyfully, like a happy little bird, running towards 2 ninjas approaching from ahead, diving into their open arms. Did you wait long? Come on, Mom will make you something delicious. Hand in hand with his parents, the little boy took a few steps, then turned back, his face beaming with innocent delight, waving vigorously at Naruto. Big brother, I hope you find your home soon. A warm, bittersweet smile finally spread across Naruto's lips. He gently raised his hand, slowly waving goodbye to the departing, small, hopeful figure. Chapter 15. Encounter with Mom. Naruto weighed the meager coins left in his pocket, realizing it was insufficient even for the cheapest inn. He felt a bit dazed, pondering how he had spent the money. It seemed that throughout his life, he had always been oblivious to the whereabouts of his finances. Never mind, food is a priority. Sleeping on the street is no concern. Shaking his head, he swiftly found a large park in the familiar Konoha village. This was a place he often visited in his childhood, always curling up alone on a swing, watching other children frolic. Yearning to join, yet perpetually kept at bay by an invisible wall. He smiled faintly, as if finding solace, and languidly sat on the swing. The night was tranquil, with summer cicadas chirping, and a cool breeze brushed past his ears. He intended to go home for a visit but found the area around his house heavily guarded by Umbu, with strict vigilance. Naruto instantly realized that the crucial moment of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's childbirth was approaching, and it was entirely normal for the village to enhance security. His stomach grumbled in protest. Rubbing his empty belly, he clicked his tongue, chagrined as he recalled, I haven't had dinner yet, and I even missed the ramen from Uncle Ichiraku. Helplessly patting his pocket, he found that this meager amount of money would barely suffice for a meal. He mockingly flipped a coin in his hand, the other buried in his pants pocket, when he unwittingly found himself back in front of Ichiraku ramen. Sighing, he thought, it seems I cannot escape the fate of ramen in this life. Naruto resignedly stepped inside, instinctively calling out, Boss, 1 bowl of Ichiraku ramen, please. Just as his voice faded, he heard an astonished eh. Turning towards the sound, he beheld a pregnant woman with fiery red hair, her curious eyes blinking at him. Upon recognizing the familiar yet strange visage, Naruto felt as if struck by lightning, exclaiming, Kakashi? Kushina was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed her brows, hands on her hips, demanding, Who are you calling mother? Naruto panicked, flailing his arms awkwardly, his tongue twisted in confusion. After a few seconds of blankness, he decided to abandon pretense and simply took a seat, attempting to mask his turmoil in silence. Kushina was bewildered by his behavior, glancing at his golden hair. Reminiscent of her husband S, and his clumsy demeanor, she couldn't help but think, how can someone with the same golden locks be so different from Minato? She glared at Naruto but then sat beside him. On the surface, Naruto feigned calmness, yet within, a tempest raged, his mind in chaos. He struggled to focus on the menu. Boss, 1 bowl of tonkatsu miso chashu ramen. The chef's expression darkened upon seeing Naruto. You. Last time you ordered ramen. You ran off without paying. Including this bowl. That's $150. What? Naruto exclaimed, taken aback. But I didn't eat that last bowl. Not eating it is your problem. Ordering and not paying is another matter. The chef's eyes widened, his rolling pin poised threateningly. Naruto was startled. He hadn't anticipated the young chef to be so formidable, fearing he might be struck at any moment. All right. Do I look like someone who lacks money? Look at my outfit. He feigned nonchalance, tugging at his new golden jacket. The chef narrowed his eyes slightly. Now that's more like it. Suddenly, a laugh erupted from beside him. Kushina was in stitches, slapping the table with mirth, her laughter infectious. Naruto's lips twitched in irritation as he glanced at her. The chef stared at his steaming ramen, then at the empty seats, a fleeting expression of confusion and regret crossing his face. Wow, is it a girl? It's a boy. So adorable. Just as he turned the corner, a familiar voice halted Naruto in his tracks. He looked up, his azure eyes widening, warmth flooding his eyes. He bit down on his teeth, fighting back tears. He would not be mistaken. That fiery red hair, the radiant demeanor, and even the familiar attire he had only seen in his dreams belonged to his mother, Uzumaki Kushina. What is the baby's name? Sasuke. Oh, named after the third Hokage's father. A voice chimed in. Mikoto gazed lovingly at the swaddled Sasuke. Yes, I hope he grows into a strong and remarkable ninja. By the way, Kushina, you must be close to giving birth, right? Have you decided on a name? Mikoto inquired. Kushina beamed with joy. Yes, I've decided on Naruto. He will be classmates with Sasuke, and they should get along well. She gently stroked little Sasuke's head, causing him to blink curiously. That must hurt, right? Kushina suddenly leaned closer to Mikoto, lowering her voice, her face slightly pale. Mikoto looked at her with gentle understanding, chuckling softly. I never imagined the fearless Kushina would fear this. Come on, Kushina. Before she could respond, she was pulled away by Sarutobi. I've told you countless times not to discuss your childbirth with others. Why won't you listen? Kushina playfully stuck out her tongue, scratching her head, pretending not to hear. As her mother's figure gradually faded from view, Naruto instinctively reached out, his fingers trembling, yearning to grasp that vibrant red. Just as he was about to touch it, he clenched his fist tightly, letting his arm drop in despair. He could not interfere with the past. Kushina suddenly paused, looking back in confusion towards the corner where Naruto concealed himself. Was that just my imagination? She murmured. What's wrong, Kushina? Haha, nothing. Let us go. She shook her head and hurriedly followed Sarutobi. Naruto, feeling lost, turned into a secluded alley and sank onto a long bench. A gentle breeze tousled his golden hair as the leaves of the sycamore trees spiraled down. He shut his eyes, attempting to quell the tumult within him amidst the tranquility. What did it matter to see his parents alive? To recklessly intervene could distort the trajectory of the future, the consequences of which he could not foresee. Moreover, the world of shinobi was still ensnared in the illusion of the infinite Tsukuyomi, awaiting his salvation. A heavy sense of impotence wrapped around his heart like cold vines. Big brother, do you want an ice pop? A youthful voice jolted him back to reality. Naruto looked up to see a small boy, around 4 or 5 years old, offering him half of a split ice pop. Naruto paused for a moment. Thank you. He accepted the ice pop, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. Only Jiraiya had ever treated him so selflessly. The little boy, unperturbed, plopped down next to Naruto and eagerly began gnawing on his half of the ice pop. Naruto quietly watched him, taking small bites of his own treat. Soon, the boy finished, his bright eyes curiously inspecting the golden-haired young man beside him. Brother, are you waiting for your mom and dad too? Naruto halted, puzzled. My parents are ninjas, very strong. They went on a mission, the boy beamed. I wait here every day for them to return. I'm not, Naruto replied, lowering his gaze, his voice heavy with sincerity. I just can't find my way home. The boy seemed to understand only partially. Mommy and Daddy, you're back. The boy suddenly leapt up, joy radiating from him as he dashed towards 2 approaching ninjas, throwing himself into their open arms. Did you wait long? Come on, Mommy will make you something delicious. Okay, hand in hand with his parents. The boy took a few steps before turning back, his innocent face alight with joy as he waved enthusiastically at Naruto. Big brother, I hope you find your home soon. A warm yet bittersweet smile finally graced Naruto's lips. He too raised his hand, slowly waving goodbye to the small figure receding into the distance. Chapter 15. Encounter with Mother. Naruto pondered the meager change left in his pockets, insufficient even for the cheapest inn. He felt dazed, wondering how his money had been spent. Throughout his life, he had always been oblivious to the whereabouts of his finances. Never mind, eating is more important. Sleeping on the streets is no concern. Shaking off his thoughts, he quickly found a large park in the familiar Hidden Leaf Village. This was a place he frequented in childhood, often curling up alone on a swing, watching other children play, yearning to join but ever separated by an invisible barrier. A faint smile crossed his face, as if he had come to terms with it, and he lazily settled onto the swing. The night was serene, with summer cicadas chirping and a cool breeze brushing against his ears. He had intended to return home, only to find that the area around his house was heavily monitored by Umbu, with strict security. Naruto instantly understood. It was only natural for the village to bolster defenses as Kushina approached the critical moment of giving birth to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. His stomach growled in protest, and he rubbed his flat belly, lamenting, "I haven't had dinner yet, and I even missed Ichiraku's ramen." With a resigned pat on his pocket, he realized that the meager amount of money he possessed barely sufficed for a meal. He mockingly flipped a coin in his hand while the other rested in his trouser pocket, unconsciously wandering back to the Ichiraku ramen stand. Sigh. It seemed that a bowl of ramen was his destiny in this lifetime. Naruto, accepting his fate, entered and habitually called out, "Boss, one bowl of Ichiraku ramen, please." Just as he finished speaking, a voice beside him exclaimed, "Eh?" Turning towards the sound, he was taken aback to see a fiery red-haired pregnant woman staring at him with wide, curious eyes. Upon recognizing that familiar yet strange face, he was struck as if by lightning and blurted out, "Kakashi-san." Kushina was momentarily stunned, then furrowed her brows, placing her hands on her hips as she questioned, "Kakashi? Who are you calling mother?" Naruto panicked, his hands flailing as his tongue seemed to tie itself in knots. "I didn't mean that." His mind went blank, and after a few seconds of daze, he decided to surrender to the situation, finding a seat to mask his inner turmoil with silence. Kushina was bewildered by his antics. Examining Naruto's golden hair, which bore a resemblance to her husband's, and his clumsy demeanor, she couldn't help but think, how can someone with blonde hair be so different from Minato? She shot him an annoyed glance, but ultimately sat beside him. Externally, Naruto feigned composure, but internally, chaos erupted like a nuclear explosion in his mind. He struggled to focus on the menu. "Boss, one serving of tonkatsu miso chashu ramen." The hand-pulling uncle's expression darkened upon seeing Naruto. "You little rascal. Last time you ordered ramen, you ran off without paying. With this bowl, it totals $150. What?" Naruto was dumbfounded. "I didn't even eat that last bowl." "That's your problem. Ordering without paying is another matter." The uncle's eyes widened, and his rolling pin seemed to twitch ominously. Surprised by the young Ichiraku owner's fierce demeanor, Naruto felt like a punch was imminent. All right. Do I look like someone who can't afford it? Look at my outfit." He pretended to adjust his brand-new golden jacket. The uncle narrowed his eyes. "Now that's more like it." Suddenly, Kushina burst into laughter, slapping the table, her belly shaking with mirth. Naruto's mouth twitched in exasperation as he glanced at her. Noticing his gaze, Kushina cleared her throat to suppress her amusement. "I'll have one too. The same tonkatsu miso chashu ramen." "All right, just a moment." The uncle quickly donned a smile and retreated to the kitchen. Kushina scrutinized Naruto again, his shiny yellow jacket, striking golden hair, and the peculiar facial whisker marks. She blinked her big eyes, filled with curiosity. What clan was he from? Was he a ninja? How had she never encountered such an interesting person before? Naruto sensed the atmosphere around him shift, feeling a sudden chill as he noticed 31 discreet gazes fixated on them. Any unusual movement could provoke a thunderous response. He awkwardly scratched his thigh. Before stepping into Konoha, he had quietly activated the Six Paths power, completely sealing his Nine-Tails chakra presence. At this moment, even if the genuine Nine-Tails were nearby, he was confident there would be no chance of detection. Noticing Kushina still curiously staring at him, he instinctively shifted one seat over. What are you looking at?" Kushina chuckled lightly. "I won't eat you. Why are you so afraid of me? Shouldn't you be resting well with that big belly of yours? Why are you out here eating ramen?" Naruto muttered softly, adopting a near-equal tone, hoping to quell any doubts from Kushina and those lurking in the shadows. Kushina's expression softened at his words as she gently caressed her belly. "I don't know why. but ever since I became pregnant with this little one, I've had an insatiable craving for Ichiraku ramen. Her face radiated pure happiness. Naruto's gaze trembled, his fingers slightly shaking. He almost succumbed to the urge to rush forward and embrace her, calling her mother. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Kushina herself froze, quickly covering her mouth. How could she confide such intimate words, ones even Minato had never heard, to a complete stranger? Her face flushed, her red hair seemingly moving of its own accord. Fists clenched, exuding an aura of danger. Forget what I just said. Did you hear me? Startled by her intensity, Naruto nearly toppled from his chair. Whoa. Is my mom really this terrifying? Okay. I didn't hear anything. Nothing at all. Naruto hastily raised his hands in surrender. Kushina's fierce demeanor dissipated in an instant. She resumed her seat, smiling sheepishly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Sorry, I got a bit too excited. Seeing her drastic change in demeanor, Naruto couldn't help but twitch his mouth again. The contrast was startling. Chapter 16, Boruto? Alright, enjoy your meal. The steaming bowls of ramen were served, their aroma instantly igniting their appetites. Both could hardly resist picking up their chopsticks. Observing Naruto devour his food with fervor, Kushina couldn't help but chuckle. How long has it been since you've eaten? You look starved. What do you know? Naruto mumbled with his mouth full of noodles. A true ramen enthusiast eats like this. Delaying even a second is a travesty to culinary delight. In less than 10 seconds, Naruto's bowl was nearly empty. He rubbed his belly, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Kushina's bowl, still half full, his throat swallowing involuntarily. Kushina, observing his demeanor, felt an inexplicable softness in her heart and generously waved her hand. Boss, bring me another bowl. This one is on me for this young man. All right. Naruto was taken aback. Why are you treating me? I'm fine. Eat your fill. It's on me. With a grand gesture, Kushina insisted. 10 minutes later, empty bowls were stacked like a small mountain in front of Naruto. Kushina gaped, her mouth slightly ajar. You can eat so much. However, this expense was nothing to her. Burp. Naruto let out a long, satisfied belch, patting his stomach. That hit the spot. That'll be 1,750 ryo. Without hesitation, Kushina pulled out the money and placed it on the table. No need for change. Where are you from? I've never seen you around before. Kushina's curiosity sparked again. Naruto, fiddling with a toothpick, paused at the question, his identity? He hadn't concocted a story yet. I'm from outside the village. Haha. Which village? Rain Village. The memories of past experiences slipped out before he could think. Rain Village? Kushina's brows knitted together, instantly recalling the legendary figure Hanzo of the Salamander. That name commanded respect from all ninjas. Are you from there? She asked tentatively, despite Naruto's somewhat erratic behavior. Her sharp senses as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki detected something extraordinary about him. No, Naruto shook his head. I'm a Genin. Genin. Kushina's brow furrowed even more, scrutinizing him. He looked to be around 20, and under normal circumstances, he should be a Chunin by now. How could he still be a Genin? This was quite a lack of ambition. She inwardly sighed, hoping her child wouldn't grow up to be like this. What's your name? Can we get acquainted? Kushina softened her tone, gently asking. I am. The question lodged in his throat. Naruto's mind raced. Finally, he smiled slyly. I'm Boruto. Boruto? Kushina repeated, contemplating the slightly peculiar name. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Kushina. It's getting late. I must head back. Kushina said as she stood, her belly prominent. Naruto stepped forward and naturally supported her arm. You are pregnant, and it is inconvenient for you to be alone. Allow me to escort you home. In the shadows, Kakashi, donning a cat-faced mask, gasped softly, his ninja blade silently sliding half an inch from its sheath, the cold glint vanishing in the darkness as his muscles tensed. Ready for action. Simultaneously, over 30 Umbu and Root members lurking nearby pressed their hands firmly on their weapons, a chilling aura of intent permeating the air. Kushina furrowed her brow, her sharp gaze darting towards Kakashi's corner. The invisible pressure caused all those poised to act to momentarily hesitate. Thank you. Kushina turned back, offering Naruto a gentle smile. He nodded with a grin, carefully assisting her as they walked towards her home, engaging in light conversation. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, anxiously observed Kushina through a crystal ball, his teeth unconsciously clenching. What are the Umbu waiting for? He exhaled a cloud of smoke, impatiently commanding. Immediately investigate the background of that blonde brat. Be swift. Standing at the familiar doorstep, Naruto's heart swelled with mixed emotions. and he couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't this my home? Would you like to come in for a moment? Kushina opened the door, waving warmly. Naruto scratched his head, hesitating. But the third Hokage has given strict orders. Take action. A low command echoed from the shadows. At that moment, a bone-chilling cold pressed against Naruto's neck. A sharp ninja blade was firmly poised there. Kakashi, appearing like a specter at Naruto's side, possessed a hawk-like gaze, emanating an aura of vigilance. Almost simultaneously, dozens of dark figures surged from rooftops, eaves, alleyways, and shadows. Every possible escape route was instantaneously blocked, clad in identical masks and cold, piercing stares. The elite Umbu and Root members surrounded the area, impermeable as water. Naruto had already sensed their presence and anticipated they would not strike lethally, hence his lack of reaction. Hey, what are you doing? Put the knife down. Kushina's face darkened as she reprimanded sharply. She instantly recognized the cat-faced Umbu before her. Kakashi, you too. Put it down. Realizing his gaze upon her, she quickly coughed twice to mask her amusement. I would like a bowl of tonkatsu miso chashu ramen, the same as his. Of course. Please wait a moment. The chef immediately donned a smile and retreated to the kitchen. Kushina reassessed Naruto, clad in a brand new bright yellow jacket. His striking golden hair and distinct whisker-like markings on his face made her eyes widen with curiosity. What family does this person come from? Or is he a ninja? Such an intriguing individual, yet I have never seen him before. Naruto, remaining composed, sensed the surroundings and felt a tightening in his chest. A total of 31 hidden gazes were fixated upon them. Any sudden movement could provoke a thunderous strike. He awkwardly scratched his thigh. Before entering Konoha, he had discreetly activated the Six Paths power, completely sealing his Nine-Tails chakra's aura. At this moment, even if the true form of the Nine-Tails was nearby, he was confident that there would be no chance of detection. Noticing Kushina still curiously staring at him, Naruto instinctively shifted a seat beside her. Why are you staring at me? Kushina chuckled softly, covering her mouth. I want to eat you, so why be so fearful? Your belly is so big. Shouldn't you be resting properly? Why are you out here eating ramen? Naruto muttered quietly, almost like a peer, to dispel Kushina's and the Watcher's doubts. Upon hearing his words, Kushina's gaze softened instantly, gently caressing her belly. I don't know why, but since this little one came along, I have a particular craving for Ichiraku ramen. A pure happiness radiated from her face. Naruto's eyes widened, his fingers trembling slightly as he nearly uncontrollably longed to embrace her. Exclaiming Mom. The moment the words left his mouth, Kushina was taken aback, quickly covering her mouth. How could she share such intimate words with a stranger she had just met? Even Minato had never heard them. Her face flushed crimson, her red hair seemingly stirred by an unseen wind, fists clenched, emanating a dangerous aura. Forget what you just said. Do you hear me? The force of her presence startled Naruto, causing him to stumble and nearly slide off his chair. Whoa, Mom is truly terrifying. All right. I didn't hear anything. Nothing at all. Naruto hastily raised his hands in surrender. Kushina's intensity dissipated instantly, and she resumed her seat with an embarrassed smile, her cheeks slightly flushed. I apologize. I got a bit carried away. Naruto observed her transformation, his lips twitching involuntarily. The contrast was truly astonishing. Chapter 16, Naruto. All right, please enjoy your meal. The steaming bowls of ramen were placed on the table, the aroma instantly igniting their appetites. They both couldn't resist picking up their chopsticks. Watching Naruto devour his food with such fervor, Kushina couldn't help but chuckle. How long has it been since you last ate? You're starving. What do you know? Naruto mumbled with his mouth full of noodles, indistinctly declaring, a true ramen enthusiast should eat like this. Delaying even a second is sacrilege against the delicacy. In less than 10 seconds, Naruto's bowl was empty. He contentedly rubbed his belly, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the unfinished noodles in Kushina's bowl, his throat subtly bobbing. Seeing him like this softened Kushina's heart, and she generously waved her hand. Boss, another bowl. This one's on me for this young man. Sure. Naruto was somewhat taken aback. Why are you treating me? Don't worry, just eat. It's my treat. Kushina waved her hand grandly. 10 minutes later, empty bowls piled high before Naruto. Kushina's mouth fell open in astonishment. You can eat so much. However, this expenditure was negligible for her. Burp. Naruto satisfiedly let out a long belch, patting his belly, feeling utterly content. A total of 1,750 ryo. Without hesitation, Kushina pulled out the money and slapped it on the table. No need for change. Where are you from? I've never seen you around before. Kushina's curiosity piqued again. Naruto, holding a toothpick, paused at the question, still formulating an identity. I'm from outside the village. Haha. Which village? Rain Village. Recalling past experiences, Naruto instinctively blurted out. Rain Village? Kushina's brow furrowed slightly, instantly associating it with the legendary ninja Hanzo of the Salamander. A name that commanded respect among any ninja. Are you a Jainin? She inquired tentatively, though this person acted somewhat eccentric. Her keen senses as a host of the Nine Tails detected something unusual about Naruto. No, he shook his head. I'm a Genin. Genin. Kushina's brow knitted tighter. Scrutinizing Naruto from head to toe, puzzled. He looks to be around 20. Normally, he should be a Nin, yet he is still a Genin? How disappointing. She inwardly sighed, hoping her child would never turn out like this. What is your name? May we get acquainted? Kushina softened her tone, asking gently. The question caught in his throat. Naruto's mind raced. Finally, I am called Boruto. He grinned mischievously. Boruto? Kushina pondered this somewhat peculiar name, deep in thought. Hello. My name is Kushina Uzumaki. It's getting late. I must return home, she said, rising with a prominent belly. Naruto immediately stepped forward, naturally supporting her arm. You are pregnant. It's inconvenient for you to go alone. Allow me to escort you home. In the shadows, Kakashi, wearing a cat-faced mask, inhaled sharply, and the ninja blade in his hand silently slid out of its sheath by half an inch, glinting coldly in the shadows, his muscles tensed, ready to spring into action. Meanwhile, over 30 members of the Umbu and Root, lurking nearby, pressed their hands to their weapons, a chilling murderous intent swiftly permeating the air. Kushina furrowed her brow and cast a sharp gaze toward the corner where Kakashi stood. The invisible pressure momentarily stilled all those poised to act, causing a brief hesitation in their movements. Thank you. Kushina turned back, offering Naruto a gentle smile. Naruto nodded with a smile, cautiously supporting Kushina as they walked toward her home, engaged in light conversation. At this moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, anxiously observing Kushina through a crystal ball, the telescope technique, clenched his jaw. What are the Umbu waiting for? He exhaled a plume of smoke, irritably commanding. Immediately investigate that blonde kid's background. Hurry. Standing at the familiar doorstep, Naruto felt a myriad of emotions, unable to suppress a chuckle. Isn't this my home? Would you like to come in for a moment? Kushina opened the door, waving warmly. Naruto scratched his head, hesitating. The third Hokage has given strict orders. Take action. A low, husky command echoed from the shadows. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a bone-chilling cold pressed against Naruto's neck. A sharp ninja blade was now firmly positioned there. Kakashi, appearing like a specter at Naruto's side, had eyes sharp as an eagle, emanating an aura of vigilance. Almost simultaneously, whoosh, 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 dozens of dark figures sprang forth from rooftops, eaves, alleyways, and shadows in a flash. All possible escape routes were instantly blocked. With identical masks and icy gazes, the elite members of the Umbu and Root encircled the area tightly. Naruto had already sensed their presence and anticipated they would not easily resort to lethal force, hence he had remained unresponsive. Hey, what are you doing? Put down the knives. Kushina's face darkened in an instant, her voice firm. She immediately recognized the Umbu in front of her. Kakashi, you too. Put it down. Kakashi's brow furrowed beneath his mask, his tone laced with struggle. Sensei, please step back. This person's identity is unclear. He could very well be a spy from the Rain Village. Extremely dangerous. Naruto's lips twitched as he looked at Kakashi, who was a head shorter than him. Feeling a wave of incredulity. What had he done? Just taken care of the pregnant Jinchuriki? No, I believe he is a good person. Put down the knives. Kushina urgently explained. However, her command seemed utterly futile at that moment. No one obeyed. The cold weapons remained unmoved. Sensei, please don't make it difficult for us. Kakashi's voice was filled with helplessness. At that moment, swish, swish, two figures appeared before Kushina like phantoms. Dressed in the distinctive attire of Root, they exuded an even colder, more indifferent aura than the Umbu. Without hesitation, they reached out, attempting to forcibly pull Kushina away from Naruto, completely separating them. Kakashi's pupils constricted. You? He instantly recognized the insignia of Root, alarm bells ringing in his mind. How could Danzo's people be involved in Umbu operations? Let go of me. I will inform Minato. Let him deal with you. Kushina was thoroughly enraged, struggling with all her might. But the grip of the two root members was like iron clamps, firmly holding her shoulders, rendering her immobile. Hey, watch it, Kakashi shouted urgently. A low voice, as if emanating from the depths of the abyss, resounded without warning. What is going on? An indescribable icy murderous intent descended upon them like a tangible cold wave, enveloping everyone present in an instant. This murderous intent was not directed at any single target, but was a pure, indifferent contempt and suppression of life. A massive character for death was like a brand, crashing into the depths of everyone's soul. It transcended reason, stemming from biological instinct, the most primal alarm of death. Kakashi's hair stood on end, and he abruptly turned to look towards Naruto's position. There, it was already empty. One of the root ninjas, Root A, had pupils that suddenly shrank to pinpricks. A violent gust of wind, carrying a sense of annihilation, was rushing towards his face. Die! Naruto's fist, imbued with the force of thunder, tore through the air, crashing towards his head. Too fast. In the nick of time. Whoosh. A golden flash appeared in an instant. Ding. A specially crafted kunai was accurately embedded in the ground beside Root A's foot. Almost simultaneously with the kunai hitting the ground, that flash transformed into a solid form. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, appeared as if teleporting between Naruto and Root A, his left hand darting out like lightning. Bang! With a muffled sound, Minato firmly raised his palm, catching Naruto's fist, which possessed the power to shatter rocks. Hiss! Minato's handsome face was instantly filled with astonishment. An overwhelming force surged through his arm, numbing it. Almost instinctively, he tensed his muscles, channeling all his strength to counter it. What terrifying power! Naruto also fully realized in that moment of contact. It's my father. His heart shook violently as he forcibly restrained the nearly overflowing ferocity, managing to reduce the force behind his punch by more than half. Even so, thud, Minato was still pushed back half a step by the residual force. Struggling to stabilize himself, the ground beneath him quietly cracked with several fine lines. Chapter 17. Think wisely. All of this transpired too swiftly, including Kushina. No one could react in time. Minato, you finally arrived. Quickly help me teach them a lesson. Kushina rushed forward, burying her head deeply in his embrace, weeping. Minato gently patted her back, comforting her. It's all right, it's all right. With everyone having regained their wits, they all knelt on one knee, saluting the fourth Hokage. Kakashi was sweating profusely, not daring to lift his head. Would his teacher blame him for not protecting his sensei? Naruto stood frozen, forcing himself to appear calm. His gaze fixed on Minato. Memories flashed through his mind like a slideshow. The fourth great ninja war, the two Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails fist bumping in perfect harmony, fighting side by side with his father, and finally, watching his father leave, silent tears streaming down his face. Everything was still vividly etched in his memory. Minato looked at the blonde kid before him, equally astonished. Even now, his fingers were slightly trembling, a testament to the piercing murderous intent he had just felt. To protect Kushina? That was the first thought that crossed his mind. If that kid hadn't held back at the last moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Everyone return. This guy is not an enemy, Minato instructed the crowd. Yes. All the Umbu bowed in unison, vanishing from the scene. Teacher, I'm sorry, No, Kakashi. You may leave now, Minato said gently. Kakashi, feeling a twinge of guilt, cast one last glance at Naruto before departing. Wait, stop. Root A and Root B halted abruptly, bowing in unison. What are your orders, fourth Hokage? I will report your infiltration into Umbu operations to Lord Danzo truthfully, Minato said, his gaze sharp as he locked onto them. Had they made any reckless moves at that moment, Minato would have had no hesitation in executing them. However, from their actions, it seemed that these two were merely trying to protect the safety of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, albeit with somewhat excessive methods. The two members of Root exchanged a silent glance and vanished into thin air. Minato turned to the carefree Naruto, who was whistling as if enjoying the spectacle. Speak up, he said, but Kushina interjected. His name is Boruto. He is a friend I just met, and he is the one who brought me back. She then turned to Minato, reproachfully asking, why did you come back so late? You didn't even know your wife was being bullied, did you? Haha, sorry. Minato chuckled apologetically. I had too much official business to attend to. Yet, a flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Someone she had just met? He glanced at Naruto, offering a gentle smile. Thank you for taking such good care of my wife. For some inexplicable reason, as he looked at the blonde youth before him, he felt a surge of familiarity and an unconditional trust emanating from deep within. Sensing Naruto's intense gaze and his silence, Minato felt a twinge of unease. Kushina also noticed this and playfully punched Naruto's shoulder. Ouch! Naruto winced, clutching his shoulder. Sorry, I saw you lost in thought. And thought I'd bring you back to reality, Kushina said, scratching her head apologetically. No need to apologize, but if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Naruto stated, wishing to avoid further interference with the past. His earlier actions had been unavoidable. Minato, still puzzled, spoke up to retain him. Wait a moment. Would you like to come in and sit for a while? Yes, come in and sit for a bit. Kushina chimed in enthusiastically. Naruto halted in his tracks. At that moment, a diminutive old man clad in the third Hokage's ceremonial robes, wearing a straw hat, stood at the foot of the stairs, puffing out smoke rings and gazing up. Beside him stood his wife, Biwako Sarutobi. You really ought to smoke less. I told you, and you wouldn't listen. Put that out. She scolded softly. Just this once, I'll finish this one, and then I'll quit, the old man hastily defended. Noticing the commotion, the three upstairs turned to look. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately straightened his expression. Minato, aren't you going to introduce us? His voice was steady and commanding. Actually, I don't know much about him either, Minato replied, somewhat awkwardly. It was their first meeting, and all he knew was the boy's name was Boruto. Naruto looked at the small old man with curiosity. The white beard on his face was not as thick as he remembered. In fact, he appeared more capable and authoritative. Is this how the third Hokage looked in the past? Naruto couldn't help but reflect. The third Hokage keenly sensed the exploration and familiarity in Naruto's eyes, stirring a sense of doubt within him. Do you know me? Kakashi, with his brow furrowed beneath his mask, spoke with palpable tension. Sensei, please step back. This individual's identity is uncertain, and he could very well be a spy from the Rain Village, posing a significant threat. Naruto felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, glancing at Kakashi, who was shorter than him, and inwardly lamented. What have I done? I merely expressed concern for the pregnant Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. No, I believe he is a good person. Quickly, put down your weapon, Kushina urgently explained. Yet, her command seemed feeble at that moment, as no one heeded it, and the cold weapons remained unmoving. Sensei, please don't make this difficult for us. Kakashi's voice was tinged with helplessness. Just then, two figures appeared before Kushina like shadows. Dressed in the distinctive attire of Root, they exuded a cold, indifferent aura even more chilling than that of the Umbu. Without hesitation, they reached out, attempting to forcibly separate Kushina from Naruto, completely isolating her. Kakashi's pupils dilated in shock. You? He instantly recognized the insignia of Root, and alarm bells rang in his mind. How could Danzo's men be mingling with the Umbu? Let go of me. I'm going to tell Minato, and he will deal with you. Kushina exclaimed in fury, struggling desperately, but the grips of the two Root members were as unyielding as iron clamps, rendering her immobile. Hey, watch it, Kakashi shouted urgently. A low, ominous voice, as if it emerged from the depths of the abyss, unexpectedly resonated. What is going on here? An indescribable, frigid murderous intent descended like a tangible cold wave, enveloping everyone present in an instant. This murderous intent was not directed at any specific target, but was a pure, apathetic disregard for life itself. A colossal character for death imprinted itself directly into the depths of every soul present. It transcended reason, stemming from the primal instinct of survival. Kakashi felt every hair on his body stand on end as he abruptly turned to where Naruto had been standing. That space was already empty. The pupils of a Root ninja shrank to the size of pinholes. A violent gust of wind, imbued with a sense of destruction, surged toward him. Die! Naruto's fist, infused with the might of thunder, tore through the air, crashing toward his head. Too fast. At the critical moment, whoosh, a flash of golden light appeared in an instant. Clang. A specially crafted kunai was precisely embedded in the ground beside the Root ninja's foot. Almost at the moment the kunai landed, the flash transformed into a solid form. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, appeared as if he had teleported, positioning himself between Naruto and the Root ninja, his left hand shooting out like lightning. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Minato expertly caught Naruto's fist, which possessed the power to shatter rock. Hiss! Minato's handsome features were instantly etched with astonishment. A tremendous force surged through his arm, causing it to tingle. Almost instinctively, he tensed his muscles, channeling all his strength to counterbalance it. What a terrifying power! Naruto also fully realized the moment their fists connected. It was his father. His heart raced, and he forcibly restrained the violent energy that threatened to erupt, managing to dissipate most of the force behind his punch. Even so, thud! Minato was still pushed back half a step by the residual strength, managing to steady himself. The ground beneath them quietly fissured with thin cracks. Everything transpired too swiftly. Even Kushina failed to react. Minato, you finally arrived. Quickly, help me teach them a lesson. Kushina rushed forward, tightly embracing Minato and burying her head in his chest, lamenting. Minato gently patted her back, reassuring her, it's all right, I'm here, don't worry. The others, having regained their senses, knelt on one knee, respectfully proclaiming, Lord Fourth. Kakashi was drenched in cold sweat, not daring to lift his head, his heart racing with anxiety, worrying that his teacher would hold him accountable for failing to protect his wife. Naruto stood still, feigning calmness, his gaze fixed intently on Minato. Memories of the Fourth Great Ninja War flashed through his mind like a slideshow. The two Nine-Tails Jinchuriki exchanging a fist bump, fighting side by side as father and son. And the silent tears he shed as he watched his father depart. He could still vividly recall it all. Minato gazed at the blonde youth before him, equally astonished. Even now, his fingers trembled slightly, betraying the profound murderous intent he had just experienced. Was it to protect Kushina? That was Minato's first thought. Had that boy not managed to rein in his strength at the last moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Everyone return. This fellow is not our enemy. Minato instructed the group. Yes. All the Umbu members bowed respectfully and then vanished from sight. Sensei, I'm sorry, No, you Kakashi. You should head back. Minato said gently. Understood. Kakashi, feeling a twinge of guilt, cast one last glance at Naruto before departing. Wait, stop. The roots of both Root A and Root B halted in their tracks and bowed in unison. What are your orders, Fourth Hokage? I will duly report your infiltration into the Umbu to Danzo-sama. Minato's gaze sharpened as it locked onto them. Should they have made any indiscreet moves at that moment, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. However, judging by their actions, these two appeared merely intent on safeguarding the safety of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, albeit through overly aggressive methods. The two Root members exchanged glances and silently vanished. Minato then turned to the nonchalant Naruto, who was whistling as though he was merely enjoying the spectacle. Go on. Speak up, Kushina interjected. This is Boruto. He is a new friend I just met, and he was the one who brought me back. She then turned to Minato, a hint of reproach in her voice. Why did you come back so late? You didn't even know your wife was bullied. Forgive me. Minato chuckled apologetically. There were too many affairs to attend to. Yet, a flicker of astonishment crossed his heart. A newly acquainted friend? He glanced at Naruto and offered a gentle smile. Thank you for taking such good care of my wife. For some inexplicable reason, as he looked upon the blonde youth before him, Minato felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, even an unconditional trust. Noticing Naruto's silent stare, Minato felt a twinge of unease. Kushina also sensed it and playfully punched Naruto. Ouch! Naruto winced, clutching his shoulder. Sorry. I noticed you were spacing out and thought I'd bring you back to reality. Kushina apologized, scratching her head. It's all right, but if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Naruto said, eager to withdraw, as he truly wished to avoid meddling in the past. His earlier intervention had been unavoidable. Minato's curiosity deepened. Yet he still invited. Wait, would you care to come in and sit for a while? Yes. Come on in. Kushina chimed in enthusiastically. Naruto paused. Just then, a diminutive old man clad in the third Hokage's ceremonial robe and wearing a straw hat stood below, puffing out smoke rings as he gazed upward. His wife, Tsunade, accompanied him. Stop smoking so much. You never listen when I tell you. Extinguish that cigarette. Tsunade reproached him softly. This is the last time, I promise. I'll finish this one and then quit. The old man defended himself in a fluster. Noticing the commotion, the three upstairs turned their attention to the sound. Sarutobi Hiruzen straightened his demeanor. Minato, aren't you going to introduce? His voice was steady and commanding. Actually, I don't know much about him either, Minato admitted. slightly embarrassed. It was their first meeting, and he only knew the youth's name was Boruto, with nothing else to offer. Naruto looked at the small old man, curiosity filling his eyes. The white beard on his face was not as thick as he remembered, and he appeared sharper and more authoritative. Is this what the third Hokage used to look like? Naruto couldn't help but reflect. The third sensed the intrigue and familiarity in Naruto's gaze. A cloud of suspicion clouding his heart. Do you know who I am? Naruto hastily averted his gaze, slightly flustered. No, I don't know. A smirk of disdain crept onto the third's lips. Just a young lad. It seems you are still naive. Information about him should not be difficult to extract. Sarutobi Hiruzen subtly signaled Tsunade beside him. Understanding the cue, Tsunade stepped forward and took Kushina's hand. Kushina, let us go inside. You're pregnant and should rest more. However, as Kushina opened her mouth to protest, she met Minato's reassuring gaze. Don't worry, Kushina, I'm here. Kushina had no choice but to obediently follow Tsunade into the house. As the door closed behind them, the atmosphere among the three outside became somewhat tense. Naruto keenly sensed that the presence surrounding them had thickened considerably, now numbering over 50, an increase of more than 30. Let us move to another location, the third declared, turning on his heel and leading the way. Minato and Naruto had no choice but to follow. They eventually arrived at a tranquil park. The concealed presence of 50 individuals shadowed them. Perhaps finding it too dull, Naruto couldn't help but speak up. Hey, wandering around here is making me sleepy. Can I go take a nap? He yawned widely. It was past 10 o'clock, and the streets of Konoha were dimly lit. Far from the bustling night markets of the future, the third halted before a bench in the park and slowly sat down. The gentle breeze tousled his gray beard, and the wrinkles on his face became more pronounced under the moonlight. He took a puff from his pipe, the smoke curling upwards, and his tone turned almost accusatory. State your identity, your origins, and your intentions in approaching the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Minato remained silent, aware that the blonde youth beside him raised numerous suspicions. Naruto suddenly perked up, feeling somewhat helpless. Am I really that suspicious? Why am I always seen as a bad guy? Can't I just be a concerned citizen? He rubbed his nose. I already told you, my name is Boruto, a genin from the Rain Village. I just happened to meet that sister, that's all. A Rain Village ninja? The third scoffed, the pipe rotating slightly between his fingers. Then why are you in Konoha? Are you here to spy? Of course not. I'm just here for a vacation. Yes, a vacation. Naruto strained to muster an innocent smile. Seeing that his reasoning was so flimsy that even he couldn't convince himself, Minato couldn't help but facepalm and shake his head. When did you sneak in? The third pressed on. I came in this morning. No, maybe it was this afternoon. Naruto blurted out in a rush. Haha. The third let out a meaningful chuckle, scrutinizing Naruto with suspicion. There are no records of anyone entering Konoha this afternoon. Even if there were, how could the detection barrier not react? His gaze suddenly turned cold and sharp, as if he could pierce through one's heart. Are you lying? Naruto felt as though he had been pierced by that gaze, scratching his head as his thoughts scrambled. Oh no, how do I explain this now? Chapter 18. Identity exposed. Seeing the situation growing tense, Minato quickly interjected, Lord Third, I believe there must be a misunderstanding. Oh, Minato, please share your thoughts, the third replied. Taking a puff from his pipe, his gaze profound. Naruto looked at him with both nervousness and anticipation. Though Minato couldn't find a perfect justification at that moment, deep within him lay an unshakable sense of trust, even leading him to question whether he was under a jinjutsu. After a pause, he finally found a breakthrough. He just protected Kushina. Oh, the third's dubious gaze shifted back to the blonde youth before him. Is that so? But who can guarantee that this isn't merely an act to gain our trust? I don't believe that. I trust him. Minato's tone was resolute. Minato, you must understand that as the fourth Hokage, you are responsible for your words, the third cautioned. Rest assured, Lord Third, I trust my instincts, Minato replied, offering Naruto a reassuring smile. Naruto was taken aback, amazed that his father would trust him so unreservedly. After a moment of silence, the third finally waved his hand. After all, Minato was the current Hokage, and he had to give him face. The hidden Umbu members retreated silently. Very well, the third sighed, though his tone remained stern, but should this lad ever pose any threat to the village in the future, I will not relent. With that, he shot a warning glare at Naruto. Naruto couldn't help but gasp in shock. Where had that kind old man gone? Watching the third leave, Minato secretly exhaled in relief. Why? Why do you trust me so much? Naruto inquired, gazing at his father who was clad in the fourth Hokage's ceremonial robe. Aren't you afraid I might pose a danger to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki or the village? Minato took a deep breath, his expression turning unusually grave as he articulated, before we proceed, I must pose a question to you. Observing Minato's serious demeanor, Naruto felt a wave of tension wash over him. Are you human? The inquiry struck Naruto like a bolt of lightning. His mouth fell slightly agape, and he stood frozen, his mind a blank slate. Minato observed Naruto's reaction and felt a tumult of emotions within himself. Piecing together previous clues, Minato began to form a vague understanding. He refrained from pressing further, instead extending a hand to gently pat Naruto's shoulder, his voice lowered to a whisper. That matter should remain unspoken, I presume? Regardless of your intentions, I will stand by you. I shall keep this secret from Kushina. Minato offered a warm smile, his eyes brimming with understanding and compassion. Naruto nodded silently, momentarily transported back to the Fourth Great Ninja War, fighting alongside his father, their hearts in perfect sync. Yet, in this moment, Minato remained oblivious to Naruto's inner turmoil. He yearned to return to the future, but the strangeness of the situation left him at a loss for how to proceed. Concerned for Naruto's well-being in the outside world, Minato handed him a substantial sum of money. Take care of yourself out there. With those words, he departed. Naruto clutched the money tightly, a torrent of emotions surging within him. Kushina, we are at a critical juncture. You must not trust any strangers, especially those of dubious origins. Understood, Aunt Kushina, she replied, languidly resting her head on the table. Beside her, Biwako had been tirelessly lecturing for nearly 3 hours. Creak. The door swung open. Minato, you've returned, Kushina exclaimed, leaping up and casting him a pleading glance. Biwako, startled, quickly stood and grasped her arm, cautioning, be careful. Yes, the situation has been resolved. Minato replied as he entered. Thank you for looking after Kushina. He offered a slight bow to Biwako, who nodded in acknowledgement. Now that Minato is back, I shall not intrude upon you two. Observing the spark of anticipation in Kushina's eyes, she shook her head with a sigh. Before leaving, she leaned closer to Minato and whispered, Kushina's condition is delicate. It would be wise to refrain from any such activities for now. With that, she took her leave. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Minato's face, and he could only manage a few awkward chuckles. How did you handle it? The third Hokage wouldn't he truly imprison him as a traitor, would he? Kushina asked urgently, her expression fraught with concern. Minato, recognizing his wife's anxiety, understood that she had sensed something amiss. Everything is arranged. We misjudged the situation. That boy is not a spy, Minato assured her firmly. Rest easy. Upon hearing Minato's words, Kushina finally exhaled in relief. That is good to hear. By the way, Minato, why are you so concerned about him? Minato inquired tentatively, worried that his wife might have deduced Naruto's true identity. He knew Kushina well. Had she discovered that the blonde youth was their future son, she would undoubtedly seek him out. Naruto hurriedly averted his gaze, waving his hands in a flustered manner. I don't know him. I don't know him. The third Hokage smirked disdainfully, thinking to himself, this is merely a Navi youth, evidently inexperienced in the world. Regarding him, the third felt certain that information about the boy would not be difficult to uncover. Sarutobi Hiruzen discreetly exchanged glances with Biwako. Understanding, she stepped forward and gently took Kushina's hand, speaking softly. Kushina, we should head inside. You ought to rest more during your pregnancy. However, as Kushina was about to speak, she was interrupted by Minato's reassuring gaze. Do not worry, Kushina, I am here. Reluctantly, Kushina followed Biwako into the house. As the door closed behind them, the atmosphere among the three outside grew tense. Naruto keenly sensed that the air was heavier than before, as if 50 presences were now surrounding them. An increase of over 30. Let us change locations, the third Hokage said, turning to lead the way. Minato and Naruto had no choice but to follow. The group eventually arrived at a quiet park. The 50 hidden presences shadowed them closely, and, feeling bored, Naruto could not help but exclaim, Hey, wandering around here all day is making me sleepy. Can I go to sleep? He stifled a massive yawn. It was already past 10, and the streets of Konoha were dimly lit, far from the bustling night markets of the future. The third Hokage paused before a park bench and slowly sat down. A gentle breeze ruffled his white beard, accentuating the wrinkles on his face, which bore witness to the passage of time. He took a puff from his pipe. the smoke curling upwards as he questioned, "Reveal your identity, your origins, and your purpose for approaching the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails." Minato remained silent, recognizing the multitude of suspicions surrounding the golden-haired youth. Naruto instantly became alert, feeling somewhat helpless as he pondered, "Am I really that suspicious? Why am I always viewed as the villain? Can't I just be a well-meaning citizen?" He scratched his nose and slowly replied, "I have already stated that my name is Boruto, a genin from the Rain Village. I simply encountered that sister by chance, nothing more." "Rain Village ninja?" The third scoffed, the pipe turning slightly in his fingers. "Then why have you come to Konoha? Are you here to gather intelligence?" "Of course not. I just came to Konoha for a vacation." "Yes, a vacation." Naruto forced a naive smile, though it was evident that even he could not convince himself of his own reasoning. Minato could not help but facepalm and shake his head. "Lord Third, I entered this morning or possibly in the afternoon," Naruto blurted out impulsively. "Huh." The third emitted a meaningful chuckle, scrutinizing Naruto skeptically. "It was the afternoon. Yet no one has recorded entering or leaving Konoha. Even if there were, how could the sensing barrier of Konoha remain unresponsive?" His gaze suddenly turned icy and sharp, as if he could see through to the depths of one's soul. "Are you lying?" Naruto felt a chill run down his spine under that penetrating gaze, scratching his head in confusion. "Oh no, how do I get out of this?" Seeing the situation at a standstill, Minato quickly interjected, "Lord Third, I believe there must be some misunderstanding." The third paused, his eyes deepening as they fixed on Minato. Naruto watched anxiously, filled with anticipation. Although Minato struggled to articulate a perfect explanation, an unshakable trust resonated within him, even causing him to question if he was under a jinjutsu. He hesitated but finally found a breakthrough. He just protected Kushina. The third's doubtful gaze returned to the blonde youth before him. "Is that so? But who can guarantee that this isn't merely an act to earn our trust?" "I do not believe that. I trust him," Minato asserted resolutely. "Minato, you must understand that as the fourth Hokage, you must be accountable for your words," the third warned. "Rest assured, Lord Third, I trust my instincts," Minato replied, offering Naruto a reassuring smile. Naruto was astonished by his father's unwavering belief in him. After a moment of silence, the third finally waved his hand. After all, Minato was the current Hokage, and he needed to afford him the necessary respect. The shadowy figures lurking in the darkness silently withdrew. Very well, the third sighed, his tone still stern. "However, should this boy cause any harm to the village in the future, I will not relent." With that, he shot Naruto a warning glare. Naruto could not help but draw in a sharp breath, wondering where that kind old man had gone. As he watched the third depart, Minato secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Why do you trust me so deeply?" Naruto gazed at his father, dressed in the robes of the fourth Hokage, finally voicing the question that had long resided in his heart. "Aren't you afraid that I might pose a threat to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki or to the village?" Minato inhaled deeply, his expression turning gravely serious as he articulated, "Before that, I must ask you a question." Noticing Minato's solemnity, Naruto felt his own anxiety heighten. "Are you human?" In that instant, Naruto felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His mouth slightly agape, he stood frozen, his mind a blank canvas. Observing Naruto's reaction, Minato felt a tumult of emotions rising within him as he began to piece together the implications of Naruto's earlier responses. He refrained from pressing further, instead reaching out to gently pat Naruto's shoulder, his voice lowered to a whisper. "That matter should remain unspoken, I believe. Regardless of what you choose to do, I shall support you. I will keep this secret from Kushina." Minato offered a warm smile, filled with understanding and acceptance. Naruto silently nodded. In that fleeting moment, he felt transported back to the Fourth Great Ninja War, fighting alongside his father, their thoughts intertwined. Yet, at that moment, Minato remained unaware of the confusion swirling within Naruto. He yearned to return to the future, but the strangeness of the current situation left him at a loss for how to proceed. Subsequently, Minato, concerned for Naruto's ability to manage on his own, handed him a substantial sum of money. "When alone in the world, it is imperative that you take care of yourself." With that parting advice, Minato departed. Naruto clutched the money tightly, a whirlwind of emotions surging within him as he grappled with the complexity of his feelings. "Kushina, this is a critical period. You must not trust any strangers, especially those of uncertain origins." "I understand, Aunt," Kushina replied, languidly resting her head on the table, while nearby, Iwako had been diligently lecturing her for nearly 3 hours. Creak. The door opened. "Minato, you're back," Kushina exclaimed, leaping up and casting a pleading glance his way. Startled, Iwako quickly rose to restrain her. "Be careful." "Yes. The situation has been resolved." Minato entered, bowing slightly. "Thank you for taking care of Kushina." Iwako nodded, saying, "Now that Minato has returned, I shall not intrude upon your time together." Observing the immediate sparkle of anticipation in Kushina's eyes, she shook her head with a hint of exasperation. Before leaving, she leaned in close to Minato, lowering her voice to impart a caution. Given Kushina's unique condition, it would be best to refrain from certain activities for now. With that, she exited. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Minato's face, and he could only force a chuckle. "Minato, how did everything go? The third Hokage wouldn't actually imprison him as a traitor, would he?" Kushina inquired anxiously. Minato, perceiving the worry etched on his wife's face, understood. Indeed, Kushina had sensed something amiss. "Everything has been arranged. It was a misunderstanding. That boy is not a spy," he assured her firmly. Upon hearing Minato's words, Kushina finally exhaled in relief. "That's good. By the way, Kushina, why are you so concerned about him?" Minato probed cautiously, a lingering apprehension that Kushina might have deduced Naruto's true identity. He knew her well. If she discovered that the blonde boy was their future son, she would undoubtedly seek him out. "I feel an inexplicable familiarity with him, yet I cannot quite articulate why," Kushina mused, furrowing her brow in thought. Minato's gaze intensified, his heart racing with trepidation. Catching sight of his anxious demeanor, Kushina suddenly erupted in laughter, teasing, "Hey, you're not feeling jealous, are you?" "Huh." Minato was taken aback. "Haha." Kushina chuckled at his flustered expression, waving her hand dismissively. "Don't worry. I merely feel he resembles a friend." She found amusement in the situation, realizing that after all this time, Minato could still be as easily flustered as a young boy. Seeing her relaxed smile, Minato's anxious heart finally settled. It appeared she had yet to uncover Naruto's true identity. "Don't." Danzo's voice was cold and piercing, his penetrating gaze fixed upon his counterpart. "I warned you against inserting your people into the Umbu." Before he could finish, Shimura Danzo erupted in fury, slamming his fist onto the table, creating a thunderous echo. "Hiruzen, have you truly lost your senses? That blonde boy is clearly attempting to get close to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. His intentions are treacherous." He took a deep breath, forcing down his rage to continue. "Moreover, according to Root's intelligence, that boy's strength is undoubtedly at the Jonin level, and he cannot be a mere Chunin. Such a deceitful being, and you dare to trust him?" Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed, his tone carrying an unmistakable warning. "This is Minato's decision. He is the current Hokage. I have also cautioned you to keep your distance from the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, if you dare to act out of line." He paused, his eyes sharp as blades. "I cannot guarantee your safety." With those weighty words, Hiruzen turned abruptly, leaving the room with an air of icy resolve. The heavy slam of the door echoed in the room, leaving Danzo alone, his teeth clenched in rage, his knuckles white from gripping the table tightly. His sinister gaze fixated on the direction in which the third had departed. "Humph. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this." Chapter 19. Avenge You in the Rain Village. Within a secluded forest, Pain descended gracefully to the ground. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, the earth trembled, a powerful repulsive force leveling everything in its vicinity. Observing the debris of shattered trees and stones strewn across the ground, Nagato, with black rods protruding from his back, could not suppress a smirk. Within less than a month, with the aid of the masked man, he had further refined his mastery of the Rinnegan, achieving a level of proficiency with Pain's abilities. Now brimming with confidence, he thought that if someone named Zofi dared to belittle him again, he would ensure that the individual recognized who truly held authority within the Akatsuki. Zofi, a pseudonym for Sasuke, had adopted the name to avoid complications, thinking it best to prevent confusion given that he had already been born into this world. By the pond, Sasuke stretched lazily, acutely aware of the chakra coursing through him. He had finally restored himself completely. During this time, he had also calmed down. Reflecting on the battle at the Valley of the End, Naruto's strength was indeed terrifying. He realized that if he were to face him again, he could not guarantee victory. Moreover, Naruto had the entire Konoha behind him, while he stood alone. This time was different. Sasuke resolved to reform, to change his fate and begin anew. He intended to establish his own influence within the ninja world, and once his power spread throughout, He would sever the Uchiha from Konoha. He did not believe Naruto could contend with him then. As Sasuke gazed at his reflection in the water, anger coursed through him as he envisioned the dog that would inevitably accompany Naruto in the future. For the sins I have committed? Truly pathetic. I shall rectify this. Sasuke spoke, his voice cold and resolute. Brother, Mom, Dad, wait for me. One day, I will show you the glory of the Uchiha. In that moment, the fierce wind whipped around him, causing his dark attire to flutter as it underscored his unwavering determination. Lord Zophie, I have brought you your meal. Konan approached slowly, carrying a basket of food. Upon hearing her voice, Sasuke was not surprised. He had gradually accepted the reality of being supported by a wealthy patron and had begun to enjoy this lifestyle. From now on, do not call me Lord. Simply use my name, Sasuke replied, turning his head away. Konan hesitated for a moment, a faint smile tugging at her lips. All right, to her. The cold man before her was finally someone she could trust. By the way, where is Nagato? I haven't seen him lately, Sasuke inquired while picking up his chopsticks. Well, Nagato is currently developing new ninjutsu. Konan felt a twinge of guilt and turned her head away, as it was Nagato who had instructed her not to inform Sasuke that he was gradually mastering the power of the Rinnegan, intending to surprise Sasuke later. Oh, Sasuke didn't he lift his head, dismissing it nonchalantly. Konan awkwardly smiled. After all, it was her first time lying. This is delicious, but next time, please add less vegetables. I don't like them. Ah, that's not possible. Vegetables are essential for health. How could you skip them? Konan responded sternly. Seeing her expression, Sasuke choked on his food, too intimidated to argue, and continued eating in silence. As Sasuke dined, Konan sat beside him in her fire cloud robe, her expression gradually becoming despondent. She suddenly recalled how she used to bring food to Yahiko and Nagato. But then, Yahiko was gone, and Nagato could no longer eat. Sasuke keenly noticed her change in demeanor and casually asked, "What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind?" Konan hesitated, wanting to speak, but holding back. It's nothing. Come on, this is quite frustrating. Hurry up. We've known each other for a while now. Perhaps I can help you. Sasuke disliked when people kept their thoughts bottled up. Just like Itachi, such behavior was infuriating. Seeing Sasuke's anxious demeanor, Konan felt unexpectedly touched. She never imagined someone would be willing to hear her innermost thoughts. Although Nagato was still around, he hardly cared about her feelings anymore, as he was fervently focused on fulfilling Yahiko's wishes, changing their circumstances, and achieving peace in the ninja world. It was merely a recollection of the past. Konan paused before speaking. Is it that guy named Yahiko? I've heard you mention him more than once. Sasuke could tell that this Yahiko was significant to Konan, just as Itachi had been to him, realizing the depth of familial bonds only when it was too late. Konan continued, her expression tinged with sadness. Yes, but he is no longer here. Sasuke's eyes twitched slightly. Is that so? I'm sorry. Konan gazed at him in shock. Sunlight illuminated Sasuke's profile, a gentle breeze rustling the willow branches, and in that moment, Konan felt a stirring in her heart. She never anticipated that the cold man before her, so different from the pretentious show-off of 2 weeks ago, would actually apologize. Even without uttering a word, she understood that the strong possessed their own pride and would not easily bow to the weak. This was a lesson she had learned through her arduous experiences in the harsh rain village. In that instant, her affection for the man before her deepened. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling faintly. It's all right. Sasuke, maintaining his composure, asked, how did he die? That is in the past. Sasuke's expression darkened slightly. Speak quickly. Konan hurriedly recounted how Hanzo had conspired with the Rain Village to kidnap her, and how Yahiko had bravely thrown himself in front of her to protect her from Nagato's kunai. The two sat side by the pond, the tale unfolding for 2 full hours, with Sasuke not feeling bored, even growing somewhat indignant. I feel like a burden. I am truly useless. Konan couldn't help but cry, tears streaming down her face and quietly soaking her collar. With no one to confide in, the guilt she had carried for years was finally released in that moment. I always felt an inexplicable familiarity with that guy, yet I cannot articulate why. Kushina pondered, frowning. Minato gazed at her intently, feeling a sense of suspense. When Kushina caught sight of his anxious expression, she suddenly chuckled and teased. Hey, are you jealous? Huh. Minato was taken aback. Haha, Kushina said, observing his slightly flustered demeanor, waving her hand joyfully, a mischievous smile on her face. Don't worry, I just think he resembles a friend. She secretly found it amusing that after being married for so long, Minato still behaved like a nervous young man in certain aspects. Looking at his wife's carefree smile, Minato finally felt relieved. It seemed she had yet to realize Naruto's true identity. Stop. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was cold and piercing, his deep gaze fixed intently on his counterpart. I warned you not to place your people in the umbu. Before he could finish, Danzo erupted in fury, slamming his fist on the table, producing a dull thud. Hiruzen, are you losing your mind? That blonde kid is clearly trying to get close to the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. His intentions are suspect. He took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and continued, moreover. According to the intel from Root, that kid's strength is certainly above the Jonin level. He cannot possibly be a mere Chunin. How can you trust such a deceitful and duplicitous individual? Sarutobi sighed, his tone carrying an undeniable warning. This is Minato's decision. He is the current Hokage. I have also cautioned you against approaching the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. If you dare to act recklessly, he paused, his gaze sharp as a blade. I cannot protect you. After delivering this stern warning, Sarutobi said no more, abruptly turning to leave with an imposing presence. The heavy sound of the closing door echoed in the room, leaving only Danzo behind. He clenched his teeth in rage, his knuckles turning white from gripping tightly, his malevolent gaze fixed on the direction Hiruzen had departed. Humph. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Chapter 19. Avenge you in the Rain Village. Amidst a secluded forest, Pain descended slowly to the ground. Almighty push. In an instant, the ground trembled as powerful repulsion flattened everything around him. Observing the scattered debris of trees and stones, Nagato couldn't help but smirk. In less than a month, with the help of the masked man, he had further refined his mastery of the Rinnegan, gaining proficient control over Pain. He felt a surge of confidence. Should that self-righteous individual named Sasuke dare to challenge him again, he would make them witness the authority of the Akatsuki. Sasuke was merely a pseudonym, as Sasuke sought to avoid trouble, thinking that if his current self were to be reborn, sharing a name might lead to unnecessary inquiries. By the pond, Sasuke stretched, feeling the chakra coursing through him. He had fully recovered. During this time, he had calmed down and reflected on the battle at the Valley of the End. Naruto's power was indeed formidable, and he realized that if faced again, he could not guarantee victory. Furthermore, Naruto had the entire Konoha behind him, while he stood alone. This time was different. Sasuke was determined to reform and start anew. He aimed to establish his own influence in the ninja world, and when his power spread throughout, he would sever ties with Konoha, believing that Naruto would no longer be able to contend with him. Sasuke gazed into the river, loathing the reflection of himself, wishing to correct the wrongs of his past. Forgive me for what I have done. Such a waste. Let me rectify this. His voice was cold and resolute. Brother, Mom, Dad, wait for me. One day, I will show you the glory of the Uchiha. At that moment, the fierce wind howled, causing Sasuke's clothing to flutter, a testament to his unwavering resolve. Lord Sasuke, I have brought you food. Konan approached slowly, carrying a basket of dishes. Hearing her voice, Sasuke was not surprised. After all, he was gradually accepting the reality of being supported by a wealthy woman and enjoying this lifestyle. He turned his head, saying, in the future, don't call me Lord. Just use my name. Xiaonan hesitated for a moment, her lips curving into a faint smile. All right, she replied. For her, this cold man before her had finally begun to place his trust in her. But where was Nagato? She had not seen him in days. Sasuke picked up his chopsticks and, while eating, inquired about Nagato. A sense of guilt washed over Xiaonan as she turned her head away. Nagato was busy developing new jutsu. She recalled Nagato's admonition to keep his gradual mastery of the Rinnegan's power a secret from Zofii, waiting for the right moment to surprise him. Oh, Sasuke replied absent-mindedly, not appearing to care much. Xiaonan smiled awkwardly, as it was her first experience in deception. This is delicious, but please add less greens next time. I don't like them. No way. Vegetables are essential for health. How can you skip them? Xiaonan retorted sternly. Sasuke, taken aback by her demeanor, could only lower his head and continue eating in silence. As Sasuke ate, Xiaonan, clad in her fiery cloak, squatted beside him, her expression gradually turning melancholic. She suddenly recalled how she had once brought meals to Yahiko and Nagato. But now, Yahiko was gone, and Nagato had lost his appetite. Sasuke, keenly attuned to her emotions, feigned indifference and asked, "What's wrong? Are you troubled?" Xiaonan hesitated, wanting to speak, but ultimately replied, "It's nothing. That's really frustrating. Hurry up and stop being so vague. We know each other well enough. Perhaps I can help you bear the burden. Sasuke's dissatisfaction with her reluctance to share her troubles reminded him of Itachi. Seeing his earnestness, Shounen felt unexpectedly touched. She had not anticipated anyone would be willing to listen to her heart. Although Nagato was still present, he rarely acknowledged Shounen's emotions, as he was consumed by his desire to fulfill Yahiko's dream of changing the world for peace. It's just memories of the past. Shounen eventually said after a brief pause. Are you referring to that guy Yahiko? I've heard you mention him more than once. Sasuke could see that this Yahiko was of great significance to Shounen, much like Itachi had been to him, whose attachment to familial bonds he only fully comprehended at the end. Shounen continued, her expression tinged with sorrow. Yes, but he is no longer here. Sasuke's eyes twitched slightly. Is that so? I'm sorry. Shounen gazed at him in shock. The sunlight bathed Sasuke's profile, and a gentle breeze stirred the willow branches, momentarily stirring something within Shounen's heart. She could hardly believe that this cold man before her was so different from the arrogant person he had been 2 weeks prior. Now offering an apology. Even without mentioning it, strong individuals possess their pride and would never easily bow to the weak. This was a lesson she had learned amidst the harsh realities of the Hidden Rain village. In that moment, Shounen found herself increasingly drawn to the man before her. She gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and smiled softly. It's all right. Sasuke, maintaining his composure, asked, how did he die? That was long ago. She replied. Sasuke, slightly displeased, urged her to continue. Shounen quickly recounted the events surrounding Hanzo's abduction of her, how Yahiko had bravely intercepted Nagato's kunai to protect her. They sat side by the pond, the story unfolding over 2 hours, and Sasuke, far from feeling bored, grew increasingly enraged. I feel like a burden now. I'm utterly useless, Shounen exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks, soaking her collar, with no one to confide in. The guilt she had harbored over the years finally found release. Sasuke, witnessing her sorrow, empathized with her plight. He too had faced anguish, having lost his entire clan due to Itachi's actions, yet he understood that behind it all loomed the shadow of a singular figure, the 5th Hokage, Danzo, the first leader of the Konoha's root organization. Sasuke gritted his teeth in fury, wishing he could go to Konoha and tear him apart. However, he knew that with Naruto's uncertain stance, he could not act recklessly. Yet there were actions he could take. Stop crying. I will avenge you, he declared, rising with conviction. Shounen wiped her tears, looking astonished at the tall man before her. In that moment, she felt a sense of security. I will help you kill Hanzo. Upon hearing that name, Shounen panicked and grasped his arm. No, Hanzo is known as a demigod among ninjas and is at the peak of his power now. Moreover, the Hidden Rain has not participated much in the Third Great Ninja War. Your going there would be akin to walking into a lioness den. I appreciate your concern for me, but enough of the rambling. A mere clown cannot defeat me. You underestimate me. Chapter 20. Trash. It's all the same. Shounen's fair complexion flushed with a hint of color. The Hidden Rain village was shrouded in dark clouds, with light rain falling intermittently. Perhaps due to the climate, the land of rain experienced only a few clear days, while most areas remained in a perpetual rainy season. Shounen clutched Sasuke's sleeve tightly, her anxiety directed toward the Hidden Rain. She had come here hastily without informing Nagato, fearing something might go awry. The psychological scars left by Hanzo a year ago still haunted her, impossible to erase. Hey, you're going to ruin my sleeve, Sasuke remarked, exasperated. Shounen quickly released her grip, apologizing profusely. Sasuke paid little mind, brushing off the wrinkled sleeve before leaping down from the tree and heading directly toward the Hidden Rain. Along the way, he contemplated the potential to subdue the Land of Rain. Although he lacked the time to manage it, Nagato could certainly handle it, being one of his subordinates. Wait for me. I'm coming too, Shounen hurriedly declared. What are you coming for? Just to watch. No, I insist on coming, she replied with determination. She thought that even if Sasuke could not win, at least she could help him escape. Though her paper jutsu was not yet fully mastered, it was sufficient for a quick getaway. Sasuke shook his head, exasperated, feeling utterly helpless against her stubbornness. Inside the Hidden Rain office, Hanzo, seated at his desk reviewing documents, suddenly stiffened. Whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of Rain Nin wearing vests and masks surrounded Sasuke and Shounen, with over 30 jounin among them. Sasuke instinctively shielded Shounen behind him, unwilling to let any harm come to her. as he still had to eat. Xiaonan blushed at his protective gesture, her heart racing. "Who are you? What business do you have in the hidden rain?" came a voice. Looking up, they saw Hanzo standing at the entrance, arms crossed, his piercing gaze scrutinizing the two like a hawk. The aura of the demigod of the ninja world remained chilling even after many years. Sasuke kept his head down in silence, while Xiaonan felt both anxious and frightened, her fists clenched tightly, yet she could not bring herself to step forward. After all, she was just a 16-year-old child. Noticing Sasuke's companion, Hanzo couldn't help but smirk derisively. "Oh, the fiery cloak? So it's you. I've been searching for you for so long, and you've delivered yourselves right to my doorstep. Where's that kid with the Rinnegan? Did he not accompany you? Such a treasure in your possession is a waste." Xiaonan interjected fiercely, "You shall not. As the ruler of the hidden rain, you conspire with foreign powers to suppress allies. You will surely face divine retribution." Hanzo chuckled mockingly. "Allies? You can only blame your foolishness. But I truly did not expect that foolish kid to run into my kunai. You truly are of no use, so easily captured by our men as a hostage. Are you voluntarily presenting yourself as a captive today?" "Ha ha ha." The surrounding rain ninjas erupted into mocking laughter. Xiaonan scanned the area, her pupils dilating in fear as she involuntarily stepped back, the image of Yahiko's tragic demise flashing before her eyes. "I am not," Xiaonan stammered, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, what could she do but become a burden? "Hey, are you done talking? Once you finish, we should be on our way." Sasuke lifted his head, his icy gaze sweeping over Hans as if he were inspecting a corpse. Hans drew in a sharp breath. "Is that the Rinnegan? The Sharingan? Could it be?" Hans suddenly grasped the situation. "Ha ha ha. So that brat named Nagato has already been killed by you. And you've taken his woman as well. Very well, boy. I offer you a chance. Join my ranks, and I shall grant you riches and glory." Unlike before, Hans no longer relied solely on the strength of the demigod of the ninja world. He understood that mere slaughter could not resolve everything, and that strategic manipulation of the heart could yield far better results. Sasuke curled his lips into a disdainful smirk. "Just an insect, and you think you are worthy?" Hans clenched his fists, his lips twitching in anger. "Refusing my hospitality shall earn you punishment. Go, seize the Rinnegan. Kill. Do not try to take him from me. This arrogant brat is mine. To death." Sasuke remained unfazed. "Trash, it makes no difference how many come." Xiaonan stood frozen in fear. Hans's words had undoubtedly shattered her confidence. Hundreds of rain ninjas surged forward, but they evoked no reaction from Sasuke. "Die!" A rain ninja swung down with a long knife from behind. A gust of wind ensued. Bang! The rain ninja was sent flying hundreds of meters by a single kick. In that moment of distraction, Xiaonan clearly saw blue strands of hair gently fall. The surrounding rain ninjas showed no fear. Instead, their excitement grew. What pride is there in defeating a mere Nin? "Brothers, let's take him together." Hans sneered from above. "This is the fate of those who oppose me." A blood-red, mesmerizing three-tomo flashed. With a single hand, he seized the long knife and swiftly severed the neck of a Nin, his movements seamless. More rain ninjas began to flood the battlefield. As the rain fell silently, Sasuke, like a cold reaper, mercilessly harvested the lives of every rain ninja with his blade. His superb taijutsu formed a protective shield as Xiaonan stood within, motionless. Watching the scene unfold, a maelstrom of astonishment and fear surging within her. Realizing that close combat was futile, dozens of rain ninjas retreated, retrieving umbrellas from their backs. The mechanisms twisted, and countless shuriken shot forth like a swarm of needles towards the two. Sasuke remained unperturbed. He hooked a long knife from the ground with one foot, and with a flick of his wrist, he spun it. Clang! 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 Countless shuriken fell to the ground. Several rain ninjas involuntarily exchanged knowing smirks. Boom! A blinding light erupted beneath Sasuke's feet. Hundreds of explosive tags detonated simultaneously in the sand. "We got him!" The crowd cheered. Hans looked skeptically at the center of the smoke. Moments later, his expression shifted to shock. This fellow, a 30-meter-tall blue giant, enveloped Sasuke and Xiaonan. It was the first stage of Susanoo. Gasps echoed among the crowd. "How do we fight against this giant?" Sasuke slowly retracted his chakra, dispelling Susanoo. A piercing shriek reverberated through the air, as if it sought to tear everything apart. Black and white arcs of electricity pulsed violently in Sasuke's palm. The chilling white light casting a cold glow on his face, his murderous intent coalescing in an instant. Sasuke slightly bent his waist, and with a forceful twist of his ankle, he transformed into a bolt of black lightning. Whoosh! The only sound heard was the rush of air and the crackle of lightning. Before anyone could react, Sasuke gazed upon her sorrowful face. A wave of resonance swelling in his heart. Itachi had eradicated their entire clan to protect himself. How could Sasuke not feel anguish? Yet, behind it all, one figure lingered in his mind. The fifth Hokage, the original Hokage of Konoha, Danzo. Sasuke's teeth ground together in rage, wishing to charge into Konoha and tear off his mask with his own hands. However, he understood that to act now would be folly, as Naruto's stance remained uncertain. He could not afford to act recklessly. Yet, he had his own plans to contend with. Do not weep. I shall avenge you. Sasuke rose, his tone resolute. Shounen wiped away her tears, gazing in astonishment at the towering man. In that moment, she felt a flicker of security. I will kill Hans. Hearing that name, Xiaonan's heart tightened, and she hurriedly stood, grasping his arm. No, Hans is known as the demigod of the ninja world, currently at the height of his power. Moreover, Yuin has not engaged much in the Third Great Ninja War. Your approach is akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den. I appreciate your concern. But enough of this rambling, Sasuke dismissed. He is merely a clown. How dare he underestimate me? Chapter 20. Trash. It makes no difference how many come. Yuin Village. A vast expanse of dark clouds shrouded the sky, with fine rain falling incessantly. Perhaps due to the climate, sunny days in the land of rain are a rarity. Most regions are perpetually cloaked in the rainy season. Xiaonan clutched Sasuke's sleeve tightly, anxiously glancing toward Yuin. She had rushed here without informing Nagato, her heart filled with unease. The psychological shadow Hans had cast over her 6 months prior lingered, refusing to fade. Hey, you're going to tear my sleeve, Sasuke remarked with exasperation. Xiaonan hurriedly released her grip. I'm sorry. Sasuke did not dwell on it, brushing off the crumpled sleeve and leaping down from the tree, making his way toward Yuin. Along the way, he pondered that perhaps he could seize this opportunity to conquer the land of rain. Although he had little time to spare, Nagato, as his subordinate, should be capable enough. Wait for me. I'm coming too, Xiaonan called out in haste. What do you intend to do? Just watch, Sasuke replied coolly. No, I am coming, Xiaonan asserted, her gaze unwavering. She thought that even if Sasuke could not defeat the enemy, at least she could assist him in escaping. Though her paper jutsu was not yet proficient, it would suffice for a quick getaway. Sasuke shook his head, exasperated by the girl. In the Yuin office, Hans, seated at his desk reviewing documents, suddenly stiffened. Whoosh! In an instant, hundreds of rain ninjas clad in vests and masks surrounded Sasuke and Xiaonan, including over 30 J-nin among them. Sasuke instinctively shielded Xiaonan behind him. He would not allow this wealthy girl to come to harm, for he still needed to eat. Xiaonan blushed slightly at Sasuke's protective gesture, her heart racing. Who are you? What business do you have in Yuin? She asked, following the voice. Hans stood at the entrance of Yuin, arms crossed, his sharp gaze scanning the two like a hawk. Even after many years, the might of the demigod of the ninja world remained formidable. Sasuke bowed his head in silence, and though Xiaonan felt anxious, a wave of fear washed over her. Her fists clenching involuntarily, yet her feet remained rooted in place. After all, she was still just a 16-year-old child. Noticing Xiaonan behind Sasuke, Hans could not help but smirk mockingly. Oh, the fire cloud robe? So it is you. After searching for so long, you finally walked into my trap. Where's that boy with the Rinnegan? Did he not come with you? The Rinnegan in your hands is a waste. It would be better, Xiaonan interjected fiercely. You shall not. As the ruler of Yuin, to conspire with foreign powers against allies, you shall surely face divine retribution. Ha ha ha, allies. Hans scoffed. You can only blame your own foolishness. I never expected that foolish boy to walk straight into the Kanai. You, indeed, are quite incompetent. To have been so easily captured by our men, reduced to a mere hostage. Have you willingly presented yourself as a captive today? The rain ninja around him immediately erupted into derisive laughter. Xiaonan surveyed her surroundings, her pupils dilating in sudden alarm, unable to suppress a step back. Terror gripping her heart as the image of Yi Yan's demise flashed in her mind. I am not, Xiaonan stammered, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Faced with this grim reality, she found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, what could she do here but be a burden? Hey, are you done talking? It's time to get moving. Sasuke's cold gaze swept over Hanzo, as if he were staring at a corpse. Hanzo involuntarily gasped. Is that the Rinnegan, the Sharingan? A thought flickered through his mind. Ha. So the one called Nagato has already met his end at your hands, and you have taken his woman as well. Very well, young man. I offer you a chance. Join my ranks, and I shall grant you wealth and power. The Hanzo of today is no longer the slaughterer known for his semi-divine prowess in the ninja world. He understands that violence cannot resolve everything, and that a timely psychological attack can yield far better results. A faint smirk curled at the corners of Sasuke's lips. Just a mere insect, daring to consider itself exceptional? Hanzo clenched his fists, his mouth twitching in anger. You refuse my hospitality and choose punishment instead. Charge. Seize the Rinnegan. Kill. Do not interfere. This arrogant brat is mine. Die. Sasuke, unfazed, replied nonchalantly. Trash. It makes no difference how many come. Xiaonan was paralyzed with fear, Hanzo's words shattering her confidence. Hundreds of ninjas surged forward. Yet she remained motionless. Die. Shouted a rain ninja from behind, swinging a blade down. A fierce gust of wind accompanied the strike. Bang. The rain ninja was sent flying hundreds of meters by a single kick. In that fleeting moment, Xiaonan clearly saw a strand of blue hair drift down silently. The surrounding rain ninjas, witnessing this, grew even more excited, believing they had merely eliminated a Chunin, and they all launched their attacks. Above, Hanzo chuckled coldly. This is the fate of opposing me. The blood-red, three-tomo pattern flickered briefly. With a single hand, he seized a long knife, effortlessly slicing through a Jonin's neck. His movements fluid and seamless. More rain ninjas began to flood the battlefield. The rain fell quietly, and Sasuke, like a cold reaper, ruthlessly harvested the lives of each rain ninja amid the flashing blades. His exceptional body technique formed a protective barrier, and Xiaonan stood within it, dumbstruck. Her emotions a tumult of surprise and fear. Unable to subdue him up close, dozens of rain ninjas retreated, drawing out parasols from their backs. With a twist of their mechanisms, countless shurikens shot toward the two like a swarm of needles. Sasuke remained unperturbed, lifting the long knife from the ground with one foot. Twisting his wrist. Clang, clang, clang. Countless shurikens fell to the ground. A few rain ninjas unconsciously revealed confident smirks. Boom. A burst of white light erupted beneath Sasuke's feet as hundreds of explosive tags detonated simultaneously in the mud. It's done. The crowd erupted in cheers. Hanzo gazed suspiciously at the center of the smoke, and after a moment, his expression shifted to one of shock. This fellow, a colossal blue figure, 30 meters tall, enveloped Sasuke and Xiaonan within it. The first stage of Susanoo. Gasps filled the air. How do we defeat this giant? Sasuke leisurely retracted his chakra, dispelling Susanoo. A piercing howl echoed through the air, as though it aimed to tear everything asunder. Black and white arcs of electricity throbbed violently in Sasuke's palm. A chilling white light illuminating his face, the aura of cold-blooded intent coalescing in an instant. Sasuke slightly bent his waist, exerting force through his ankles, transforming into a streak of black lightning. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced apart mingled with the crackle of lightning, leaving no time for response. The chests of dozens of surrounding ninjas bore unfathomable blood holes. Chapter 21. You are a god? Then what am I? Hanzo's expression was one of shock. No longer resembling the demigod he once was. This speed. He understood that he must act now. If he hesitated, all the rain ninjas would be slaughtered by this young man. Relying on years of combat intuition, he seized the opportunity, a scythe slashing down with precision, interrupting Sasuke's attack trajectory. Sasuke, unflinching, tilted his head to evade. The scythe whistled past his ear. Sasuke stood firm, his hands stained with blood, droplets falling into the puddles. The rain fell heavier. Everyone was stunned. Before the hidden rain village's gate, it resembled a hell on earth. Hundreds of bodies littered the ground, blood forming a river under the relentless downpour. Unable to endure any longer, Hanzo leapt from the gate, slamming his hands together. In the astonished gazes of the surrounding rain ninjas, a massive salamander erupted from the ground, resembling a great Buddha blocking the entrance to the hidden rain village. Letting out a thunderous roar, it towered 30 meters higher than Sasuke's first stage of Susanoo. Hanzo looked down from atop the salamander, his gaze laden with murderous intent. Having lost so many subordinates, he must demand a life in return. How dare you? Hanzo spoke coldly. Xiaonan gazed up at the enormous salamander. An involuntary sense of helplessness rising within her as she despaired. Is this the demigod of the ninja world? Ju, have you found Xiaonan? After learning of her disappearance, Nagato was beside himself with urgency, seeking Ju's help. Hee, Nagato, do not act impulsively, Ju cautioned. Nagato's lips twitched. Speak quickly. Your little wife has gone to challenge Hanzo alongside that fellow named Zophie. What? Nagato's expression turned to one of shock. That fool must have manipulated Xiaonan. If only he could wait a few more years until he fully mastered these eyes. His gaze flicked to the nearby Pain, Yahiko. No time for that now. I must send Pain to rescue Xiaonan, even if it means waging war against the entire Hidden Rain village. Black Zetsu hastily interjected, Nagato, you have yet to fully grasp the power of the Rinnegan. If you reveal your strength now, our plans are likely to unravel. Enough. Anyone who dares to harm Xiaonan shall die. Pain's expression was frigid, like an arrow loosed from a great tree. Black Zetsu's anger simmered. The detestable libido was absent at such a critical moment. Announce your name. I, Hanzo, shall not slay nameless wretches. His deep voice resonated through the air from atop the salamander. Sasuke flicked the blood from his hands, his expression impassive as he replied. Ants are not worthy of knowing my name. Hanzo smacked his lips, incredulous at the arrogance. His gaze shifted to Xiaonan, involuntarily eliciting a cold chuckle. I shall take you as my first target, little girl. Under Hanzo's menacing glare, the gigantic salamander raised a hand to strike down. Xiaonan, realizing the impending danger, attempted to evade, but suddenly felt her legs weaken. Ah, my legs are numb. A black flash surged forth. Boom. The earth trembled, the massive handprint shattering the ground. Sasuke tightly embraced Xiaonan, his toes pushing off the ground as he slid backward for dozens of meters, leaving a straight arc in his wake. Feeling herself cradled in Sasuke's arms, Xiaonan's cheeks flushed. Contrary to his demeanor, Sasuke was not cold at all. In fact, he exuded a warmth. You actually dodged it. Hanzo muttered in disbelief. The surrounding rain ninjas, witnessing the towering salamander and the earth-shattering strike, felt their blood surge with excitement. Lord Hanzo, you are my god. Please show this outsider what true power looks like. Lord Hanzo will prevail. Lord Hanzo is invincible. Sasuke snorted coldly. Moments later, laughter erupted from Hanzo and all around him. A collective bewilderment drifting through the air. Even Xiaonan felt a twinge of confusion, tightening her grip around Sasuke's neck. After laughing for several seconds, Sasuke gradually regained his composure, and the ecstatic joy on his face was replaced by a chilling aura of murderous intent. He pronounced each word with deliberate emphasis. Hanzo, do you fear death? Hanzo narrowed his eyes, questioning the sanity of this young man who continued to speak such nonsense. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can defeat me, he declared, his voice suddenly rising. I am a demigod of the ninja world. A lightning bolt cleaved the sky, and a fierce wind surged, bending the trees. An invisible pressure began to envelop the entire area. Konan shivered, feeling a chill run down her spine. The surrounding rain shinobi paused in astonishment, whispering demigod of the ninja world, as Hanzo suddenly felt transported back to the era of the Second Great Ninja War, a time when he had stood triumphantly against the three legendary ninjas, effortlessly toying with them. Who did not know the name of Hanzo the Salamander? In the distance, the swiftly approaching Pain caught sight of the battlefield, his expression tightening. Konan, you must be safe. Sasuke gently set Konan down. She gazed at him intently, unaware that she had already resigned herself to the possibility of dying alongside him. Warm-up complete. I have thoroughly enjoyed myself, Sasuke smirked. The three tomo began to spin rapidly, suddenly transforming into the eternal kaleidoscope. With a clap of his hands, he summoned the full manifestation of Susanoo. First stage, second stage, the Yata mirror. The blue, 100-meter-tall deity rose, towering 40 meters higher than Hanzo's salamander. Despair. This is the power of Uchiha Sasuke, the divine. Sasuke crossed his arms, gazing at Hanzo as one might observe an insignificant insect. A cold voice echoed through the air, instilling fear that gripped everyone's throats. In the Susanoo, Konan, standing behind Sasuke, was left speechless, suddenly realizing that Nagato would never surpass him in this lifetime. Nagato gasped, "What is that?" Clang, clang. All the rain shinobi dropped their weapons, staring in self-deprecation at the towering giant. What is happening? The rain village is finished, Hanzo muttered, unable to suppress his teeth from clenching as he glanced back at the rain village. No, it is not over yet. The salamander opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of toxic mist. Sasuke remained unfazed, thinking the mere poison of the salamander could not breach Susanoo's defenses. Although the toxic fog engulfed Susanoo, both Sasuke and Konan remained completely unscathed. Sasuke pointed skyward, and the full Susanoo mirrored his gesture. In an instant, the sky erupted with lightning, dark clouds swirling ominously. The thunderous roar awakened the gods. Lightning release. Kirin. A colossal blue-black thunder beast roared in the sky, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Countless arcs of electricity cascaded down, indifferently disregarded by Sasuke, yet heralded as an apocalyptic disaster by the others. As arcs transformed into streams of light, they struck the ground with explosive force, demolishing vast swathes of the Rain Village and eliciting cries of pain and despair. Sasuke remained impassive, his gaze as frigid as ice. Kirin. The thunder beast roared, transforming into a 10-meter-wide bolt that descended with immense speed. Boom! A blinding white light erupted. The thunderbolt forcefully slammed the salamander into the ground, sending arcs of lightning radiating outwards. The salamander was reduced to charred remains. The air filled with the aroma of roasted flesh. The entire Rain Shinobi army was annihilated. Hanzo lay in the mud, his body scorched, armor shattered, and mask long gone. He gasped for breath, seemingly savoring the last moments of his life. He knew he was dying, that the Rain Village was doomed. Sasuke, arms crossed, commanded Susanoo to stride slowly towards Hanzo, each step causing tremors in the ground. His condescending gaze spoke volumes as he looked down from his elevated position and spoke. "You think yourself a god? Then what am I?" Chapter 22. The Two Kings of Pressure. Sasuke's cold voice pierced the air like an oracle, resonating in the post-rain silence. The skies cleared, the rain ceased. However, the heavens above still danced with lightning and thunder. Around him, dozens of ninjas suddenly bored deep, bottomless wounds in their chests. Chapter 21. You are a god? Then what am I? Hanzo's face reflected shock, losing the aura of a demigod he once held. This speed. He realized that he must act now. If he hesitated any longer, all the Rain Shinobi would surely perish at the hands of this youth. With years of battle instinct guiding him, he seized the opportunity, swinging a scythe downwards to precisely intercept Sasuke's attack trajectory. Sasuke remained unperturbed, effortlessly dodging the scythe as it whistled past his ear. He stood firm, his hands now dripping with blood, each drop falling into the puddles below. The rain intensified. Everyone was struck dumb. Before the gates of the Rain Village, it resembled a hell on earth, with hundreds of corpses sprawled upon the ground, blood mixing with the rain to form a crimson river. Hanzo, unable to endure any longer, leaped down from the gate. With a thunderous clap, he summoned the massive salamander from the earth, like a colossal Buddha standing before the gates of the Rain Village, letting out a howl towards the heavens. Its form towered 30 meters above Sasuke's first stage of Susanoo. Hanzo stood atop the salamander, surveying Sasuke with a gaze full of murderous intent, determined to exact revenge for the many subordinates he had lost. "How dare you?" Hanzo coldly inquired. Konan gazed up at the enormous salamander, a wave of helplessness washing over her, despairing as she murmured, "Is this the demigod of the ninja world? Zetsu, have you found Konan?" Upon learning of her disappearance, Nagato grew anxious, urgently seeking Zetsu's assistance. Nagato, I advise you not to act impulsively," Zetsu warned, his expression twitching slightly. "Speak quickly. Your little wife has gone to challenge Hanzo alongside that boy named Sasuke." "What?" Nagato's countenance shifted in shock. This boy must have manipulated Konan. If only he had waited a few more years until he fully mastered this eye. His gaze swiftly turned to the nearby Nagato Pain. "Yahiko, I cannot delay any longer. I will send Pain to rescue Konan, even if it means opposing the entire Rain Village." Black Zetsu quickly intervened. "Nagato, you have yet to fully master the power of the Rinnegan. If you reveal your strength now, the plan could fall apart. Enough of this. Anyone who dares to harm Konan shall pay dearly." Pain's expression grew stern, akin to an arrow released from its bow, shooting forth from the great tree. Black Zetsu seethed inwardly, cursing Obito for not being present at this critical moment. "State your name." "I, Hanzo the Salamander, do not slay nameless foes." A deep voice resonated from above the salamander's head. Sasuke shook the blood from his hands, expressionless as he replied, "An ant is unworthy of knowing my name." Hanzo clicked his tongue, filled with disdain. He turned his gaze towards Konan, a cruel smile forming. "Let us see how you fare against my blade, little girl." With a sinister grin, Hanzo commanded the enormous salamander to strike down. Konan, realizing the impending danger, attempted to evade, but suddenly felt her legs weaken. A flash of black lightning. Boom. The ground trembled violently as the massive palm struck, cracking the earth. Sasuke swiftly embraced Konan, his toes barely touching the ground as they slid back several meters, leaving a straight arc in their wake. Feeling herself cradled in Sasuke's arms, Konan's cheeks flushed slightly. Sasuke, in contrast to his demeanor, radiated warmth. "TCH, you actually dodged," Hanzo grumbled with displeasure. The surrounding rain shinobi, witnessing the colossal salamander and this earth-shattering strike, felt their blood surge with excitement. "Hans, you are my deity. Please show this outsider a taste of despair. Hans shall surely triumph. Hans is invincible." Sasuke let out a cold scoff. Moments later, laughter erupted, resonating through the air, as everyone, including Hans, stared at Sasuke in bewilderment. Even Konan tightened her grip around Sasuke's neck in confusion. After a prolonged moment of laughter, Sasuke regained his composure. The ecstatic expression on his face gradually replaced by an icy, murderous intent, each word resonating with authority. "Hans, are you truly formidable?" Hans narrowed his eyes, pondering whether this boy had lost his sanity, still babbling nonsense. "Do not harbor illusions of triumphing over me." His voice soared suddenly. "I am a demigod of the shinobi world." A flash of lightning tore through the heavens, fierce winds howled, bending the trees. An intangible pressure gradually enveloped the scene. Konan trembled, feeling a chill run down her spine. The surrounding rain shinobi were momentarily stunned. A demigod of the shinobi world. Hearing the praises from those around him, Hans felt as if he had been transported back to the Second Great Ninja War, when he had fought valiantly, defeating 3 legendary shinobi with the ease of an elder teasing a child, for who did not know of Hans the Salamander? In the distance, the swiftly approaching pain sensed the battlefield, his expression tightening. "Konan, you must remain safe." Sasuke gently set Konan down. She gazed at him intently, prepared to face the afterlife alongside him. The warm-up concluded, and Sasuke smirked slightly. The 3 tomo began to spin rapidly, suddenly transforming into an eternal kaleidoscope. With a clap of his hands, he summoned the complete Susanoo. The first phase, the second phase, Yada no Kagami. The blue-hued warrior rose from the ground, towering over Hans by an astonishing 40 meters. Despair now. This is Uchiha Sasuke, the embodiment of divine power. Sasuke crossed his arms, coldly surveying Hans as one might regard an insect. His frigid voice echoed through the air, seizing the throats of all present with fear. Within the Susanoo, Konan stood behind Sasuke, speechless with shock, suddenly realizing that Nagato could never surpass him. Nagato gasped, "What is that?" Clank, clank. The rain shinobi dropped their weapons, gazing at the 100-meter giant with self-mockery. "What on earth is happening?" "Rain Village is doomed," Hans murmured under his breath, instinctively glancing back at the village, gritting his teeth in frustration. "No, it is not over yet." Hans opened his wide maw, releasing a torrent of toxic mist. Sasuke remained unfazed, thinking, how could the mere poison of a salamander breach the Susanoo? As the toxic mist enveloped the Susanoo, both Sasuke and Konan emerged unscathed. Sasuke pointed to the sky, and the complete Susanoo mirrored his actions. In an instant, the sky crackled with electricity, dark clouds roiled. Lightning split the night sky, accompanied by a tempest, awakening the gods. Raijin's wrath. The colossal blue-black lightning beast roared, shaking the very earth. Countless arcs of electricity rained down. To Sasuke, they were inconsequential, but to the others, they heralded an apocalyptic disaster. One by one, arcs of lightning transformed into streams of light, crashing down. Boom, boom. Each strike to the ground was akin to detonating explosive tags, demolishing vast sections of Rain Village, cries of despair echoing throughout. Sasuke remained indifferent, his gaze chilling. Western Inner. The Raijin roared, transforming into a 10-meter-wide lightning rope that descended rapidly. Bang! A blinding flash erupted. The lightning rope slammed Hans into the earth, arcs of lightning spreading outward in all directions. Hans was reduced to charred remains, the aroma of roasted flesh wafting through the air. All the rain shinobi were obliterated. Hans collapsed in the mud, his body scorched, armor shattered, and his mask long gone. He gasped for breath, seemingly relishing his final moments. He understood that he was about to perish, and with him, Rain Village would meet its end. Sasuke, arms crossed, slowly maneuvered the Susanoo beside Hans, each step shaking the ground. With a derisive gaze, he spoke from a vantage point. "You claim to be a god? Then what am I?" Chapter 22. The two great tyrants. Sasuke's cold voice, akin to a divine decree, pierced the air, reverberating amidst the post-rain silence. The skies cleared, the rain ceased. Yet above, the heavens still danced with lightning, thunder resonating. Unlike anything before, the dark lightning streaking across the sky exuded an unsettling, bone-chilling terror. The residents of Rain Village, young and old, shinobi and civilians alike, stood aghast at this phenomenon. The crowd, in panic, knelt on the ground, bowing to the ominous sky, uttering desperate prayers. The gods are angry. Please forgive us, divine beings. The gods have manifested. Truly, the gods have manifested. Konan, her heart racing, covered her mouth, feeling as though an unseen hand had tightened around her throat, rendering her mute. The cataclysmic strike had possessed a power akin to that of the thunder god himself. She knew well the strength of the man before her, but had never anticipated such overwhelming might. A terrifying thought burgeoned within her. Even the legendary Uchiha Madara could hardly compare. Sasuke slowly released the towering, complete Susanoo. The two landed firmly upon the scorched earth. As Hans beheld Sasuke approaching, he could not suppress a shrill, maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, the shinobi world is finished. Uchiha Madara reborn, Uchiha Madara reborn. Ha ha. Yet, none could fathom the tumultuous pain and despair surging within him. As the most direct recipient of the Susanoo's terrifying pressure and the Thunder God's strike, he felt acutely the suffocating power that crushed all. With a final sigh, he lamented how the once mighty demigod of the shinobi world appeared so laughable and insignificant before a true god. Sasuke, his expression devoid of emotion, observed Hansa's frenzied demeanor with indifference. This man no longer piqued his interest. Meanwhile, Konan's fists were clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white, her teeth grinding with barely contained rage. This man is yours to deal with, Sasuke stated before turning, his step steady as he made his way toward Rain Village. Konan, her eyes ablaze with vengeance, approached Hans, drawing forth a sharp kunai in silence. Cough cough. Hans regarded the young woman before him, filled with hatred, and a sardonic smile crept across his lips. Indeed, every cause must have its effect. My retribution has finally come. Hans spoke with an unnaturally calm tone, tinged with a sense of relief. Thrust. Thrust. Konan repeatedly plunged the kunai into Hans's chest, each thrust accompanied by her anguished inquiries. Why did you deceive us? Yahiko trusted you so deeply. But what about you? You are unworthy of the name Shadow. Perish. Thrust. The sound of the kunai piercing flesh was incessant, like a torrential downpour. After dozens of strikes, Konan finally halted, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion, as if releasing an immense burden. Yahiko, I avenged you. May you rest in peace. Scalding tears silently streamed down her blood-stained cheeks. Just then, the figure of Pain suddenly appeared at the edge of the ruins. Nagato, concealed within the massive tree, felt a tempest raging within his heart. What lay before him, a grotesque mass, was indeed Hanzo. He could hardly believe it. Konan, no, it was impossible. He was well aware of her capabilities. Who could have achieved such devastation? As far as the eye could see, the scene was horrifying. Flames raged for miles. The ground was scorched and littered with remnants of destruction, and Amigakure itself had suffered immense damage, a desolate sight. Yet, the most chilling aspect was the scattered corpses, almost all of which belonged to Hanzo's elite guards, the core fighting force of Amigakure. Konan fought to suppress her trembling body as she recounted to Pain the details of the encounter between Sasuke and Hanzo. It was hardly a battle, but rather a one-sided annihilation. Nagato, hearing this, felt a chill run through him, his already slender figure seeming to shrink further. Pain's emotionless Rinnegan fixed its gaze on Konan, as if to ascertain her sanity. 100-meter giant, Uchiha Madara, reborn as the Thunder God. Are you certain you witnessed reality? I speak the truth, Konan insisted, stamping her foot in exasperation. Nagato, regardless of your belief, we must take Sasuke seriously from now on. He has removed the greatest obstacle from Amigakure and avenged Yahiko. Within the great tree, Nagato felt his brow pulse with a throbbing sensation. A sharp mental assault, bringing waves of pain. How could he be this powerful? Would I forever be under his shadow? This thought surged uncontrollably. But he quickly shook his head violently to dispel it. No, that is impossible. I possess the Rinnegan. He attempted to cling to this last shred of hope. It was clear that the Deva path alone was insufficient. He needed to quickly gather the 6 paths of pain. Suddenly, Sasuke appeared before them without warning. I have purged the remnants of Hanzo's loyalists from Amigakure. From this moment on, this will be the base of our Akatsuki organization. How to manage it is your concern." Konan nodded silently. Pain remained silent for a moment before slowly approaching Sasuke. The face that belonged to Yahiko glimmered coldly with Rinnegan. He spoke in a tone that brooked no argument, as if declaring a divine oracle. "Thank you." Sasuke's gaze swept over Pain, a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. He recalled that this man was the leader of the Akatsuki, someone he had met before. Could it be that Sasuke suddenly understood? This was merely a puppet under his control. He remembered Nagato's broken form. Indeed, a proxy was necessary. Understanding dawned upon him, and a knowing smile graced his lips. "So, you are the leader of the Akatsuki." This statement left Nagato utterly stunned. After witnessing Sasuke's overwhelming power, he had prepared to explain the origins of the Deva path and assert that he was the true leader. Yet he never anticipated Sasuke would so readily acknowledge the puppet's identity. "By the way, Nagato," Sasuke casually inquired, as if seeing through everything. "What is the name of this puppet?" He had indeed only seen Pain once, and the name had long since faded from his memory. A chill ran through Nagato's core. He knows even this. Pain met Sasuke's gaze, responding in his characteristic cold, godlike tone. "Pain is Kamet." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's brow imperceptibly arched. Konan, beside him, felt her breath catch in her throat, her fists tightening in anxiety. She silently urged, "Nagato, I warned you. Why are you still posturing in front of Sasuke? Will he not be angered?" Yet, at the same time, she found Pain's declaration of Kamet painfully awkward. And Sasuke's question, "Are you a god? Then what am I?" elicited a sense of embarrassment so profound that she felt she might wear through the soles of her shoes. After a brief silence, Sasuke's lips slowly formed a distinct arc of approval. He even seemed to find a kindred spirit in Pain, clapping him on the shoulder with enthusiasm. This personality, this disdainful attitude towards the world, such traits were fitting of a leader of the Akatsuki. "I appreciate it. From now on, let us converse in this manner." For reasons unknown, Sasuke felt an inexplicable resonance with Pain's extreme self-confidence. He had not anticipated that Nagato would indeed align with his tastes. Unbeknownst to them, the two future titans of the ninja world had unwittingly forged a tacit understanding at the gates of Amigakure. In just a few days, thanks to Konan's remarkable governance and Pain's imposing presence, Amigakure swiftly returned to order. In stark contrast to the past, the sky now split with ominous black lightning, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura. The inhabitants of Amigakure, young and old, ninja and civilian alike, stood in awe of this phenomenon, their faces drained of color. The crowd fell to their knees in panic, bowing to the eerie heavens, their voices rising in desperate supplication. "The deity is angry. Divine being, please forgive us. The divine has manifested. It is truly the divine." Konan anxiously covered her mouth, her throat constricted as if by an invisible hand, unable to utter a sound. The previous cataclysmic strike had felt as though the thunder god had descended. She understood the man's power, yet she had never fathomed it could be so overwhelming. A terrifying thought burgeoned within her. Even the legendary Uchiha Madara could not possibly surpass this. Sasuke gradually released the towering form of his complete Susanoo, both of them descending steadily to the scorched earth. As he approached, Hanzo could not help but erupt into a manic, piercing laughter. "Ha ha, the ninja world is finished. Uchiha Madara reborn. It is truly Uchiha Madara reborn, huh?" No one could fathom the tumult of pain and despair roiling within him. As the direct recipient of the terrifying pressure from the complete Susanoo and the Thunder Goddess strike, he felt more acutely than anyone the suffocating power that crushed all. With a sorrowful sigh, he realized how laughable and insignificant he appeared before a true god. Sasuke observed Hanzo's manic demeanor with indifference. The man no longer piqued his interest. Meanwhile, Konan's fists had turned pale from the intensity of her grip, her teeth clenched tightly, producing a soft clicking sound. "Do with him as you wish." Sasuke uttered this and turned away, resolutely striding towards Amigakure. Konan, her heart ablaze with the flames of vengeance, stepped forward to Hanzo's side, silently drawing her sharp kunai. Cough, cough. Hanzo regarded the young woman before him, filled with hatred, and forced a self-deprecating smile. "Indeed, every cause has its consequence. My retribution has finally come." His tone was unnaturally calm, imbued with a sense of relief. Thud, thud. Konan repeatedly plunged the kunai into Hanzo's chest, each thrust accompanied by her anguished cries. Why did you deceive us? Yahiko trusted you so much. But you are unworthy of the name Shadow. Die. The sound of the kunai piercing flesh echoed with relentless intensity. After dozens of strikes, Konan finally collapsed to the ground, drained of strength, as if she had shed a burden of 1,000 pounds. Yahiko, I have avenged you. Rest in peace. Scalding tears silently streamed down her blood-stained cheeks. At that moment, the figure of Pain suddenly appeared at the edge of the ruins. Nagato concealed within the massive trees, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Was that mangled mass indeed Hanzo? He found it hard to believe. Konan, no, it couldn't be. He knew her capabilities too well. Who could possibly achieve such a feat? The sights before him were nothing short of harrowing. For miles around, flames raged fiercely, leaving scorched earth and debris in their wake, and Amigakure itself had suffered severe devastation. A sight of utter ruin. Yet, the most chilling aspect was the scattered corpses, nearly all of them elite guards under Hanzo's command, the core fighting force of Amigakure. Konan struggled to suppress her trembling body as she recounted to Pain the details of Sasuke's confrontation with Hanzo. No, it could hardly be called a battle. It was a complete one-sided massacre. Nagato's heart raced in terror. His already emaciated form seemed to stoop even further. Pain's emotionless Rinnegan fixated on Konan. Seemingly assessing her mental clarity, the 100-meter giant Uchiha Madara has returned. With a strike from the Thunder God, are you certain what you witnessed was reality? I speak the truth. Konan exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she stamped her foot. Nagato, regardless of your belief, we must treat Sasuke with utmost seriousness from now on. He has eliminated the greatest obstacle in Amigakure for us and avenged Yahiko. Within the great tree, Nagato felt a throbbing in his forehead. Waves of intense mental shock causing sharp pains. He was unbelievably powerful. Must I be forever subjugated by him? This thought surged uncontrollably. Yet, he quickly shook his head vehemently to dispel it. No, that is impossible. I possess the Rinnegan. He attempted to cling to this final shred of hope. Relying solely on Deva Path Pain was evidently insufficient. It appeared he must quickly unify the 6 paths of pain. In a flash, Sasuke's figure appeared before them without warning. I have eliminated the remnants loyal to Hanzo in Amigakure. From now on, this shall be the base of our Akatsuki organization. As for the specifics of management, that is your concern. Konan nodded silently. Pain remained silent for a moment, then slowly approached Sasuke. The face that once belonged to Yahiko glowed with the cold light of the Rinnegan. In an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent, as if proclaiming a divine edict, he stated, "Thank you." Sasuke's gaze swept over Pain, a flicker of scrutiny in his eyes. In his memory, this individual was the leader of the Akatsuki, someone he had encountered once before. Did Sasuke come to a sudden realization? This was merely a puppet controlled from behind. He recalled Nagato's battered form, indeed in need of a stand-in. Understanding dawned upon him, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. So, you are the leader of the Akatsuki. This declaration left Nagato utterly stunned within the tree. Having witnessed Sasuke's overwhelming power, he had prepared to explain the origins of Deva Path Pain and assert that he was the true leader. Yet he had never anticipated Sasuke would so readily acknowledge the puppet's identity. By the way, Nagato, Sasuke asked casually, as if peering through all pretense. What is the name of this puppet? He had indeed only seen Pain once, and the name had long since faded from memory. A chill ran through Nagato's core. He knows this too. Pain fixed his gaze on Sasuke, responding in his characteristic, godlike, detached tone. Pain, it is Kamid. Sasuke raised an eyebrow slightly at this. Beside them, Konan held her breath, her fists clenched beneath her sleeves. In her heart, she cried out, Nagato, I warned you. Why still act so imperiously before Sasuke? Would he be angered? Yet, at the same time, she found Pain's declaration of Kamid awkward to the point of embarrassment. And Sasuke's retort, you are a god? Then what am I? Made her feel as though she might wear through the soles of her shoes in anxiety. After a brief silence, however, a smile gradually formed on Sasuke's lips, one imbued with a hint of approval. He even seemed to find a semblance of kinship in Pain's extreme confidence and unconventional demeanor. This attitude, this disdainful outlook on the world. Now, that was worthy of the Akatsuki leader. I appreciate it. From now on, let us converse like this. For reasons unknown, Sasuke appeared to resonate with Pain's overly confident, yet somewhat eccentric demeanor. He hadn't expected Nagato to align so well with his tastes. Unbeknownst to them, the future kings of the ninja world had, at the entrance of Amigakure, inadvertently reached a tacit understanding. Chapter 23 and Call Me Sister. Konan and Nagato perhaps remained unaware that Sasuke had already come to regard the Akatsuki as his personal possession, though he had not voiced this sentiment. He believed it was a matter of course. Within a matter of days, thanks to Konan's outstanding governance and Pain's authority, Amigakure quickly found its footing. The name of the god and angel, along with that of the Akatsuki, began to spread throughout Amigakure. However, most people's allegiance wasn't to Pain or Konan. Rather, it was to the complete Susanoo from earlier, for they understood that the Thunder God had undoubtedly been a member of the Akatsuki, though they were unaware of who it was. Amigakure was managed with remarkable order. During this time, Kaguya also learned of these developments. Feeling a profound shock and contemplating how to ensnare Sasuke, Sasuke stood alone atop Amigakure, like a proud eagle, his sharp gaze surveying the entire village. "Hey, Zetsu, where's that guy?" A green-haired figure timidly poked its head from the ground, wearing a sycophantic expression. "Ah, so Lord Sasuke has already discovered me. You must mean Lord Madara. He is currently occupied with some matters and will not return for a while." Sasuke's expression remained calm as he deduced that Obito was likely preparing for the Nine-Tails turmoil. A knowing smile curved his lips at the thought. Changing the future was undoubtedly an exceedingly selfish endeavor. He understood Naruto well enough. Bound by his principles, Naruto would not interfere with the past. Yet the consequence of this would be Naruto witnessing his parents' tragic demise before his eyes. Sasuke eagerly anticipated Naruto's choice in that moment. During his time in Amigakure, Sasuke pondered many things. At that time, he had barely held his ground against Naruto with eight-tailed beasts. He needed to seize every opportunity to grow stronger, defeat Naruto, and eliminate the Otsutsuki threat looming in the future. Yet, at the same time, he felt a deep-seated anxiety. Currently, the ninja world faced a formidable Otsutsuki Kinshiki, but rationality cautioned him that confronting her now would spell certain doom. The gap between his present self and his future self was vast. He needed to catch up swiftly. At that moment, Pain descended beside Sasuke. Select 1. This is the ring that symbolizes our identity within the Akatsuki. Pain produced an exquisite box, neatly displaying 7 rings, each inscribed with different characters. Sasuke glanced at them and casually picked out the one marked with red. In his memory, this had once been worn by Itachi Uchiha. "Oh, red, quite fitting for you." Sasuke's expression darkened abruptly, and he tossed the ring back to Pain. "Mundane trinket, I have no need for it." Pain felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Had it not been for Konan suggesting he deliver the rings to foster a closer relationship with Sasuke, he would not have bothered. What a pity that good intentions were met with disdain. Pain silently returned the ring to the box, while Nagato behind him seethed with anger. Sasuke remained indifferent. Black Zetsu watched Pain's begrudging retreat, finding the situation amusing. "This is quite interesting. It seems Nagato cannot contain this colossal Buddha," Pain coldly remarked. "I find it necessary to elucidate the philosophy of the Akatsuki to you." In this world, Sasuke spoke sternly. Pain's expression soured. "We must achieve peace through the means of force." "Ah, it should have always been thus. Did you truly believe you could sway hearts with love?" Pain fell momentarily silent, seemingly reflecting on a past where such an approach was indeed attempted. Konan gracefully descended from the sky, her pristine white wings unfurling as she landed smoothly. "Lord Sasuke, this is the attire of the Akatsuki," she respectfully remarked, her face alight with anticipation and a hint of rosy hue. This fiery cloud robe had been meticulously cared for, washed with the finest fragrances, sun-dried, and finally imbued with her own scent. Sasuke turned to see that both Pain and Konan donned similar black robes adorned with fiery clouds. However, his brow furrowed tightly. "I do not want it, take it away." The mere thought of wearing the fiery cloud robe brought back memories of the Eagle Team's disgraceful period, when he was soundly thrashed by the Eight-Tails Killer Bee. "What is it? Does it smell foul, or is it dirty?" Konan hastily inspected the pristine robe in her hands, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Zetsu and Pain shared her confusion. Sasuke cleared his throat twice. "Never mind, place it in my room. I will wear it whenever I choose." Though Konan was puzzled, she complied, for after all that had transpired, Sasuke held a divine status in her eyes. Nagato's anger was palpable. How could he allow Konan to be treated like a maid, summoned at will? "Do you have further matters to discuss?" Sasuke scrutinized Pain and Zetsu. "No, nothing at all. We take our leave." Zetsu sank into the ground, while Pain hurriedly exited. Nagato seethed, wondering who the true leader was. What an injustice. Konoha, what time is it? Get out of bed. It's time for breakfast. The curtains were drawn wide, sunlight flooding the room. Naruto squinted against the brightness, turning over in annoyance. Kushina, heavily pregnant, threw back his covers. Honestly, get up. I brought you breakfast. Naruto rubbed his eyes and reluctantly ambled to the living room, plopping down at the dining table. Since the day they had reunited, Kushina had been a constant presence, seemingly unbothered by the fact that Naruto, to her, was merely an outsider. He could not comprehend why she treated him with such warmth, as if they were not separated by time and circumstance. He dismissed it as her overly familiar nature. I say, Auntie, what did you call me? Kushina's fiery hair whipped around as she snapped the steel spoon in her hand. Naruto nearly dropped his chopsticks in fright. Sister? Kushina let out a delighted sigh. Naruto silently chastised himself. He always slipped, thinking he should call her auntie, but Kushina insisted on sister. In the Hokage's office, Minato listened to the Umbu's report, feeling overwhelmed. Kushina had sought out their son repeatedly, and each time he spoke to her, she ignored him. And if he pressed too much, he would face her wrath. Minato wondered if Kushina had unraveled Naruto's true identity. Forget it. Send more Umbu to protect her. He ordered. Yes, Hokage-sama. By the way, call Kakashi back. There's no need to keep such a close watch. Understood. The Umbu bowed and vanished. Naruto devoured the food laid before him. Kushina, resting her chin on her hand, gazed at him with pure happiness. Delicious, I assent it. Eat more. She added another piece of meat to his bowl. As he ate, a bittersweet feeling welled up within him, and tears began to brim in his eyes. Struggling to suppress the urge to cry, he buried his face in his meal, attempting to mask the profound sorrow that lingered deep within. Chapter 24. The husband who can't wake up eats slowly. There's more. Kakashi crouched atop a tree, peering through the window at the scene unfolding inside. Silently feeling anxious for his teacher, Minato. What is it about this man that appeals to her? Could it be that? Kakashi's mind raced with alarming thoughts. Surely, Minato would manage this? A daring notion suddenly struck him, recalling the plots of those little books he had perused, Sleeping Husbands, Inept Husbands. Kakashi inhaled sharply, as if a stampede of horses surged through his mind. He quickly shook himself out of it, chastising himself. There's no way Kushina could be that kind of person. Moreover, she is pregnant. Kakashi's mouth twitched, panic coursing through him as he covered his head, the scene growing increasingly bizarre. No one noticed the peculiar behavior of Kakashi in the treetops. Inside, Kushina began to tidy up the dishes. Let me help. Naruto rushed forward. No, you sit there. Kushina insisted, pushing him aside. He complied, his gaze nervously fixated on her rounded belly, which housed his future self. After the meal, Kushina urged Naruto to clean the house. She intended to do it herself, but found herself thwarted by Naruto's insistence, leaving all the chores to him while she reclined comfortably, directing him leisurely. The names of deities and angels, along with the Akatsuki, began to circulate widely in the Rain Village. Yet, unbeknownst to all, it was not Pain or Konan who truly submitted to them, but the once complete Susanoo. Everyone was aware that the Thunder God had undoubtedly been a member of the Akatsuki, yet his true identity remained a mystery. The governance of the Rain Village was orderly. During this time, Black Zetsu learned of these events, his heart racing with schemes on how to ensnare Sasuke within the turmoil. Sasuke stood isolated at the pinnacle of the Rain Village, resembling a proud eagle, his keen gaze surveying the entirety of the village. Hey, Zetsu, where's that guy? A green-haired figure cautiously emerged from the ground, wearing a sycophantic expression. Ah, Lord Sasuke, you have sensed my presence. You mean Madara, right? He is currently occupied and won't return anytime soon. Sasuke maintained his composure, quickly deducing that Obito was likely preparing for the Ninetales incident. The thought elicited a knowing smile from his lips. To alter the future is undoubtedly a selfish act. Sasuke understood that Naruto, adhering to his principles, would never interfere with the past. Yet, the outcome was that Naruto would witness the tragic demise of his parents before his very eyes. Sasuke eagerly anticipated how Naruto would respond. During his time in the Rain Village, he pondered extensively. With 8-tailed beasts at his disposal, he could merely match Naruto. He needed to seize every opportunity to grow stronger, to defeat Naruto, and eradicate the looming threat of the Otsutsuki. However, he was also filled with trepidation. For a formidable Otsutsuki, Kinshiki, roamed the ninja world. Rationality warned him that a reckless attack would lead to his demise. The gap between his current self and his future self was immense. He needed to catch up swiftly. At that moment, Pain descended beside Sasuke, calmly stating, "This is the ring that symbolizes our Akatsuki identity. Choose one." Pain produced an elegant box, within which 7 rings lay neatly arranged, each inscribed with distinct characters. Sasuke glanced at them, casually picking the one adorned with the character for Crimson. This ring, he recalled, had once belonged to Itachi Uchiha. "Oh, the red suits you well," Pain remarked, a hint of admiration lacing his tone. However, Sasuke's expression darkened suddenly. He tossed the ring back at Pain, coldly stating, "A trivial item. I have no need for it." Pain felt as though a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him. Were it not for Konan's request for him to deliver the ring and forge a bond with Sasuke, he would not have bothered to come. Truly, good intentions had been met with ingratitude. Pain silently placed the ring back into the box, while Nagato behind him simmered with barely restrained fury. Sasuke remained unfazed. Black Zetsu observed Pain's disgruntled retreat, amused. It appeared Nagato struggled to manage this formidable presence. Pain coldly stated, "It is necessary for me to elucidate the ideology of the Akatsuki organization." Sasuke interrupted sharply, long story short. Pain's expression soured as he continued, "We aim to achieve world peace through force." "Ah, it should have always been thus. Did you believe that love would be your means of persuasion?" Pain fell momentarily silent, seemingly acknowledging the truth in Sasuke's words. Konan gracefully unfurled her pristine white wings and descended from a short distance, landing with poise. "Lord Sasuke, this is the Akatsuki's cloak," she said respectfully, her face brightening with anticipation, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. "You must know, I have meticulously cared for this fire cloud robe, washing it repeatedly with fine fragrances, sun-drying it, and finally infusing it with my own scent." Upon hearing her, Sasuke turned to see the same black fire cloud robe worn by Pain and Konan, but his brows furrowed in disapproval. "I do not want it, take it away." The mere thought of wearing that robe reminded him of the disgraceful incident with Team Hawk being turned into a beehive by the Eight-Tails killer bee. "What is it? Is the scent unpleasant, or is it dirty?" Konan anxiously inspected the pristine robe in her hands, fearful of missing any detail. Zetsu and Pain exchanged puzzled glances. Sasuke cleared his throat. "Very well, place it in my room. I shall wear it whenever I wish." Konan, though bewildered, complied, for after all that had transpired, Sasuke held a divine status in her eyes. Nagato was incensed, feeling that Konan had been treated as a mere servant, barking orders at her. "Do you have any other matters?" Sasuke scrutinized Pain and Zetsu. "Nothing further. I take my leave." Zetsu retreated into the ground, while Pain hurriedly departed. Nagato simmered with indignation, pondering who the true leader was, lamenting the state of affairs. "Konohagakure, what time is it? Get up and have breakfast." A loud voice rang out as the curtains were drawn, sunlight flooding the room. Naruto squinted against the brightness, rolling over in bed, irritated. Kushina, her pregnancy evident, yanked the covers off Naruto, exclaiming, "Really? Get up, I brought you breakfast." Naruto rubbed his sleepy eyes and groggily made his way to the living room, plopping down at the dining table. Ever since their reunion, Kushina had almost daily interrupted Naruto's life. He found it perplexing that despite feeling like an outsider to her, she treated him with such warmth and familiarity. He attributed it to her overly friendly nature. "I say, Auntie." Naruto hesitated. "What did you call me?" Kushina's red hair flew as she snapped, effortlessly breaking the steel spoon in her hand. Startled, Naruto almost dropped his chopsticks, stammering, "Sister, sis, ah?" Kushina joyfully sighed. Naruto felt a pang of guilt. He always slipped into calling her mom instinctively. Shouldn't she be addressed as Auntie? Yet, Kushina insisted on being called sister. In the Hokage's office, Minato listened to the report, feeling a headache coming on. Kushina's visits to see Naruto were no fleeting matter. Every time he mentioned it, she would ignore him, and speaking too much would lead to a beating. Minato pondered if Kushina had figured out Naruto's true identity. "Very well, dispatch more to protect Kushina," he commanded. "As you wish, Lord Hokage." The replied respectfully before vanishing. "Oh, and call Kakashi back. He need not be watched so closely," Minato added. Naruto devoured the food at the table, while Kushina rested her chin on her hand, beaming with happiness as she gazed lovingly at him. "Tasty, isn't it? If it's good, eat more." She used her chopsticks to add more meat to Naruto's bowl. As he ate, a wave of sorrow washed over him, tears welling in his eyes. He fought the urge to cry, burying his face in his food, attempting to mask the deep sadness within him. Chapter 24. The husband who cannot wake eats slowly. There's more, Kushina urged. Haha. Kakashi squatted on a tree branch outside, peering through the window at the scene inside, feeling anxious for his teacher. What on earth does he see in her? Kakashi's mind raced with troubling thoughts. Could it be that his teacher was neglecting his duties? A daring notion surged through his mind, recalling the tales of a slumbering husband, an ineffectual spouse. Good grief, Kakashi gasped, as if 1,000 horses were galloping through his thoughts. He shook himself out of it, slapping his own face in frustration. What am I thinking? Sensei is certainly not that kind of person, and she is pregnant. Kakashi's lips twitched as he grew more anxious, feeling an inexplicable strangeness in the scene unfolding before him. Unbeknownst to him, no one paid attention to the odd behavior of Kakashi perched on the treetop. Inside, Kushina began to tidy up the dishes. Let me help. Naruto hurriedly stepped forward. No need, you just sit down, Kushina insisted, pushing him aside. Reluctantly, Naruto complied, his gaze fixated on Kushina's rounded belly, contemplating that within dwelled his future self. After the meal, Kushina urged Naruto to clean the house. She intended to assist, but found herself thwarted by Naruto's endless objections, resulting in him bearing the entire burden of chores while Kushina reclined comfortably nearby, directing him with ease. Hey, it's noon already. Let me take you home. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow. The workload was substantial, even for someone endowed with the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Kushina lounged lazily on the soft sofa, offering no response. It must be said, though Naruto's property was not a top-tier mansion, it ranked among the best in Konoha. Since the money wasn't his, he felt no remorse. I'm still a pregnant woman, Kushina declared, patting the fragrant sofa cushion. Pregnant women need their afternoon naps to ensure a healthy baby. Let us go tonight, she added, muttering to herself about how wasteful it was to have such a grand place for just one person. Naruto sighed, growing increasingly convinced that his mother simply wished to linger. Pineapple Head, come sit here, Kushina beckoned, her eyes sparkling with expectation. Huh. Naruto, without much thought, obediently walked over and sat down. Kushina promptly rested her head comfortably on his lap. Naruto found himself at a loss for words, yet allowed her to be. In that moment, she resembled a child. However, as her warm presence seeped through his clothes, an indescribable warmth enveloped his heart. Kushina's lips curled into a satisfied smile as she soon drifted into a deep slumber. Witnessing this scene, Kakashi nearly dropped the book he was holding in shock. They're sleeping together. Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong? A clear female voice called from behind him. Kakashi stumbled, almost tumbling from the tree. He quickly turned around to find a girl from Umbu, her face hidden behind a cat mask. Relieved, he recognized her. It's you, Yugao. What brings you here? He whispered. I came to tell you, what is that book? Yugao's curious gaze swept over the dangerous tome in his hands. Kakashi reacted swiftly, leaping from the treetop while hastily shoving the book into his waistband, his speed momentarily startling Yugao. Cough. It's nothing, he feigned calmness, striving to maintain his cool demeanor as a senior. The fourth Hokage said you could return to rest. Really? Are you certain? Did the Hokage himself say that? Kakashi questioned skeptically. Yes, it was a direct order from the Hokage, she confirmed. Kakashi rubbed his chin, the dreadful thought resurfacing, a slumbering husband. Zetsu. Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim. Yet, he simply could not comprehend why his teacher would so trustingly leave a stranger alone with his wife, the Jinchuriki. Even if that yellow-haired boy harbors no ill intentions, should any other nefarious individuals seize the opportunity to harm the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the consequences would be dire. Kakashi inwardly clicked his tongue. It seems that Master Minato has become rather muddled. I must remain extra vigilant. If Obito were still around, he would undoubtedly leap forth to rouse the teacher from his stupor. He waved his hand dismissively. Don't mind me. You go ahead and attend to your duties. I shall linger a while longer. Uzumaki Kushina nodded and vanished in an instant. Kakashi sighed, retrieving his bento box, silently eating while his keen gaze continued to scrutinize the movements within the room. The sun dipped low in the west, and twilight descended. Kushina groggily sat up, discovering Naruto leaning against the back of the sofa, emitting even breaths as he mumbled indistinctly in his sleep. Observing his unguarded visage, a tender smile graced Kushina's lips. This moment of tranquility and reliance filled her with an insatiable longing. Dare to provoke me, and you'll regret it," as he muttered in his slumber. Naruto's right hand instinctively twirled, and a spiral sphere the size of a basketball materialized instantaneously. Kushina's pupils constricted in fear. With a resounding slap, she struck Naruto's face without hesitation. "Ugh, who ambushed me?" Naruto jolted awake. "Hey, are you still half asleep? Hurry and take me home." Kushina glared at him, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Remembering how Naruto nearly unleashed the spiral sphere upon her, she felt a flicker of anger. However, witnessing the seamless execution of the spiral sphere further solidified her suspicions, igniting an indescribable thrill within her. Naruto rubbed his head, entirely oblivious to his dream of molding jutsu and unaware of his rather unconventional sleeping posture. He responded in a daze, preparing to escort Kushina home. Kushina refrained from mentioning the earlier harrowing moment. As they traversed the streets of Konoha, the figures around them grew sparse. The fiery hues of the sunset blanketed the horizon, casting a gentle light upon the earth. Kushina tightly grasped Naruto's hand, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of happiness and security. Gazing at the radiant smile adorning Kushina's face, warmth blossomed in Naruto's heart. This was his mother, alive and tangible. Yet, as he recalled the deception he had woven, even tricking Senior Konan, a wave of guilt washed over him. Would Sasuke be unable to find me and unleash his fury upon Konan and Nagato? The thought tightened his brow involuntarily. What's wrong? Kushina perceptibly noticed the change in his expression and inquired with concern. Is something troubling you? Share it with me. Perhaps I can assist. Naruto sighed deeply, resembling a weary elder, as if he sought to expel all his burdens of the past. It's nothing. He shook his head, just a bothersome friend. Kushina stifled a laugh. A bothersome friend? That's quite an unusual title. Pausing, she softened her gaze. But hearing you say that, it seems you still care for him, don't you? Naruto fell into silence. Her words struck true. Had he not regarded Sasuke as a brother, why would he repeatedly risk everything to bring him back? Can you share what transpired between you two? Kushina gently probed. Naruto glanced up at the brilliant evening sky, his voice barely audible. It's nothing much, really. Our thoughts diverged, and we ended up fighting. In the end, neither of us emerged victorious. Kushina's curiosity deepened, but seeing Naruto's wistful profile, she opted not to press further. Instead, shifting the subject. I truly hope my child doesn't turn out like you, always indulging in leisure. She pouted. Naruto was taken aback. Hey, that is not true. Besides, I have my merits. What merits? Naruto found himself at a loss for words. Kushina chuckled lightly. All right, I won't tease you anymore. The baby should be arriving soon, right? Naruto mentioned. Kushina gently placed her hand on her rounded belly. It should be any day now. Upon hearing this, Naruto's heart plummeted. Really? Have you decided on a name? Kushina focused her gaze on Naruto's face. After a moment, she smiled and replied, his name will be Naruto, symbolizing perseverance. I wish for him to become an exceptional ninja in the future. Naruto staggered back in shock, even though he had learned of this from the pervy sage. Hearing it from his mother felt altogether different. Noticing Naruto's reaction, Kushina merely adjusted her clothing without comment. Next time we meet, I'll let you see the baby, she declared, waving her hand cheerfully. In the distance, Naruto managed a forced smile, responding with a wave. At that moment, no one noticed his body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 25, Coward? The moon hung high, and the stars were few, as the cold moonlight poured down like mercury, casting a pallid silver glow over the hidden leaf village. Sparse stars dotted the profound night sky, yet could not dispel the heavy gloom weighing upon the hearts of its inhabitants. This excessively clear night felt akin to an immense slab of ice, freezing all noise, leaving only a deathly silence that hinted at an impending storm. Ensuring that tranquility was far from assured. The lights in the Hokage's office stood out as one of the few bright spots in the village. Yet they exuded an air of solitude. Sister, it's already noon. Allow me to escort you home. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow. Despite possessing the powers of the Sage of Six Paths, he still felt a twinge of fatigue. The workload was indeed formidable. Kushina lazily sank into the soft sofa, offering no reply. One must admit, while the property Naruto prepared for her may not qualify as a top-tier mansion, it certainly ranked among the finest in Konoha. After all, it wasn't her money being spent, so Naruto cared little about it. But I am a pregnant woman, Kushina asserted, stroking the sofa cushion, which emanated a faint fragrance of gardenia. Pregnant women require their afternoon naps to ensure the baby's health. We can leave in the evening, she added, seemingly reluctant to depart. Such a wasteful spender. Living so comfortably alone. I wonder where she acquired her funds, she muttered softly. Naruto rubbed his forehead in exasperation, increasingly convinced that his mother intended to linger indefinitely. Pineapple Head, come sit here. Kushina patted the empty space beside her, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Without much thought, Naruto complied and took a seat. Kushina immediately nestled her head upon his lap. Though Naruto felt a hint of reluctance, he allowed her to do as she pleased. In that moment, his mother resembled an innocent child. However, as Kushina's warmth seeped through his clothing, an indescribable warmth surged within his heart. A satisfied smile adorned Kushina's lips as she drifted into slumber. Witnessing this scene, Kakashi nearly dropped the book he was holding in shock. They're actually sleeping together. Kakashi-senpai, what's wrong? A clear female voice suddenly called from behind. Kakashi stumbled slightly, almost tumbling from the tree. He quickly turned to see a girl from the umbu, wearing a cat-faced mask, and breathed a sigh of relief upon recognizing her. It's Yuyuki, he whispered. What brings you here? I'm here to inform you. What book is that? Yuyuki's curiosity piqued as she glanced at the book in his hands. Kakashi reacted swiftly, leaping down from the treetop while hastily shoving the dubious reading material into his waistband. His speed momentarily stunned Yuyuki. Cough, cough. It's nothing, Kakashi feigned calmness, striving to maintain his aloof demeanor. The fourth Hokage has said you may return to rest. Are you certain? Kakashi questioned skeptically. Did the Hokage really say that? Yes. It was a direct order from the Hokage himself. Kakashi stroked his chin, the terrifying association from moments ago resurfacing the image of his slumbering husband. Incredible. Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim. Yet, he found it utterly perplexing why his teacher would so easily allow a stranger to be alone with his wife, the Jinchuriki. Even if this blonde-haired lad bore no ill intentions, what if there were others with nefarious motives seeking to harm the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? The consequences would be dire. Kakashi silently clicked his tongue. It seemed his teacher, Minato, was rather foolish. It appears I must be extra vigilant. If Obito were still around, he would certainly leap up and rouse the teacher. He waved his hand dismissively. Don't mind me. Go about your business. I shall remain here a while longer. Yuzuki Yui nodded, her form vanishing in an instant. Kakashi sighed, retrieving his bento box, quietly eating while keeping a watchful eye on the activities within the room. The sun dipped low in the sky, heralding dusk. Kushina, groggy, sat up and noticed Naruto leaning against the back of the sofa, emitting even breaths of slumber, muttering incoherently in his dreams. Observing his defenseless sleeping face, a gentle smile crept onto Kushina's lips. The tranquility and reliance of this moment filled her with an insatiable longing. Dare to provoke me, Naruto? Accompanied by his mumblings, Naruto's right hand instinctively twisted, forming a Rasengan the size of a basketball in an instant. Kushina's pupils constricted in alarm. With a swift motion, she slapped Naruto's face without hesitation. Ugh, who ambushed me? Naruto jolted awake. Hey, are you dazed from sleep? Hurry and take me home. Kushina shot him a glare, still miffed at the near incident where Naruto almost struck her with the Rasengan. However, seeing his expertly formed Rasengan only solidified her suspicions, a thrill of excitement quietly rising within her. Rubbing his head, Naruto completely forgot about his dream of forming balls and remained oblivious to his rather ostentatious sleeping posture. He muddled through his responses, preparing to escort Kushina back. Kushina refrained from mentioning the earlier scare. The streets of Konoha grew increasingly sparse. The fiery evening glow painted the sky, casting a gentle light upon the earth. Kushina firmly held Naruto's hand, her heart brimming with an unprecedented sense of happiness and security. Gazing at the radiant smile on Kushina's face, warmth blossomed within Naruto. This was his mother, vividly present and tangible. Yet, the guilt of secretly returning to Konoha, deceiving even Konan-sensei, crept upon him. Would Sasuke be furious with Konan-sensei and Nagato-sensei for not being able to find me? The thought furrowed Naruto's brow involuntarily. What's wrong? Kushina keenly noticed the change in his expression and inquired with concern. Is there something troubling you? Perhaps I can assist. Naruto sighed heavily, akin to an old man ready to divulge a lifetime of grievances. It's nothing. He shook his head. Just a bothersome friend came to mind. Kushina chuckled, covering her mouth. A bothersome friend? That's quite an intriguing title. She paused, her gaze softening. But, hearing you say that, it seems you do care about him. Don't you? Naruto fell silent. Indeed, if he genuinely regard Sasuke as a brother, why would he go to such lengths to bring him back time and again? Would you mind sharing what transpired between you two? Kushina gently probed. Naruto looked up at the vibrant sunset, his voice barely above a whisper. It's not much, really. We simply had a disagreement and ended up fighting. In the end, neither of us won. Kushina's curiosity deepened, but observing the hint of melancholy on Naruto's face, she chose not to press further. By the way, I sincerely hope my child doesn't turn out like you, always indulging in food and laziness, Kushina said with a slight pout. Naruto blinked in surprise. Hey, I'm not like that. Besides, I have my merits. What merits? Naruto suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Kushina burst into laughter. All right. I won't tease you anymore. The baby should be arriving soon, right? Naruto inquired. Kushina lowered her head, tenderly caressing her swollen belly, and softly replied, It should be any day now. Upon hearing this, Naruto felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Is that so? Have you decided on a name? Kushina focused intently on Naruto's face. After a moment, she smiled and replied, His name will be Naruto, symbolizing never giving up. I hope he becomes an exceptional ninja in the future. Naruto was taken aback, instinctively stepping back. Although he had learned from the pervy sage, hearing his mother utter it felt entirely different. Noticing Naruto's reaction, Kushina merely furrowed her brow slightly, choosing not to comment further. Next time we meet, I'll have you see the baby, Kushina declared, waving her hand with enthusiasm. In the distance, Naruto forced a smile, reciprocating her gesture. At that moment, no one noticed his body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 25, Coward? The moon hung high, stars sparse, and crows flew southward. The cold moonlight poured down like mercury, casting a pallid silver sheen over the hidden leaf village. Sparse stars dotted the deep night sky, yet they could not dispel the heavy gloom weighing upon the hearts of its inhabitants. This excessively clear night resembled a vast sheet of ice, freezing all noise and leaving only a deathly silence, ominous with the promise of an impending storm. The light from the Hokage's office was one of the few bright spots in the village, yet it appeared particularly lonely. The file title reads, 20. Corresponding Chinese document, 20. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, furrowed his brow deeply, the pronounced lines on his face highlighted by the dim light, resembling chiseled stone. His frail fingers grasped a half-burnt cigarette, the smoke swirling and obscuring his troubled gaze. He drew a heavy breath, the acrid scent of tobacco temporarily numbing his taut nerves, before exhaling slowly. Watching the curling wisps of smoke, as if they were the embodiment of his inescapable worries. A long, heavy sigh echoed within the silent office. Days prior, the young yet exceptionally serious visage of Minato, the fourth Hokage, had lingered in his mind. The golden-haired fourth wore an unprecedented gravity in his eyes, his voice steady yet betraying an underlying urgency. Third Hokage, the seal of the Nine Tails becomes exceedingly fragile during the Jinchuriki's childbirth. This is an unavoidable weakness. I have a strong premonition that Kushina's delivery will not be peaceful. For the safety of the village and Kushina and her child, I implore you to summon Jiraiya Sensei. With him present, we can better prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Minato's concerns resonated fiercely within the third Hokage's heart. Jiraiya, that elusive and wandering disciple, had his summoning scroll dispatched, yet when would a response arrive? When would he traverse mountains and rivers to return to Konoha? Everything remained uncertain. The third Hokage gazed out the window at the moonlit, slumbering village, a long-lost sense of helplessness creeping into his heart. Just then, the third Hokage's expression turned grave. Sensing an extremely subtle yet malevolent fluctuation of chakra, his furrowed brow twitched, the wrinkles on his face folding into a tight knot. As a flicker of shock and realization crossed his murky old eyes, the cigarette slipped silently from his fingers, landing on the polished floor and sparking a few weak embers. What is this chakra? He muttered hoarsely, a sense of foreboding settling over him. It seemed that a significant event was about to unfold. In the outskirts of Konoha, within a concealed barrier, anguished and piercing cries echoed like the mournful wails of a wounded beast. Slicing through the layers of the barrier and shattering the tranquility of the forest night, resonating beneath the cold moonlight. Ah, Minato, it hurts so much. Ah, Kushina Uzumaki, with her signature fiery red hair drenched in sweat, clung disheveled to her pale cheeks, her head tilted back, the veins on her neck bulging with excruciating pain. Each contraction brought a tearing agony, threatening to shred the sheets beneath her. Kushina, Kushina, Minato Namikaze, the golden flash who remained unflinching in the face of thousands, now appeared utterly helpless, his handsome face etched with sorrow and anxiety. He gripped Kushina's icy, sweat-soaked hand tightly, as if channeling all his strength to her, attempting to share in the unimaginable suffering. His voice trembled, infused with a panic he was unaware of. Hold on, just a little longer. I am here. I have always been. I have never heard Kushina scream in such agony. Is she truly all right? Beside them, Sarutobi Bawako was intently observing the situation, beads of sweat forming at her brow, while gently wiping the sweat from Kushina's forehead with a warm, damp cloth. She spoke to Minato in a steady and reassuring tone. Do not worry. Your primary task now is to ensure the seal of the Nine Tails remains intact. It must not escape. She gestured to her equally anxious assistant, Tika. Tika moved quickly, albeit with a barely perceptible tremor, constantly replacing hot water, clean cloths, and sterilized scissors. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the odor of antiseptic, creating an atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Suddenly, Minato snapped back to focus, feeling a violent tremor emanating from his wife's abdomen. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to detach from his worry for her, his azure eyes sharpening like an eagle's. His hands swiftly formed seals, and a powerful chakra radiated from his palms, continuously infusing the sealing technique in Kushina's abdomen. The impact was immense. Minato's brow furrowed, a cold bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He could vividly see the scene within the sealing space, a sight that sent his heart into turmoil, intensifying the pressure. Deep within the sealing space, the colossal crimson form of the Nine Tails, as massive as a mountain, was bound tightly by hundreds of flickering azure chakra chains, firmly anchored to a massive black rock. The chains dug deep into its fur, ablaze with a fiery hatred, producing a grating sound. At that moment, the Nine Tails was thrashing violently, each movement causing the entire space to tremble. Its enormous head reared back, its gaping maw unleashing a deafening roar filled with boundless fury. Roar! Damn the seal! Damn the fourth! Damn that Uzumaki brat! Let me out! The terrifying roar crashed against the walls of the sealing space like a tangible shockwave, causing the entire area to quake violently, the chains swaying dangerously, as if they might snap at any moment. The Nine Tails' eyes burned with a madness capable of annihilating all. Its accumulated resentment and power from millennia surged forth as it sensed the seal's weakest point, unleashing its fury without restraint. Time passed agonizingly, each second stretching infinitely amidst the extreme pain and tension. Half an hour slipped by. Kushina's cries had transformed from sharp and piercing to hoarse and intermittent, each exertion seeming to drain her of her last vestiges of strength. Her lips were bloodied from biting. Her gaze began to unfocus, and she appeared as if she had just emerged from the depths of water, the sweat soaking the bedding beneath her. The prolonged agony and exhaustion threatened to render her completely incapacitated. Minato's hands, sustaining the seal, trembled slightly from the continuous outpouring of chakra, his knuckles turning white. He gazed at his wife's contorted face, listening to her increasingly feeble moans, his heart tormented as if it were being seared by magma. He cried out, pleading in desperation, Naruto, please come forth. Let the Nine Tails remain sealed. Within the sealing space, the Nine Tails seemed to sense Minato's anxious call. Its enormous singular eye flashed with a distinctly human-like rage and derision. Naruto? That soon-to-be-born brat. The Nine Tails' roar intensified, filled with the fury of being belittled. Never. Do not dare use a mere child's name to suppress me. Until I regain my freedom, no one shall be born. It unleashed an even more terrifying force, its massive claws tearing at the chains, the shrill sound of metal scraping accompanied by its frenzied roars, causing the vibrations within the sealing space to reach unprecedented heights. The azure chains began to emit tiny sparks of energy, strained to their limits. In the heart of Konoha, in a secluded corner of the village, far removed from the tension and chaos of the outskirts, the night appeared relatively serene. However, this tranquility was a different kind of torment for Naruto Uzumaki. At that moment, he resembled a homeless wanderer, hugging his knees and huddled in the coldest shadows of a street corner. The moonlight spilled sparingly at his feet, yet it could not illuminate the abyss within his heart. His golden hair lost its former luster, hanging limply. His azure eyes had dulled, staring vacantly at his blurred reflection on the ground. a profound sadness crashing over him like icy waves, nearly suffocating him. He dared not confront it. He could not bear to witness the moment destined to arrive, where his parents sacrificed everything to protect him, to protect the village. Their lives extinguished in the prime of their youth. That heart-wrenching pain remained vivid, even after the passage of years. Despite his growth into a capable ninja, it lingered as sharply as if it were yesterday. He knew what was to come, even the location of the enemy and the manner of their assault. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, furrowed his brow, deep lines etched in his face under the dim light. A half-burned cigarette hung between his frail fingers, the swirling smoke obscuring his anxious gaze. He inhaled deeply, the acrid scent of tobacco momentarily numbing his taut nerves, then exhaled slowly, his gaze fixed on the curling smoke rings, a manifestation of his lingering worries. A long, heavy sigh resonated clearly in the stillness of the office. Days ago, Minato's youthful yet unusually serious visage had flashed before him once more. The fourth Hokage's golden hair-framed eyes reflecting unprecedented gravity, his voice steady yet betraying an inner urgency. Lord Third. The seal of the Nine Tails becomes exceedingly fragile during the host's childbirth, an unavoidable weakness. I have a strong premonition that Kushina's delivery will not be without turbulence. For the safety of the village and mother and child, I implore you, summon Jiraiya-sensei. With him here, we will have a better chance of addressing any unforeseen circumstances. Minato's concerns reverberated violently within the third Hokage's mind. Jiraiya, that unpredictable and wandering disciple, had been summoned through his summoning scroll, but when would a response arrive? When could he traverse mountains and rivers back to Konoha? Everything remained uncertain. The third's heart sank as he directed his gaze toward the moonlit outline of the slumbering village outside the window, a sense of long-forgotten helplessness creeping into his heart. Just then, the third's expression grew grave, sensing an obscure yet profoundly malevolent chakra disturbance. His tightly furrowed brow twitched, the wrinkles on his face momentarily intertwining. A flicker of shock and realization crossing his murky gaze. The cigarette tip fell silently, igniting faint sparks on the polished floor. What kind of being possessed this chakra? He murmured, his voice dry. It seemed a significant event was upon them. In the outskirts of Konoha, within a concealed barrier, a piercing and anguished cry, akin to the mournful wail of a wounded female beast, penetrated the layers of barriers, shattering the tranquility of the forest night and reverberating beneath the cold moonlight. Ah, Minato. It hurts so much. Ah. Kushina Uzumaki's iconic fiery red hair, drenched in sweat, clung disheveled to her pallid cheeks. With her head tilted back, the veins in her neck bulged from excruciating pain, each contraction bringing forth a tearing agony that nearly made her shred the sheets beneath her. Kushina, Minato Namikaze. The golden flash who remained unperturbed in the face of 1,000 adversaries, now appeared utterly helpless, his handsome visage etched with concern and anxiety. He clasped Kushina's cold, damp hand tightly, as if channeling all his strength into her, striving to share the unimaginable torment. His voice trembled, laced with an unrecognized panic. Hold on. Just a little longer. I am here. I have always been. I have never heard Kushina's cries of such torment. Is she truly all right? Beside them, Sarutobi Bawako was intently observing the situation, beads of sweat forming on her brow, while gently wiping the sweat from Kushina's forehead with a warm, damp towel. She spoke to Minato in a steady, soothing tone. Do not worry. Your primary task now is to monitor the seal of the Nine Tails. It must not escape. She gestured to her equally tense and busy female assistant, DG. DG moved swiftly yet with a barely perceptible tremor, constantly replacing hot water, clean cloths, and sterilized scissors, the air thick with the heavy sense of blood and antiseptic, the atmosphere taut as a drawn bowstring. Minato suddenly regained focus. Feeling the violent tremors emanating from his wife's abdomen, he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to detach from his worry for her, his azure eyes sharpening with the intensity of an eagle. He swiftly formed hand seals, powerful chakra radiating from his palms, continuously infusing the sealing technique within Kushina's abdomen. What a tremendous force! Minato's brow furrowed, a drop of cold sweat sliding down his temple. He could vividly perceive the scene within the sealing space, a sight that sent a jolt through his very being, increasing the pressure immensely. Deep within the sealing space, the colossal, crimson body of the Nine Tails, as massive as a mountain, was bound by hundreds of shimmering azure chakra chains, tightly secured to a massive black boulder. The chains dug deep into its fur, ablaze with a fiery hatred, producing a spine-chilling creaking sound. At this moment, the Ninetales was thrashing furiously, each movement causing the entire space to quake. Its enormous head reared back, its gaping maw opened wide, unleashing a deafening roar filled with boundless rage. Roar! Damn the seal! Damn the fourth! Damn that brat Uzumaki! Let me out! The terrifying roar surged like a tangible shockwave, violently battering the walls of the ceiling space, causing it to tremble violently, the chains swaying uncontrollably as if they might snap at any moment. The Ninetales burned with a madness to annihilate everything. Its accumulated resentment and power from millennia ready to burst forth the moment it sensed the seal's weakest point. Time flowed agonizingly in the relentless confrontation of pain and tension, each second stretching into eternity. Over half an hour had elapsed. Kushina's cries had transformed from sharp and high-pitched to hoarse and intermittent, each effort seemingly draining the last vestiges of her strength. Her lips were bloodied from biting them. Her gaze began to waver, her entire being resembling someone just pulled from the depths of water, sweat soaking the bedding beneath her. The prolonged agony and depletion of energy brought her to the brink of collapse. Minato's hands, maintaining the seal, trembled slightly from the continuous output of immense chakra, his knuckles turning white from the strain, as he gazed upon Kushina's contorted face of suffering, listening to her increasingly feeble moans. The torment within him felt like molten lava searing through his soul. He cried out in desperation, helplessly imploring, "Naruto, please, come forth, let the Ninetales remain sealed." Within the sealing space, the Ninetales seemed to acutely sense Minato's anxiety and summons. Its enormous single eye flickered with an intensely human-like rage and derision. "Naruto? That soon-to-be-born brat." The Ninetales' roar grew even more frenzied, filled with contemptuous fury. "It would not be subdued by the name of a mere child. Until I regain my freedom, no one shall be born." With a sudden eruption of terrifying might, its limbs unleashed in even greater force, its massive claws tearing violently at the chains binding it. The piercing sound of metal scraping against metal, coupled with its frenzied howls, sending the vibrations within the ceiling space to unprecedented heights. The azure chains began to emit tiny sparks of energy, a result of bearing the unbearable force. In the quiet corners of Konoha village, away from the tension and clamor of the outskirts, the night appeared relatively serene. Yet, this tranquility felt like a different kind of torment for Naruto Uzumaki. At this moment, he resembled a homeless waif, huddled in the coldest shadows of a street corner, clutching his knees. The moonlight, stingy in its illumination, fell at his feet but could not penetrate the abyss within his heart. His golden hair had lost its luster, hanging limply, while his azure eyes, devoid of sparkle, stared vacantly at the blurred reflection on the ground. A profound sorrow surged within him like icy tides, crashing relentlessly against his heart, nearly suffocating him. He could not dare to confront the inevitable moment, to witness with his own eyes as his parents sacrificed their lives in their prime to protect him and the village. That heart-wrenching pain, even with the passage of years, remained as vivid as yesterday, despite his growth into a capable ninja. He understood what was to come, even knowing where the enemy lay and how they would strike. He possessed the power to alter all of this. But could he? Absolutely not. Naruto buried his face deep into his arms, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Scalding tears silently soaked his sleeves. How could he selfishly seek to change the past for his own sake, to have his parents back? What about Kakashi-sensei? What about Sakura, Iruka-sensei, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and all those who perished in the Fourth Shinobi World War, the countless ninjas and innocent civilians? Their existence, their experiences, their bonds, would they all be erased due to his selfish desire? If he saved his father and mother, would the version of himself that belonged to that timeline still exist? Would Sasuke still endure the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre? Would he still become who he was meant to be? The battles they fought together, the reconciliations, the solidarity in protecting the peace of the ninja world, would all of it come crashing down like a toppled domino, unrecognizable, perhaps even entirely erased? The future he desired was one where everyone could coexist, even if that future lacked the presence of his parents. Naruto's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, suffocating him with pain. The immense contradiction and guilt threatened to tear him apart. He feared the unknown calamities that changing the past might bring, and he feared losing the bonds he had in the present. The yearning for his parents gnawed at him like a venomous poison, while the weight of responsibility to protect his current bonds felt like heavy shackles. He was caught in this chasm, submerged in an endless tide of sorrow, nearly drowning. "Hey, dead last." A cold, familiar voice, dripping with unabashed disdain and mockery, pierced through the silence surrounding Naruto like a poisoned dagger, sharply striking his eardrum. Naruto jolted, startled like a frightened animal, and he quickly looked up in the direction of the voice. The moonlight outlined a tall, slender figure, dark hair framing a stern visage. And those eyes, Sharingan, radiated an unmistakable aura of pride and indifference, even in the darkness. "Sasuke." Naruto gasped in disbelief, his sorrow instantly replaced by incredulity. "How could you be here?" He distinctly remembered that Sasuke was supposed to be executing a mission outside the village. Uchiha Sasuke slowly emerged from the deeper shadows, the moonlight illuminating half of his face, a smirk of unrestrained mockery gracing his lips. He casually tucked his hands into his pockets, looking down at Naruto, who huddled in the corner, as if observing a dog trapped in a desperate plight. "Humph." Sasuke emitted a short, cold snort, his voice dripping with a detached understanding. "Just as I expected, hiding like an ostrich with its head buried in a dark corner, trembling in fear of reality. Is this the responsibility of the 7th Hokage?" His words cut like a sharp blade, precisely targeting Naruto's most painful wounds. The astonishment in Naruto's eyes was quickly ignited by fury. He sprang to his feet, a gust of wind trailing behind him, his tear-stained face ablaze with rage. Grabbing Sasuke by the collar, he yanked him closer, their noses nearly touching. "What did you say?" "You bastard Sasuke. You have no right to say that." Sasuke was jerked forward, his body leaning slightly back, yet his expression remained unchanged, the mockery intensifying, even tinged with amusement. He tilted his head slightly, his Sharingan swirling with an eerie glow in the moonlight, reflecting Naruto's furious and disheveled visage. "Oh." Sasuke's eyebrows arched slightly, his voice still icy, deliberately elongated with provocation. "What's this? Did I hit a nerve?" Angered and embarrassed, only able to throw punches at your comrades, you coward. He emphasized the last 3 words as if to etch them deep into Naruto's very soul. Witnessing Naruto's complete loss of composure, his pain-ridden struggle brought forth an unsettling, almost pathological delight within Sasuke. He had seldom, if ever, seen the ever-sunny, invincible Naruto exhibit such vulnerability and despair. "You." Naruto's rage boiled over, his grip on Sasuke's collar tightening to the point where his knuckles turned white, muscles in his arms bulging. He yearned to deliver a crushing blow to Sasuke's infuriating face. However, in the next instant, Sasuke's frigid gaze, the penetrating inside of his Sharingan, felt like a bucket of ice water poured over him. Memories of his parents' last moments, the smiles of his friends, the brutality of the shinobi world war collided violently in Naruto's mind. The fire in his eyes extinguished like a candle snuffed out by a gale, replaced by a deeper, more profound pain and confusion. He could not. The fingers that clutched Sasuke's collar, filled with immense reluctance and despair, gradually, dejectedly, loosened their grip. Naruto felt as if all strength had been drained from him, his body swaying before collapsing heavily onto the cold ground, stirring up a fine dust. He bowed his head, his voice low and hoarse, laden with nasal tones and near-collapse fatigue. "We cannot change the past. It isn't fair to Kakashi-sensei, to Sakura, to Iruka-sensei, to Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, or to the countless civilians and ninjas who lost their loved ones, their homes in the war, or to our comrades who sacrificed their lives on the battlefield. Have you considered what would happen if the past were altered? Would those battles we fought together, the laughter, the tears, the peace and bonds we earned with our lives vanish as if they never existed? What would become of us, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha? Would we still be who we are?" Naruto's voice dwindled, becoming increasingly faint, almost imperceptible. It seemed he was not merely trying to persuade Sasuke, but rather convincing himself against the wild impulse to rush back to his parents. Each word felt like another stab to his already bleeding heart. "Is that so?" Sasuke's voice was devoid of emotion, yet laced with an even sharper chill. He looked down upon Naruto, who sat defeated on the ground, his eternal Manjiki Sharingan swirling as if it could see through the deepest fears of the heart. "So, for your so-called fairness, to preserve that established past, you sit here, ready to watch them die? To welcome a future of the shinobi world we witnessed, utterly disrupted by that clown, ultimately leading to its demise. Sasuke stepped closer, shadows enveloping Naruto entirely. You saw it too. Though that Uchiha was as foolish as a pig, the information he revealed, that video, everything is true. The shinobi world will perish one day in the future. Naruto abruptly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked, the skin paling to a ghastly white. Sasuke's words struck like a hammer against the fragile foundation of his beliefs. But what if we change this? What about our future? Naruto struggled to grasp at the last threads of rationality. Enough. Dead last. Sasuke interrupted sharply, his voice rising with undeniable resolution and deep impatience. The eternal Manjiki in his eyes began to spin rapidly, emitting a dangerous, cold light. I no longer have the time or interest to listen to your cowardly nonsense. He slightly turned, his gaze seemingly piercing through the walls, directed toward the distant Hokage rock, or perhaps even farther beyond. A complex smile, tinged with madness and coldness, graced his lips. After all, Sasuke's voice suddenly dropped low, yet it reached Naruto's ears clearly, akin to a demon's whisper. Destroying Konoha was once a significant part of my plan. Now, the opportunity appears to be at hand. What? He possessed the power to change it all. Yet, could he truly do so? Absolutely not. Naruto buried his face into his arm, his shoulders trembling unconsciously, hot tears silently soaking his sleeves. How could I selfishly alter the past for my own desire to have my parents? What about Kakashi-sensei? What about Sakura, Iruka-sensei, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and the countless ninjas and innocent civilians who sacrificed their lives during the Fourth Shinobi World War? Should their existence, their experiences, their bonds be erased due to my selfishness? If I were to save my parents, would I still exist in the original timeline? Would Sasuke still endure the night of the Uchiha massacre? Would he still become who he is today? Would the battles, reconciliations, and the peace of the shinobi world we fought to protect vanish as if they were merely a line in a domino chain, collapsing and distorting into nothingness? The future I yearn for is one where everyone can exist, even if it means my parents are not by my side. Naruto's heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, painfully constricting his breath. A profound conflict and guilt threatened to tear him apart. He feared the unknown disasters that altering the past could bring, but more than that, he feared losing all the bonds he currently cherished. The longing for his parents felt like a poison eating away at his very soul, while the responsibility to protect his present bonds weighed heavily like shackles. In this chasm, he was submerged in an endless tide of sorrow, nearly drowning. Hey, dead last. A cold, familiar voice, dripping with disdain and derision, pierced through the suffocating silence surrounding Naruto, striking sharply at his eardrums. He trembled as if startled, raising his head abruptly to follow the sound. The moonlight outlined a tall, imposing figure with black hair, a stern visage, and eyes that radiated an unmistakable pride and indifference, even in the dark. Sasuke! Naruto gasped in shock, the sorrow on his face swiftly replaced by incredulous astonishment. How could you be here? He distinctly remembered that Sasuke was supposed to be on a mission outside the village. Uchiha Sasuke slowly emerged from the deeper shadows, the moonlight illuminating half of his face, a smirk of unabashed mockery playing at the corners of his lips. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he looked down at Naruto, who cowered in the corner, his gaze reminiscent of one observing a cornered dog. Humph! Sasuke let out a short, cold snort, his voice laced with an indifferent understanding of everything. As I suspected, you bury your head in the sand like an ostrich, trembling in this dark corner to escape reality. Is this the responsibility of the seventh Hokage? His words cut like a sharp knife, striking precisely at Naruto's most painful wound. The astonishment in Naruto's eyes was quickly ignited by fury. He sprang up from the ground with a speed that stirred the air, his tear-streaked face alight with rage. Grabbing Sasuke by the collar, he pulled him close, their noses nearly touching. What did you say? You bastard, Sasuke. You shall not say such things. Sasuke, roughly seized by the collar, leaned back slightly. Yet his expression remained unchanged, his mocking demeanor intensifying with an air of amusement. He tilted his head, his Sharingan glimmering with an eerie light in the moonlight, clearly reflecting Naruto's anger and helplessness. Oh! Sasuke raised an eyebrow ever so slightly, his voice still icy, but deliberately elongated with provocation. What is this? Have I struck a nerve, and now you're enraged? Just a coward who only throws punches at his comrades. He emphasized the last three words. as if to imprint them deep within Naruto's soul. Observing Naruto's complete loss of composure, suffering from the pain of his parents, Sasuke felt a strange, almost morbid satisfaction deep within him. He had rarely, if ever, seen the eternally sunny and unyielding underdog exhibit such vulnerable despair. Naruto's anger surged, his grip tightening on Sasuke's collar until his knuckles turned white, the muscles in his arms bulging. He yearned to deliver a powerful blow to Sasuke's infuriating face. However, in the next moment, Sasuke's cold gaze, imbued with a knowing quality from his Sharingan, felt like a bucket of ice water poured over him. Images of his parents' final moments, the smiles of his comrades, the brutality of the Ninja World War, countless scenes collided violently in Naruto's mind. The fire of his fury flickered like a candle extinguished by a fierce wind, swiftly replaced by deeper, more profound pain and confusion. He couldn't see. The fingers that clutched Sasuke's collar, filled with immense reluctance and despair, slowly and dejectedly loosened. It was as though all strength had been drained from Naruto in an instant. His body swayed and collapsed back onto the cold ground, raising a fine cloud of dust. Bowing his head, his voice became low and hoarse, laced with heavy nasal tones and an almost crumbling exhaustion. We cannot change the past. It is unfair to Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, Iruka-sensei, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, and the countless civilians and ninjas who lost their loved ones and homes in the war, as well as those comrades who sacrificed themselves on the battlefield. Have you ever considered how our original timeline would change if the past were altered? Would our shared battles, laughter, tears, and the peace and bonds forged with our lives vanish as if they had never existed? What would become of us, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha? Would we still be ourselves? Naruto's voice grew softer and more ethereal, eventually fading to a whisper, nearly imperceptible. It seemed he was not persuading Sasuke, but rather attempting to quell the tumultuous impulse within himself to rush to his parents' side. Each word felt like another stab to his already bleeding heart. Is that so? Sasuke's voice was devoid of emotion, even colder, carrying an added layer of chilling disdain. He looked down at Naruto, who sat slumped on the ground, and his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan swirled with an intensity that seemed to penetrate the deepest fears of the heart. So, for your so-called fairness, to maintain that predetermined past, you sit here, prepared to watch them die? Then welcome the future of the ninja world that we witnessed. Completely disrupted by that fool, ultimately leading to its demise? Sasuke stepped closer, his shadow enveloping Naruto entirely. You also saw it. Although that Uchiha fool is as dim-witted as a pig, the information he revealed, that video, it's all true. The ninja world will perish one day. Naruto shot his head up, his eyes bloodshot, his tightly clenched fists cracking audibly from the pressure, the skin drained of color, turning pale. Sasuke's words struck him like a heavy hammer against his crumbling faith. But if we change this here, Naruto struggled to grasp the last straw of rationality. Enough, underdog. Sasuke interrupted sharply, his voice rising, filled with undeniable resolve and deep impatience. The eternal kaleidoscope in his eyes spun rapidly, radiating a dangerous and icy light. I have neither time nor interest to listen to your cowardly nonsense any longer. He slightly turned, his gaze seemingly piercing through the walls, directed towards Hokage Rock or perhaps beyond. A complex, maddened yet ruthless smile played at his lips. After all, Sasuke's voice suddenly dropped low but distinctly reached Naruto's ears. Akin to a devil's whisper, destroying Konoha was once a significant part of my plan. Now, the opportunity seems to be right before us. What? Naruto's pupils dilated to their limits, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. The sorrow, confusion, and pain on his face were instantly replaced with sheer shock and disbelief. His body freezing in place as if trapped in ice. He shot his head up, fixing his gaze on Sasuke's exceptionally cold face illuminated by the moonlight. What do you mean, Sasuke? Yet, Sasuke offered no explanation, nor did he cast him another glance, as if that earth-shattering declaration was merely a passing remark. A subtle ripple of powerful spatial fluctuations emanated around him. Naruto, in the final moment before Sasuke's figure completely blurred and vanished, heard Sasuke's cold voice, like the chilling wind of an icy plain, clearly leave his final words, each syllable piercing Naruto's heart like ice picks. Next time we meet, we shall still be enemies. The instant those words fell, Sasuke's figure melded seamlessly into the ripples of space, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind an unbroken, chilling swirl of air. Damn it. Naruto clenched his teeth so tightly that blood almost seeped from his gums, a low, strained roar escaping his throat, reminiscent of a wounded beast. He maintained his seated position, his fist crashing down onto the cold, hard ground, his knuckles splitting open instantly, blood oozing forth and staining the icy dust beneath him. A torrent of intense anger, confusion, the pain of betrayal, and the inescapable fear of his parents' impending doom surged within him like a raging volcano. Boiling in the depths of his azure eyes, Sasuke's figure lurked in the shadows, silently observing it all, eager to witness this night unfold. Unable to suppress a glance at the furious roar of the Nine Tails, a wave of inner conflict arose, realizing the chaos had begun. Yet the conflicted expression vanished in an instant. Naruto, this time, I owe you nothing. Sasuke, fully aware of Naruto's steadfast nature, chose to give him a gentle push from behind, urging him to confront reality and avoid future regrets. Deep down, Sasuke recognized that he had long wronged Naruto, and this moment served as a form of retribution. The survival of the fourth Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki would not impede his ambition to dominate the ninja world. After all, he was Uchiha Sasuke. In Chapter 26, The Chaos of the Nine Tails, a piercing cry shattered the silence, heralding the arrival of a new life adorned with radiant golden hair. It's a boy. It's a boy. The voice of Minato Namikaze trembled with emotion as he wiped away tears of joy, his gaze fixated on the newborn. From this day forth, I shall embrace fatherhood. This declaration brimmed with the pride and indescribable happiness of a new father. Beside the birthing bed, the experienced Sarutobi Biwako carefully swaddled the infant in soft white cloth, gently placing him next to the weakened Kushina. The delivery had drained Kushina of her strength, leaving her pale and breathless. Yet, as her eyes met the wrinkled form of her child, a surge of maternal instinct compelled her to muster a tender and contented smile. Naruto, she whispered, her voice soft yet brimming with boundless affection. Thank you, Kushina, Minato said, leaning down to gaze lovingly at his wife, their unspoken emotions transcending any words. However, this moment of warmth was fleeting. Outside the sanctum of their protected room, the shadow of death loomed ominously, a spectral figure, merging seamlessly with the night, moved with an otherworldly speed, silently claiming the lives of the elite ANBU guards stationed outside. The glint of cold steel flickered within the shadows, and in mere moments, the loyal guardians lay lifeless in pools of blood. Inside the barrier, Minato's expression of joy froze instantaneously, as the yellow flash of Konoha. His extraordinary perception detected a faint yet lethal disturbance. Without hesitation, his eyes sharpened like an eagle's, and with instinct surpassing thought, he flicked his wrist, sending a kunai hurtling towards Sarutobi Biwako. Startled, Biwako's pupils dilated as she instinctively tensed her body. Yet, the kunai was not aimed at her. It whizzed past her ear with a sharp whoosh, targeting the space behind her. Truly, the fourth Hokage's legendary insight was well-deserved. A cold, unyielding voice, laced with mockery, slithered through the air from a shadowy corner. Biwako and her assistant, Terumi, turned in shock to find a mysterious figure draped in a hood, donning a swirling tiger-striped mask, having appeared as if summoned by darkness itself. With gloved fingers, he effortlessly grasped the flying kunai midair. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon Konoha? Minato demanded, his body poised in a defensive stance, chakra surging within him, ready to unleash a devastating blow. A low, derisive chuckle escaped the masked figure, shrouded in enigma. In that tense standoff, chaos erupted anew. The white swaddling enveloping Naruto suddenly burst forth with blinding light, unleashing a torrent of violent energy. Not good. Biwako's face paled as she rushed forward, tearing away the cloth shrouding Naruto with urgency. Minato's heart plummeted. He had no time for hesitation. In a split second, he formed hand seals, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. The resounding explosion shattered the tranquility of the night, engulfing the entire house in a tempest of flames and shock waves. Debris was thrust into the air, transforming the surroundings into a hellish inferno. Just as the wave of destruction threatened to consume them, Minato, with Biwako and Terumi, utilized the pre-placed Flying Thunder God seal to teleport to a relatively safe distance. Breathless, Minato turned to see the place they had just vacated reduced to a smoldering ruin, the inferno illuminating much of Konoha's night sky. This is bad. The enemy's target is Kushina. Panic gripped Minato's heart, a deep sense of foreboding tightening its hold. He believed he had prepared thoroughly, with layers of barriers and elite ANBU, yet the enemy had cunningly breached all defenses. Biwako surveyed the outlines of fallen ANBU in the distance, her expression grave. The ability to eliminate such skilled warriors in mere moments indicated that their adversary was terrifyingly powerful, far beyond their expectations. "I'll take you to safety," Minato decided swiftly, activating the Flying Thunder God once more. In a flash of golden light, the three vanished from sight. The distant explosion reverberated like a clarion call, rousing the entirety of Konoha. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, reacted with remarkable speed, donning his battle vest almost instantly. His expression was grim as he stood at the entrance of the clan grounds, surrounded by a gathering of ANBU, the air thick with the tension of impending conflict. In a flash of gold, Minato appeared with Biwako and Terumi at the clan grounds. "Minato, what has transpired?" Hiruzen inquired, urgency lacing his voice. "The enemy's target is likely the Nine Tails. I must rush to save Kushina," Minato declared, his eyes wide with alarm. Naruto's pupils constricted, as if struck by lightning. The sorrow, confusion, and anguish on his face were instantly replaced by shock and disbelief, his body frozen in place. He looked up sharply, locking eyes with Sasuke, whose cold, emotionless visage shone under the moonlight. "What do you mean, Sasuke?" Sasuke offered no explanation, nor did he spare him another glance. As if his earlier shocking statement was merely an afterthought, the air around him shimmered with a subtle, yet potent ripple of space-time energy. Just as Naruto's figure began to fade into obscurity, Sasuke's voice, as frigid as a winter gale, resonated clearly in the air, each word piercing Naruto's heart like an icicle. "When we meet again, we shall still be enemies." In that instant, Sasuke melded seamlessly into the ripples of space, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a chilling aura in his wake. "Damn it!" Naruto gritted his teeth, blood oozing from his gums as a low, guttural roar escaped his throat, akin to a wounded beast. He remained on the ground, his fist crashing against the cold, hard earth, skin splitting open, blood seeping into the frigid dust below. A tempest of fury, confusion, and the pain of betrayal, combined with an inescapable dread for the fate awaiting his parents, surged like molten lava within his azure eyes, boiling over. Sasuke, concealed in the shadows, observed silently, wishing to witness the events of this night unfold. Hearing the roar of the Nine Tails, turning his gaze away momentarily, a flicker of conflict stirred within him. The chaos of the Nine Tails had begun, yet that inner turmoil dissipated almost instantaneously. "Naruto, this time, I owe you nothing." Sasuke, fully aware of Naruto's stubborn nature, decided to give him a gentle push from behind, urging him to face reality and avoid future regrets. In truth, Sasuke understood that he had long owed Naruto an apology. This moment could serve as a form of restitution. The survival of the fourth Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki would have no bearing on his ambitions to dominate the ninja world. After all, he was Uchiha Sasuke. In Chapter 26, the chaos of the Nine Tails, a piercing cry shattered the silence as a radiant new life, with hair as golden as the sun, entered the world. "It's born! It's born!" Minato's voice trembled with emotion as he wiped away tears of joy from the corners of his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on the newborn child. "From this day forth, I shall become a father." This declaration was brimming with pride and an indescribable happiness. Beside the birthing bed, the seasoned Sarutobi Hiruzen carefully wrapped the infant in soft white cloth, gently placing him beside the weary mother, Kushina. The labor of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki had drained her strength, leaving her pale and breathing weakly. Yet, when her eyes met the tiny, wrinkled form that bore her blood, an instinctive surge of life compelled her to muster a tender, satisfied smile. "Naruto," she whispered, her voice soft yet overflowing with infinite love. "Thank you, Kushina." Minato leaned down, gazing deeply at his wife. A silent exchange of gratitude and affection flowing between them, transcending words. However, this moment of warmth, born of survival, was fleeting. Outside the protective barrier of the delivery room, the shadow of death had already descended. A ghostly figure, merging with the night, silently claimed the lives of the elite ANBU guards with an otherworldly speed and sinister space-time ninjutsu. The glint of cold steel flickered in the shadows, and with a series of dull thuds, the loyal defenders fell into a silent pool of blood in mere moments. Inside the barrier, the happiness radiating from Minato instantly froze. As the yellow flash of Konoha, his extraordinary perceptiveness caught a faint but deadly anomaly. Without hesitation, his eyes sharpened like an eagle's, and his body reacted faster than thought. With a swift flick of his wrist, a kunai transformed into a streak of icy light, shooting toward Hiruzen. Startled by the sudden attack, Hiruzen's pupils dilated, her body instinctively tensing. Yet, the kunai was not aimed at her. It whistled past her ear with deadly precision, targeting the space behind her. Truly, the fourth Hokage's remarkable perception was well-deserved. A cold, emotionless voice slithered through the corner of the room, laced with mockery. Hiruzen and her assistant, Tayuya, turned in shock at the sound. There stood a mysterious figure, cloaked and masked with a swirling pattern, having appeared like a specter, calmly grasping the flying kunai with gloved fingers. "Who are you? How dare you intrude upon Konoha?" Minato demanded, his body poised for battle, chakra surging within him, ready to unleash a devastating blow. The masked man chuckled disdainfully, his laughter echoing with an air of contempt. In that tense moment, chaos erupted once more. The white swaddling cloth enveloping little Naruto suddenly burst forth with blinding light, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy. Not good. Hiruzen's expression changed dramatically as she rushed forward, tearing the cloth from Naruto's body. Minato's heart sank, and with no time for hesitation, he swiftly formed hand seals. The flying thunder god technique activated. Boom. The deafening explosion shattered the tranquility of the night, and violent flames and shockwaves engulfed the entire house. The immense force propelled debris into the sky, transforming the area into a sea of fire. Just as this wave of destruction threatened to consume the three of them, a golden flash flickered, and Minato had already transported Hiruzen and Tayuya to a relatively safe distance using the prearranged flying thunder god technique. Gasping for breath, Minato looked back to see the place they had just vacated had become a burning ruin, the flames illuminating much of Konoha's night sky. This is bad. The enemy's target is Kushina. Panic gripped Minato's heart as an unprecedented tension and regret tightened around him. He believed he had prepared thoroughly with layers of barriers and elite ANBU, yet he had not anticipated the enemy's cunning and strength, allowing them to breach all defenses with ease. Hiruzen stared at the outlines of fallen ANBU in the distance, her expression grave as if frozen in place. The ability to silently dispatch those elites in such a short span indicated an enemy of terrifying prowess, far beyond imagination. "I will take you to safety," Minato declared decisively, activating the flying thunder god once more. In a flash of golden light, the three of them vanished from their original location, in the Sarutobi clan grounds. The cataclysmic explosion echoed like a clarion call, awakening the entirety of Konoha. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, reacted swiftly. Donning his battle vest emblazoned with the Hokage insignia almost instantaneously upon the explosion, he stood resolutely at the entrance of the clan grounds, with ANBU ninjas rapidly gathering around him, the air thick with the tension of impending battle. Golden light flickered as Minato arrived with Hiruzen and Tayuya at the clan grounds. "Minato, what has happened?" The third Hokage approached, his voice urgent and heavy. "The enemy's target is likely the Nine Tails. I must rush to save Kushina." Minato spoke rapidly, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented urgency and determination. The Nine Tails. A sharp intake of breath escaped the third Hokage, his aged visage etched with shock. It was clear that Konoha was about to face an unprecedented battle. "Take care of Naruto." Minato cast one last glance at the peacefully sleeping infant in Hiruzen's arms, solemnly entrusting her with the responsibility. Oblivious to the calamity that had just unfolded, little Naruto remained undisturbed. Hiruzen nodded firmly, clasping the swaddled infant a bit tighter. Deep within the Konoha forest, the cold moonlight filtered through the branches, unable to dispel the chill of the place. Kushina was weakly bound to a massive tree trunk, dark and ominous sealing techniques crawling over her body like living creatures, greedily sapping her vitality. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the forest. Kushina's eyes were vacant, her body spasming violently, as if her very soul were being forcibly torn from her vessel. Blood-red chakra, brimming with hatred, surged uncontrollably from her surface, staining the surrounding air with a bloody hue. With a chilling sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, a colossal mass of viscous crimson chakra was forcefully extracted from Kushina's abdomen. Boom! The ground trembled violently, as if unable to bear the weight of this terrifying presence. Amidst the swirling dust, an enormous entity crashed to the earth, overshadowing all. It possessed 9 tails, each as massive as mountains, thrashing wildly in the night sky, each whip accompanied by a shrill cry that tore through the air. The enormous, bloodshot eyes of the beast burned with pure hatred and ferocity, and a roar reverberated through the heavens, capable of tearing souls apart and altering the very fabric of the world. How? The 9-tailed fox has manifested. Amidst the deafening roar of the malevolent chakra, the 9 tails gazed down at the diminutive figure of the masked man below, exuding an eerie aura. Who are you? Anger propelled it forward, and its colossal claws, potent enough to shatter mountains, descended with devastating force upon the masked man. Yet, in the face of this apocalyptic strike, the man beneath the mask merely raised his head with indifference. A crimson glow ignited in his left eye, 3 black tomos spinning rapidly, transforming into an intricate and bizarre kaleidoscopic Sharingan. At the moment their gazes met, the beast's eyes, filled with burning hatred, abruptly faltered. Its wild will doused as if plunged into icy waters, forcibly overlaid and twisted by a mightier, colder mental force. The descending claws halted midair. Instant control. Kushina, stripped of her tailed beast, collapsed to the ground like a fragile sheet of paper. She struggled to raise her head, glancing at the masked man, her fists clenching slightly. Wait. The Uzumaki clan is truly remarkable. Even without their tailed beast, they do not perish immediately. Once a host of the 9 tails, let it be your demise. The masked man's voice was icy. Under command, the 9 tails extended its massive claws, preparing to strike. At that critical moment, a barely perceptible sound of air being sliced open echoed, and a kunai inscribed with a special technique was precisely embedded in the treetop above the 9 tails. A flash of golden light appeared as Minato, bearing the exhausted Kushina, suddenly emerged. The masked man scoffed, acknowledging Minato's reputation as the Yellow Flash, yet declaring it was too late. Kushina, how are you? Kushina's countenance was pale, responding weakly, Minato, how is Naruto? Rest assured, he is safe now. Hearing this, Kushina sighed with relief. Minato, do not concern yourself with me. You must stop that masked man and the 9 tails. Their goal is Konoha, Kushina said laboriously. Minato turned, a formidable killing intent surfacing on his face. Seeing his wife, on the brink of death, her life force flickering like a candle's flame, his heart ached. Without hesitation, he activated the flying thunder god again. In a flash of golden light, they vanished from the shadow of the 9 tails. In the temporary shelter of the Sarutobi clan, golden light reappeared as Minato cradled Kushina in a hastily prepared room. He gently laid her upon the prepared bed, his movements tender and cautious, as if handling a fragile treasure. At that moment, Kushina's face was devoid of color, her breaths faint, barely perceptible, her life force flickering in the wind. Please, take care of Kushina. Minato's voice brimmed with undeniable urgency as his gaze swept over Koharu and Sarutobi Biwako. The two, witnessing Kushina's near-death state, were filled with concern and sorrow, nodding vigorously in agreement. Sarutobi Biwako immediately placed the sleeping infant Naruto beside Kushina, hoping it would provide her with some comfort. Perhaps due to the blood bond between mother and child, or perhaps sensing his mother's faint presence, little Naruto slept soundly. With great effort, Kushina slowly lifted her heavy arm, using her last ounce of strength to gently caress her son's soft belly with her fingertips, filled with boundless love and affection. Witnessing this scene, her lips, though struggling, curved upward slightly, unveiling a nearly imperceptible smile imbued with infinite maternal love and longing. Leaving behind this heart-wrenching yet heartwarming moment, Minato's figure transformed into a resolute beam of golden light, vanishing once more. In the heart of Konoha, hell descended. The masked man, Tobi, stood in the center of the village, striking the ground with a heavy hand. Summoning technique. A dark, web-like mass of intricate seals erupted from his palm, spreading wildly and enveloping the entire district. Ah, the 9 tails. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar and a colossal plume of smoke. The embodiment of calamity and destruction, the crimson beast, the 9 tails, thundered into the heart of Konoha as if a demon had descended. How? The 9 tails released a furious roar that echoed throughout the village. The horrific chakra radiating from its immense form instantaneously formed a tangible shockwave, sweeping across the land like a tsunami. Surrounding structures, akin to paper toys, were torn asunder in this tempest of chaotic energy, reduced to mere dust. The ground fractured, and debris erupted like bullets. Nearby civilians were unable to withstand the sheer force of the wind, being violently hurled away. Their cries and screams drowned out by the beast's roars and the sounds of collapsing buildings. The Nine-Tails, its eyes now controlled by the Sharingan, fixated on the Hokage rock, the embodiment of the Hokage's will, gathering boundless hatred in its maw. A massive, despair-inducing sphere of black chakra rapidly coalesced within its gaping mouth, compressing and spinning, exuding an aura of annihilation. Tailed beast bomb. Whoosh! The completed sphere of destruction transformed into a streak of black lightning, tearing through space with the potency to obliterate all, hurtling towards the Hokage rock and the broader village beyond. As it passed, the ground was gouged deep, and everything in its path, be it buildings, trees, or rocks, vanished into the most basic particles without a sound. You shall not destroy this place. Just at that critical moment, a golden figure descended from the heavens, appearing suddenly atop the Hokage rock. Minato Namikaze, clad in the ceremonial robes of the fourth Hokage, stood resolute. Betting his title as Hokage to protect his village and family, he declared that he could not afford to lose. In the face of a cataclysmic strike capable of annihilating half the village, his gaze held no trace of retreat, only unwavering resolve. His hands moved with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, weaving seals that became mere afterimages. Flying Thunder God, Lightning Strike. Buzz. Minato's words flowed like a tempest, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented urgency and determination. The Nine-Tails. The third Hokage involuntarily gasped, his aged visage filled with shock, realizing that Konoha was facing an unprecedented battle. Take care of Naruto. Minato cast a final glance at the infant Naruto, peacefully asleep in Biwako's arms, solemnly advising. The little Naruto remained blissfully unaware of the calamity that had just unfolded. Biwako nodded firmly, clutching the swaddled child tightly. Deep within the Konoha forest, the cold moonlight filtered through the leaves, yet could not dispel the chilling atmosphere. Kushina, weak and bound to a colossal tree, was ensnared by a dark, ominous sealing technique that crawled over her body like a living entity, greedily siphoning her life force. Heart-wrenching screams echoed through the forest. Kushina's eyes were vacant, her body convulsing violently, as if her very soul was being forcibly wrenched from her corporeal form. Crimson chakra, filled with hatred, surged uncontrollably from her being, staining the surrounding air with a bloody hue, accompanied by a bone-chilling sound, as if from the depths of hell. A vast and impossibly thick mass of crimson chakra was forcibly extracted from Kushina's abdomen. Boom! The earth trembled violently, seemingly unable to bear the weight of such a terrifying presence. Amidst the swirling dust, a colossal figure descended with a thunderous crash. It possesses 9 colossal tails, akin to majestic mountain ranges, thrashing wildly in the night sky, each swing accompanied by a piercing shriek that rends the air. Within its enormous, bloodshot, beastly eyes burns an unadulterated hatred and ferocity, and a roar capable of tearing souls apart and altering the very fabric of the heavens reverberates through the atmosphere. Howl! The Nine-Tails fox has manifested in this realm. Amidst the thunderous roar of the wicked chakra, a flicker of suspicion emerges as it gazes down upon the diminutive figure of the masked man below, exuding an eerie aura. Who are you truly? Anger propels it forward, as its massive claws, capable of shattering mountains, descend violently upon the masked man. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic strike, the man beneath the mask, Obito, merely raises his head with indifference. A crimson light ignites within his left eye's pupil, 3 black tomos spinning rapidly, instantly transforming into an intricate and mesmerizing kaleidoscope of the Sharingan. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the Nine-Tails' fiery gaze, filled with hatred, suddenly falters. As if plunged into icy waters, its furious will is forcefully overridden and distorted by a more potent, frigid mental power. The descending claw halts abruptly in midair. Instantaneous control. Kushina, stripped of her tailed beast, collapses to the ground like a fragile sheet of paper. She struggles to lift her head, gazing at the masked man before her. Her fists clench tightly. Wait, the Uzumaki clan is truly remarkable. Even without the tailed beast, one does not perish immediately. Once the host of the Nine-Tails, let it be your demise. The voice of the masked man is icy. Under his command, the Nine-Tails unfurls its massive claws, exerting its full force to strike down. In this critical moment, a barely perceptible sound of air being sliced through resonates, as a kunai inscribed with a special technique finds its mark, pinning itself to the treetop atop the Nine-Tails' head. A flash of gold appears as Minato, the fourth Hokage, arrives, cradling the exhausted Kushina. The masked man sneers, acknowledging the legendary yellow flash, yet declares it to be too late. Kushina, how are you? Kushina's complexion is pale, her voice a faint whisper. Minato, how is Naruto? Do not worry, he is safe now. At these words, Kushina exhales a sigh of relief. Minato, do not concern yourself with me. You must stop that masked man and the Nine-Tails. Their goal is Konoha, Kushina struggles to say. Minato turns his head, an overwhelming killing intent surging forth. Observing his wife, on the brink of death, her life force flickering like a dying flame, his heart is twisted in anguish. Without hesitation, he activates the Flying Thunder God technique once more. In a flash of gold, the two vanish from the shadow of the Nine-Tails. At the temporary refuge of the Sarutobi clan, the golden light reappears. As Minato places Kushina gently upon a prepared bed, his movements tender and cautious, as though cradling a delicate treasure. At this moment, Kushina is devoid of color. Her breathing so faint it is nearly imperceptible, her vitality akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Please take care of Kushina. Minato's voice carries an urgent insistence. Scanning the faces of Tuchi and Sarutobi Biwako nearby, they behold Kushina's near-death state, their eyes filled with sorrow and concern, nodding vigorously in agreement. Sarutobi Biwako gently lays the sleeping infant Naruto beside Kushina, providing her with a measure of comfort, perhaps through the bond of blood, or sensing her mother's faint presence. Little Naruto sleeps soundly. With great difficulty, Kushina slowly raises her heavy arm, summoning her last vestiges of strength, as her fingertips tenderly brush against her son's soft belly. Filled with boundless love, witnessing this poignant scene, her lips struggle to curve upward, forming a nearly imperceptible yet profoundly heartfelt smile, imbued with infinite maternal affection and yearning. Leaving behind this heart-wrenching yet warm tableau, Minato's figure transforms into a resolute beam of golden light, vanishing once more. In the heart of Konoha, calamity descends. The masked man, Obito, stands at the center of the village, one hand forcefully striking the ground. Summoning technique. An inky darkness, dense as a spider's web, rapidly spreads from his palm, engulfing the entire district. The Nine-Tails. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar and a towering cloud of smoke, the Scarlet Beast. A harbinger of disaster and destruction, the Nine-Tails Fox, manifests with cataclysmic force in the very core of Konoha. How? The Nine-Tails unleashes a furious roar that reverberates throughout the village. The terrifying chakra emanating from its colossal form instantly generates a tangible shockwave, sweeping forth like a tsunami. Surrounding houses crumble like fragile toys, torn asunder in this tempest of energy, reduced to mere dust. The ground fractures, and debris erupts like bullets. Nearby civilians are flung away by the sheer force of the wind, their cries and screams drowned by the beast's roar and the sound of crumbling structures. The enormous beastly eyes of the Nine-Tails, now under the control of the Sharingan, fixate upon the Hokage rock, a symbol of the will of the Hokage, as boundless hatred converges within its mouth. A massive, despair-inducing black sphere of chakra rapidly coalesces within its gaping maw, compressing and rotating, exuding an aura of annihilation. Tailed Beast Bomb. Whoosh! The completed sphere of destruction transforms into a black bolt of lightning that tears through space, hurtling toward the Hokage rock and the larger village beyond, leaving deep chasms in its wake, where all matter, be it buildings, trees, or rocks, vanishes into nothingness upon contact. You shall not destroy this place. Just as this critical moment arrives, a golden figure appears as if descending from the heavens. Manifesting at the pinnacle of Hokage Rock, Minato, clad in the ceremonial robe of the fourth Hokage, stands resolute, betting on the name of the Hokage. To protect the village and his family, I cannot afford to lose. Faced with a cataclysmic blow capable of obliterating half the village, his gaze holds no hint of retreat, only unwavering determination. His hands move with such speed they appear to blur, weaving seals at a pace nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Flying Thunder God, guiding thunder. Buzz. Just as the world-ending tailed beast bomb is about to collide with the Hokage rock, the space before Minato ripples violently like the surface of water. An immense, profound space-time technique unfolds in the air, resembling an invisible vortex. The high-speed tailed beast bomb strikes an unseen barrier, abruptly halting before Minato. The spatial technique erupts in radiant brilliance, its powerful suction instantly consuming and redirecting the catastrophic energy sphere. Boom! A blinding white light, 100-fold more intense than any previous explosion, detonates in the distant sky, far from the village. Following this, a terrifying shockwave and a deafening roar resound, causing the earth to tremble for minutes on end. Even at a distance, the explosion's brilliance illuminates Konoha as if it were midday, and the violent gusts of wind carry sand and debris toward them. Gazing at the distant yet clearly visible mushroom cloud, a harbinger of destruction, and feeling the earth's anguished lament beneath his feet, a bead of cold sweat trickles down Minato's brow. Had he been even a moment too slow, the consequences would have been dire. He grips the specially crafted kunai tightly. It seems the landing point of the tailed beast bomb requires further consideration. Chapter 27. This is the second stage of the Flying Thunder God Narashikaku, and the assembly of elite jonin stood in awe as a brilliant golden flash tore through the night sky, deftly diverting the Nine-Tails tailed beast bomb away from the village. Their taut nerves momentarily relaxed amidst the overwhelming shock. The flickering flames cast eerie shadows across their pale, startled faces. That space-time ninjutsu was the work of Minato. Akimichi Chosa's broad chest heaved as he could not contain a gasp, his voice brimming with exhilaration from having narrowly escaped disaster. It was Lord Fourth. The surrounding ninjas echoed his sentiment, an unspoken wave of relief wafting through the air, mingling with the acrid scent of smoke. In that moment, the dazzling gold became a beacon of hope amid despair. Yet, in this fleeting moment of reprieve, as Minato had just completed his astonishing feat and settled into place, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A gloved hand, dark as the deepest nightmares, silently reached for the unguarded golden figure from behind. Meanwhile, in another corner of Konoha, a young member of the Uchiha police force, hand resting on the hilt of his blade, spoke with urgency, his gaze fixated on the distant, rampaging crimson beast that roared with earth-shaking ferocity. Are we truly not going to stop the Nine-Tails? It poses the greatest threat. Uchiha Fugaku stood high atop the clan grounds, his crimson Sharingan piercing through the night, gravely observing the towering clouds of dust and flames raised by the Nine-Tails. His broad shoulders seemed to bear an invisible weight. Silence settling heavily in the air. After a moment, he took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, the sigh almost torn apart by the wind. He spoke, his voice low yet resolute, tinged with an ineffable complexity. The higher-ups have ordered us to evacuate the civilians and ensure their safety. Orders are orders. They must not be defied. He cast a final glance at the monstrous creature, a harbinger of catastrophe, before abruptly turning away, his dark clan robes billowing in the wind. Execute the orders. Move. Yes. The Uchiha clan responded in unison, their figures swiftly melding into the chaotic streets, carrying out the task assigned to them, which now felt distanced from the core battlefield. Time, amidst the clash of apex warriors, compressed to an extreme. Almost simultaneously with Fugaku's command, Minato's heightened battle instinct sounded an alarm. His expression twisted in sudden alarm. His body remained still, yet the kunai in his hand transformed into a cold glimmer, piercing backward with a speed that surpassed the limits of perception, accompanied by a shrill whistle that tore through the air. Swoosh! The kunai effortlessly penetrated the masked figure's head, as though plunging into a void of illusion. What? A surge of alarm shot through Minato's mind. The masked man's lips curled into a cruel smile beneath his mask, exploiting Minato's momentary lapse, tightening his grip like a venomous serpent around Minato's wrist. The icy touch seeped through the glove, exuding the chill of death. Your opponent is me. A cold, emotionless voice echoed from behind the mask, as if it emerged from the depths of a dark abyss, and it has already come to an end. Before the words had faded, the right eye concealed behind the mask erupted with a sinister light, the patterns within spinning wildly. The space in front of him warped violently, collapsing into a deadly vortex, a powerful pull threatening to engulf Minato into an unknown dimension. In a critical moment, the masked man felt his grip suddenly loosen. The golden figure, once firmly held, dissipated like sand in the wind, vanishing without a trace. In the next moment, Minato's form staggered into view upon a relatively intact patch of grass. He knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, a fine sheen of cold sweat beading on his forehead, sliding down the bridge of his noble nose. The harrowing encounter of life and death, the bizarre sensation of piercing through the void, sent a bone-chilling tremor through the golden flash, renowned for his unparalleled speed. The attack had completely passed through. Minato struggled to suppress the turbulent blood within, racing to analyze what technique that was. A momentary transition between the physical and the ethereal. Just as his thoughts raced, the space ahead rippled like water, swirling. The masked figure stepped forth like a specter, landing steadily on the ground, his crimson single eye peering through the mask's opening, gazing down at Minato with disdain. "Humph. You cannot escape." His contemptuous words rang like a death knell. This man can also freely wield space-time ninjutsu. The puzzle pieces fell into place for Minato. No wonder he had infiltrated the heavily guarded birthing chamber and abducted Kushina without a trace. He withdrew the specially designed kunai embedded in the grass, slowly rising to his full height, his azure eyes sharp as an eagle's, locking onto the masked man across the expanse, breaking through the third Hokage's direct umbu defenses, infiltrating the most classified barriers, precisely timing the moment when the nine-tailed seal would weaken during childbirth, and being able to unseal, tame, and summon the beast while ignoring Konoha's sensory barriers. Minato's mind raced, eliminating one possibility after another. A name, nearly buried beneath the dust of history, existing only in legends and top-secret scrolls, loomed in his thoughts with an overwhelming sense of dread. All the threads of this calamity seemed to point unequivocally towards that entity which had once sent the entire ninja world into tremors. Minato's voice turned frigid as frost, every word pronounced with deliberate weight. "You are Uchiha Obito?" The corner of the masked man's mouth twisted upward, an involuntary reaction to Minato's earth-shattering conjecture, revealing a distorted sense of pride and satisfaction. "Impossible. He is dead." Minato immediately dismissed his own thought, rationality insisting that it was too outlandish. The masked man shrugged nonchalantly, his gesture infused with a lazy cruelty. "Who knows? Your identity matters little now." Minato interjected sharply, his gaze piercing, demanding, "The crucial question is, why did you attack Konoha? What is the purpose behind this disaster?" "Purpose?" The masked man let out an ambiguous chuckle, his voice fluctuating between airy and profound. "Perhaps it is a whim. Or perhaps it is a long-planned scheme. For war? For peace? Who knows?" Accompanying his vague words, he flicked his wrist, a cold, heavy chain slipping from his sleeve, the links clattering with a crisp and dangerous sound. Minato's expression hardened, instantly assuming the most perfect battle stance. The specially designed kunai inscribed with the symbols of the shinobi's love held steady before him, chakra surging within him. Regardless of whether he was Obito, this was undoubtedly an unprecedented adversary, just as the devastating tailed beast bomb was about to collide with the shadow rock. The space before Minato rippled violently like a turbulent surface of water. A colossal, profound space-time technique unfolded in the air, resembling an invisible vortex. The high-speed tailed beast bomb seemed to crash against an unseen wall, abruptly halting before Minato. The spatial technique erupted in a dazzling display of light, a powerful pull instantly consuming and redirecting the catastrophic energy sphere. Boom! A terrifying white light, 100-fold more intense than any previous explosion, erupted in the distant sky. Following that was a horrific shockwave that caused the earth to tremble for minutes, accompanied by a deafening roar, even from a great distance. The explosion's radiance illuminated Konoha as if it were midday, the violent gusts of wind carrying sand and debris towards him. Gazing at the mushroom cloud, a clear symbol of destruction on the horizon, and feeling the earth beneath him lament, a bead of cold sweat slipped down Minato's temple. Had he hesitated for even a moment, the consequences would have been unthinkable. He tightened his grip on the specially designed kunai. It seemed that careful consideration was still needed regarding the tailed beast bomb's landing point. Chapter 27. The second stage of the Flying Thunder God Narashikaku and a group of elite Genin were left in astonishment as they witnessed a golden flash tearing through the night sky, precisely diverting the tailed beast bomb of the Nine Tails away from the village. Their taut nerves momentarily relaxed in the wake of the overwhelming shock. The flickering flames illuminated their faces, still haunted by fear. The space-time technique had been executed by Minato, Akimichi Chosa's broad chest heaved as he could not contain his exclamation, his voice brimming with the exhilaration of having survived a calamity. It was indeed the fourth Hokage. The surrounding ninjas echoed his sentiment. An indescribable sense of relief permeating the air thick with the scent of charred debris. That dazzling golden light now stood as a beacon of hope amidst despair. However, in that fleeting moment of relief, just as Minato completed his astonishing feat and settled into position, an unforeseen twist occurred. A hand clad in black gloves emerged from behind him, as if drawn from the depths of a nightmare, silently reaching towards the unsuspecting golden-haired figure. Meanwhile, in another corner of Konohagakure, Chief, a young member of the Uchiha police force, grasped the hilt of his sword, his voice laced with urgency as he fixed his gaze on the distant, rampaging crimson beast that roared with thunderous ferocity. Are we really not going to stop the Nine Tails? That is the greatest threat. Uchiha Fugaku stood atop the clan's territory, his crimson Sharingan piercing the darkness, heavily scrutinizing the billowing smoke and flames stirred by the Nine Tails. His broad shoulders seemed to bear an invisible weight, his silence coalescing in the air. After a moment, he took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, the sound of his sigh almost shredded by the wind. He spoke, his voice low and resolute, yet tinged with an indescribable complexity. The higher-ups have ordered us to fully evacuate the civilians and ensure their safety. A command is a command. It must not be defied. He cast one last glance at the monstrous beast, symbolizing disaster, before abruptly turning away, the fabric of his dark clan robe rustling in the wind. Execute the order. Move. Yes. The Uchiha clansmen responded in unison, their figures swiftly melding into the chaotic streets, carrying out their assigned tasks, which now seemed to distance them from the heart of the battlefield. Time, amidst the clash of top-tier strongholds, was compressed to its utmost limit, almost simultaneously with Fugaku's order. Minato's acute battle instincts rang alarm bells. His expression suddenly tightened, and without turning his body, the kunai in his hand transformed into a streak of cold brilliance, piercing backward with a speed that transcended visual perception, accompanied by a shriek that rent the air. Swoosh! The kunai effortlessly penetrated the masked figure's head, as if piercing through a void. What? Alarm bells rang in Minato's mind. The masked man smirked cruelly beneath his mask, seizing upon the fleeting opening created by Minato's missed strike. His outstretched hand tightened like a viper, gripping Minato's wrist with a vice-like hold. The cold sensation seeped through the glove, carrying the chilling breath of death. Your opponent is me, a cold, emotionless voice emanated from beneath the mask, as if it had risen from the depths of an abyss. And it is over. No sooner had the words left his lips than his right eye, hidden behind the mask's hole, erupted with a sinister light, the patterns spinning wildly. Kamui. The space before him distorted violently, collapsing into a lethal vortex. A powerful suction tearing at Minato, threatening to devour him into the unknown dimension. In a critical moment, the masked man felt his grip suddenly loosen. The golden figure, once firmly restrained, vanished like sand blown away by the wind. In the next instant, Minato staggered into a relatively intact patch of grass. He knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat trickling down his noble nose. The brief encounter with death, that eerie sensation of piercing through the void, sent even the renowned Yellow Flash, famed for his speed, shivering with an icy dread. The attack had completely bypassed him. Minato wrestled with his thoughts, rapidly replaying the events in his mind. What kind of technique was that? A momentary shift between substance and intangibility? As he pondered, the space ahead rippled once more like waves on water, swirling. The masked man stepped forth like a specter, landing gracefully on the ground, his crimson single eye peering through the mask's opening, filled with disdain as he looked down upon Minato. Humph! You cannot escape. The contemptuous words rang like a death sentence. This man could wield space-time ninjutsu with such ease. The puzzle pieces clicked into place in Minato's mind. No wonder he had infiltrated the tightly guarded delivery room and abducted Kushina without a trace. He withdrew the specially designed kunai, firmly planted in the grass, and stood tall, his azure eyes sharp as an eagle, confronting the masked man from a distance. Breaking through the third Hokage's elite Umbu's defenses, infiltrating the highest classified barriers, accurately timing the weakening of the nine-tailed seal during childbirth, and being able to unravel the seal, tame, and summon the nine tails, all while evading Konoha's sensory barriers. Minato's mind raced, eliminating one possibility after another. a name nearly buried by the dust of history, surviving only in legends and top-secret documents, surfaced in his mind, bringing with it an oppressive aura. The interlinked disasters seemed to unequivocally point to the figure that had once made the entire ninja world tremble. Minato's voice turned icy as he enunciated the forbidden name. "Are you Uchiha Madara?" The corners of the masked man's mouth, provoked by Minato's near-earth-shattering guess, twisted upward uncontrollably, revealing a distorted sense of pride and satisfaction. "Impossible, he is dead." Minato immediately dismissed his thought. Reason told him this was too far-fetched. The masked man nonchalantly shrugged, his gesture tinged with a lazy cruelty. "Who knows? Right now, who you are is irrelevant." Minato interrupted sharply, his gaze intense. "The crucial question is, why do you intend to assault Konoha? What is the purpose behind this calamity?" "Purpose?" The masked man let out an ambiguous chuckle, his voice shifting from ethereal to profound. "Perhaps it is a whim, or perhaps it has been meticulously planned for a long time. For war? For peace? Who knows?" Accompanying his ambiguous words, he flicked his wrist, and a cold, heavy chain slid from his sleeve, clinking ominously with a dangerous sound. Minato's eyes narrowed, instantly adopting the perfect combat stance. The specially crafted kunai inscribed with the symbols of the shinobi love held steadily before him, chakra surging within him. Regardless of whether he was Madara or not, this was undoubtedly an unprecedented adversary. A relentless alarm rang in Minato's heart. Possessing mastery of space-time ninjutsu beyond even that of the second Hokage, his thoughts were extreme and perilous. If allowed to escape, his threat to Konoha and the entire ninja world would likely surpass even that of the Nine Tails. He rapidly assessed the situation. Summoning and controlling the Nine Tails would undoubtedly require immense chakra and energy, making it impossible to maintain for long. With Jiraiya-sensei still absent from the village, they could only rely on the third Hokage and the elite J-Nin to hold back the Nine Tails rampage. "I must be here, right at this moment, to eradicate this menace once and for all." The Nine Tails has been completely unleashed. The masked man's voice suddenly rose, infused with a fervor akin to declaring victory. "Your struggles are in vain. You have no chance of winning." Before his words had fully dissipated, the ground beneath him cracked violently, and he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Minato's eyes sparkled with determination, without a hint of hesitation, as his golden figure transformed into a streak of light, charging headlong towards the enigmatic masked figure. Swish! The kunai in Minato's hand struck accurately towards the masked man's head, and as expected, it pierced through his illusory form along with his body. Now is the moment. A fierce glint flashed in the masked man's eyes. The instant Minato's body fully traversed his phantom, his wrist tensed and twisted forcefully. The icy chains, akin to a venomous serpent, awakened to life, with a piercing sound slicing through the air, instantly coiled around Minato's arms and body. The chains tightened, their frigid touch and immense constriction enveloping him. In the darkness, the glimmer of downfall approached, and the masked man's voice, cold as ice, carried an air of finality. Minato's expression tightened, yet not a hint of panic flickered in his eyes. Without hesitation, he hurled the specially crafted kunai high into the air, almost simultaneously with the chain's tightening grip. He activated the flying thunder god technique. A flash of golden light. Minato's figure, along with the chains that bound him, vanished into thin air. In the distance, he deftly caught the kunai engraved with the sword of love, while the chains fell uselessly to the ground. His gaze was sharp as lightning, fixated on the masked man. His mind as calm as the most precise instrument, rapidly analyzing the invaluable intelligence gained from their two perilous encounters. Physical attacks proved ineffective against his body, but when he initiated an attack, such as a grab or using the chains, he had to materialize. In that instant, Minato grasped the key to victory. The sole opportunity lay in the moment the masked man materialized to launch an attack. Furthermore, controlling the Nine Tails would demand immense energy, and the more time that passed, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. He too wished for a swift resolution. What remained was a contest of speed and precision in judgment. With his resolve set, Minato did not pause, transforming once more into a golden flash, charging towards the masked man for a third time. The masked man scoffed, unafraid, and charged back. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. In the final moment before their collision, Minato swung his arm fiercely. Whoosh! The specially crafted kunai inscribed with the sword of love, embodying all of Minato's hopes and resolve, arced like a departing golden swallow, aiming straight for the masked man's head. The masked man sneered internally. Not this trick again. He allowed the kunai to pass through his ethereal head, his gaze fixed intently on the imminent Minato. His right hand splayed open, exuding a force that threatened to tear through space as it lunged toward Minato's abdomen. Simultaneously, his left hand quietly gathered power in an unseen angle. Minato's right hand, positioned at his side, spun and compressed a cerulean chakra, forming a swirling Rasengan that emanated a low and dangerous hum. Beneath the mask, Obito's lips curled into a victorious arc. I've got him. I have won. However, just as his fingertips were about to graze Minato's clothing, whoosh, the golden flash disappeared without warning. What? Obito's pupils constricted, his hand grasping at nothingness. This was a voice, calm to the extreme, resonating like a judgment above him. Second stage of the flying thunder god. Minato's figure descended like a divine being, appearing above the kunai he had previously thrown into the sky, now positioned directly above the masked man. He gripped the kunai tightly with his right hand, while his left palm, containing the gathered ferocity of the Rasengan, descended with the power to annihilate everything, striking down towards the masked man's unguarded back. Roar! Boom! The thunderous explosion accompanied by the shattering of earth and stone. The Rasengan's violent force surged mercilessly into the masked man's back. Obito's face twisted in agony and disbelief as his body was propelled like a sandbag struck by a heavy hammer, crashing violently into the ground. The earth beneath him shattered and caved in, forming a massive pit as dust and debris soared into the sky. So it was. The tremendous impact rendered Obito momentarily blank. Before a realization dawned upon him, his intended target was none other than the kunai he had purposely cast above. Amidst the swirling dust, Obito gritted his teeth against the searing pain that threatened to rend his very soul, desperately retreating in a disheveled manner, propelled by the residual force of the Rasengan. He could distinctly feel a warm, viscous liquid trickling down his arm from within his sleeve. Worse still, the part of his arm struck directly by the Rasengan, composed of Zetsu's cells, conveyed a terrifying sensation of decay and peeling. He glared intently at the dissipating dust. Minato's figure emerged step by step, his golden hair billowing in the night wind and dust, his cerulean eyes like ice, locking onto him. To be outsmarted. Obito's voice, hoarse from pain and defeat, echoed as he clutched his injured arm, fragments of Zetsu's organization falling from his fingers. The so-called elusive golden flash indeed lived up to its reputation. There could be no room for carelessness. Whoosh! The chilling warning barely left his lips when the golden flash ignited once more. Minato's figure appeared, as if teleporting right before the now stabilized Obito. The lethal kunai, imbued with a deadly intent, pierced with unerring accuracy into Obito's abdomen. Ugh! Obito's body jolted violently, the pain snapping him to full awareness. This is bad. He realized instantly that when Minato had struck him with the Rasengan on his back, he had left a mark of the flying thunder god technique somewhere on his body. Minato twisted the kunai in his grip, not to enlarge the wound, but as a medium, arcane black symbols surged from the point of penetration, spreading across Obito's body, rapidly tracing a complex and ancient sealing pattern on his surface. The masked man was utterly shocked. He could sense a powerful sealing force attempting to sever his connection to a vital existence. This is a contract seal. Minato's voice was ice cold, declaring the total demise of his opponent's plans. With this, the Nine Tails no longer belong to you. Chapter 28. One-sided massacre. The masked man retreated swiftly, his movements as swift as the wind, yet within the depths of his exposed eye lay an unsettling calm, as if his recent defeat was but a mere wisp of dust. Truly worthy of the title of the fourth Hokage, the Golden Flash. His deep voice resonated through the mask, carrying a trace of barely noticeable admiration, but more so the chilling calculation, to have wounded me thus, while forcibly stripping the Nine Tails away. This speed and method indeed live up to their reputation. His injured arm hung slightly, where the wound exhibited the strange writhing of Zetsu's cells mending themselves. Nevertheless, the Nine Tails will ultimately fall into my hands. The masked man's voice suddenly turned cold, brimming with unwavering certainty. I am destined to unify this distorted world. As for the means, he let out an ambiguous chuckle, radiating an absolute sense of control. I have time, and I have methods. Before his words had fully settled, the space around him warped abruptly, as if an invisible vortex was being stirred. A warning bell rang in Minato's mind. Possessing a mastery of space-time ninjutsu that surpassed even that of the second Hokage, his thoughts were extreme and perilous. Should he be allowed to escape, the threat he posed to Konoha, and indeed the entire shinobi world, would likely eclipse that of the Nine Tails themselves. He quickly assessed the situation, knowing that summoning and controlling the Nine Tails would require vast amounts of chakra and energy, unsustainable over prolonged periods. With Jiraiya-sensei still absent from the village, they could only rely on the third Hokage and the elite Jounins to barely contain the Nine Tails rampage. I must resolve this calamity now. Now that the Nine Tails has been entirely liberated by me, the masked man's voice rose sharply, infused with a fervor of declared victory. Your struggles are in vain. You have no chance of winning. Before his words had fully faded, the ground beneath him cracked violently, and his figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Minato's eyes gleamed with determination. Without hesitation, his golden figure transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the enigmatic masked man. Whoosh! The kunai in Minato's hand struck accurately towards the masked man's head, and once again, it pierced through his intangible form. Now is the moment. As the masked man's eyes flashed with a sharp glint, the moment the figure of Minato completely traversed his ethereal form, he abruptly exerted force, causing his wrist to flick. The icy chains, akin to a venomous serpent, come to life, with a piercing sound slicing through the air, instantaneously ensnared Minato's arms and body, tightening their grip with a chilling touch and immense constriction. The glimmer of fallen darkness offered no escape. The masked man's frigid voice bore the weight of finality. Minato's expression tightened, yet there was no trace of panic in his gaze. Without hesitation, he hurled the specially crafted kunai in his hand towards the distant sky. Almost simultaneously with the chain's intensified constriction, he invoked the Flying Thunder God technique. A flash of golden light. Minato's figure, along with the chains that bound him, vanished from sight. In the distance, he deftly caught the kunai inscribed with the Sword of Love, while the chains, now devoid of their target, fell helplessly to the ground. His eyes gleamed with intensity. Fixated on the masked man, his mind as calm as the most precise of instruments, swiftly analyzing the invaluable information gleaned from their perilous exchanges. Physical attacks proved ineffective against his form, yet when he initiated an assault, such as grappling or employing the chains, his body would inevitably materialize. In that instant, Minato seized the crucial insight. His sole chance rested in the exact moment the masked man manifested to strike. Moreover, controlling the Nine Tails would undoubtedly demand considerable energy. The longer the confrontation dragged on, the more unfavorable it would become for him. He too desired a swift resolution. The contest now lay in speed and the precision of judgment. With resolve solidified, Minato did not falter, transforming once again into a golden flash, charging towards the masked man for a third assault. The masked man snorted derisively, unafraid as he advanced to meet Minato head-on. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Just as they were about to collide, Minato's arm swung violently. Whoosh! The specially crafted kunai, bearing the weight of all Minato's hopes and determination, arced like a golden swan, aimed directly at the masked man's head. The masked man scoffed inwardly. Not this tactic again. He allowed the kunai to pass through his ethereal head, his gaze firmly locked onto the imminently approaching Minato. His right hand splayed wide. Exuding a force capable of rending the very fabric of space, he lunged towards Minato's abdomen. Simultaneously, unbeknownst to Minato, his left hand quietly gathered power. Minato's right hand, positioned at his side, spun the azure chakra with wild intensity, compressing and coalescing, emitting a deep and ominous hum. The Rasengan had taken form. Beneath the mask, Obito's lips curled into a confident arc. I have succeeded. I have won. However, just as his fingertips were about to graze Minato's clothing, whoosh! The golden flash vanished once more without warning. What? Obito's pupils constricted as his grasp at Minato's abdomen found only empty air. A voice, calm to the extreme, resonated above him like a decree. Second stage of the Flying Thunder God. Minato's figure appeared as if descending from the heavens, right above the kunai he had hurled into the sky moments prior. With his right hand firmly gripping the kunai and his left palm harboring the swirling power of the Rasengan, he brought it crashing down upon the unguarded back of the masked man with devastating intent. Roar! Boom! A deafening explosion accompanied by the shattering of earth. The Rasengan's ferocious force surged into the masked man's back with unrelenting might. The expression on Obito's face twisted in agony and disbelief. His body struck like a sandbag by a heavy hammer, propelled forcefully toward the ground. The land beneath him fractured and collapsed, forming a vast pit. Dust and debris soaring into the sky. So it is. The tremendous impact left Obito's mind momentarily blank, before suddenly realizing that the target he had just shifted was none other than the kunai he had deliberately thrown above himself. Amidst the swirling dust, he gritted his teeth against the searing pain that threatened to tear his very soul apart, desperately retreating in disarray, keenly aware of a warm, viscous liquid cascading down his arm from within his sleeve. What's worse, the portion of his arm struck directly by the Rasengan, composed of white Zetsu cells, felt the terrifying sensation of decay and disintegration. He glared intently at the dissipating dust. Minato emerged step by step, golden hair billowing in the night breeze. His azure eyes as cold as ice, locking onto him. He had been outmaneuvered. Obito's voice, strained by pain and defeat, was hoarse as he clutched his wounded arm, fragments of white Zetsu slipping through his fingers. The rumors of the elusive golden flash were indeed true. He could not afford to be careless. Whoosh. The chilling warning barely faded before the golden flash erupted anew. Minato's figure appeared, as if teleporting before the now unsteady Obito. The lethal kunai, imbued with deadly intent, precisely pierced Obito's abdomen. Ugh! Obito's body jolted violently, the agony snapping him back to awareness. This is bad. He quickly comprehended that when the Rasengan struck his back, a mark of the Flying Thunder God technique had been inscribed somewhere on his body. Minato twisted the kunai sharply, not to widen the wound, but as a conduit. Esoteric black runes, alive like tadpoles, surged from the point of penetration, swiftly tracing a complex and ancient sealing pattern upon Obito's skin. The masked man was utterly astonished, sensing a formidable sealing power attempting to sever his connection to a significant entity. This is a contract seal. Minato's voice was as cold as ice, declaring the complete ruin of his opponent's plans. Thus, the Nine Tails no longer belonged to you. Chapter 28. One-sided slaughter. The masked man retreated swiftly, his movements as agile as the wind, yet within the depths of his exposed eye lay an unsettling calm, as if his recent defeat was but a fleeting dust particle. Truly the fourth Hokage, the Golden Flash, his deep voice emanated through the mask, tinged with an almost imperceptible admiration, yet more so with frigid calculation, to have injured me thus, and forcibly sever the Nine Tails. Such speed and method are indeed deserving of their reputation. His injured arm hung slightly, the wound infested with the peculiar white Zetsu, writhing as it attempted to mend itself. Nevertheless, the Nine Tails shall ultimately fall into my grasp. The masked man's voice suddenly turned cold, filled with unwavering certainty. I am destined to unify this twisted world. As for the means, he let out an ambiguous chuckle, imbued with absolute control. I have both time and methods at my disposal. Before his words concluded, the space around him twisted abruptly, as if an invisible vortex were being stirred. The masked man's form became blurred at the center of the whirlpool, elongated, and ultimately vanished as if absorbed into another dimension, leaving behind chaos and Minato's furrowed brow. Minato stood atop the ruins, his golden hair fluttering in the night breeze, his azure eyes filled with unprecedented gravity. The masked man's words and gaze before his departure were cold and resolute, devoid of doubt. They were far from mere bluster. A heavy sense of foreboding weighed upon his heart. At that instant, the Nine Tails, forcibly severed and manipulated, trembled violently. Its massive form shuddered, the crimson beastly eyes frantically fading, momentary confusion replacing them. It shook its colossal head, surveying the burning structures, the swirling smoke, and the scattered corpses of ninjas, seemingly bewildered as to why it found itself in this place. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosive tags rained down upon its resilient fur, bursting into fiery clusters of light and smoke. Though they failed to inflict tangible harm, they ignited its fury. Onward. Do not allow it to catch its breath. Hold it back with your lives until the fourth arrives. The ninjas of Konoha roared, charging forward in relentless waves. None faltered, for they understood that behind them lay the flickering lights of countless homes, the future flame of a reborn Konoha. Provoked by pain and disturbance, the Nine Tails cast aside its earlier confusion. A deep, Ancient hatred for humanity surged forth like molten lava, consuming its every thought. With a deafening roar that split the heavens, it unleashed a tempest of rage and destruction. Its crimson eyes focused once more on the crowd, and with claws imbued with the fury of a storm, it struck down. In a thunderous crash, several ninjas and the ground beneath them were reduced to dust. The Nine Tails had gone completely berserk, wreaking havoc as its massive form demolished buildings. Its tail swept through the area, obliterating both civilians and ninjas alike, their cries merging into a symphony of despair. "Daddy, Mommy, I want to go with you." A young, tearful voice pierced through the chaos. The boy Irika, covered in soot and tears, clung desperately to his parents' clothing. "Enough," Irika's father barked, his eyes filled with resolve and sorrow. "It is our duty as parents to protect our child. Your task is to survive." He pried his son's hands away and pushed him towards a nearby ninja. "Take him away." "Daddy, Mommy." Irika was forcibly hoisted away by the ninja, his heart-wrenching cries fading as he watched his parents rush towards the enormous shadow of destruction. Tears blurring his vision, his desperate pleas drowned out by the roars of the Nine Tails and the sounds of explosions. In the Konoha Forest Refuge, dozens of ninjas formed an invisible barrier, creating a tight defensive line. In the inner circle, the new generation of Konoha gathered, the young Might Guy, Hatake Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, and Sarutobi Asuma among them. "Listen well, you young ones, you must not approach the Nine Tails," Kurenai implored, her face resolute. "This is not a war with other villages. Our home lies in ruins. You should not gamble your lives here. Do not act recklessly," she warned, her fists clenched. "You too are a ninja, and immortality is not your fate. However, my dear, you must pass on the will of fire to the next generation. As your father, I wish to make this promise to you because I believe in you." Kurenai released her clenched fists, her father's trust and expectations washing over her, dispelling her inner turmoil and impulsiveness. Not far away, Sarutobi Hiruzen witnessed the hellscape of Konoha, gasping as his aged features tightened with tension. "This cannot continue. We must expel the Nine Tails from the village at once, or Konoha will be laid to waste." He swiftly began forming hand seals, chakra surging within him. Summoning jutsu. Monkey King Enma. With a tremendous cloud of smoke, the robust figure of Enma appeared, locking onto the rampaging Nine Tails with a furrowed brow. "The Nine Tails? The seal has been broken? Old friend, there is no time for explanations." Hiruzen replied gravely. "Push it out of the village. Use the adamantine staff." "Understood." Without hesitation, Enma transformed into a colossal staff. Hiruzen gripped its handle tightly, channeling all his chakra into it before thrusting it forward. "Get out of here." The staff extended like a towering pillar, delivering tremendous force as it struck the Nine Tails in the abdomen. With a resounding crash, the massive beast was lifted off the ground, its colossal form carving a deep trench as it was propelled beyond Konoha's walls, crashing heavily into the edge of the distant forest, shaking the very earth. Success! The surrounding ninjas erupted in brief cheers. Yet, this was merely a fleeting respite. The Nine Tails, now even more enraged, withstood the barrage of ninjutsu, shuriken, and explosive tags, as they barely scratched its fur. Within Konoha, flames still soared, thick smoke billowing as the casualty count rose mercilessly by the second. Suddenly, the figure of Namikaze Minato materialized atop the Hokage rock, gazing down at the scorched village below, listening to the cries of despair. For the first time, his usually gentle face was marred by frost, brows knitted tightly, lips moving to utter the heavy words, "It is utterly tragic. We cannot wait any longer." He decisively bit his thumb, hands weaving through seals, then slammed one palm against the rock face. Summoning jutsu, a colossal cloud of smoke erupted, accompanied by the thunderous croaking of a giant toad, Gamabunta, descending like a mountain. With immense power, it landed squarely on the newly risen Nine Tails, pressing it forcefully back into the ground. "Gamabunta, please hold the Nine Tails down for a moment." Minato's figure appeared on the broad head of the toad, his voice urgent. "Minato." Gamabunta roared, but the strain was evident. "Even I find it challenging to suppress this monster." It could feel the terrifying power beneath it thrashing violently, each movement straining its muscles, nearly toppling it. At that moment, the restrained Nine Tails began to gather its chakra, a massive dark energy sphere forming rapidly in its mouth, exuding a sense of impending doom. From afar, Hiruzen noticed this and felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, his grip on the staff tightening. Is it that technique again? Above Gamabunta, Minato's expression hardened. To divert such a colossal creature and the catastrophic attack it was about to unleash would require an astronomical amount of chakra. Yet, a foreboding premonition grew clearer within him. The identity of that masked man and the potential chain reactions he could unleash. Was tonight the fated moment? The tailed beast ball pulsed with a terrifying energy. The Nine-Tails' eyes gleamed with destructive intent. Just as the dark energy sphere was on the brink of completion, a voice like thunder shattered the night, piercing through the cacophony of battle. Gamabunta, Minato, get back. A voice, brimming with wild spirit, yet unwaveringly reliable, resonated throughout the battlefield. Minato, focused intently on the Nine-Tails, turned sharply at the sound. Upon sensing that familiar chakra, heavy and resolute as the earth itself, his tense expression broke into an uncontainable smile. That chakra belonged to his sensei, Jiraiya. The masked man's figure in the vortex grew increasingly indistinct, stretched and ultimately consumed by an otherworldly force, leaving only devastation in its wake and Minato's furrowed brow. Standing amidst the ruins, Minato's golden hair swayed gently in the night breeze, his azure eyes reflecting an unprecedented gravity. The words and icy gaze of the masked man lingered in his mind, unwavering and resolute, a stark reminder that this was no mere bluff. A heavy sense of foreboding weighed upon his heart. At that moment, the forcibly separated and manipulated Nine-Tails trembled violently, its crimson eyes momentarily losing their frenzy, plunging into a brief confusion. It shook its immense head, surveying the burning houses, the swirling smoke, and the scattered bodies of fallen ninjas, seemingly bewildered as to why it found itself in this place. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosive tags rained upon its resilient fur, exploding into bursts of fire and smoke. While they failed to inflict tangible harm, they ignited its fury. Charge. Do not let it breathe. Hold it off until the fourth Hokage arrives. The ninjas of Konoha roared, charging forward without hesitation, fully aware that behind them lay the warmth of countless homes and the glimmer of hope for the future of their village. Provoked by pain and disturbance, the Nine-Tails cast aside its earlier confusion. The deep-seated, millennia-old hatred for humanity erupted like molten lava, overwhelming its entire consciousness. A deafening roar reverberated across the land, imbued with boundless rage and a thirst for destruction. Its crimson, beastly eyes locked onto the crowd once more, and with the might of a tempest. Its massive claws descended with ferocity. Amidst the thunderous crash, dozens of ninjas and the ground beneath them were instantly reduced to dust. The Nine-Tails was now utterly berserk, rampaging with abandon. Its colossal form demolished buildings, and wherever its tail swept, both civilians and ninjas were crushed like mere insects, their wails and cries intertwining into a symphony of despair. Daddy, Mommy, I'm coming with you. A tender, tear-choked voice pierced through the chaos. Young Irika's face was streaked with soot and tears as he clutched his parents' clothing desperately. Enough, Irika's father barked, his eyes reflecting determination and sorrow. It is a parent's duty to protect their child. Your task is to survive. He forcefully pried his son's fingers apart, pushing him toward a nearby ninja. Quick, take him away. Daddy, Mommy. Irika was hoisted away by the ninja, his heart-wrenching cries echoing as he watched his parents rush toward the enormous shadow of destruction. Tears blurred his vision, and his desperate pleas were drowned out by the roars of the Nine-Tails and the cacophony of explosions. In the Konoha Forest Refuge, dozens of ninjas formed an invisible barrier, creating a tight defensive line with layers of protection. In the innermost core, the new generation of Konoha gathered, the young Might Guy, Kakashi Hitaki, the girl Kurenai Yuhi, and Asuma Sarutobi, among others. Listen well, you youngsters must not approach the Nine-Tails, one elder warned. What do you mean? Kurenai interjected, her face etched with resolve. This is not a war with other villages. Our village is in ruins. You should not gamble your lives here. Do not act recklessly. Kurenai retorted, clenching her fist. You too are a ninja. Immortality is not your fate. But my daughter, you must at least pass on the will of fire to the next generation. As your father, I wish to make this promise with you, for I believe in you. Kurenai loosened her grip, her father's trust and expectations washing away her reluctance and impulsiveness. Not far away, Hiruzen Sarutobi witnessed the hellscape that was Konoha, gasping as his aged features tightened with tension. This cannot continue. We must expel the Nine-Tails from the village immediately, or Konoha will be reduced to rubble. He swiftly formed hand seals, chakra surging forth. Summoning technique, Monkey King Enma. With a great puff of smoke, the ancient, robust Enma appeared. He immediately focused on the rampaging Ninetales, furrowing his brow. The Ninetales? The seal has been broken? Old friend, there is no time for pleasantries, Hiruzen spoke gravely. Push it out of the village. Use the adamantine staff. Understood. Enma did not hesitate, morphing in an instant. A flash of golden light transformed him into a massive staff. Hiruzen gripped the staff tightly, bending low and channeling all his chakra into it, thrusting it forward with fervor. Get out of here. The staff elongated suddenly, like a pillar reaching for the heavens, delivering unmatched force as it struck the Ninetales midsection. Boom. The colossal beast was lifted off the ground, its massive form carving deep furrows in the earth as it was propelled beyond the walls of Konoha, crashing heavily at the forest's edge, causing the ground to tremble. Yes, we did it. The surrounding ninjas erupted in brief cheers. Yet, this was merely a temporary respite. The expelled Ninetales was even more enraged, and countless ninjas unleashed their jutsu, weapons, and explosive tags upon it, but it was as ineffective as scratching the surface of a boot, barely ruffling its fur. Within Konoha, flames soared into the sky. Thick smoke billowed, and the casualty count cruelly escalated by the second. The figure of Minato Namikaze appeared atop the Hokage rock, overlooking the scorched earth below and listening to the rising wails. For the first time, his usually gentle face was etched with frost. His brows knitted tightly as his lips moved, uttering words heavy as lead. It is truly tragic. We cannot wait any longer. He decisively bit his thumb, his hands flying through seals before slamming one palm against the rock face. Summoning technique. Boom. A massive cloud of smoke erupted, accompanied by the deafening croaks of a toad. As the toad Gamabunta descended with the force of a small mountain, its enormous body crashed down precisely upon the Ninetales, forcing it back into the ground with tremendous might. Bunta, please hold down the Ninetales for a while. Minato's figure appeared atop Bunta's broad head, urgency lacing his voice. Minato. Bunta's voice boomed like thunder, yet there was clear strain in it. Even for me, restraining this monster is quite the challenge. It could feel the terrifying power thrashing beneath it, each surge from the Ninetales tightening its muscles, almost toppling it. Just then, the restrained Ninetales began to gather and compress its chakra violently. A massive sphere of dark energy, pulsating with destructive intent, was forming at an astonishing speed, the tailed beast bomb. In the distance, Hiruzen Sarutobi observed this scene, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, his grip on the adamantine staff tightening. Is it that technique again? Above Bunta, Minato's expression turned grave. To move such a colossal creature and counter its impending destructive attack would require an astronomical amount of chakra. Yet, at that moment, a vague and ominous premonition grew clearer in his heart, the identity of the masked man and the potential chain reactions he could unleash. Was it that fate's destined moment was upon them this very night? The tailed beast bomb radiated a heart-stopping, terrifying aura, and the Ninetales' eyes glimmered with a destructive light. Just as the colossal black energy sphere was on the verge of completion. Bunta, Minato, get back. A voice rang out, wild and reliable, tearing through the night sky and reaching every corner of the battlefield. Minato, fully focused on the Ninetales' movements, turned sharply at the sound. Upon sensing that familiar, bone-deep chakra, heavy and imbued with unrestrained grandeur, a look of uncontainable joy lit up his tense face. This chakra belongs to Jiraiya Sensei. The exclamation from Minato was filled with the exhilaration of newfound hope. Its colossal form, devoid of hesitation, erupted backwards with the force of a mountain shifting, its immense paws crashing down upon the earth, instantly establishing a perilous distance from the Ninetales. Just above the location where Wentai had retreated, a figure with wild, white hair descended from the heavens like a meteor. It was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, with his right arm raised high. Within his palm spun a colossal Rasengan, its diameter far exceeding the ordinary, radiating with the intensity of a miniature sun, emitting a deafening hum that churned the surrounding air into visible vortices. The immense Rasengan, Jiraiya bellowed, channeling all his strength and chakra into it, akin to wielding a celestial harbinger of destruction, and hurled it towards the grotesque, roaring visage of the Ninetales with tremendous force. Boom! The earth-shattering sound erupted violently. The raging spiral of energy struck the bridge of the Ninetales' nose with unyielding force. A blinding flash of white light and a tempestuous shockwave instantaneously unleashed, shattering the incomplete tailed beast ball that had been forming within its maw. The terrifying impact even forced the massive, mountain-like body of the Nine Tails to stagger backwards, its claws gouging deep, bottomless ravines into the hardened ground. Roar! The Nine Tails emitted an unprecedented roar, a cacophony of excruciating pain and unfathomable fury. Its eerie slit-like eyes fixed intensely upon the diminutive figure in midair that had inflicted such great agony upon it, a murderous intent so fierce it seemed palpable. This earth-shattering blow ignited a spark of hope among the Leaf Village ninjas, previously shrouded in despair. It's Lord Jiraiya. A ninja was the first to snap out of his shock, his voice quivering with excitement. Lord Jiraiya has returned. He is one of the legendary Sannin. We are saved. How wonderful. Lord Jiraiya. The chorus of cheers erupted like wildfire across the battered battlefield, lifting the previously despondent morale to its zenith. Despair seemed wholly dispelled by this monumental strike. From his elevated vantage point, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his taut nerves ease. Observing his disciple's signature white hair and imposing figure, he relaxed his grip on the kanabo, his weathered face breaking into a long-overdue, relieved smile as he murmured to himself. This boy has finally returned before everything came to an end. Roar! The repelled Nine Tails was consumed by wrath, shaking its somewhat dazed head. Its terrifying chakra surging once more like a volcanic eruption, its eyes now solely filled with a frenzy of destruction. It aimed to annihilate this bothersome white-haired human along with the entire Leaf Village. Minato. Jiraiya landed firmly, forming a triangular formation with the colossal Wentai and Minato, his gaze solemnly fixated on the furious Nine Tails, his voice steady and commanding. Do not underestimate it. This beast has completely lost its mind. Let us first work together to contain it. Then we shall devise a sealing strategy. Understood, Master Jiraiya. Minato's azure eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve as the golden chakra glimmered anew upon his special kunai, his form slightly lowering in readiness. Meanwhile, deep within a forest far from the battlefield of the Leaf Village, a mocking voice dripped with sarcasm resonated from the ground. Obito, I have some news for you. Came White Zetsu, peering out with half of its head. Its interest piqued as it observed the figure leaning against a tree, panting. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, is about to return to the Leaf Village. Your plans may very well be dashed. Hee. Obito leaned against the sturdy tree trunk, his left shoulder a gruesome mess where he had been struck by Minato's Rasengan. The powerful life force bestowed by the cells of Hashirama was desperately mending his wounds. Fresh tissue writhing in recovery. Upon hearing White Zetsu's words, he abruptly lifted his head, shock and disbelief filling his Sharingan eyes. How is that possible? Obito's voice was hoarse from pain and astonishment, his face twisting beneath his mask. Why? My plan was supposed to be flawless. He had meticulously chosen the moment of Kushina's delivery, the weakest point in the seal, and had successfully infiltrated using Kimui. Everything had gone according to script. He never anticipated that the Leaf's response would be so astute, even summoning back the legendary Sannin from afar. Jiraiya's return meant a significant enhancement of the Leaf's top combat power, altering the entire tide of battle. The core objective of his undertaking was to leverage the Nine Tails to obliterate the Leaf's viable forces, particularly eliminating Uzumaki Kushina, the host of the Nine Tails. This would not only devastate the Leaf, but also eliminate a crucial obstacle for his subsequent plans. With Jiraiya's return and the fourth Hokage present, the Nine Tails would likely be sealed back within its host, leaving Kushina unharmed. And any mere destruction of buildings or the death of a few lower ninjas and civilians would amount to utter failure in his eyes. Who knows? White Zetsu shrugged, its tone flippant, and without waiting for Obito's response, it let out a few nonsensical chuckles before slowly merging into the ground, leaving Obito alone in the silent forest. Amidst the distant sounds of explosions, Obito gradually raised his hand, removing the mask that symbolized his new identity, revealing a young face marred on one side. The moonlight filtered through the treetops, casting a patchwork of light and shadow upon his distorted visage. He remained silent, his initial shock gradually replaced by a chilling calculation. His fingers unconsciously brushed against the rough bark of the tree, and after a moment, a sinister smile, mingled with resentment and resolve, crept upon his lips. I have already become a demon. If I am to do this, I shall see it through to the end. In that world, there will be a teacher, a mother, And Rin. Since that is the case, he murmured, his voice slithering like a viper, cold and piercing. Do not blame me, Sensei. The final two words were pronounced with a heavy emphasis, carrying an almost cursed undertone. Unbeknownst to all, as the battle raged fiercely both within and outside the Leaf Village, drawing everyone's attention to the Nine Tails and the fourth Hokage, an unforeseen event was quietly unfolding within the tense, yet relatively calm confines of the Sarutobi clan grounds. The soundproof barrier of the clan could not entirely muffle the thunderous roars of the Nine Tails nor the distant explosions and the cries of ninjas. Inside the room, Kushina, Sarutobi Bawako, and Mito wore expressions of deep concern, the air thick with oppressive tension. Bawako had strictly forbidden them from leaving. Kushina, pale as a ghost, struggled to sit up, each movement pulling painfully at her abdomen and the profound emptiness left by the extraction of the tailed beast. I must help Minato. Her voice was weak yet resolute, her once vibrant red hair now dull and scattered upon the pillow. Stay still. Bawako rushed forward, firmly yet gently pressing her hands down on Kushina's shoulders, her tone stern. Your life was saved through Minato's utmost effort. To go out now would be to squander his sacrifice. Absolutely not. But Minato cannot face the Nine Tails alone. Kushina urgently raised her head, her once fiery eyes now filled with anxiety and worry as she gazed out at the sky illuminated by flames. My sealing techniques are the only power that can restrain it. As the former Jinchuriki, the Uzumaki clan's powerful sealing techniques are the only weapons I can think of to aid my husband and the village. Mito, unable to hold back, chimed in, her voice tinged with tears. Yes, Sister Kushina, please listen to Lady Bawako. It's far too dangerous for you in your current state. Kushina's movements faltered. She lowered her head, staring at her trembling, colorless hands, and fell into a moment of silence. Then, she let out a soft sigh, one that seemed to bear the weight of the world. Aunt Bawako, she lifted her gaze, looking calmly at those before her, a tranquility that held a profound understanding of life and death. I am nearing death. Minato's exclamations were filled with an invigorating sense of hope. Understood. Equally sensing the alarm, the toad Wentai reacted with remarkable swiftness. Its colossal form surged forth without hesitation, leaping backward like a mountain, its enormous paws crashing into the ground, swiftly creating a perilous distance from the Nine Tails. Just above the spot where Wentai had retreated, a figure with wild white hair descended like a meteor from the heavens. It was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. With his right arm raised high, a massive Rasengan, far larger than ordinary and blazing like a miniature sun, spun violently in his palm, emitting a deafening hum that stirred the surrounding air into visible whirlwinds. The colossal Rasengan. Jiraiya bellowed, channeling all his strength and chakra into it, akin to wielding a star of destruction, and brought it crashing down upon the snarling visage of the Nine Tails. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the very earth. The violent spiral of energy struck solidly against the bridge of the Nine Tails' nose. A blinding white light and a tumultuous shockwave burst forth, shattering the incomplete tailed beast ball forming in the Nine Tails' maw. The terrifying force even sent the gigantic creature staggering backward, its claws carving deep, bottomless trenches in the hardened earth. Roar! The Nine Tails unleashed an unprecedented roar, a cacophony of excruciating pain and unbridled fury. Its eerie, slitted eyes fixated on the diminutive yet pain-inflicting figure of the white-haired man, suspended in midair, murderous intent coalescing into something almost tangible. This earth-shattering blow ignited the spirits of the Konoha ninjas, who had previously been shrouded in despair. It is Lord Jiraiya. A ninja was the first to snap out of the shock, his voice rising in excitement. Lord Jiraiya has returned. It is one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya. We are saved. How wonderful! Shouts of exhilaration erupted like wildfire across the ravaged battlefield, instantly rekindling the previously dim spirits to their zenith. Despair seemed utterly dispelled by this astonishing strike. From his elevated position, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his tightly wound nerves begin to ease. Watching his disciple's iconic white hair and gallant figure, he relaxed his grip on the kanabo, a rare smile of relief and joy breaking through the wrinkles of his face as he murmured to himself, "This kid finally returned before it was all over." Roar! The Nine Tails, now thoroughly enraged, shook its head, still slightly dazed, as its terrifying chakra erupted like a volcano once more, its eyes filled only with madness and destruction. It sought to utterly shred this bothersome white-haired human, along with the entire Konoha. Minato. Jiraiya landed firmly, forming a triangular formation with the gigantic Wentai and Minato. His gaze serious as he locked onto the furious Ninetales, his voice steady and powerful. Do not let your guard down. This beast has completely lost its mind. We must first work together to contain it, then devise a sealing strategy. Understood, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato's azure eyes sparkled with determination. The special kunai in his hand glowing with golden chakra as he slightly lowered his stance. Meanwhile, deep within a forest far from the Konoha battlefield, a mocking voice echoed from the ground, bringing news. White Zetsu, revealing only half of its aloe-like head, watched with keen interest as it observed the figure leaning against a tree, gasping for breath. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, is about to return to Konoha. Your plan may just fall apart. Hee. Obito leaned against the sturdy trunk, his left shoulder gruesomely bloodied from the impact of Minato's Rasengan. The powerful life force granted by the cells of Hashirama was fervently mending his wounds, new flesh writhing. Hearing White Zetsu's words, he abruptly lifted his head, his Sharingan filled with disbelief and shock. How is this possible? Obito's voice, strained by pain and astonishment, came out hoarsely, his face contorted beneath the mask. Why? My plan should have been flawless. He had meticulously chosen the moment when Kushina was giving birth, the weakest point of the seal, successfully infiltrating with his Kamui. Everything had proceeded according to script. He never anticipated Konoha's response would be so cautious, even summoning back the legendary Sannin from their travels. Jiraiya's return signified a substantial enhancement of Konoha's top-tier combat strength, altering the entire landscape of the battle. His core objective in this operation was to leverage the Ninetales to utterly dismantle Konoha's living forces, particularly eliminating Kushina Uzumaki, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, which would not only cripple Konoha but also clear significant obstacles for subsequent plans. With Jiraiya back in the village and the fourth Hokage present, the likelihood of the Ninetales being sealed back within its Jinchuriki was high, meaning the Jinchuriki would survive. And if only a few buildings were destroyed and some lower-ranked ninjas and civilians lost, it would be nothing short of a catastrophic failure for him. Who knows? White Zetsu smirked, its tone flippant. After speaking, it did not wait for Obito's response. Emitting a few nonsensical chuckles before its body sank into the ground like it was submerging underwater, disappearing without a trace. Leaving Obito alone to confront the stillness of the forest and the distant sounds of explosions. Obito slowly raised his hand, removing the swirling mask that symbolized his new identity, revealing the disfigured half of his youthful face. Moonlight filtered through the treetops, casting mottled shadows on his twisted visage. He remained silent, the initial shock in his eyes gradually replaced by a cold, calculating demeanor. His fingers unconsciously brushed against the rough bark of the tree, and after a moment, a sinister smile, mingled with resentment and resolve, crept onto his lips. I have become a demon. If I am to proceed, I shall see it through to the end. In that world, there will be a teacher, a mother, and Rin. So be it, he murmured softly, his voice like a serpent's hiss, chilling to the bone. Do not blame me then, sensei. The last two words were pronounced with a heavy emphasis, imbued with a sense of an impending curse. Unknown to all. As the battle within and around Konoha raged fiercely, capturing everyone's attention with the Ninetales and the fourth Hokage, an unexpected event was quietly unfolding within the relatively tranquil yet tense atmosphere of the Sarutobi clan compound. The soundproof barrier of the clan could not entirely muffle the earth-shattering roars of the Ninetales, nor the distant explosions and cries of ninjas. Inside the room, Kushina, Sarutobi Bawako, and Mito wore expressions of deep concern, the air thick with oppressive heaviness. Bawako firmly forbade them from leaving. Pale as a sheet, Kushina struggled, desperately trying to sit up, each movement pulling at her abdomen's wounds and the overwhelming emptiness left by the extraction of the tailed beast. I must go help Minato. Her voice was weak yet unwavering. Her crimson hair lost its former luster, cascading over the pillow. Do not move. Bawako rushed forward, her hands pressing firmly yet gently on Kushina's shoulders, her tone stern. Your life was saved by Minato's utmost effort. To go out now would be to betray his sacrifice. Absolutely not. But Kushina urgently lifted her head, her once bright eyes now filled with anxiety and worry. Gazing out at the fiery sky illuminated by the flames, Minato cannot face the Nine Tails alone. My sealing technique is the only power that can counter it. As the former Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the powerful sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were the only means she could think of to assist her husband and the village. Mito, unable to contain herself, chimed in, her voice laced with tears. Yes, Kushina-ne, you should listen to Lady Biwako. It's too dangerous for you to go out in your current state. Kushina's actions halted. She lowered her gaze, staring at her trembling, colorless hands. And after a moment of silence, she let out a faint sigh that seemed to carry an insurmountable weight. Aunt Biwako, she lifted her head once more, her gaze steady as it met Biwako's, a calmness within her eyes that hinted at an acceptance of life and death. I am nearing my end. File name: 28. Corresponding Chinese document. 28. She slowly articulated the harsh truth. The Jinchuriki, forcibly separated from the tailed beast, is destined for certain death. You must be aware of this, right? As her words fell, the air in the room seemed to solidify. Sarutobi Pippa and Maki's bodies stiffened simultaneously, their pupils narrowing abruptly as shock and sorrow instantly swept across their faces. The hand that Pippa had placed on Kushina's shoulder began to tremble involuntarily. They were certainly aware of this ironclad rule, yet had just now been unwilling and afraid to contemplate it. Kushina forced a faint smile, as if to reassure them. I can distinctly feel my life force rapidly dwindling, like sand slipping through my fingers. The time left for our family of 3 is truly limited. Her gaze shifted to the infant Naruto, peacefully asleep in the cradle beside her, observing her son's rosy face. Blissfully unaware in his slumber, Kushina's eyes brimmed with a tenderness that nearly overflowed. She extended her trembling hand, gently caressing Naruto's delicate cheek, her voice soft yet resolute. At this moment, I wish to spend what little time I have left doing what I can to assist Minato in stopping the Nine Tails. This is not merely for the village. Her voice caught momentarily, her gaze never leaving her son's face, filled with boundless affection and reluctance, ultimately transforming into ironclad determination. It is also for this child to have a future where he can grow up safely. The wrinkles on Sarutobi Pippa's face appeared deeper in the flickering candlelight, as if she had aged significantly in an instant. She gazed into Kushina's eyes, which were infused with maternal love, resolve, and the light of sacrifice, and her long-held preconceived notions about the Jinchuriki crumbled. She slowly released her grip on Kushina's shoulder, her weathered face now bearing a profound respect. At that very moment, a voice, as frigid as if it emanated from the depths of hell, unexpectedly resonated from the shadow of the doorway. Such noble aspirations, Nine Tails Jinchuriki. I truly underestimated you. The voice possessed a metallic rasp, filled with malice and scrutiny, instantly lowering the room's temperature to freezing levels. Chapter 29. Echoes of conviction. The chilling air seemed to solidify. The 3 figures, Sarutobi Pippa, Maki, and the weakened Kushina, changed countenance, their hearts nearly skipping a beat in unison, their horrified gazes fixated upon the ghostly figure in the doorway. The masked man, the unwelcome harbinger of death, stood there motionless. The chain he held dripped with thick, warm blood, each drop striking the cold floor with a heart-stopping thud, resonating with an unsettling harshness in the deathly quiet room. The chain resembled a venomous serpent, imbued with a foreboding aura. A vast and frigid presence swept through the entire room like a tangible cold wave. Maki, cowering in the corner, was utterly terrified, her hands clamped over her mouth, stifling all cries and whimpers deep in her throat. Her body curled into a ball as if she wished to merge with the shadows of the wall, even her breath held captive. Kushina, enduring the excruciating pain of childbirth and her own weakness, summoned all her strength to prop herself against the wall. Her weary yet still bright eyes locked onto the masked man, brimming with vigilance and indomitable fire. You dare intrude upon Konoha alone. Her voice, hoarse from weakness, rang with rock-solid determination. Someone please. Sarutobi Pippa, roused from her stupor, cried out in panic. Yet, the only response was a suffocating, boundless silence. This silence was more terrifying than any cacophony, for it heralded a cruel truth. Outside the Sarutobi clan grounds, a sea of blood and mountains of corpses lay in wait. Those loyal guards, those vibrant lives, had now transformed into cold corpses, blanketing every inch of their homeland, devoid of any sign of life. A cold, metallic scoff emanated from beneath the mask, as if scraping against rusted metal. Don't waste your efforts. He began slowly, his voice reminiscent of a voice from the abyss. Soon, you will join them. As he took a step forward, ominously approaching like the Grim Reaper, a chill surged from the soles of Sarutobi Pipa's feet to the crown of her head, prompting an instinctive retreat. Maki buried her head deep into her knees, trembling uncontrollably. In that moment of despair, Sarutobi Pipa suddenly reached behind her, retrieving a kunai that glimmered with a cold light. Don't move. Kushina's voice boomed like thunder. A cold yet remarkably strong hand firmly grasped Pipa's wrist. Pipa turned in shock, meeting Kushina's gaze filled with unwavering resolve. In those eyes lay a mother's willingness to sacrifice for the protection of her child and others. You aim for me. Kushina's voice was resolute, her gaze unyielding towards the masked man. I will go with you. Release them. Each word emerged with the force of a soul's deepest conviction. The masked man's steps finally halted. Beneath the mask, the only visible Sharingan flickered slightly, the crimson light reminiscent of flowing blood, hinting at a cruel amusement. Interesting, he replied in a low growl. Very well. Kushina slightly turned her head, gripping Pipa's arm tightly, conveying a silent plea and command. Do not act. Pipa understood the meaning in that gaze, her fingers slowly loosening their grip on the kunai, ultimately falling limply to her side, releasing a heavy and despairing sigh. Humph. The masked man let out a disdainful snort, taking another step forward. Let us proceed, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Just as his foot was about to cross an imperceptible boundary, a glimmer ignited in Kushina's eyes, her hands clasping together fiercely, the remaining chakra within her erupting recklessly. Now, Diamond Lock. The air seemed to tear apart. Dozens of dazzling golden chains, formed from pure chakra, erupted from every corner of the room, roaring forth from beneath the floor and within the walls like enraged dragons. The sound of the chains slicing through the air was sharp and piercing, wielding the formidable power to seal. As they advanced towards the central figure of the masked man in a relentless net of binding. However, faced with this sealing technique capable of controlling tailed beasts, the masked man appeared utterly unfazed. He showed no inclination to evade or block, his steps remaining steady and slow. The multitude of chains, infused with potent sealing power, passed through his form as if he were an illusion, unimpeded. The chains crashed against the floor and walls, creating a dull thud that stirred clouds of dust, yet failed to even graze the hem of his clothing. Beneath the mask, that single exposed Sharingan gleamed with deep-seated contempt. He disregarded all attacks, striding directly to Kushina. Looking down upon this weakened mother. Have you had your fun? His icy words rang like a judgment. Before the last syllable fell, he casually swung his arm, unleashing an overwhelming force that struck Kushina's face with a sharp crack. The immense power sent her flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, eliciting a painful groan. Sarutobi Pipa witnessed this scene, her rage flaring to life. Fury swiftly overwhelmed her fear. Seizing the moment when the masked man turned his back, she sprang forth like a hunting cheetah, her kunai transforming into a lethal flash of cold light, aimed directly at the masked man's vulnerable back. The masked man did not even glance back. As if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, his left hand, like a specter, reached back effortlessly, precisely gripping Pipa's throat. That hand, akin to a cold iron vice, contained terrifying strength, tightening instantly. Ugh! Pipa's cries for help were choked in her throat, her feet leaving the ground as her face turned crimson from asphyxiation, her eyes bulging. She struggled futilely, the kunai falling helplessly to the ground with a clatter. Wait a moment. She slowly revealed this cruel truth. The Jinchuriki, forcibly separated from the tailed beast, is doomed to die. You must have long been aware of this, right? As soon as the words fell, the air in the room seemed to solidify. Sarutobi Pitahiko and DG's bodies stiffened simultaneously, their pupils abruptly constricting, as shock and grief instantly swept across their faces. Pitahiko's hand, which rested on Kushina's shoulder, involuntarily trembled slightly. They understood this ironclad rule, yet had been unwilling and afraid to contemplate it until now. Kushina managed a feeble smile, as if to reassure them. I can clearly feel the vitality rapidly slipping away, like sand through my fingers. The time left for our family of 3 is truly limited. Her gaze shifted to the sleeping infant, Naruto, nestled beside her, observing her son's rosy little face, immersed in sweet dreams. Kushina's eyes brimmed with tender affection that nearly spilled over. She extended her trembling hand and gently caressed Naruto's delicate cheek, her voice soft yet resolute. Now, I only wish to utilize this fleeting moment to do all that I can to assist Minato in stopping the Nine Tails. This is not merely for the village. Her voice quivered slightly, her gaze never leaving her son's face, filled with endless love and reluctance, ultimately transforming into a steely resolve, but also for this child to secure a safe future. The wrinkles on Sarutobi Pitahiko's face deepened under the flickering candlelight, as if she had aged dramatically in an instant. She gazed into Kushina's eyes, which radiated a blend of maternal love, determination, and sacrificial brilliance. And her long-held perceptions of the Jinchuriki crumbled. Slowly, she released her grip on Kushina's shoulder, and the seriousness of her expression was replaced by profound respect. At that moment, a cold voice, as if emerging from the depths of hell, unexpectedly resonated from the shadow at the door. So, the noble Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, I indeed underestimated you. The voice, carrying a metallic rasp, was laden with malice and scrutiny, causing the temperature in the room to plummet to zero. Chapter 29. The echo of belief. The frigid air felt as though it had frozen in time. Sarutobi Pitahiko, DG, and the weakened Kushina underwent a drastic change in countenance, their hearts nearly skipping a beat in unison, their horrified gazes fixated on the ghostly figure at the door. The masked man, an uninvited harbinger of death, stood there. The chains dangling from his hand dripped with viscous, still warm blood, each drop crashing onto the cold floor with a heart-stopping thud, reverberating harshly in the silent room. The chains resembled a venomous serpent, imbued with a sinister aura. A vast, frigid presence enveloped the room like a palpable wave of cold. In the corner, DG was paralyzed with terror, her hands clamped tightly over her mouth. Stifling her screams and sobs deep within her throat, her body curled into a ball, desperate to merge with the shadows of the wall, even holding her breath. Kushina, battling the intense pain and weakness from childbirth, summoned every ounce of strength to prop herself against the wall. Her weary yet bright eyes fixed unwaveringly on the masked man, brimming with vigilance and unyielding spirit. Her voice, hoarse from fatigue, carried the weight of resolve. You dare to intrude upon Konoha. Someone, quickly, Sarutobi Pitahiko, as if awakening from a dream, cried out in panic. Yet, all that responded was the suffocating, boundless silence. This silence was more terrifying than any uproar, for it signified a brutal truth. Outside the Sarutobi clan's grounds, a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses awaited. The loyal guards, those vibrant lives, had transformed into lifeless bodies, covering every inch of the clan's territory, devoid of any trace of vitality. A chilling, metallic sneer emanated from beneath the mask, as if scraping against rusty iron. Don't waste your energy, he began slowly, his voice echoing like a whisper from the abyss. Soon, you will join them. As he took a step forward, resembling the Grim Reaper inching closer, Sarutobi Pitahiko felt a chill surge from her feet to the crown of her head, instinctively retreating. DG buried her head deeply into her knees, trembling uncontrollably. In that moment of despair, Sarutobi Pitahiko suddenly reached behind her, grasping a kunai glinting with cold light. Don't move. Kushina's voice thundered. A cold yet immensely powerful hand gripped Pitahiko's wrist tightly. Pitahiko turned in shock, meeting Kushina's gaze filled with unwavering determination. In those eyes lay a mother's resolve to protect her child and others at any cost. You aim for me, Kushina declared with unyielding certainty, her gaze unwaveringly meeting the masked man's. I will go with you. Release them. Each word seemed to emanate a force born from the depths of her soul. The masked man's footsteps finally halted. Beneath the mask, the sole visible Sharingan rotated slightly, its crimson glow akin to flowing blood, revealing a hint of cruel amusement. Interesting, he replied in a low tone. Very well. Kushina slightly tilted her head, gripping Pitahiko's arm tightly, silently conveying a plea and command. Do not act. Pitahiko understood the meaning in that gaze, her fingers around the kunai gradually loosening, ultimately falling limply, releasing a heavy and despairing sigh. Humph. The masked man scoffed disdainfully and took another step. Let us proceed, Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Just as his foot was about to cross an invisible threshold, Kushina's eyes sparkled with determination, her hands clasped together, the remaining chakra within her erupting recklessly. Now, diamond lock. With a whoosh, the air seemed to tear apart. Dozens of dazzling golden chains, forged from pure chakra, roared forth from every corner of the room, erupting from beneath the floor and within the walls like living dragons. The sound of the chains slicing through the air was sharp and piercing, carrying the immense power of sealing as they surged towards the masked man in a net-like formation. Yet, in the face of this sealing technique capable of controlling tailed beasts, the masked man appeared unfazed. He showed no intent to evade or block, proceeding with stable, deliberate steps. The multitude of chains, imbued with potent sealing power, effortlessly passed through his body as if traversing an illusion. The chains collided with the floor and walls, producing a thunderous echo, raising clouds of dust, yet not even brushing against the hem of his clothing. Beneath the mask, the crimson Sharingan glimmered with profound contempt. He disregarded all attacks, striding directly in front of Kushina, looking down at the weakened mother, coldly stating, "Are you done playing?" Before the words had fully left his lips, he casually swung his arm, unleashing a forceful blow that struck Kushina's face with a resounding crack. The tremendous force sent her hurtling to the ground like a kite severed from its string, crashing down with a painful thud. Sarutobi Pinahiko witnessed this scene. Her fury ignited, her anger swiftly overpowering her fear. Seizing the moment the masked man turned his back, she sprang forth like a predatory leopard, her kunai transforming into a deadly flash aimed at the masked man's vulnerable back. The masked man did not even glance back. As if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, his left hand, like a specter, swiftly reached back, precisely seizing Pinahiko's neck. That hand was as frigid as iron pincers, imbued with terrifying strength, instantly tightening. Ugh! Pinahiko's cries for help were choked in her throat, her feet lifting off the ground, her face turning crimson from asphyxiation, her eyes bulging. She struggled in vain, the kunai slipping from her grasp with a clattering thud. Wait. File name. 29 corresponding Chinese file. 29 Kushina, with great difficulty, lifted her head, blood trickling from her lips, disregarding her own excruciating pain. She clutched the masked man's pant leg tightly, her voice trembling with agony and urgency. "You promised me you wouldn't harm them." The masked man slightly turned his head, his crimson Sharingan coldly sweeping over her pleading face, devoid of any humanity. "Stop your tricks." His voice was like an age-old glacier, each word laced with a threat of death. "Otherwise, I possess 1,000 methods to make your lives a living hell." With that, he loosened his grip, coughing violently. The figure resembling a rag doll fell to the ground, curling her body as she gasped desperately for air, the terror of surviving a catastrophe rendering her limbs weak. Yet, before she could regain her breath, the space around her twisted in an eerie fluctuation. The masked man's silhouette, along with Kushina, whom he had forcibly taken, and the infant Naruto nestled in her arms, had vanished without a trace. Atop the Hokage rock, the night wind howled, causing the masked man's dark cloak to ripple ominously. In one hand, he held the feeble Kushina, who could scarcely stand, while the other cradled the swaddled infant. Beneath him lay the chaos of the Leaf Village engulfed in flames and disorder. In the distance, buildings crumbled, fiery explosions lit the night sky, and the air was thick with smoke and the distant cries of anguish, painting the night in hues of despair. The baby in his arms seemed to sense the depths of his mother's suffering and peril, squirming restlessly and emitting heart-wrenching wails. The masked man lowered his gaze to the swaddled infant's tear-streaked, wrinkled face. With fingers stained with dried and fresh blood, he reached out, exhibiting a chilling tenderness, and gently prodded the baby's cheek, murmuring in a low voice, "Do not cry." The juxtaposition of his bloodied fingertips against the infant's pristine skin was haunting. "You bastard! Return Naruto to me," Kushina cried out, summoning her last vestiges of strength to lunge at the masked man, attempting to grasp his leg. Her body trembled violently from the pain and weakness after childbirth, each movement sending waves of agony through her. "Get away." The masked man showed no mercy as he brutally kicked Kushina in the abdomen. With a sickening thud, Kushina doubled over, her body arching like a shrimp, violently propelled away to crash against the cold rocks. The intense pain clouded her vision, her insides felt as if they had shifted, and she could only curl up in agony, clutching her belly, her moans turning intermittent and feeble, utterly unable to rise. Before she could recover from the torment, a cold hand seized her signature fiery red hair, lifting her from the ground as if she were an object, forcing her to look up in pain at the expressionless mask. The eye behind the mask was crimson, cold, and hollow, resembling a machine executing the commands of slaughter. Devoid of any human emotion, Kushina instinctively grasped the masked man's steel-like arm, attempting to alleviate the tearing sensation on her scalp. A low, mocking laugh emanated from beneath the mask, chilling her to the bone. "Fear not. I shall not kill this child before the fourth Hokage meets his end." His gaze swept over the still-crying infant Naruto. "But you," his voice turned icy, like a poisoned icicle piercing Kushina's heart, "as the wife of the fourth Hokage. You must live on, resilient enough to witness his demise." Boom. His words echoed in Kushina's mind like thunder. A horrifying thought sprouted wildly within her, leaving her feeling cold. "You intend to use me and the child to threaten Minato," she screamed, her eyes filled with a mix of rage and terror. "You will not succeed. I will never allow it." With renewed vigor, she struggled once more, her hair painfully tugged, her nails leaving white marks on his arm. Yet all her resistance seemed futile against the overwhelming force and her extreme weakness. In a desolate corner, the chaos of the Leaf Village, the flames, explosions, and endless cries of anguish assaulted Naruto's ears and soul like a tidal wave. He pressed his hands against his ears, desperately trying to block out the sounds. But the heart-wrenching cries, his mother's anguished moans, and the helpless wails of the infant burrowed deep into his mind, gnawing at his very essence. "Do not listen. Do not think," he whispered in pain, his body trembling slightly. Just then, a cold, disdainful voice, sharp as a poisoned arrow, pierced through the fog of his despair. Sasuke's voice. "Coward." Ha ha ha. Naruto's body jolted, erupting into a near-maniacal laugh, laced with self-mockery and endless bitterness. He released his grip on his ears, allowing the tide of despair to engulf him. His golden locks fell over his eyes, but the profound loneliness and helplessness emerging from his soul was overwhelming. "Indeed, I am a complete coward," he murmured, his voice raspy as if scraping against sandpaper. "A hero of the ninja world who cannot even save his own parents. Watching them perish is utterly ridiculous." An immense guilt and sense of powerlessness weighed down on him like a boulder, pushing him toward the abyss of despair. "Hey, what are you doing, you idiot?" A thunderous voice, filled with familiar impatience and urgency, cut through his thoughts like a beam of light piercing the fog, echoing deep within Naruto's heart. His azure eyes widened in shock and disbelief, igniting with hope in the endless darkness. "Kurama, you're awake." His voice trembled with incredulous joy. "Just woke up. You, Brad, are wallowing in despair like a broken sack. It's hard not to notice." Kurama's voice brimmed with frustration. "I feel your despair as if it were my own. You're nearly drowning in your negativity." "Really?" Naruto's lips twisted into a grimace, a bitter smile emerging, as the overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him once more. "Even you must look down on me now, right? What prophecies, what heroes of the ninja world, it's all nonsense." "Shut up, you fool." Kurama's roar nearly shattered Naruto's mental world. "Since fate has granted you a second chance, why are you standing here like a coward? Do you still need that insufferable Uchiha Sasuke to come and knock some sense into you?" Within the seal space, the massive fox bared its teeth, its 9 tails thrashing violently against the ground. But Naruto instinctively retorted, hesitating to voice his thoughts. "Enough with the nonsense." Kurama bellowed, cutting him off. "I want you to live with dignity, not to wallow like a waste, dragging everyone down into that damned future. Is that the result, the one filled with regret and sacrifice, that you and I desire? Think of those who have given everything for you. Where's the fearless you? The one who would crash through walls without a second thought? This indecisiveness and timidity is infuriating. It's not like you at all." Kurama's roar struck like thunder, penetrating Naruto's soul with a force that rocked his faltering heart. Naruto's body trembled violently. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. But at that peak of despair and fury, countless faces, adorned with warmth, trust, and hopeful smiles, illuminated the shadows of his heart like brilliant stars. Kushina struggled to raise her head, blood trickling from her lips. Despite the excruciating pain, she clung tightly to the masked man's pant leg, her voice trembling with agony and urgency. "You promised me you wouldn't harm them." The masked man tilted his head slightly, the crimson Sharingan coldly scanning her pleading face. Devoid of any humanity, he replied icily, "Do not play games with me." His voice was as frigid as the depths of winter, each word laced with the threat of death. "Otherwise, I have countless ways to make your lives a living hell." With that, he relaxed his grip. The shadow of the masked man, along with Kushina, whom he forcibly abducted, and the infant Naruto cradled in her arms, had vanished without a trace. Atop the Hokage rock, the night wind howled, causing the masked man's dark cloak to flutter ominously. In one hand, he weakly held Kushina, who could scarcely stand, while the other casually cradled the swaddled child. Below them lay the village of Konohagakure, engulfed in chaos and flames. In the distance, houses crumbled, flames soared into the sky. Thick smoke billowed, and the sounds of explosions and cries echoed faintly, painting the night sky in a desperate orange-red hue. The infant in her arms seemed to sense his mother's overwhelming pain and peril, writhing restlessly and emitting heart-wrenching cries. The masked man lowered his gaze to the wrinkled, tear-streaked face of the child. With fingers stained by both dried and fresh blood, he touched the baby's cheek with an unsettling gentleness, murmuring in a low voice, "Do not cry." The contrast between his bloodied fingertips and the baby's pure skin was chilling. "Release Naruto, you scoundrel." Kushina struggled, summoning the last of her strength to lunge at the masked man, attempting to grasp his leg. Her body trembled violently from the agony and weakness following childbirth, each movement inflicting excruciating pain. "Get away." The masked man showed no mercy, viciously kicking Kushina in the abdomen. With a thud, Kushina was sent flying, her body curling like a shrimp as she struck the cold rocks. The intense pain caused her vision to darken. Her insides felt as though they had shifted, leaving her to curl up painfully, clutching her belly, her groans now intermittent and devoid of strength. Before she could recover from this wave of agony, a cold hand violently grasped her signature fiery red hair, lifting her as if she were an object, forcing her to tilt her head back in pain. Facing the expressionless mask, the eye beneath the mask glowed crimson, cold and hollow, resembling a machine devoid of humanity, executing the command of slaughter without a trace of emotion. Kushina instinctively gripped the masked man's iron-hard arm, attempting to alleviate the pain of her scalp being torn. A low, mocking laugh emanated from beneath the mask, sending chills down her spine. "Rest assured, I will not kill this child before the fourth Hokage meets his demise." His gaze swept over the still crying infant Naruto. "But you." His voice suddenly turned icy, like a poisoned icicle piercing Kushina's heart. As the wife of the fourth Hokage, she must endure to witness his death. Boom. This statement detonated in Kushina's mind like thunder. A terrifying thought rapidly took root in her heart, leaving her icy cold. "You intend to use me and the child to threaten Minato," she screamed, her eyes filled with intense fury and fear. "You will not succeed. I will not allow it." She struggled once more, her red hair being painfully tugged, her nails leaving white marks on his arm. But her resistance was futile against the overwhelming strength and her extreme weakness. At that moment, in a deserted corner, the flames of Konohagakure, the explosions, and the endless cries of anguish bombarded Naruto's eardrums and soul. He covered his ears tightly, trying to shut out those sounds, but the heart-wrenching screams, his mother's painful moans, and the helpless cries of the infant burrowed into his mind like a parasite, gnawing at his soul. "Do not listen, do not think," he whispered, his body trembling slightly. At that instant, a cold and scornful voice pierced through his thoughts like a poisoned arrow. Distinctly resonating in his mind, it was Sasuke's voice. "Coward." Ha! Naruto's body jolted violently, erupting into a near-manic laugh, filled with self-mockery and profound bitterness. He released his grip on his ears, allowing the wave of despair to envelop him. His golden hair fell, obscuring his eyes. But the overwhelming sense of desolation and helplessness emanating from his soul was suffocating. "Indeed, I am a complete coward," he murmured, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. The so-called hero of the ninja world could not even save his own parents, helplessly watching them. How laughable. A colossal weight of guilt and helplessness pressed him toward the abyss of despair. "Hey, what are you doing, you idiot?" A thunderous voice, filled with familiar irritation and urgency, pierced through the fog of despair, resonating deep within Naruto's heart. His azure eyes widened in shock, igniting with newfound hope. "Kurama, you're awake." His voice trembled with incredulous joy. "Just woke up. You, kid, are wallowing in despair like a broken sack. It's hard for me not to notice." Kurama's voice dripped with exasperation. "I can feel your despair. You're about to drown in your own negativity. Is that so?" Naruto managed a bitter smile, the weight of despair crashing over him anew. "You must look down on me now too, huh? What prophesied child, what hero of the ninja world, It's all nonsense. Shut up. You fool. Kurama's roar nearly shattered Naruto's fragile spirit. Since heaven has given you a second chance, why are you standing here like a coward? Are you waiting for that arrogant little brat, Uchiha Sasuke, to come and shake you awake? Within the ceiling space, the enormous fox bared its teeth, its 9 tails thrashing violently against the ground. But Naruto instinctively retorted, hesitating to speak. Stop wasting time. Kurama bellowed, interrupting him. What I want is for you to live with dignity, not to watch you wallow like a worthless piece of trash, dragging everyone down to that damned future. Is that future, filled with regret and sacrifice, what you and I desire? Think of those who have given everything for you. Where's that fearless, audacious kid who would break through walls? This indecisiveness and cowardice infuriates me. It's not you at all. Kurama's roar struck Naruto's wavering heart with the force of thunder, reverberating through his very soul. Naruto's body trembled violently. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Yet, at the peak of this despair and fury, countless faces emerged, adorned with warmth, trust, and hopeful smiles, like brilliant stars piercing through the darkness of his heart. Hinata's shy yet resolute gaze, Sakura's tearful cries and unwavering trust, Jiraiya's boisterous laughter and final exhortation, Iruka's tears of joy, Kakashi's relaxed yet reliable figure, Gaara's silent acknowledgement. Even Sasuke's awkward bond, they all reverberated through time and space, coalescing into an unmistakably clear and steadfast torrent, echoing in the depths of his soul. Go for it. You coward. We believe in you, Naruto. Do it, you underdog. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. This voice surged through Naruto, like molten lava igniting his cold limbs. Naruto abruptly lifted his head, unleashing a roar that was stifled to the utmost. His once dimmed blue eyes now blazed like stars ignited, radiating an unprecedented, almost tangible brilliance. His teeth clenched, nearly shattering. If the future of the ninja world is truly predetermined, if today is destined for my parents too, then I, Uzumaki Naruto. His voice suddenly soared, akin to a clarion call, imbued with the resolute determination of one who would burn their bridges, even if it meant expending the last drop of blood or depleting the final vestiges of chakra. He would shatter that cursed certainty, not for some absurd prophecy, but for all who believed in him, for the shinobi world, and most importantly, for himself, to ensure that despair would not repeat itself. Within the confines of the ceiling space, the colossal Ninetales watched the figure in the spiritual realm, who stood tall once more, radiating brilliance like a burning sun. A satisfied, wild smile slowly crept across its lips, its fangs glinting ominously in the ethereal light. This is more like it. This is the Naruto Uzumaki I know, the fool who never surrenders. If the outcome is not as desired, then before all dust settles, let us fight with all our might. In that pivotal moment, the world that Naruto and Sasuke inhabited, a realm filled with their countless laughter, tears, bonds, and scars of battle, shattered like a fragile mirror struck by a stone. There was no thunderous roar, no forewarning. It simply vanished silently, utterly obliterated, as if it had never existed, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. What is happening? Haruno Sakura exclaimed in terror, glancing around. The ground beneath her was silently crumbling to dust, while the sky above fractured into countless twisted shards, flickering with ominous light. The entire world was collapsing in a suffocating, irreversible manner. What struck her heart with utmost dread was the sight before her. Moments ago, the chakra of Naruto and Sasuke had become indistinct, as if erased by an eraser, fading to transparency before completely disappearing into the chaotic shadows. Naruto. Sasuke. Sakura cried out, her voice a haunting echo in the collapsing space, filled with an emptiness that felt utterly powerless. She turned sharply to the only familiar figure beside her, her voice trembling with sheer terror and confusion. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto and Sasuke are gone. What are we to do? Kakashi Hatake stood silently, gazing at his semi-transparent form, flickering like a candle in the wind, its edges beginning to dissolve into specks of light. Confronted by this total annihilation, the initial shock and gravity in his one visible eye gradually transformed into an unprecedented, almost translucent calm. He even allowed a gentle smile to curve his lips, a look of serene acceptance. Do not panic, Sakura. His voice remained steady, imbued with a soothing power that penetrated the cacophony of destruction. Trust in Naruto. He raised his head slightly, his gaze seemingly piercing through the disintegrating barriers of time and space, reaching towards the unknown, towards the figure battling valiantly in the past. After all, Kakashi's smile deepened, infused with warmth from cherished memories and unwavering conviction. That guy excels in turning the impossible into the possible, transforming despair into miraculous surprises. Kakashi's calm and trusting words acted as an anchor amidst the tempest. Sakura's rapidly rising and falling chest gradually steadied, the overwhelming panic in her eyes replaced by a resilient glimmer. She watched as Kakashi-sensei's form faded yet remained steadfast, witnessing the unwavering trust he held for Naruto. And miraculously, her profound unease found solace. Yes, Sakura nodded vigorously, her voice no longer trembling, but resolute. She clenched her fists, as if to engrave this trust and her teacher's final exhortation deep into her heart, her gaze fixed fervently on the void that devoured all, bearing the sole hope for the survival of everyone that Naruto was striving to create. As their conversation lingered, time and space were utterly consumed, returning to nothingness. Chapter 30. The performance begins upon the Hokage rock. Under the solitary moonlight, the cold touch of the rocky surface seeped through her thin garments. Kushina Uzumaki lay weakly beneath the statues of the Hokage. Her once vibrant red hair now lay dimly scattered across the ground, resembling withering flames. Her face was pale, devoid of color, breath shallow, her vitality akin to a flickering candle, threatening to extinguish at any moment. This body, once brimming with the immense chakra of the Nine Tails, struggled to sustain itself, having been forcibly stripped of its tailed beast, relying solely on the tenacious life force of the Uzumaki clan. Had it been another person, they would have long since departed this world in that instant of separation, just as her consciousness teetered on the brink of an abyss of darkness. A familiar and potent chakra surged forth like a beacon piercing the fog, emanating from the distant entrance of Konoha, faint yet unmistakably clear. Kushina abruptly raised her head, the dullness in her eyes igniting with a flicker of hope, her cracked lips moving as she spoke. Her voice soft yet laced with deep-seated hatred and struggling hope. Jiraiya-sensei has returned. Your plans will not come to fruition. The masked man gazed down at her coldly, merely tilting his head. A cryptic click of his tongue escaped from beneath the mask. How intriguing. Even in such a state, your perception remains remarkably keen. Truly, the Uzumaki clan's resilient bloodline is commendable. He paused, his tone shifting into a dark abyss. But do not rush. The grand performance has only just begun. Before his words had settled, Obito suddenly leaned forward, his rough hand ruthlessly seizing Kushina's iconic, yet now fragile long hair, yanking it upwards violently. A sharp pain tore through her scalp, and Kushina could not help but gasp in agony, her body involuntarily arching upwards, the strain pulling at her already battered insides, causing waves of excruciating torment. Simultaneously, the infant cradled tightly in his other arm, whose cries had been intermittent, transformed into sharp, piercing wails. The small body thrashing against its restraints, its shrill cries echoing across the silent rocky summit, accentuating the desolation. Obito's gaze swept over Kushina's exquisite features. Twisted in pain and weakness, her once vibrant emerald eyes now filled solely with burning hatred and the pallor of death. A barely perceptible ripple seemed to flicker across the depths of his cold heart. He fell silent for a moment, his voice lowering to a near-cruel calm. This is the last time. Next year, I will pay my respects at your grave. Damn you. Kushina's voice dwindled to a whisper, each word draining her remaining strength, the flame of life within her visibly dimming, flickering out. Say what you will. Obito's voice regained its icy hardness, as if the momentary fluctuation had never existed. He tightened his grip on her red hair, preparing for his next move. At the entrance of Konoha, the calamity of the Nine Tails unfolded. At this moment, Konoha had devolved into a hellish landscape, the serene smile of Neji in his final moments. Hinata's countless shy yet resolute gazes, Sakura's tearful cries and trust, Jiraiya's boisterous laughter and final words of advice, Irika-sensei's tears of pride, Kakashi-sensei's laid-back yet reliable demeanor, Gaara's silent acknowledgement, and even Sasuke's awkward bond. All their voices transcended time, converging into an unmistakably clear and resolute torrent. Echoing within his very soul, "Go for it, Naruto. We believe in you. Do it, the underdog." The fervent encouragement surged through him like molten lava. instantly igniting warmth within his cold limbs. Ah! Naruto suddenly raised his head, unleashing a primal roar of suppressed fury. Those azure eyes, once shrouded in loneliness, now blazed like ignited stars, radiating an unprecedented, almost tangible brilliance. His teeth clenched tightly, nearly cracking under the pressure. If the future of the shinobi world was indeed preordained by fate, if today sealed the fate of his parents' departure, then I, Naruto Uzumaki. His voice suddenly soared, akin to a heralding trumpet, filled with a resolute determination akin to a do-or-die declaration. Even if he were to expend the last drop of blood, to burn the final vestige of chakra, he would shatter this cursed fate into oblivion. Not for some trivial prophecy, but for all who have faith in him. For the ninja world. Above all, for himself. To ensure that this despair would not repeat. Within the ceiling space, the colossal nine-tails fox gazed upon the figure in the spiritual realm, who stood tall once more, radiating like a blazing sun. A satisfied and wild smile slowly curving upon its lips, its fangs glistening ominously in the ethereal light. Now that's more like it. This is the never-give-up fool I know, Uzumaki Naruto. If the outcome is not as desired, then let us fight with all our might before the dust settles. At this moment, the realm where Naruto and Sasuke resided, a world laden with their countless laughter, tears, bonds, and scars of battle, resembled a fragile mirror, shattered as if a stone had been cast into it. There was no cataclysmic roar, no forewarning. It simply vanished silently and utterly, as if it had never existed, disappearing without a trace, leaving not even a ripple behind. What is happening? Haruno Sakura exclaimed in terror as she surveyed her surroundings. The ground beneath her feet silently crumbled into dust, while the sky above shattered into countless twisted fragments, flickering with ominous light, as the entire world collapsed in a suffocating, irreversible manner. What made her heart stop was that, right before her eyes, the chakra of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke had, mere moments ago, become as indistinct and transparent as erased ink, ultimately vanishing entirely within the madly twisting shadows of light. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura cried out, her voice resonating hollowly in the collapsing space. She abruptly turned to the only familiar figure beside her, her voice trembling with profound fear and confusion. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto and Sasuke are gone. And what are we to do now? Hatake Kakashi stood quietly, gazing down at his own semi-transparent form. Swaying like a flickering candle in the wind, the edges of his being beginning to dissipate as tiny specks of light. In the face of this absolute demise, the initial shock and gravity in his only visible right eye slowly transformed into an unprecedented, almost ethereal calm. He even allowed a gentle smile to form, a look of serene acceptance. Do not panic, Sakura. His voice remained steady, infused with a reassuring power that penetrated the surrounding chaos of destruction. Have faith in Naruto. He slightly raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the crumbling barriers of time and space, reaching toward the unknown distance. Toward that figure who was valiantly fighting in the past. After all, Kakashi's smile deepened, imbued with a warmth of reminiscence and unyielding certainty. That guy's greatest forte was turning the impossible into the possible, transforming despair into unexpected miracles. Kakashi's calm and trusting words served as a stabilizing anchor amidst the turbulent waves. Sakura's wildly heaving chest gradually settled, the panic in her eyes replaced by a resilient glimmer. She fixed her gaze on Kakashi-sensei's gradually dissipating yet unwavering silhouette, observing the unwavering trust in his eyes directed toward Naruto, and within her heart, that immense unease miraculously found solace. Yes, Sakura nodded vigorously, her voice no longer trembling but filled with resolve. She clenched her fists, as if to engrave this trust and her teacher's final admonition deep within her heart. Her gaze ardently fixed upon the abyss that devoured everything, bearing the singular hope for the survival of all, which Naruto was striving to create. Amidst their conversation, time and space were utterly obliterated, reverting to the void. Chapter 30. The grand performance begins upon the Hokage rock, beneath the solitary moonlight. The frigid touch of the stone penetrated through her thin garments, as Uzumaki Kushina lay weakly prostrate beneath the statues of the Hokage of yore. Her once vibrant red hair now lay dulled and scattered upon the ground, like wilting flames. Her face was pallid, devoid of color, her breath faint, her vitality flickering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. This body, once brimming with the immense chakra of the Nine Tails, struggled to survive solely due to the tenacity of the Uzumaki clan's life force after the tailed beast had been forcibly extracted. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished the moment the extraction occurred, just as her consciousness was about to plunge into the boundless darkness. A familiar and powerful chakra surged forth like a beacon piercing through the fog, emanating from the distant entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village, faint yet incredibly clear. Kushina suddenly raised her head, a glimmer of light igniting in her dim eyes, her cracked lips moving. Her voice soft yet laced with profound hatred and a flicker of hopeful struggle. Jiraiya-sensei has returned. Your plan will not succeed. The masked man coldly regarded her, merely tilting his head slightly at her words, a cryptic sound escaping from beneath his mask. Heh. The laughter was chilling and devoid of warmth. In such a state, your perception remains astoundingly acute. Truly, the Uzumaki clan possesses an admirable resilience. He paused, his tone darkening ominously. But do not rush. The grand performance has only just begun. Before his words could settle, Obito suddenly bent down, his rough hand mercilessly grasping Kushina's iconic, yet now frail long hair, pulling upwards with force. A searing pain shot through her scalp, causing Kushina to involuntarily gasp in agony, her body arching upwards, wrenching at her insides that were left in tatters after the extraction, eliciting a heart-wrenching ache. Simultaneously, the infant tightly cradled in his other arm, whose intermittent cries had become sharp and fierce, struggled desperately against its bonds. The piercing wails echoing across the desolate peak, adding a layer of sorrow to the scene. Obito's gaze swept over Kushina's exquisitely distorted face. Twisted by pain and weakness, those once vibrant emerald eyes now only held burning hatred and the pallor of impending death. A barely perceptible ripple seemed to dart across the depths of his icy heart. He fell silent for a moment, his voice lowering to a near cruel calmness. This is the last time. Next year, I shall pay my respects at your grave. You bastard. Kushina's voice was a mere thread, growing fainter, each word draining her remaining strength, the flame of life within her dimming visibly, extinguishing. Say what you will. Obito's voice turned cold and hard again, as if the momentary fluctuation had never existed. He tightened his grip on her red hair, preparing for his next move. At the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village, chaos reigned. At this moment, the entrance to the Hidden Leaf had devolved into a hellscape. The massive nine-tails fox loomed like a mountain ablaze with hatred, its 9 colossal tails thrashing violently. Each strike accompanied by a thunderous roar and a cloud of dust and debris that soared skyward. Where it passed, houses crumbled, the earth cracked, and flames greedily consumed all. The ninjas of the Leaf Village charged forward, shuriken and kunai raining down upon the great beast, the explosive tags detonating against its fur. Yet all was as futile as swatting at mosquitoes, merely slowing its path of destruction slightly. The situation appeared overwhelmingly bleak. However, a bold figure emerged amidst the immense summoning smoke, making a dramatic entrance onto the battlefield. Jiraiya's timely return cast a sturdy rope into the chasm of despair, offering a glimmer of hope to the precarious situation. The colossal toad, Gamabunta, landed firmly, with Jiraiya standing atop its head, his white hair whipping wildly in the fierce wind. He surveyed the rampaging nine-tails with a grave expression, feeling no sense of relief. Alone with Gamabunta, and alongside the ninjas present, it remained an almost impossible task to subdue the mightiest of tailed beasts. The Sage Mode stands as his greatest reliance. However, in the midst of the nine-tails' ferocious onslaught and the chaos of the battlefield, there is no opportunity for him to accumulate natural energy. What are your plans, Minato? Jiraiya inquired solemnly, his gaze fixed upon the golden-haired fourth Hokage beside him. The handsome visage of Minato Namikaze bore an unprecedented gravity and anxiety as he swiftly analyzed the situation. Their only glimmer of hope lay in forcibly subduing the nine-tails and expeditiously sealing it back within Kushina. This endeavor required not only miraculous timing, but also meant that Kushina's already ravaged body would endure the immense risk of a second-tailed beast sealing. Yet, this was their last, fleeting chance to save her. It was a gamble they had to take. Jiraiya instantly understood the resolute and weighty determination reflected in his disciple's eyes. He took a deep breath, his voice resonating like thunder across the battlefield. Everyone, heed my command. Before his words faded, he slammed his hands onto the ground. Infusing chakra with great force, Earth style, Yellow Springs Swamp. Boom. The solid ground beneath the nine tails instantaneously softened and rolled, transforming into a vast and viscous mire. Caught off guard while preparing to rend the defensive line, the nine tails' limbs plunged deep into the quagmire, causing its massive form to stumble violently. A thunderous roar erupted from the nine tails, its furious chakra surging violently, its crimson fur bristling, and its limbs thrashing wildly, churning the mud into a frothy tempest. The sheer force, capable of shaking mountains, threatened to break free from the Yellow Springs Swamp's grasp. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Jiraiya leaped atop the head of Fukasaku. Bellowing down to Minato, "Fukasaku, use oil." "Understood." Fukasaku's voice boomed like thunder, his cheeks swelling as a thick, foul-smelling toad oil gushed forth like a waterfall. Fire style, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. Jiraiya's hand seals were as swift as lightning, his cheeks similarly inflating, as an intensely blazing inferno erupted from his mouth. Boom. The oil amplified the flames, the fire borrowing strength from the oil. In an instant, a towering column of fire, larger and more ferocious than the nine tails itself, erupted from the ground, engulfing the beast entirely. The flames blazed a terrifying orange-white, scorching the air, with even distant Konoha ninjas feeling the heat wave as if standing at the edge of a furnace. The entire battlefield was illuminated as if it were midday by this cataclysmic blaze. How incredible! Is this truly the power of Jiraiya-sama, one of the legendary Sannin? Such a scale of fire release is unheard of. Even the Uchiha cannot compare. Uchiha? Where are they at a time like this? The village is on the brink of destruction, and they have mysteriously vanished. How infuriating. It seems we cannot trust those arrogant Uchiha. The Konoha ninjas were momentarily stunned by the awe-inspiring sight before erupting into jubilant cheers and discussions, their morale soaring. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, tightly gripped the Rui Jingu Bang in his hands, his brow furrowing deeper. Can such an assault truly be effective? As smoke billowed and the acrid scent of charred remnants filled the air, the jubilant cheers abruptly ceased when the flames and smoke gradually dissipated to reveal the scene beneath. The colossal form of the nine tails remained standing. The oil and flames had been dispersed by its overwhelming chakra, although its crimson fur appeared charred and disheveled. It bore no serious injuries. Those contemptuous beastly eyes fixated on Jiraiya above Fukasaku, emitting an even more savage and mocking low growl. What? It had no effect. The heart of the third Hokage sank. Yet, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Minato's eyes as he grasped his teacher's intent. Indeed, Jiraiya-sensei, this earth-shattering combined ninjutsu was never meant to severely injure the nine tails, but rather to solidify the Yellow Springs Swamp. As anticipated, under the horrifying heat of the Toad Oil Flame Bullet, the vast swamp beneath the nine tails evaporated almost entirely, the once viscous mud solidifying into a concrete-like hardness. The nine tails' limbs felt as though they were encased in a colossal block of cement, rendering it momentarily unable to free itself despite its furious roars and struggles. Everyone charge. Do not give the nine tails a moment's respite. Subdue it. Jiraiya's furious shout reignited the fighting spirit in all. For Konoha. The pent-up Konoha ninjas surged forward like a flood breaking through a dam, unleashing a thunderous battle cry as they fearlessly charged in once more. This time, they were no longer simply engaging in pointless ranged harassment, but were coordinating their physical assaults with Fukasaku's attacks, utilizing ninjutsu, weapons, and even their own bodies to relentlessly assault the nine tails-bound lower body, striving to keep it pinned in place. Kunai shurikens and explosive tags rained down as various binding ninjutsu illuminated the battlefield, ensnaring the nine tails' limbs with unyielding tenacity. Minato, now is the time. Quickly bring Kushina over. Jiraiya commanded urgently. His focus split between the battlefield and Minato. This was their sole opportunity. Minato nodded resolutely, preparing to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. However, at that critical moment, a chill ran down his spine as every hair on his body stood on end. A warning from deep within his soul pierced through his mind like an icicle. He abruptly turned his head, his keen gaze slicing through the chaotic battlefield and distant horizons, locking onto the direction of Hokage Rock. Is it the Flying Thunder God Mark? That masked man. He has returned. Minato's heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, his face paling instantly. Not good. Kushina. Naruto. At that instant, as Minato's gaze fixed upon his target, The masked man atop Hokage Rock seemed to sense something. Grasping Kushina's long hair with one hand and tightly holding the crying Naruto with the other, his icy gaze met Minato's. Beneath the mask, a malicious and playful smirk slowly formed at the corners of his mouth as he silently murmured, "Heh, I've been discovered." Well then, Hokage's wife. His voice dripped with a cold mockery that heralded the end. The show is about to begin. Let's go. Chapter 31. Now as a father, I shall not hesitate to die. The masked man utilized his Kimyui to absorb Kushina, and shortly thereafter, clad in a voluminous black cloak with a hood, he vanished into the void, cradling the wailing infant Naruto. Moments later, in the hellish battlefield of Konoha, space warped eerily once more, twisting and rotating as a pitch-black vortex silently unfurled at the battlefield's edge. The masked man's figure emerged from this darkness like a specter, landing steadily on the ground as the heart-wrenching cries of the infant pierced the chaotic atmosphere. "Everyone, cease at once." A cold, emotionless voice suddenly rang out, akin to ice shattering upon impact, issuing an undeniable command laced with heavy threat that overshadowed the cacophony of battle. The immense nine tails loomed like a mountain of burning hatred, its 9 colossal tails thrashing wildly, each strike accompanied by deafening roars and clouds of dust and debris. Wherever it passed, houses crumbled, the earth cracked, and flames hungrily consumed all in their path. The Konoha ninjas pressed forward, hurling kunai and shurikens like a torrential downpour at the massive beast, explosive tags detonating against its fur, yet their efforts proved as futile as mosquito bites, merely delaying its destructive advance. The situation appeared increasingly dire. However, a gallant figure descended upon the battlefield amidst a cloud of summoning smoke. Jiraiya's timely return cast a sturdy rope into the abyss of despair, offering a glimmer of hope to the precarious situation. The massive Fukasaku landed firmly, with Jiraiya standing resolutely atop its head, his white hair whipping in the fierce wind. His gaze was grave as he surveyed the rampaging nine tails, his heart devoid of relief. Alone with Fukasaku, and alongside the ninjas present, subduing this mightiest of tailed beasts remained an almost insurmountable challenge. The Sage Mode serves as his greatest reliance. However, in the face of the Nine Tails' frenzied assaults and the chaotic battlefield, there exists no opportunity for him to gather the natural energy he requires. "What are your plans, Minato?" Jiraiya inquired solemnly, casting his gaze towards the golden-haired fourth Hokage at his side. On the handsome visage of Minato Namikaze, an unprecedented gravity and anxiety were etched. As he swiftly assessed the situation, their sole chance for survival lay in forcibly subduing the Nine Tails and expeditiously resealing it within Kushina. This demanded not only miraculous timing, but also posed the immense risk of a second-tailed beast sealing on Kushina's already depleted body. Yet, it represented her final, albeit tenuous, opportunity for salvation. A gamble must be made. Jiraiya instantly comprehended the resolute and weighty determination reflected in his disciple's eyes. Drawing a deep breath, he bellowed with the resonance of thunder, commanding all, "Everyone, heed my orders." Before his voice faded, his hands slammed heavily onto the ground. Chakras surging forth, earth release, yellow spring swamp. Boom. The solid earth beneath the nine tails softened and rolled, transforming into a vast, viscous mire. Taken by surprise, the nine tails, poised to rend the defensive line with its claws, found its limbs suddenly ensnared in the swamp, its colossal body stumbling violently. Roar! The nine tails emitted a thunderous roar of fury, its raging chakra erupting violently, crimson fur bristling, as it struggled with frantic desperation, churning the mud into a frenzy. The force capable of shaking mountains appeared ready to shatter the bindings of the yellow spring swamp. Seizing this fleeting moment, Jiraiya leaped onto the head of Gamabunta, shouting urgently to Minato below, "Bunta, use oil." "Understood." Gamabunta's voice rumbled like thunder, his massive cheeks puffing up, and then, a thick, foul-smelling toad oil gushed forth like a waterfall. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. Jiraiya's hand seals were as quick as lightning, his own cheeks swelling as he unleashed a torrent of searing flames. Boom! The oil intensified the flames, and fire borrowed the oil's might. In an instant, a towering inferno, more colossal and ferocious than the Nine Tails itself, erupted, enveloping the beast entirely. The flames blazed a terrifying orange-white, distorting the air with their heat, causing even distant leaf ninjas to feel waves of scorching heat, as if standing at the edge of a furnace. The battlefield was illuminated as if it were broad daylight by this cataclysmic conflagration. Incredible. Is this the power of Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary three ninjas? Such a scale of fire release is unheard of. Not even the Uchiha could compare, right? The Uchiha? Where were they at this critical moment? The village was on the brink of destruction, and they had seemingly vanished. Infuriating. Truly, one cannot trust those arrogant Uchiha. The ninjas of the leaf were momentarily awestruck by the earth-shattering spectacle, and after a brief stupor, they erupted into jubilant cheers and discussions, their morale soaring. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, tightened his grip on the adamantine staff, his brow furrowing deeper. Will such an attack be effective? Smoke billowed. The acrid scent of charred remains filling the air. As the fiery glow and thick smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the scene within, the cheers of the crowd abruptly ceased, as if a hand had clutched their throats. The colossal figure of the Nine Tails remained steadfast. The oil and flames had been violently dispersed by its overwhelming chakra, although its crimson fur was charred and disheveled. It bore no truly grave injuries. Its eyes, filled with hatred, were fixed on Jiraiya atop Gamabunta, emitting a deeper, more furious, and mocking growl. What? It had no effect. The heart of the third Hokage sank heavily. Yet, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Minato's eyes. He instantly grasped his teacher's intent, as expected of Master Jiraiya. This earth-shattering combination jutsu was never meant to severely injure the Nine Tails, but rather to solidify the Yellow Spring Swamp. Indeed, under the terrifying heat of the Toad oil flame bullet, the vast swamp beneath the Nine Tails evaporated almost instantaneously, the once viscous mud hardening and solidifying into a concrete-like strength. The Nine Tails' limbs were as if encased in a massive block of cement, no matter how it roared and struggled. It found itself momentarily unable to extricate itself. Everyone now, do not give the Nine Tails a moment's respite. Suppress it. Jiraiya's roar ignited the fighting spirit of all. Charge. For the leaf. The pent-up frustration of the leaf ninjas erupted like a flood, unleashing a thunderous battle cry as they surged forward fearlessly. This time, they were no longer merely harassing from a distance. They coordinated with Gamabunta's physical assaults, employing ninjutsu, weapons, and even their own bodies, relentlessly attacking the Nine Tails' restrained lower body. Striving to keep it firmly in place. Kunai, shuriken, explosive tags poured forth as if there were no cost, while various binding ninjutsu illuminated the battlefield, ensnaring the Nine Tails' limbs tightly. Minato, now is the time. Quickly bring Kushina here. Jiraiya called out anxiously to Minato while directing the battlefield. This was their only window of opportunity. Minato nodded gravely, his figure shifting as he prepared to activate the Flying Thunder God. Yet, in that critical moment, a chill ran through his body, every hair standing on end. A premonition, born from the depths of his soul, pierced his mind like an icicle. He turned sharply, his gaze piercing like a hawk, cutting through the chaos of the battlefield and fixing on the direction of Hokage Rock. Is this the sensation from the Flying Thunder God's seal? It's that masked man. He has returned. Minato's heart clenched as if gripped by an invisible hand, his face pale in an instant. Not good. Kushina. Naruto. Just as Minato's gaze locked onto the scene. Atop Hokage Rock, the masked man seemed to sense something. Grasping Kushina's long hair with one hand and tightly holding the weeping Naruto with the other. His cold gaze met Minato's. Beneath the mask, a malicious and playful smirk slowly crept across his lips as he silently whispered, "Heh, I've been discovered. Well then, Lady Hokage, the curtain rises on this grand performance. Let us depart." Chapter 31. Now, as a father, even death is not in vain. The masked man utilized his space-time ninjutsu to absorb Kushina, and immediately after, clad in a voluminous black cloak and hood, he vanished into the void, cradling the wailing infant Naruto. Moments later, in the hellish battlefield of the Leaf Village, the space distorted once more, twisting and spinning. As a dark vortex silently unfurled at the battlefield's edge, the figure of the masked man emerged like a specter, landing firmly on the ground. The heart-wrenching cries of the infant piercing through the tumult of battle. "Everyone, cease your attacks." A voice, cold and devoid of any emotion, resonated abruptly, akin to ice striking the earth, carrying an undeniable command and heavy threat that clearly overshadowed the roars and chaos of the battlefield. The sound possessed a sort of magic. Whether it was the ninjas engaged in battle with the Nine Tails, the leaders orchestrating the fight, or even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Jiraiya, who had just repelled the Nine Tails' claw, they all instinctively halted their actions, gazing down in astonishment towards the source of the voice. There, amidst the smoky ruins, stood the mysterious figure cloaked in black, face concealed by a swirling mask, gently rocking the inconsolable infant in his arms. As he slowly approached the center of the battlefield with a calm and deliberate gait, Naruto, Minato's heart constricted violently, as if gripped by an unseen hand. Upon recognizing the familiar color of the swaddling cloth in the masked man's arms, a chilling murderous intent erupted from his azure eyes, as if it could freeze one's very soul. His fingers, gripping the specially crafted kunai, turned pale from the exertion, his body trembling slightly from overwhelming rage and fear. Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The voice of the masked man reverberated once more, this time laced with unmistakable provocation and mockery, akin to a cat toying with its prey. I advise you not to act rashly. He paused deliberately, seemingly relishing the agony of Minato at that moment. I am aware that your flying thunder god mark resides upon me. Yet, his tone abruptly turned frigid. Do you believe my will is swifter? Or is it your flying thunder god technique that is faster? The instant you initiate your jutsu, will I have enough time to sever this precious little life's throat? Think carefully, fourth Hokage. Jiraiya's pupils constricted suddenly, a profound sense of dread etched across his weathered visage. Is that Watergate's child? Kidnapped? This is dire. Alarms blared within his mind. The surrounding ninjas, battered and weary, now displayed expressions of shock and confusion. Who is this person? That eye is a Sharingan. A member of the Uchiha clan? What has happened to the fourth? He looks terrifying. Minato, the fourth Hokage, wrestled to suppress the tumultuous fury and impulse raging within him. Resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, the flying thunder god technique whirled chaotically in his mind, yet he restrained himself, unwilling to gamble with Naruto's life for a minuscule chance. He fixated on the masked man, as if etching his silhouette into his very bones. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The temporarily restrained Nine Tails unleashed a thunderous roar, its immense front claws exerting force that tore apart the ground where the sealing jutsu had solidified. Debris flew like cannonballs, and the earth rained down as its colossal form regained freedom. However, the masked man appeared utterly indifferent to the chaos, as if he were an observer aloof from the turmoil, ignoring the astonished gazes filled with rage, fear, and despair from the present ninjas. He cradled the weeping Naruto and strode directly towards the newly liberated Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, upon spotting the masked man, ignited with an inferno of wrath and deep-seated hatred in its colossal eyes. It recognized the architect of its torment. Without hesitation, a paw capable of shattering mountains descended upon the masked man with a cataclysmic force. Yet, the masked man remained unfazed, as if he strolled leisurely in a garden. He did not quicken his pace, but merely lifted his head slightly. Beneath the mask, the crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan began to whirl, intricate and otherworldly patterns radiating an entrancing light. The Nine Tails' furious roar abruptly ceased, its descending paw frozen midair. Its gaze transformed into a vacant, bewildered stare, its massive body ensnared as if by invisible chains. Utterly devoid of resistance, firmly held captive by the kaleidoscope's illusion. What? Jiraiya gasped in shock, his astonishment immeasurable. He subdued the rampaging Nine Tails in an instant. Could it be that this masked man is the one who unleashed and manipulated the Nine Tails to attack the village? This terrifying realization sent chills down his spine. The masked man, cradling baby Naruto, effortlessly leaped, landing squarely atop the Nine Tails' enormous head, as if riding a tamed steed. From this vantage point, he gazed down upon the diminutive humans below, his gaze eventually settling on Minato, emanating a low, malicious chuckle. It seems this trick is even more effective than I anticipated. Wouldn't you agree, fourth Hokage? If you dare touch a single hair on him, I swear, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth and ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Minato's voice resonated like a chilling echo from the depths of the abyss, each word saturated with an unyielding murderous intent, cold chakra swirling around him. Yet, the masked man appeared oblivious to this overwhelming aura of death. His kaleidoscope spun once more, and a space-time vortex materialized beside him, releasing the frail and pallid Kushina. She collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, her life force seemingly on the brink of extinguishment. Kushina. Minato's heart felt as though it had been mercilessly carved out, the pain rendering him nearly breathless. Witnessing his wife in such a wretched state, feeling her life force rapidly dissipate, the anguish and despair threatened to engulf him. "Come at me. Release them," he roared, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Kushina weakly lifted her head, gazing in Minato's direction. Her lips moved, yet no coherent sound emerged. Only hot tears streamed silently from the corners of her eyes. Those once vibrant emerald orbs now reflected boundless pain, guilt, and a silent plea of apology. "I'm sorry, Minato. It's all my fault. Is that infant truly the fourth child? Lady Kushina too? Oh heavens!" The sight before the surrounding ninjas crystallized the gravity of the situation. A heavy wave of sorrow and indignation spread among the crowd. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened, a more terrifying thought flashing through his mind. Oh no, what if they have already? He dared not continue, the immense pressure causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Alas, what choice will Minato make? Family or village? Fourth Hokage, the cold voice of the masked man shattered the collective thoughts, his kunai poised like a viper's fang. Precisely pressed against Kushina's delicate neck, a thin line of blood appearing instantaneously. From this moment forth, please stand still like a wooden puppet and refrain from any actions. Otherwise, he applied a slight pressure, the kunai's edge sinking deeper. I shall send your wife on her way first. What do you think of this proposal? What? The utterance sent shockwaves through the assembly. Gasps of disbelief echoed as they regarded the masked man, their worried gazes shifting towards Minato. This was a most insidious ploy. Minato's form stiffened abruptly, his clenched fists trembling violently from exertion, nails digging painfully into his palms. He bowed his head deeply, golden locks cascading down to obscure his expression, concealing the tumultuous struggle and anguish in his eyes. Silence enveloped them, heavy as a boulder, rendering everyone breathless. Jiraiya's heart sank to the depths. His jaw clenched tightly. What a vicious tactic. Using Minato's most cherished family as leverage is akin to roasting his heart over flames. Seeing Minato succumb to silence, the masked man's concealed lips curled into a cruel, triumphant smirk. He understood that his threat had succeeded. The man renowned for his unparalleled speed in the ninja world was now ensnared by invisible chains. Now, Ninetales. The masked man no longer hesitated, issuing commands to the colossal beast beneath him. The illusion-controlled Ninetales reacted instantly, erupting into a deafening roar. Its 9 colossal tails flailed wildly, resembling 9 whips of destruction that effortlessly obliterated the remnants of buildings in its path. It disregarded Minato's presence, striding forth with terrifying, suffocating pressure towards the core of the Hidden Leaf Village, the very heart that symbolized hope and future. The sound held a magical quality, halting all in their tracks, from the ninjas fiercely battling the Ninetales to the leaders orchestrating the defense, including Minato, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Jiraiya, who had just repelled the Ninetale strike. All turned their gazes downward in astonishment. Amidst the smoky ruins, a shadow clad in black robes and veiled by a swirling mask gently rocked the inconsolable infant in his arms, slowly advancing towards the center of the battlefield. Naruto. Minato's heart constricted violently, as if gripped by an unseen hand. Upon recognizing the familiar colors of the swaddling cloth cradled in the masked man's grasp, an unprecedented, soul-freezing murderous intent erupted from his azure eyes, transforming into a tangible cold light. His fingers, clutching the specially designed kunai, turned white from the sheer force of his grip, his body trembling with extreme fury and fear. 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The voice of the masked man echoed once more, this time laced with a palpable provocation and mockery, akin to a cat toying with its prey. I advise you not to act rashly. He paused deliberately, as if savoring the pain of Minato at that moment. I know that your flying thunder god mark resides upon me. Yet, his tone suddenly turned cold. Do you think my will is swifter, or your flying thunder god technique? At the instant you initiate your jutsu, will I have time to sever this dear little life's throat? Think carefully, 4th Hokage. Jiraiya's pupils constricted sharply, a great wave of worry washing over his weathered face. Is that Minato's child? Kidnapped. This is bad. His mind rang with alarm. The surrounding ninjas, most of whom were battered and bruised, now displayed expressions of shock and confusion. Who is this guy? That eye. It's the Sharingan. A member of the Uchiha clan? What has happened to the fourth? The terror on Minato's face was palpable as he forcibly suppressed the raging fury and impulse within. Like a volcano on the brink of eruption, the flying thunder god technique whirled chaotically in his mind, yet he repressed it firmly. He dared not gamble with Naruto's life for a mere fraction of a chance. He fixed his gaze intensely upon the masked man, as if to etch the figure into his very bones. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The temporarily restrained Ninetales let out a thunderous roar, its enormous forepaws suddenly exerting force, ripping apart the ground where the sealing technique had solidified. Debris shot forth like cannonballs, earth flew like raindrops, and the massive form regained its freedom. However, the masked man appeared utterly indifferent to the ensuing chaos, as if it had no bearing on him. He ignored the astonished ninjas around him, cradling the sobbing Naruto, and strode directly toward the recently liberated Ninetales. Roar! Upon spotting the masked man, the beast's massive eyes ignited with overwhelming rage and deep-seated hatred. It recognized the mastermind behind its control. Without hesitation, a colossal paw, capable of shattering mountains, descended upon the masked man with a devastating whoosh. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic strike, the masked man remained unperturbed, strolling leisurely. He did not quicken his pace even slightly, merely lifting his head slightly. Beneath the mask, the crimson kaleidoscope of the Sharingan spun with sudden intensity, intricate and bewitching patterns radiating an arresting light. Ugh! The Ninetales' furious roar abruptly ceased, its descending paw suspended in midair. Its gaze transformed into one of bewildered emptiness. Its massive form seemingly ensnared by invisible chains, utterly devoid of the will to resist, firmly entrapped by the kaleidoscope's genjutsu. What? Jiraiya gasped, his shock immeasurable. In an instant, the rampaging Ninetales has been subdued. Could it be that this masked man is the one who unleashed and controlled the Ninetales to attack the village? This terrifying hypothesis sent chills down his spine. The masked man, cradling baby Naruto, leaped effortlessly, landing steadily atop the gigantic head of the Ninetales. As if atop a tamed steed. From his elevated position, he looked down upon the minuscule humans below, his gaze finally resting upon Minato, a low, malicious chuckle escaping his lips. It seems this move is even more effective than I anticipated. Wouldn't you agree, fourth Hokage? If you dare disturb a single hair on him, I swear, I will hunt you to the ends of the earth and dismantle your very being. Minato's voice resonated like a chilling echo from the depths of hell, each word steeped in a profound murderous intent, an icy chakra swirling around him. Yet, the masked man feigned ignorance to this overwhelming aura of death. His kaleidoscope spun once more, and a space-time vortex appeared beside him, releasing the weak and pallid Kushina from its grip. She collapsed to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, her vitality seemingly on the brink of extinguishment. Kushina. Minato felt as though a dagger had been plunged into his heart, the pain rendering him nearly breathless. Witnessing the extreme pallor of his wife and sensing her life force waning rapidly, the agony and despair threatened to consume him. Come at me. Let them go, he bellowed, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Kushina weakly raised her head, gazing in her husband's direction. Her lips moved, yet no coherent sound emerged. Only scalding tears silently streamed from her eyes. Once vibrant emerald orbs now reflected endless pain, guilt, and a voiceless lament. I'm sorry, Minato. It's all my fault. Is that infant truly the fourth child? Lady Kushina as well. The sight before the surrounding ninjas struck them with the gravity of the situation. A heavy wave of sorrow and indignation spread among them. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened considerably, a more dreadful thought flashing through his mind. No, could it be that they? He dared not contemplate further, the immense pressure causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Oh, Minato, what will you choose? Family or village? Fourth Hokage. The masked man's icy voice broke through the collective thoughts, the kunai in his hand poised like a venomous serpent, precisely against Kushina's delicate neck. A thin line of blood appearing instantly. From this moment on, please stand still like a wooden puppet and do nothing. Otherwise, he exerted slight pressure, causing the blade to sink deeper. I will send your wife on her way first. What do you think of this proposal? What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, and everyone gasped in disbelief, casting worried glances at Minato. This was nothing short of a heart-wrenching treachery. Minato's form stiffened abruptly, his tightly clenched fists trembling violently from the effort, his nails digging into his palms. He lowered his head deeply, golden locks cascading down to obscure his expression, concealing the tumultuous struggle and agony raging within his eyes. Silence enveloped them, heavy as a leaden weight, suffocating all. Jiraiya's heart sank to the depths of despair. His teeth clenched tightly. What a cruel tactic! Using Minato's most cherished family as leverage, it's akin to roasting his heart over flames. Seeing Minato fall into silence, the masked man's lips curled into a cruel and triumphant smirk beneath his mask. He knew his threat had taken effect. The once supreme speedster of the ninja world was now firmly bound by invisible chains. Now, Ninetales. The masked man no longer waited, issuing commands to the colossal beast beneath him. The Jinjutsu-controlled Ninetales reacted instantly, unleashing a deafening roar. Its 9 colossal tails danced wildly, akin to 9 whips of devastation, effortlessly sweeping away the remnants of the surrounding ruins. It disregarded Minato's presence, striding forward with immense steps, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of terror. Heading straight toward the heart of Konoha village, the very center that symbolized hope and future. The battlefield's dynamics shifted in an instant, despair spreading like a plague. Has even the fourth been bound? It's hopeless now. The Ninetales cannot be stopped. Everyone. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, roared with the ferocity of a furious lion, forcing down the weight on his heart, his voice infused with undeniable authority and a resolve to fight to the bitter end. Do not falter. Do not surrender. Risk your lives to stop the Ninetales. This is our village. The will of fire burns bright at this moment. And the third Hokage. Yes, we still have the third. For the village. For our fallen comrades. Uphold the will of fire. Give it everything. Charge. The third's furious roar acted as a stimulant, reigniting the ninjas' fighting spirit. Though they faced an unbeatable-tailed beast, their desperate cries were swiftly replaced by the clarion call of a final charge. The remaining ninjas steeled themselves once more, recklessly rushing toward the looming behemoth of destruction. Struggle on, and then perish. Upon the head of the Ninetales, the masked man emitted a deep, piercing cold laugh, resonating like the screech of a night owl, rife with a chilling indifference towards life and a macabre delight in destruction. Simultaneously, the Ninetales unleashed its gaping maw. As the frenzied chakra coalesced and compressed into a jet-black sphere pulsating with destructive energy, rapidly forming within its jaws. The terrifying energy fluctuations warped the very air, casting a shadow of death over the battlefield in an instant. Was there truly no recourse? Jiraiya gazed upon this hellish scene, a profound sense of helplessness gripping him. Minato was ensnared by the lives of his family, and the Ninetales represented an insurmountable calamity for ordinary shinobi, each swipe of its claws eliciting a storm of bloodshed. His eyes swept over the Ninetales, gathering its tailed beast ball, then to Minato's agonized, rigid form, finally resting upon the masked man. A daring, yet potentially singular hope for resolution began to take shape in his mind. Old man, Jiraiya suddenly turned, his voice low and laden with unprecedented gravity as he called to Hiruzen Sarutobi, hold the Ninetales at bay. Buy me time. I need to enter that state. Without hesitation, he surged towards the rear of the battlefield, desperate to find a relatively safe spot to gather natural energy. Hiruzen instantly grasped Jiraiya's intent, Sage Mode. It was Jiraiya's ultimate technique. A spark of resolve flashed in his eyes as he nodded firmly. Leave it to me. At that moment, the usually silent Minato suddenly spoke, his voice low yet clear amidst the chaos, reaching Hiruzen's ears. Lord Third, please wait. Hiruzen paused, confusion flickering across his face as he turned to Minato. Despite his eyes being bloodshot and the pain still evident, a fierce flame of desperation ignited within. Later, please unleash your full power against the masked man. You must force him to reveal himself. What? Hiruzen's heart jolted in shock, almost doubting his own hearing. Minato, are you certain? But Kushina. He glanced at the weakened Kushina on the ground, threatened by the kunai, her life hanging by a thread. Trust me, Lord Third. Minato's voice was resolute, imbued with undeniable trust and a courageous resolve. This is our only chance. You must strike with all your might. Hiruzen, witnessing the fierce determination burning in Minato's eyes, instantly comprehended his plan, a perilous gamble, using Kushina and Naruto's lives as bait, a desperate lightning rescue. He inhaled deeply, suppressing all doubts and fears, ultimately exhaling a heavy sigh and responding with unwavering conviction, Understood. Leave it to me. In that moment, he chose to place absolute trust in this young Hokage. Summoning jutsu. Hiruzen bellowed. Oh, the summoned beast, Inma, instantly responded to his call. Transformation, adamantine sealing chains. Following Hiruzen's command, Inma transformed into a golden staff that elongated and softened in the air, resembling a living golden serpent. Howling through the wind as it swiftly coiled around the vast body of the Nine Tails, tightening its grip with each rotation. Roar. The Nine Tails, enraged by this sudden restraint, unleashed a deafening roar, its massive form thrashing violently, the staff creaking ominously as if it might shatter under its terrifying strength. Quickly, Hiruzen. This creature's power is overwhelming. I can't hold on much longer. Inma's voice strained with effort. Understood. Hiruzen's gaze sharpened like an eagle's, his hands forming seals at an almost imperceptible speed. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. Four clones identical to his original self appeared around the Nine Tails, joining the real Hiruzen, encircling the enraged beast. They synchronized their movements, their hands flying through seals, tremendous and pure chakra surging within their bodies, filling the air with a palpable energy. 5 Nature Transformation, Great Raisin Rinden. With Hiruzen's thunderous shout, 5 streams of ninjutsu, each of distinct nature, yet equally formidable, erupted simultaneously. The quintessence of 5 elemental ninjutsu, converging from different directions, aimed not at the Nine Tails itself, but at the masked man cloaked in black, holding the infant hostage above. The masked man's pupils dilated in shock. The potency and range of this ninjutsu exceeded his expectations. How could this old man still muster the strength to unleash such a grand composite technique? The direction is wrong. It's aimed at me. Panic surged within him. Had he forsaken Kushina and the infant's lives? The torrents of ninjutsu raced like lightning, sealing off all avenues of escape. With the infant and Kushina, he was too late to mount an effective defense or retreat. Damn it. I must abandon the hostage to save myself. The masked man made a split-second judgment. However, just as this thought crystallized in his mind, he caught a glimpse of a detail, a fleeting shadow of Minato vanishing. A more terrifying realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Trouble. It's a trap. Instinctively, he activated his Kamui, his body becoming ethereal. Yet, he was still a moment too late. A golden flash surged faster than thought. Just as the masked man's form began to fade, and the 5 elemental techniques were about to engulf him, Minato's figure materialized beside him as if tearing through space. The specially crafted kunai in his hand, charged with the speed of his life, the fiercest intent to kill, and a father's unwavering determination, transformed into a lethal glimmer, piercing through an ephemeral node in the masked man's neck with pinpoint accuracy. The sound of steel slicing flesh was nearly inaudible. Without pausing, Minato, moving beyond his limits, cradled the infant Naruto with one arm while snatching Kushina from the ground with the other, activating the Flying Thunder God technique in a brilliant flash. In an instant, the 3 vanished from the cataclysmic center of energy atop the Nine Tails, returning to their original safe position. Boom, 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 almost simultaneously with Minato's disappearance. The terrifying energy torrent of the 5 Nature Transformation, Great Raisin Rinden, utterly engulfed the area above the Nine Tails. The explosive sound reverberated through the heavens, blinding light illuminating half the night sky as the violent shockwave surged forth like a tsunami, the Nine Tails howling in agony, its massive head reduced to a bloody pulp, its immense form forced back. Had they succeeded? A spark of hope ignited within the hearts of all the witnessing shinobi. Hiruzen, exhausted from the immense chakra drain, knelt on one knee, panting heavily, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his aging body pushed to its limits by such a grand technique. The tide of battle had dramatically shifted, despair spreading like a plague. Had even the 4th Hokage been ensnared? Was all hope lost? The Nine Tails was simply uncontainable. Everyone! Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice boomed like a lion's roar, shaking the very air with undeniable authority and a determination to fight until the end. We must not falter. We must not surrender. We will risk our lives to stop the Nine Tails. This is our village. The will of fire burns bright in this moment. And we still have the 3rd Hokage. Yes, we still have the 3rd. For the village. For our fallen comrades. We will uphold the will of fire. Giving everything we have. Kill. The 3rd's roar acted as a rallying cry, reigniting the spirits of the shinobi, even in the face of an unbeatable-tailed beast. The cries of despair were swiftly replaced by the clarion call of resolve as the remaining shinobi steeled themselves and charged fearlessly towards the colossal creature of destruction. Thus, they struggled on, and ultimately, they would all perish. Atop the Nine Tails, the masked man emitted a deep, piercing chuckle reminiscent of the screech of an owl at night, filled with indifference towards life and a delight in destruction. Simultaneously, the Nine Tails opened its gaping maw, its ferocious chakra swirling violently, condensing into a dark sphere. A tailed beast ball, pulsating with the energy of annihilation, rapidly taking shape within its jaws. The terrifying energy fluctuations distorted the air, casting a shadow of death across the entire battlefield. Was there truly no hope left? Jiraiya gazed at the infernal scene, a profound sense of helplessness gripping him. Minato was ensnared by the lives of his family, while the Nine Tails represented an insurmountable catastrophe for ordinary ninjas, each swipe of its claws unleashing a storm of bloodshed. His eyes roamed over the Nine Tails as it gathered the tailed beast ball, then to Minato, who stood frozen in agony, and finally landed on the masked man. A perilous thought, perhaps the only glimmer of hope, began to take shape in his mind. Old man, Jiraiya suddenly turned, shouting at Hiruzen Sarutobi with an unprecedented gravity in his voice. Hold the Nine Tails. Buy me time. I need to enter that state. No sooner had he spoken than he dashed towards the rear of the battlefield, searching for a relatively safe spot to gather natural energy. Hiruzen instantly grasped Jiraiya's intent, Sage Mode. It was Jiraiya's ultimate technique. A look of determination flickered in his eyes as he nodded firmly. Leave it to me. At that moment, the previously silent Minato spoke up, his voice low yet cutting through the chaos of the battlefield, reaching Hiruzen's ears. Third Hokage, please wait. Hiruzen paused, casting a puzzled glance at Minato. Minato raised his head, his eyes still bloodshot and filled with pain, yet deep within burned a flame of desperate resolve. Later, you must attack the masked man with all your strength. You must force him to reveal himself. What? Hiruzen's heart trembled, nearly doubting his hearing. Minato, are you certain? But Kushina, he glanced toward the weakened Kushina on the ground, threatened by the kunai. Trust me. Third Hokage. Minato's voice was resolute, imbued with unwavering trust and the courage of a last resort. This is our only chance. You must strike with all your might. Hiruzen met Minato's eyes, seeing the burning determination that seemed to sacrifice everything, and instantly understood the plan. A perilous gamble, using Kushina and Naruto's lives as bait for a lightning rescue. He inhaled deeply, suppressing all doubt and fear, ultimately responding with a heavy sigh and unwavering resolve. Understood. Leave it to me. In that moment, he chose to trust the young Hokage without reservation. Monkey King. Hiruzen's voice boomed. Ah, the summoned beast, the Monkey King, instantly responded to his call. Transform into the adamantine chains. Following Hiruzen's command, the Monkey King's transformed staff elongated rapidly in midair, softening, resembling a golden serpent imbued with life. As it whipped through the air, precisely and swiftly coiling around the massive body of the Nine Tails, tightening with each rap. Roar. The Nine Tails, enraged by this sudden binding, let out a deafening roar, its colossal form thrashing violently as the staff creaked ominously, threatening to snap under such overwhelming force. Quickly, Hiruzen. This creature's power is too great. I can't hold on much longer. The Monkey King's voice strained under the pressure. Understood. Hiruzen's gaze sharpened, his hands forming seals at an almost imperceptible speed. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. Four indistinguishable shadow clones materialized around the Nine Tails, surrounding it alongside Hiruzen's original form. They moved in perfect unison, hands flying to weave seals, their immense chakra surging within them, saturating the air with a palpable energy. 5 Nature Great Ball Jutsu. With a roar from Hiruzen, 5 torrents of ninjutsu, each possessing distinct attributes yet equal ferocity, surged forth simultaneously. The 5 forms of ultimate ninjutsu, unleashed from 5 different directions with earth-shattering might, did not target the Nine Tails itself, but rather the masked man cloaked in black, who held the infant hostage overhead. The masked man's pupils constricted suddenly. The power and range of the jutsu far exceeded his expectations. This old fool still had the strength to perform such a large-scale composite ninjutsu. The angle is wrong. They're coming for me. Panic surged within him. Did he truly disregard the lives of Kushina and the infant? The 5 torrents of ninjutsu traveled faster than lightning, sealing off all avenues of escape. With the infant and Kushina in tow, he had no time to mount an effective defense or retreat. Damn it! I must abandon the hostage to save myself. The masked man made a swift judgment. However, just as this thought struck him, his Sharingan caught a crucial detail. Minato's figure vanished. A more terrifying realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. This was a trap. Instinctively, he activated Kemui, his body becoming an illusion. Yet, he was still a moment too late. The golden flash moved faster than thought, just as the masked man's form began to fade, and the 5 ninjutsu were set to engulf him. Minato's silhouette appeared as if tearing through space, materializing beside the masked man, the specially crafted kunai in his hand. Imbued with the swiftness of his life and the strongest intent to kill, along with a father's unwavering resolve, transformed into a deadly gleam, piercing through the fleeting solid form at the masked man's neck with pinpoint precision. The sound of steel meeting flesh was almost inaudible. Without pausing, Minato, moving beyond his limits, cradled the infant Naruto in one arm and seized Kushina with the other, activating the Flying Thunder God technique in a flash. In a blink, the 3 had vanished from the cataclysmic energy center above the 9 tails, returning to their original safe position. Boom! Almost simultaneously with Minato's disappearance, the terrifying energy of the 5 nature Great Ball Jutsu completely engulfed the area above the 9 tails. The explosion echoed through the heavens, a blinding light illuminating half the night sky as a violent shockwave surged outward like a tsunami. The 9 tails let out a pained howl, its massive head reduced to a bloody pulp, its gigantic form forced backward. Had they succeeded? A spark of hope ignited in the hearts of all witnessing the scene. Hiruzen, exhausted from the immense chakra expenditure, knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, sweat dripping from his brow. His aged body had reached its limit under such a colossal technique. He strained to lift his head, his gaze locked onto the center of the explosion. Fixated on the 9-tail smoke-filled head, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Had they dealt with the masked man? As the smoke began to clear, the flicker of hope was abruptly extinguished by the cold waters of despair. A figure stood unscathed amidst the swirling smoke atop the 9 tails. Indeed, it was the masked man. He leisurely raised a hand, brushing the spot on his neck where the kunai had pierced, pinching the warm, viscous blood that belonged to him, murmuring a sound that could be interpreted as either admiration or derision. Humph, such a quick reaction. But unfortunately, 4th Hokage, his voice, cold and piercing through the mask, echoed. You have failed with the same trick. He paused, a hint of cruel satisfaction in his tone, yet I have succeeded. His gaze, like that of a venomous serpent, locked onto Minato, who had just rescued his wife and child, still catching his breath. This strike, consider this my gift to you upon our meeting. As if to affirm his words, the 9 tails, severely injured, let out an even more furious roar. Its terrifying regenerative abilities rapidly mended its wounds, and the beast's crimson eyes radiated a madness bent on annihilation. The recent attack not only failed to eliminate the masked man, but instead completely enraged this ferocious creature. Go for it, 9 tails. Crush them. No one can stop you now, commanded the masked man coldly. At that moment, Nara Shikaku, Yamenka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, and other elite jonin from Konoha finally broke through the chaos and arrived at the core battlefield. Lord Third, Nara Shikaku shouted urgently. Don't worry about anything else. Stop the masked man. Do everything you can to hinder the 9 tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen, barely managing to stand, hoarsely commanded, his voice filled with the resolve of a last stand. The final battle had begun. It's my fault, Watergate. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be hurt like this. Kushina lay amidst the cold ruins, gazing at the gaping wound on Watergate's back, exposing bone and flesh, and the cold sweat on his face as he bore the pain. Her heart twisted in agony, and tears, like broken pearls, fell onto the blood-stained rubble, creating small dark stains. That wound was incurred to protect her and Naruto, enduring the explosive shockwave. Watergate, struggling to kneel beside his wife and child, felt the excruciating pain in his back nearly cause him to faint, yet he still held on, forcing a gentle smile onto his face. He reached out, his fingertips trembling slightly, and delicately wiped away the scalding tears at the corner of Kushina's eyes, as if caressing the most precious glass in the world. Kushina, her voice was faint, life-s flame in her eyes dimming rapidly. She could distinctly feel the seal within her collapsing and her vitality waning. I feel like I'm about to fade away. She trembled, raising her cold hand. Her eyes filled with reluctance, deep affection, and a hint of relief. If I die, the Nine Tails will likely perish too. Then, this village will lose one of its greatest threats. Her fragmented words clearly expressed her final wish, to exchange her life for peace for the village. Watergate fully understood his wife's intent. He endured the ripping pain in his back and the turmoil in his heart, slowly lowering his head to gently press his warm cheek against Kushina's icy palm. This subtle gesture was filled with unspoken love, understanding, and a farewell that was hard to bear. I was so happy to have met you and to become your wife. Kushina's vision began to blur, yet she still strived to focus on Watergate's handsome but pale face, as if to engrave his image deep in her soul. It's the happiest thing of my life. Her voice grew weaker, like a flickering candle in the wind. Watergate bowed his head, feeling the last warmth of his wife's palm. His body trembled slightly from the immense pain he suppressed, and tears finally surged to his eyes, yet he held them back, unwilling to let them fall before her. He grasped Kushina's hand tightly, as if that could tether her fleeting life. Time seemed to freeze, leaving only the mournful cries amidst the ruins and the distant roar of the Nine Tails. After a moment of silence, Watergate abruptly lifted his head. In his azure eyes, pain still lingered, but more prominently was an unwavering resolve that severed all hesitation, transcending life and death. Like a butterfly driven to the brink, it defiantly flapped its wings in the storm, ready to stir a tempest that could alter its fate. In that instant, the course of history shifted silently due to a father's choice. Rest easy. Watergate's voice was low and hoarse, yet carried a heartbreakingly tender and steadfast strength. You will not be alone. He gazed deeply into Kushina's eyes, as if wishing to take her soul along with him. Kushina's once distracted gaze suddenly focused. She understood the resolute meaning in Watergate's eyes. Watergate, no. She summoned her last ounce of strength to emit a faint yet heart-wrenching cry. Her eyes filled with terror and pleading. Don't do anything foolish. Please, for Naruto. Watergate did not respond, only casting one last glance at their son, still crying in his swaddling clothes. He had just entered this world, yet might soon lose both parents. His gaze brimmed with boundless love, guilt, and an unbreakable attachment. This child would likely become an orphan. A barely audible sigh escaped him, laden with unfulfilled regrets and reluctance. Finally, he turned to his wife once more, forcing the gentlest, brightest, and most heart-wrenching smile of his life. That smile was like sunlight piercing through despair, a farewell, a promise, and an eternal expression of love. Then, he turned abruptly. Covered in blood and dirt, his back wound seeping, the god robe billowed in the gusts of air. He gripped the specially designed kunai, stained with the enemy's blood, dragging his battered, nearly exhausted body, step by step, resolutely towards the rampaging Nine Tails, towards the masked man who controlled everything, bringing endless calamity. Each step was a march upon the ruins, upon blood and fire, upon the precipice of life and death. As a father, I shall not hesitate even in death. His deep and resolute words echoed like a vow, carried away by the tempest. A father, a husband, a Hokage, for the sake of protecting all he loved, transformed his life into the final blade, treading upon thorns. His silhouette stood tall, tragically beautiful as a song. Chapter 32. The Descent of the Gods Within Him. Watergate's chakra had long since been depleted, and his broken body was sustained solely by an indomitable will. Yet, he resolutely advanced against the rampaging Nine Tails, his steps faltering but unyielding. The swirling boulders and rising dust seemed to pale before his burning determination to live, unable to impede him in the slightest. Each step tore at him with excruciating pain, yet Watergate merely gritted his teeth. As he walked, a faint, gentle smile crept onto his lips. The image of his wife, Kushina, always vibrant and occasionally fiery, flashed through his mind. Would such a spirited person be bullied if she arrived at that desolate paradise first? This absurd yet vivid thought dispelled his fear of death. Protecting her, whether in the realm of the living or the land of the deceased, was his instinct etched into his very being. Thus, at this moment, the destination he chose to rush towards was not victory, but to reunite with her. Flames soared skyward, dyeing the night sky crimson. Behind him, Kushina's faint calls drowned in the roars of the Nine Tails and the crumbling buildings, like a flickering candle in the wind, growing fainter until they were nearly inaudible. A single crystalline tear silently slid down her dust-covered cheek, the last trace before her consciousness faded. In her hazy vision, a figure bathed in golden light gradually emerged. This person felt so familiar. Kushina's lips moved, yet no sound escaped, as life's essence rapidly ebbed away. The golden figure showed no hesitation, a warm hand firmly pressed against her now cold abdomen. He strained to lift his head, his gaze sharp and focused on the center of the explosion, locking onto the Nine-Tails' head shrouded in smoke. With only one thought in his mind, had the masked man been dealt with? As the smoke gradually dispersed, the flicker of hope was instantly extinguished by the icy waters of despair. A silhouette stood unscathed, quietly poised amidst the swirling smoke above the Nine-Tails. It was the masked man in his black robe. He leisurely raised his hand, lightly touching the neck that had just been pierced by the kunai. His fingertips brushing against his own warm, sticky blood, murmuring in a tone that could be interpreted as either admiration or mockery. What a swift reaction. Unfortunately, fourth Hokage. His voice, cold and piercing through the mask, echoed, "You have failed with the same tactic. But I." He paused, a hint of cruel triumph in his tone. "Have succeeded." His gaze, like that of a venomous snake, locked onto Watergate, who had just rescued his wife and child, still struggling to catch his breath. "This strike serves as a token of our first encounter." His words seem validated as the severely wounded Nine-Tails unleashes an even more furious roar. Its terrifying regenerative abilities swiftly mend its wounds, leaving only a frenzied desire for destruction in its crimson eyes. The recent attack not only failed to subdue the masked man, but instead thoroughly enraged this ferocious beast. "Go forth, Nine-Tails. Crush them. No one can stand in your way," the masked man commanded coldly. At this moment, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, and other elite jonin from the Leaf Village finally broke through the chaos and arrived at the core battlefield. "Lord Third," Nara Shikaku shouted urgently, "do not concern yourself with anything else. Stop the masked man. Use all your strength to halt the Nine-Tails." Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to rise, his voice filled with a resolute determination akin to a desperate last stand. "The final battle has begun. Minato, it is all my fault. Had it not been for me, you would not be so grievously injured." Kushina lay on the cold rubble, gazing at the deep, gaping wound on Minato's back, blood-soaked and mangled. And the cold sweat of pain etched upon his face. Her heart ached, and tears fell like scattered pearls onto the blood-stained stones, creating small dark stains. That wound was a consequence of his sacrifice to protect her and Naruto from the explosive shockwave. Minato, with great difficulty, knelt beside his wife and child, the intense pain in his back nearly causing him to faint. Yet he held on, forcing a gentle smile upon his face. He extended his hand, trembling slightly, and tenderly wiped away the scorching tears from the corners of Kushina's eyes, as if he were caressing the most precious glass in the world. "Minato." Kushina's voice was but a whisper, the flame of life in her eyes dimming rapidly. She could distinctly feel the complete collapse of the seal within her, the life force swiftly ebbing away. "I feel I am on the brink of death." She shakily raised her cold hand, her eyes filled with reluctance and profound affection, mingled with a semblance of relief. "After I die, the Nine-Tails will likely perish as well, thus reducing the greatest threat to the village." Her words were intermittent but clearly expressed her final wish, to sacrifice her life for the peace of the village. Minato fully comprehended his wife's intentions. He bore the tearing pain in his back and the tumultuous sorrow within his heart, slowly lowering his head to gently press his warm cheek against Kushina's cold palm. This subtle action was imbued with silent love, understanding, and a poignant farewell. "To have met you, to have become your wife." Kushina's vision began to blur. Yet she struggled to focus on Minato's handsome but pale face, as if she wished to engrave his likeness deep within her soul. This was the happiest moment of her life. Her voice grew weaker, like a candle flickering in the wind. Minato bowed his head, feeling the last remnants of warmth in his wife's hand. His body trembled slightly from the immense sorrow he was suppressing, and tears finally surged to his eyes. Yet he resolutely held them back, unwilling to let them fall before her. He grasped Kushina's hand tightly, as if this could somehow preserve her fleeting life. Time seemed to stand still, leaving only the mournful cries amidst the ruins and the distant roars of the Nine-Tails. After a moment of silence, Minato suddenly lifted his head. In his azure eyes, pain lingered, yet there was also an unwavering resolve that severed all hesitation, transcending life and death. Like a butterfly cornered by despair, determinately flapping its wings amidst the storm, ready to conjure a tempest that would alter its fate. In this instant, the course of history quietly shifted due to a father's choice. Release. Minato's voice was deep and hoarse, yet it carried a heart-wrenching tenderness and unwavering strength. You will not be alone. He gazed deeply into Kushina's eyes, as if to take her very soul with him. Kushina's once distracted gaze suddenly sharpened. She understood the resolute meaning in Minato's eyes. Minato, no? She summoned the last vestiges of her strength to emit a faint yet heart-wrenching cry. Her eyes filled with terror and pleading. Do not do anything foolish. Please, for Naruto. Minato did not respond. He merely cast one last glance at their son, who was still naively crying in his swaddling. He had just arrived in this world, yet might soon lose both parents. His gaze brimmed with endless affection, guilt, and an indelible longing. This child will likely become an orphan. A barely audible sigh escaped him, laden with unfulfilled regrets and heartaches. Ultimately, he turned once more to his wife, striving to display the gentlest, brightest, and most heart-rending smile of his life. That smile shone like sunlight piercing through the clouds of despair. It was a farewell, a promise, and an everlasting love. Then, he abruptly turned, stained with blood and dust. The tattered ceremonial robe billowed behind him in the turbulent air. Gripping the specially crafted kunai, now smeared with the enemy's blood, he trudged forward. His battered body on the verge of collapse, yet resolute, step by step, toward the rampaging Ninetales and the masked man orchestrating all calamities. Each step was taken upon the rubble, amidst blood and fire, teetering on the precipice of life and death. As a father, I shall not hesitate, even if it means death. His deep, resolute words drifted like a vow in the raging wind. A father, a husband, a Hokage, sacrificing everything he loved, transforming his life into the final blade, treading upon thorns. His silhouette stood tall, majestic as a mountain, a tragic yet beautiful song. Chapter 32. The Descent of the Gods within Minato's body. The chakra had long since been depleted, and his broken form was sustained solely by an indomitable will. Yet, he resolutely advanced toward the rampaging Ninetales, his steps faltering but unwavering. The flying boulders and swirling dust seemed to pale in comparison to his burning resolve, unable to impede him even slightly. Each step tore at him with excruciating pain, yet Minato merely gritted his teeth. As he walked, a faint, tender smile unexpectedly graced his lips. The image of his wife, Kushina, always vibrant and somewhat fiery, flashed through his mind. Would she be bullied in the desolate Pure Land if she went there alone? This absurd yet vivid thought dispelled his fear of death. To protect her, whether in the realm of the living or the land of the dead, was an instinct engraved in his very being. Thus, at this moment, he chose to rush toward not victory, but a reunion with her. Flames soared, staining the night sky a deep crimson. Behind him, Kushina's faint cries mingled with the roars of the Ninetales and the sounds of collapsing structures, growing fainter until they were nearly inaudible. A single crystalline tear silently traversed her dust-covered cheek, the final trace before her consciousness slipped away. In her blurred vision, a figure bathed in golden light slowly emerged. This person seemed so familiar. Kushina's lips moved, yet no sound escaped her. The breath of life was hastily fading. Without hesitation, the golden figure placed a warm hand firmly on her now-cold abdomen. An indescribable, boundless warmth surged forth, infused with the pure and powerful essence of the sun. Like a refreshing spring bubbling forth from parched earth, this force gently, yet powerfully permeated her limbs, dispelling the cold shadows of death. Thud, thud. The faint yet crystal-clear sound of a heartbeat reverberated like a life drum echoing anew within her silent chest. The heart, nearly at a standstill, miraculously rekindled its vitality under the nurturing light, life blossoming anew like tender buds in spring, resiliently reviving within her. However, the relentless exertion had already drained her spirit. An overwhelming sense of exhaustion enveloped her like a heavy shroud, momentarily drowning her recently revived consciousness. Just before she succumbed completely to the darkness, she faintly perceived a familiar yet distant figure, softly uttering a phrase in a voice choked with tenderness, its meaning elusive. I love you, Mom. See you tomorrow. On the outskirts of Konoha village, hidden in the dark recesses of the earth, several pale figures of white Zetsu emerged, gazing at the distant village engulfed in hellish flames, unable to suppress their astonishment. That guy, Obito, has completely lost his mind. One white Zetsu whispered, a tremor of dread in their voice. Such destructive power must never be provoked again. Another white Zetsu asserted, fear evident in their tone. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement, retreating deeper into the ground. Within the village, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, propped himself up with a broken staff, struggling to rise from the rubble. Gazing at the apocalyptic scene before him, an unprecedented sense of helplessness washed over him. He swallowed hard and managed to utter 2 words, "It's over." A shroud of despair enveloped this once great elder. "Go on, Nine Tails. Destroy everything," cackled the masked man, perched atop the Nine Tails, his laughter twisted and maniacal, with his crimson Sharingan flickering with a cruel and ecstatic light. He looked down upon the soon-to-be scorched earth of the ninja village, filled with triumph. With the fourth Hokage incapacitated and Kushina on the brink of death, no one could thwart his plan. The world would tremble beneath his will. At that moment, a figure, one that should not have appeared there, staggered yet resolute, stepped into his view. The masked man turned slightly, his crimson pupils narrowing in disbelief. The blood-soaked, faltering figure was none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, whom he had severely injured and believed to be on the brink of demise. Fourth Hokage. The masked man's voice bristled with shock and anger. "Do you wish to die? Get away," he roared, attempting to shatter Minato's will with words. Minato seemed oblivious to his fury, not even glancing in his direction. He gripped his blood-stained kunai tightly, his gaze penetrating through the smoke and flames, firmly locking onto the Nine Tails, dragging his battered body forward inch by inch with the last of his strength. Blood streamed like a brook from his torn pant leg, each step leaving a glaring crimson mark on the charred ground. Every slight movement caused the massive wound on his back to burst open, more blood gushing forth, his exposed bones ghastly beneath the firelight. Under the masked man's control, the Nine Tails temporarily ceased its indiscriminate destruction, its colossal head slowly turning towards this diminutive yet astonishingly determined human. A flicker of seriousness passed through its blood-red beastly eyes. This sudden turn of events captivated the attention of all survivors. The ninjas and villagers of Konoha raised their heads from the debris, witnessing their beloved Hokage advancing towards the source of destruction in such a harrowing manner, their hearts clenching in anguish. "Lord Fourth, no!" A desperate cry erupted from the crowd. Nara Shikaku, suppressing his sorrow, discerned Minato's intent and shouted hoarsely, "Minato, don't do anything foolish. Come back." Hiruzen's eyes widened in desperation as he attempted to gather chakra once more. "Minato, wind." The winds whipped up the burning ashes, whispering past the ruins. A cruel yet triumphant smirk curled beneath the masked man's mask. The fourth's desperate struggle was merely a tragic footnote. However, just as his laughter began to rise, an unexpected change occurred. Behind Minato, amidst the swirling smoke, another golden-haired figure approached with the steadfastness of dawn, radiating power with each step. A purer, more magnificent golden chakra erupted from him like boiling lava, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness and smoke, creating an ever-expanding and oppressive golden domain. "What?" The masked man's face turned as pale as a ghost beneath his mask, a terror rising from the depths of his soul. This aura, this overwhelming presence filled him with dread and left a lasting impression. He recalled the man named SF, who had crushed all his pride with a single move in the Kamui space. It was a humiliation he could never erase. "Impossible!" The masked man screamed internally, his body involuntarily retreating a step, nearly tumbling from atop the Nine Tails. He pressed his trembling right hand onto his shaking thigh, forcing himself to steady, his teeth chattering as he tried to roar away his fear. "I have the Nine Tails. I am the ruler of this world. I defeated even the fourth Hokage. What is there to fear?" He pointed at the golden figure, his voice warped and sharp with terror. "Nine Tails. Tear him apart. Grind him to dust." The Nine Tails, sensing its master's frantic will, let out a thunderous roar, raising its monstrous claws high, intent on annihilating the small, golden figure. The winds howled, and the shadow of death loomed ominously. Minato faced the colossal claw that blotted out the sky without even blinking. He merely tilted his head upward, gazing at the night sky illuminated by flames, taking a deep, liberating breath. It would be over, at least he had tried. Just as the Nine Tails' massive claw was about to descend, the golden chakra behind Minato erupted with tremendous force. A colossal golden beam, like a divine sword splitting the heavens, surged forth with unmatched momentum. Tearing through the smoke and night, soaring into the sky. Instantly, the darkness within 100 miles was dispelled, shining as bright as day. The blinding light compelled everyone to instinctively close their eyes, as if gazing directly at the sun's core. What is that? Oh my God! Has a deity descended? The miraculous sight left all in awe, their gasps echoing. Hiruzen stared at the celestial beam, his old eyes wide with disbelief, trembling lips unable to form words. As the light began to recede, a colossal figure cloaked in golden chakra, resembling a deity, stood proudly upon the earth. It exuded a terrifying aura of sacredness and ferocity. Unique to the six-path sage, its immense presence causing the very space around it to tremble. This golden nine-tails released a resounding, battle-filled roar. Striding forward with steps capable of shaking mountains, sweeping past Minato with overwhelming force. It swiftly extended a gigantic paw, cloaked in golden chakra, precisely seizing the throat of the raging nine-tails. Boom! A massive shockwave erupted, as the two titanic beings collided, battling like mythical beasts. The golden nine-tails unleashed unmatched power, forcibly pushing the rampaging creature away from the village's heart, into the desolate wilderness. The earth groaned beneath their every clash, resonating with thunderous roars and impacts. Echoing across the sky, the masked man stumbled back from the sudden upheaval and terrifying force, clumsily rolling atop the nine-tails' head before barely stabilizing himself. His face beneath the mask etched with horror and disbelief. How is this possible? A second nine-tails? No, wait. An indescribable, warm current, imbued with boundless vitality, surged forth. Pure and mighty, the power of the sun penetrated her limbs and bones, dispelling the chilling shadows of death. Thump, thump. The faint yet unmistakable sound of a heartbeat resonated like a life drum, reverberating throughout the once silent chest. The heart, nearly stilled, miraculously revived with vigor, its vitality sprouting like tender buds in early spring, defiantly awakening within her. However, the relentless turmoil had long since drained her soul. A profound fatigue enveloped her like a heavy shroud, instantly submerging her freshly awakened consciousness. Just before she sank into the abyss of darkness, she faintly heard a familiar yet distant figure, whose voice trembled with tenderness as it softly uttered a phrase, the content of which remained ethereal and indistinct. I love you, Mom. See you tomorrow. On the outskirts of Konohagakure, hidden in the dark recesses of the earth, several white zetsu emerged. Peering at the distant village engulfed in flames reminiscent of purgatory, unable to restrain their astonishment. That guy Obito has completely lost his mind. One zetsu whispered, shaken. The destructive power he wields must never be provoked. Another zetsu's voice quaked with palpable fear. Indeed, the others nodded fervently, retreating deeper into the ground. Within the village, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, leaned against his shattered staff, struggling to rise from the rubble. As he beheld the apocalyptic scene before him, an unprecedented sense of helplessness washed over him. He swallowed hard, forcing out two words, "It's over." A veil of despair shrouded this once mighty elder. Go on, Nine-Tails. Destroy everything. The masked man, perched upon the head of the Nine-Tails, erupted into a maniacal and distorted laughter, his crimson Sharingan flickering with cruel excitement behind the mask. He gazed down upon the shinobi village, poised to be reduced to ashes, filled with a sense of triumphant accomplishment. With the fourth Hokage incapacitated and Kushina on the brink of death, no one could thwart his plans. The world would tremble at his will. At that moment, a figure that should not have appeared there staggered, yet resolutely stepped into his view. The masked man's gaze shifted slightly, his scarlet pupils narrowing in disbelief. The blood-soaked figure, moving with great difficulty, was none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, whom he had grievously wounded and who should have been on the verge of death. Fourth Hokage. The masked man's voice was laced with surprise and anger. Do you wish to die? Get away, he bellowed, attempting to shatter Minato's resolve with his words. Yet, Minato seemed oblivious to the man's fury, not lifting his gaze. He merely tightened his grip on the bloodied kunai, his eyes piercing through the smoke and flames, firmly locking onto the Nine-Tails. With every ounce of his remaining strength, he dragged his battered body forward, inch by agonizing inch. Blood gushed from his torn pant leg like a stream, each step leaving a glaring scarlet imprint upon the charred ground. With every minuscule movement, the massive wound on his back split further, releasing even more blood, his exposed bones appearing grotesque under the firelight. under the masked man's control. The Nine-Tails momentarily ceased its indiscriminate destruction, its colossal head slowly turning toward this diminutive, yet resolute, human radiating an astonishing will. In the depths of its blood-red eyes, a flicker of uncharacteristic gravity passed. This unforeseen turn of events captured the attention of all surviving witnesses. The ninjas and villagers of Konoha raised their heads from the ruins, watching their beloved Hokage approach the source of destruction in such a harrowing manner, their hearts feeling as if they were being forcibly wrenched. Lord Fourth. No. A heart-wrenching cry erupted from the crowd. Nara Shikaku, stifling his sorrow, discerned Minato's intentions and shouted hoarsely, "Minato, don't do anything foolish. Come back." Hiruzen's eyes widened with desperation as he once more attempted to gather chakra. "Minato, wind." The wind whipped up the burning ashes, lamenting as it swept past the crumbling walls. A cruel and triumphant smile crept across the masked man's face beneath his mask. Minato's desperate struggle was merely an accentuation of tragic heroism. However, just as the man's laughter began to rise, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Behind Minato, amidst the swirling smoke, another golden-haired figure emerged like the dawn, walking steadily and powerfully step by step. A purer, more expansive golden chakra surged forth from him like boiling lava. Its brilliance instantaneously dispelled the surrounding darkness and smoke, forming an ever-expanding, oppressive golden domain. What? The masked man's face turned as pale as a sheet beneath his mask, a terror originating from the depths of his soul gripping him. This aura, this chilling and unforgettable presence. He was instantly reminded of the man named Zophiai, who had utterly crushed him in the Kamui space with a single move, obliterating all his pride. It was a mark of shame he could never erase. Impossible. The masked man roared inwardly, yet his body involuntarily recoiled, nearly toppling from atop the Nine-Tails. He pressed his trembling right hand against his shaking thigh, forcing himself to stabilize, his teeth grinding as he attempted to roar away the fear within. "I have the Nine-Tails. I am the ruler of this world. I even defeated the fourth Hokage. What is there to fear?" He pointed vehemently at the golden figure, his voice twisting into a shrill pitch due to overwhelming fear. "Nine-Tails, tear him apart. Grind him to dust." The Nine-Tails sensed its master's frantic will, unleashing a thunderous roar. Its monstrous claws raised high, bearing the power to annihilate all. They descended upon the diminutive golden figure with a vengeance. The winds howled, and the shadow of death loomed instantaneously, facing the colossal paw that blotted out the sky. Minato did not even blink. He merely tilted his head slightly, gazing up at the night sky aglow with flames, and sighed deeply, as if finding solace. "It's over. At least, I've done my best." Roar! Just as the Nine-Tails' massive paw was about to descend, the golden chakra behind Minato erupted with unparalleled force. A colossal golden beam, akin to a divine sword slicing through the heavens, tore through the thick smoke and night, shooting up into the sky. In an instant, the surrounding darkness was banished, illuminating the area like daylight. The blinding radiance compelled everyone to instinctively shut their eyes, as if gazing directly into the sun's core. "What is that? Oh my, has a deity descended?" Everyone was rendered speechless by this miraculous sight, gasps of astonishment echoing in unison. Hiruzen stared intently at the celestial beam, his muddled old eyes filled with incredulity, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. As the brilliance receded, a magnificent, colossal figure cloaked in golden chakra, resembling a deity, stood proudly upon the earth, the Nine-Tails. It emanated a terrifying aura, a fusion of the sacred and the frenzied unique to the Six-Path Sage, its vast form alone causing the very space to shudder. This golden Nine-Tails let out a resonant, battle-ready roar, taking strides powerful enough to shake mountains, thunderously charging past Minato. It swiftly extended a colossal paw, enveloped in golden chakra, and with precision, seized the throat of the rampaging Nine-Tails. Boom! The tremendous shockwave erupted as the two titanic beasts intertwined, battling like mythical creatures. The golden Nine-Tails' paw unleashed unmatched strength, forcibly driving the raging beast from the village's heart into the desolate wilderness beyond. The earth groaned with each collision, cracking under the strain as the deafening roars and crashes echoed like the thunder of the apocalypse. The masked man stumbled from the sudden upheaval and overwhelming force, clumsily rolling atop the Nine-Tails before managing to regain his balance. his face beneath the mask etched with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? A second Ninetales? No, that's not right. A dreadful hypothesis began to fester wildly in his mind. Meanwhile, Minato's once tense will finally relaxed. The strained body resembled a marionette with severed strings, helplessly toppling backward, blood tracing a tragic arc in the air. Yet, the anticipated agony of crashing onto the unforgiving ground never arrived. Warm, powerful arms gently and securely caught his falling form. Leave it to me, Dad. The hazy pupils of Minato struggled to focus, revealing a figure clad in a resplendent chakra armor, his countenance resolute and his gaze ablaze with the golden flames of a valiant youth. A flicker of immense astonishment passed through Minato's eyes, swiftly replaced by a moment of profound realization. A faint smile, mingled with boundless relief, pride, and acceptance, crept upon his lips as he imperceptibly nodded. In that instant, the unbreakable bond of blood transcended the confines of time and space. What astonished him further was the peculiar warmth and tingling sensation emanating from the lethal wound on his back. Under the influence of Naruto's formidable solar power, his torn muscles, ruptured veins, and even shattered bones began to regenerate at an astonishing pace, visibly mending. Newly formed cellular tissues swiftly filled the wounds, vitality flowing like a sweet spring once more. At that moment, a resounding voice filled with battle fervor echoed within Naruto's heart. Let this foolish other me be handled by me. Understood, Kurama. Naruto replied, a determined smirk gracing his lips. His own battle spirit equally ignited. On the battlefield, everyone was utterly stunned by this extraordinary turnaround. Two Ninetales. Is the Golden One on our side? Who is that golden-haired young man? So powerful. He saved Lord Fourth. He is one of us. The atmosphere of despair was instantly ignited, the flame of hope roaring to life, as the surviving ninjas erupted into thunderous cheers. Lord Third, is this the reinforcements you summoned? Narashikaku rushed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Hiruzen's expression was grave, his gaze fixed firmly on the golden youth, his brow furrowed as he desperately searched his memory. No, I have never. But why do I feel such a strong sense of familiarity? Yet now is not the time for contemplation. Quickly, forget that. We must save Kushina and Minato. Medical team, move. Yes, Lord Third. The surrounding ninjas immediately sprang into action. At that moment, the masked man remained engulfed in shock and confusion. This unforeseen formidable foe had completely disrupted his plans and even instilled within him a sense of impending death. The plan had failed. No, a retreat was imperative. With the Green Mountains still standing, he swiftly made his decision. Just as the thought of retreat crossed his mind, a chilling, bone-deep killing intent suddenly locked onto him. Naruto's gaze, ablaze with golden flames, pierced through the air like twin swords, precisely pinning him down. The masked man felt every hair on his body stand on end, an unprecedented chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. A voice within him screamed in panic. Run. You will die? You will definitely die. The instinct to survive overpowered all else. He almost reflexively activated Kimui. The space warped instantaneously, his form blurring and vanishing from sight. The next moment, he stumbled into the edge of a dense forest 10 miles away. He whirled around, gazing back at the distant, still glimmering Konoha, only then realizing that his back was completely drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing as if it might explode. Ha ha. The masked man emitted a series of dry, twisted chuckles, attempting to calm the tumult within. Am I being deceived? A foe of this caliber can actually instill such fear in me? He clenched his fists, nails digging deep into his palms, yet he could not suppress his trembling body. He knew this was merely self-deception. That golden-haired youth is a true monster. Within the village, seeing the reinforcements finally reach his parents, Naruto's anxious heart eased slightly. He cautiously helped his father sit against a relatively intact segment of wall. Minato, enduring the itch and weakness of his healing body, grasped Naruto's wrist tightly. His eyes filled with profound concern and urgency. Kushina, how is she? Don't worry, Dad, Naruto immediately replied, his voice steady and reassuring, imbued with convincing strength. Mom is fine. She is just too weak and unconscious right now. The medical team is attending to her. Minato's tense body relaxed suddenly, a long sigh escaping his lips as if a tremendous weight had been lifted. He raised his gaze to behold his son, vibrant and powerful before him, and a pure, contented smile finally blossomed on his weary face. as if all past tribulations had been compensated in that moment. Will your identity be exposed now? Minato suddenly recalled the potential issues time travel could bring, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. This matter will be explained in detail once the immediate trouble is resolved, Naruto declared, his gaze shifting towards the direction of the two colossal beasts battling outside the village, and the location where the masked man had vanished. His eyes sharp as blades. There was still a pressing dilemma that demanded resolution. Minato instantly understood that his son referred to the mysterious man in the whirlpool mask who had instigated this calamity. He nodded. The weight of countless unsaid words condensed into a solemn admonition. Be careful. Understood. Naruto responded with a confident and powerful smile, nodding emphatically. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself off the ground. Boom. The earth cracked, debris flying. The golden chakra erupted once more like a volcano, enveloping Naruto in a massive golden nine-tails chakra cloak, issuing a roar that echoed to the heavens. The colossal golden nine-tails surged upward, embodying a force capable of crushing everything in its path, as it leaped towards the direction where the nine-tails outside the village were locked in combat. In midair, Naruto formed hand seals, invoking the multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, 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 bang. 9 golden nine-tails landed thunderously before Konoha, resembling 9 towering guardian deities. Chapter 33. The power of the tailed beasts. At this moment, an unprecedented icy premonition pierced deep into Obito's nerves like a tangible spike. He turned sharply once more, his gaze fixated on the direction of Konoha. In the next second, his pupils constricted sharply, a wave of coldness surging from his feet to the crown of his head. 9. No. Counting the 2 still entangled with the main body of the nine-tails, there were a total of 11 nine-tails, exuding an aura of destruction, standing in the distance as if the gates of hell had opened to unleash catastrophic beasts. What terrified him even more was that the 9 nine-tails were simultaneously raising their heads slightly, their gaping maws gathering a chakra so violently overwhelming it felt suffocating, compressing and radiating terrifying waves capable of tearing through space. Light brewed within their throats, akin to 9 suns on the verge of eruption. Naruto stood atop the head of the nine-tails, his golden chakra cloak billowing fiercely, and in his azure eyes, there remained no hint of hesitation or compassion, only the chilling intent to kill. The actions of the masked man, Uchiha Obito, had long crossed the line of his endurance. The deeply etched scars on his parents' bodies, the wanton devastation wrought upon the village during the Night of the Nine Tails, and the harm inflicted upon his loved ones. All these memories coalesced into a torrent of wrath, incinerating his last vestige of tolerance. No one can harm my family and remain unscathed. He must die? Naruto's cold voice resonated like a judgment throughout the battlefield. He then formed hand seals, and 9 deafening shouts erupted almost simultaneously, heralding the arrival of the end. Sage Art, Magnet Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Sage Art, Fire Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Sage Art, Water Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Sage Art, Lava Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Sage Art, Boil Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Sage Art, Dissolution Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Sage Art, Scale Powder, Spiraling Shuriken. Sage Art, Ink Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Sage Art, Tailed Beast Ball, Spiraling Shuriken. That terrifying conjecture spiraled wildly in his mind. Meanwhile, Minato's will, taut to its limits, finally loosened, and his strained body, akin to a marionette with severed strings, helplessly toppled backward, blood tracing a beautiful arc in the air. However, the anticipated pain of crashing onto the frigid ground did not arrive as expected. A pair of warm and powerful arms gently caught his plummeting body. Leave it to me, Dad. Watergate's hazy pupils struggled to focus, revealing a radiant figure clad in shimmering chakra armor, a visage resolute, and eyes ablaze with golden flames, an extraordinarily handsome youth. The chiseled features evoked a profound astonishment within Watergate, followed by a sudden realization, as his lips curled into a subtle smile, a blend of boundless relief, pride, and acceptance. Nodding almost imperceptibly, in that moment, the unspoken understanding woven through their shared blood transcended time and space. What astonished him further was the peculiar warmth and tingling sensation emanating from the horrific wound on his back, which was perilously close to fatality. Under the influence of Naruto's formidable solar energy, his torn muscles, ruptured blood vessels, and even shattered bones began to regenerate at a visible pace, healing. Newly formed tissues swiftly filled the wounds, and vitality flowed anew like a refreshing spring. At that moment, a resounding voice filled Naruto's heart, brimming with martial spirit. "Leave this foolish alternate self to me." "Understood, Kurama." Naruto's lips curled into a confident smile, equally aflame with determination. On the battlefield, everyone was rendered speechless by this astonishing reversal. "Two Nine-Tails. The golden one is ours? Who is that golden-haired youth? So powerful. He saved the fourth Hokage. He is one of us." The atmosphere of despair was instantly ignited, a flame of hope roaring to life, as the surviving ninjas erupted into jubilant cheers. "Third Hokage. Is this the reinforcement you summoned?" Nara Shikaku rushed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Sarutobi's expression was grave, his gaze fixated on the resplendent youth, brow furrowed as he searched his memory. "No, I have never seen him, yet there's an undeniable sense of familiarity. But now is not the time to dwell on this. Quickly, forget that. We must save Kushina and Watergate. Medical team, hurry." "Yes, third Hokage." The surrounding ninjas sprang into action. At this moment, the masked man remained engulfed in shock and confusion. This unforeseen formidable adversary had utterly disrupted his plans, even instilling a palpable sense of dread of death within him. The plan had failed. No, a retreat was essential. "As long as I have my life," he resolved in an instant. Just as the thought of retreat crossed his mind, a chilling, lethal intent suddenly locked onto him. Naruto's fiery gaze, ablaze with golden flames, pierced through the air like twin swords, precisely targeting him. The masked man felt every hair on his body stand on end as an unprecedented chill surged from his soles to the crown of his head. A voice within him screamed frantically, "Run! You will die? You will definitely die." The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. He instinctively activated Kamui. The fabric of space twisted instantaneously, his figure blurring and vanishing from sight. The next moment, he stumbled into the edge of a dense forest 10 miles away. Whirling around, he gazed back at the still glimmering Konoha village, realizing his back was already drenched in icy sweat, his heart racing as if it might explode. He let out a few dry, twisted chuckles, attempting to calm the tempest within. This must be a trick. How could such a powerful opponent make me? His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, yet he could not suppress his trembling. He understood this was merely self-deceiving comfort. That golden-haired youth was a true monster. Within the village, seeing the reinforcements finally reach his parents, Naruto felt a weight lift from his heart. He carefully assisted his father to sit beside a relatively intact wall. Watergate bore the discomfort of healing with a mix of itchiness and weakness, grasping Naruto's wrist tightly, his eyes filled with the deepest concern and urgency. "What about Kushina?" "Don't worry, Dad," Naruto responded promptly, his voice steady and reassuring, infused with a convincing strength. "Mom is fine now. She is just too weak and unconscious. The medical team is attending to her." With that, Watergate's tense body relaxed abruptly, a long sigh escaping him as if a colossal burden had been lifted. He looked up at his son, vibrant and powerful, and a pure, grateful smile finally broke through his weary face, as if all suffering was compensated for in that moment. "Will revealing your identity now pose a problem?" Watergate suddenly pondered, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. "I will explain everything in detail once we have resolved the current crisis," Naruto replied, his gaze shifting to the direction of the two colossal beasts battling outside the village, and the vanishing figure of the masked man, his eyes sharp as blades. There was still a pressing matter that required resolution. Watergate immediately understood that his son referred to the mysterious man in the whirlpool mask, the harbinger of this calamity. He nodded, his multitude of unspoken words condensed into a grave admonition: "Be extremely cautious." "Understood." Naruto returned a confident and powerful smile, nodding affirmatively. Then, he propelled himself off the ground with a mighty leap. The earth cracked, and stones flew. The golden chakra erupted once more like a volcano, enveloping Naruto in a colossal golden nine-tails chakra cloak, emitting a roar that resonated through the heavens. The grand golden nine-tails soared upward, exuding an unstoppable momentum as it lunged toward the direction of the fierce battle outside the village. In midair, Naruto formed hand seals, multiple shadow clone technique. Boom, 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 boom. 9 golden nine-tails landed thunderously before Konoha, resembling 9 towering guardians. Chapter 33. The power of tailed beasts at this moment. An unprecedented chill pierced deeply into Obito's nerves. He abruptly turned his head again, his gaze locking onto Konoha. In the next second, his pupils constricted, a wave of cold rushing from his feet to the crown of his head. 9. No. Counting the 2 engaged with the nine-tails, there were a total of 11 nine-tails, radiating an aura of destruction, standing ominously in the distance. Even more terrifying was that the 9 nine-tails were simultaneously raising their heads slightly, their gaping mouths surging with a suffocatingly violent chakra, gathering, compressing, and emitting terrifying waves capable of tearing apart space. The light within their throats brewed like 9 suns on the brink of eruption. Naruto stood atop the 9 tails, his golden chakra cloak rustling fiercely, his azure eyes devoid of hesitation or mercy, filled solely with a chilling intent to kill. The actions of the masked man, Uchiha Obito, had already crossed an unbridgeable line for him. The indelible scars on his parents, the wanton devastation of the village on the night of the 9 tails attack, the harm inflicted upon his loved ones. Each incident transformed into an overwhelming rage, consuming his last shred of tolerance. No one can harm my family and live to tell the tale. He must die? Naruto's icy voice echoed like a decree across the battlefield. He then formed hand seals, and 9 thunderous roars erupted almost simultaneously, heralding the arrival of the end. Senjutsu Magnet Release Spiraling Shuriken. Senjutsu Fire Release Spiraling Shuriken. Senjutsu Water Release Spiraling Shuriken. Senjutsu Lava Release Spiraling Shuriken. Senjutsu Boil Release Spiraling Shuriken. Senjutsu Dissolution Release Spiraling Shuriken. Senjutsu Scales Powder Spiraling Shuriken. Senjutsu Ink Release Spiraling Shuriken. Senjutsu Tail Beast Ball Spiraling Shuriken. With each elemental spiraling shuriken gathering, behind the 9 nine-tails, colossal ethereal figures rose from left to right, echoing an ancient covenant. They varied in form, some fierce, some majestic, some serene, emanating an overwhelming power from antiquity. Shikaku the 1 tail, Matatabi the 2 tails, Isabu the 3 tails, Son Goku the 4 tails, Koku the 5 tails, Saiken the 6 tails, Mei the 7 tails, Gyki the 8 tails, and Kurama the 9 tails. The chakra wills of the 9-tailed beasts resonated across the fabric of space at that moment. A single cough resonated through the air, signaling the commencement. With Naruto's command, 9 distinct wills from various realms responded in a thunderous chorus. Oh! The cataclysmic spectacle left Obito utterly bewildered. Instinctively, he clasped his hands over his head, teetering on the brink of madness, as an overwhelming sense of horror and absurdity threatened to engulf him. Is this truly necessary? To such an extent, merely to confront me? It was not only Obito who felt this way. Within the confines of Konoha, everyone witnessing this scene, be they ninja or civilian, found themselves ensnared in a state of utter stupor and silence. The terrifying orb of annihilation, coalescing in the mouth of the 9 tails, exuded an aura of world-ending dread. Merely sensing the energy waves emanating from it sent shivers through the very soul. What technique is this? Is this the power of a tailed beast? Yet how could this be? This is a level of power beyond human reach. Even the seasoned 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, felt parched, his heart racing uncontrollably. His aged visage was etched with profound shock as he gazed upon the 9 impending wheels of destruction. An absurd thought creeping into his mind. If that masked man survives such an onslaught, he might truly rival the 1st Hokage. Obito had no time to devise a countermeasure. 9 spiraling shuriken, each imbued with radically different chakra natures capable of tearing through the fabric of space, surged forward like beams of annihilation, ripping through the air at nearly the speed of light, locking onto his position and hurtling towards him. It was too swift, so rapid that even the Kamui space could not fully envelop him. The shadow of death loomed instantaneously. Cold sweat drenched Obito's attire, and his pupils constricted to pinpricks. The 9 attacks were already upon him, and he could feel the violent energy within, potent enough to obliterate him at the molecular level. Void. In the face of imminent death, Obito's instincts transcended thought, his Sharingan whirling into a frenzy as his body entered a state of physical phasing. The 9 spiraling shuriken passed through his ethereal form unimpeded, crashing violently into the ground around him. Boom, 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 boom. The 9 resounding detonations echoed throughout the universe, merging into one. First came the ultimate tearing and tumult. The earth was torn apart like fragile parchment by the frenzied chakra energy, sliced and shattered. Towering ancient trees and solid rock disintegrated into dust upon contact. Following this was the earth-shattering cataclysm. Each shuriken detonated, revealing a horrifying spectacle. An invisible magnetic storm swept through, forcibly drawing countless fragments of metal and sand, grinding them into the finest particles. Lava of molten crimson erupted like a volcanic explosion, transforming the land into a seething sea of charred magma. Tsunamis of water surged forth, wielding immense force to wash everything away. A wall of flames, consuming all in its path, rose from the earth, scorching the very air into distortion. Scalding steam intermingled with corrosive acid mist, hissing ominously wherever it passed. A viscous liquid of caustic acid corroded everything it touched. A storm of multicolored poisonous scales obscured vision, infiltrating every nook and cranny. Dark ink, thick as substance, enveloped the space, devouring light. The tailed beast ball, pristine in its destructive energy, exploded with a resounding bang, creating the very epicenter of devastation. 9 attributes clashed, resonated, and overlapped. Magnetism attracted the lava. The waterways crashed against the fire wall, steam mixed with acid mist, and the scale powder merged with the dark ink, ultimately igniting a cataclysmic explosion from the core of the tailed beast ball. Within a radius of 100 miles, a vibrant yet lethally perilous purgatory was formed. Crimson, azure, jet black, and sickly green, various hues of frenzied chakra flickered and intertwined, resembling a cataclysmic, dreamlike firework. Yet within it lay the purest essence of death. As the shockwave from the explosions, laden with scalding ash, acrid scents, and remnants of destructive energy, swept towards Konoha like an apocalyptic storm, the sturdy barrier trembled violently, groaning under the immense strain. Those who witnessed this scene could only gasp in chilling disbelief, their faces paling to a ghostly white. Is this truly something a ninja can accomplish? Countless minds echoed this single thought, as fear seized their hearts. Hiruzen Sarutobi, leaning on the transformed staff of the Monkey King, bore witness to an unprecedented shock in his once sharp but now aged eyes, his voice trembling ever so slightly. This power, using a cannon to swat a mosquito? It rivals the first Hokage's would release. Yet why does this power emanate from the Nine-Tails chakra? To the observers, this might have appeared as a grandiose spectacle, a riot of colors and might. However, at the heart of this storm of annihilation, Obito faced an unending purgatory. The scene before him could only be described as infernal. The magnetic pull of the attack made every step arduous. The heat waves from the lava threatened to sear his phasing consciousness. The collision of water and fire generated steam hot enough to vaporize blood. The acidic mist seemed capable of corroding his very soul, and the viscous substance ensnared him like a quagmire. The illusions of poisonous scales assaulted his vision, while the darkness of the ink obscured his sense of direction. And at the core, the repeated explosions of the tailed beast balls struck his nerves like hammers, reminding him that should he cease phasing, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Naruto's assault did not relent. Following the first 9, another 9 spiraled forth. The shuriken and condensed-tailed beast balls were unleashed with reckless abandon by the 9 tails. Energy blasts rained down upon the already ravaged earth like a torrential downpour. Indeed, Naruto aimed to completely submerge Obito with this saturating firepower. He was acutely aware of Obito's limitations. The Kamui phasing had a maximum duration of merely 5 minutes. Furthermore, to eliminate any possibility of Obito utilizing his Izanagi to turn the tides, he needed to ensure this devastating bombardment persisted for no less than 6 minutes. For Naruto, who possessed nearly limitless chakra, with the 10 tails chakra being infinite and the 9 tails at his disposal, this posed no burden whatsoever. Time flowed agonizingly slowly for Obito, each second stretching into an eternity. 5 minutes. The limit was nearing. Obito had been desperately sprinting, trying to flee the epicenter of destruction. Yet no matter how fiercely he struggled, the overwhelming explosions and the relentless energy chaos, the ground repeatedly flattened and then blasted into chasms. made him realize with despair that he could not escape the expansive-tailed beast bomb barrage orchestrated by the Nine Tails. Even more chilling was the realization that this unrelenting, lavishly expended chakra assault seemed tailor-made to exploit his Kamui phasing. Madman, who would unleash tailed beast balls with such reckless abandon. Obito's mind roared in protest, a shiver of being utterly exposed creeping up his spine. How could they know the weakness of his phasing? It was impossible. Oh no, time is up. A searing pain tore through his right eye. Obito let out a muffled groan, blood uncontrollably seeping from the corner of his eye. The backlash from overexerting his Sharingan's power had finally arrived, accompanied by the gathering of each attribute-infused spiraling shuriken. Behind the Nine Tails, magnificent phantoms rose in succession, echoing an ancient covenant. They took on various forms, some fierce, some regal, some tranquil, emanating an overwhelming power from antiquity. The one-tailed Shikaku, the two-tailed Nibi, the three-tailed Isabu, the four-tailed Son Goku, the five-tailed Kokuo, the six-tailed Saiken, the seven-tailed Chome, the eight-tailed Gyuki, and the nine-tailed Kurama. The chakra wills of the nine-tailed beasts resonated across the fabric of space in this moment. With a single cough, Naruto issued the command. 9 intentions from different dimensions responded in a thunderous chorus, reverberating like a mighty avalanche. Oh! The cataclysmic spectacle left Obito utterly bewildered. Instinctively, he clasped his head with both hands, on the verge of collapse, as a tide of horror and absurdity threatened to engulf him. Is it truly necessary? Must it be taken to such an extreme, merely to deal with me? Not only Obito, but within Konoha, all who witnessed this mythic descent, be they ninja or civilian, fell into a state of complete stupor and silence. The terrifying orb of destruction coalescing from Kurama's mouth emanated an aura of annihilation, and merely sensing the energy fluctuations from afar was enough to send shivers through one's soul. What technique is this? The power of a tailed beast? Yet, this is a realm beyond human reach. Even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was accustomed to tumult, felt a sudden dryness in his mouth, his heart racing uncontrollably. His aged visage was etched with profound shock as he gazed upon the 9 impending wheels of destruction, and a thought, so absurd even to himself, flickered in his mind. If the masked man were to survive such an onslaught, he might indeed rival the first Hokage. Obito had no time to devise a countermeasure. 9 spiral shurikens, each infused with utterly different chakra properties capable of tearing through the very fabric of space, surged forth like 9 beams of annihilation, ripping through the air with a terrifying velocity, locking onto his position and instantly traversing the distance of space, bearing down upon him. It was too swift, so fast that even Kamui's space could not fully envelop him. The shadow of death loomed large. Cold sweat drenched Obito's garments as his pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. The 9 assaults were already upon him. He could even feel the brutal energy within, potent enough to obliterate him at a molecular level. Phasing. In this life-or-death moment, Obito's instinctual reaction surpassed thought, as his Sharingan spun wildly, and his body instantaneously entered a state of physical intangibility. The 9 spiral shurikens penetrated his ephemeral form without obstruction, crashing down violently onto the earth surrounding him. Boom, 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 boom. The resounding explosions echoed throughout the cosmos, nearly merging into one. First came the ultimate tearing and tumult. The earth, as fragile as parchment, was mercilessly ripped, sliced, and shattered by the frenzied chakra energy. Towering ancient trees and solid rocks were reduced to dust upon contact. Next was the earth-shattering ultimate eruption. Each spiral shuriken detonated, revealing a terrifying scene of its own. A magnetic storm, invisible yet overwhelming, swept through, forcibly drawing countless shards of metal and sand, grinding them into the finest dust. Molten lava, crimson as fire, erupted like a volcanic explosion, turning the ground into a boiling sea of scorched earth. Torrential waves of water surged forth, bearing immense force that washed away everything. A wall of flame, fierce enough to incinerate the very air, erupted from the fire release. Scalding steam and corrosive acid mist intermingled, hissing wherever they passed. A viscous liquid of acidic nature corroded all it touched. A storm of toxic scales obscured vision, penetrating every crevice. Thick, inky darkness enveloped the space, swallowing light. The tailed beast ball, pure in its destructive energy, detonated with a thunderous roar, forming the very core of devastation. 9 attributes collided, intermingled, and overlapped. Magnetic forces tugged at the lava. Waves crashed against the fire wall. Steam mixed with acid mist. Scales melded into the darkness. And ultimately, the core explosion of the tailed beast ball ignited everything. Within 100 miles, a kaleidoscope of colors created a deadly purgatory. Crimson, azure, pitch black, sickly green, and fiery orange. Various furious chakra glimmers intertwined, resembling a cataclysmic dream of fireworks. Yet within lay the purest essence of death. As the shockwave from the explosion swept through Konoha, carrying with it scalding dust, acrid odors, and remnants of destructive energy, the sturdy barriers trembled violently, groaning under the strain. All who beheld the scene gasped in chilling disbelief, their faces as pale as paper. Could this truly be the work of ninjas? Countless hearts were seized by terror. Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaning on the adamantine staff transformed from the Monkey King, was filled with unprecedented shock, his voice trembling slightly. Such power rivals that of the first Hokage would release. Yet why does this strength derive from the chakra of the 9 tails? To the onlookers, it might have seemed a grand and bizarre spectacle. However, at the epicenter of this storm of destruction, Obito faced a true, unending purgatory. The scene before him could only be described as hellish. The magnetic pull of the storm made his movements laborious. The heat wave from the lava threatened to scorch his intangible form, and the collision of water and fire generated steam hot enough to evaporate blood. The acidic mist seemed capable of corroding the very essence of his soul, while the sticky substance from the dissolution felt like quicksand ensnaring him. The illusion of toxic scales incessantly assaulted his vision, and the darkness of the ink release obscured all sense of direction. At the core, each explosion of the tailed beast ball struck his nerves like a heavy hammer, reminding him that should he lose his intangibility, he would be utterly annihilated. Naruto's assault showed no signs of abating. After the initial 9, another 9 followed. Spiral shurikens and concentrated tailed beast balls were unleashed in a relentless barrage by the 9-tailed beasts, bombarding the already ravaged earth like a torrential downpour. Indeed, Naruto aimed to drown Obito in this saturation of firepower. He understood all too well the limits of Obito's abilities. The duration of Kamui's intangibility was merely 5 minutes. Moreover, to completely eliminate the possibility of Obito utilizing his Izanagi to turn the tide, he needed to ensure this cataclysmic bombardment lasted at least 6 minutes. For Naruto, possessing nearly limitless chakra, with the 10 tails chakra being boundless, this was no burden at all. As time ebbed away in Obito's torturous experience, 5 minutes, the limit was approaching. He had been running desperately, sprinting to escape the center of destruction. Yet, no matter how fervently he struggled, the omnipresent explosions, the chaotic energy currents, and the ground that had been repeatedly flattened and blasted into a chasm made him despairingly aware that he could not escape the astonishingly vast zone of tailed beast ball bombardment crafted by the 9 tails. What chilled him further was that this relentless, lavish expenditure of chakra seemed tailor-made to exploit the weaknesses of his intangibility. Madman, who would recklessly unleash tailed beast balls in such an unrestrained manner. Obito roared inwardly, a deep chill rising from his spine. How could they know the weakness of his intangibility? It was impossible. This was bad. Time was up. A searing pain suddenly shot through his right eye. Obito let out a muffled groan as blood uncontrollably seeped from the corner of his eye. The overexertion of his Sharingan's power had finally backfired. The acute pain destabilized his intangible state, causing his physical outline to flicker and warp. Damn it, must I resort to his Izanagi? The thought barely surfaced before Obito forcefully suppressed it. No, just hold on a little longer. This was his last Sharingan. He and T brought a spare. If he used his Izanagi now, he would have to sacrifice this precious Sharingan. Losing it meant that Uchiha Obito would be reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. No different from a useless husk. He could not accept that. The agonizing pain in his right eye felt as if steel needles were stirring his very brain. And Obito could no longer endure. He fell heavily to one knee upon the scorching earth, one hand clutching his pained eye socket, blood streaming through his fingers. The relentless strain on his eyes was unprecedented, and he now faced the dire consequences of his actions. At that moment, he distinctly felt the power sustaining his intangible form ebbing away like receding tides, his body uncontrollably drifting back from the void. Panic surged within him. He was on the verge of losing his phasing ability. With a sudden jolt, he raised his head. Astonishment and dread filling his gaze as the shadow of death loomed more vividly than ever before. Chapter 34. Severing limbs. It was over. He was truly facing his end. Intense pain radiated through his eyes, tearing at his nerves, and he let out a muffled groan as he fell to one knee, crashing heavily onto the ground. His vision blurred, and the painful illusions flickered before him. Lin, damn it, Obito! Complete Susanoo! A commanding shout tore through the air, and a colossal purple warrior surged forth. Its massive blades sweeping through the air, sending 4 devastating beast orbs flying. What was that? Sasuke! Naruto's pupils constricted, a mixture of shock and recognition crossing his face. Forced to relinquish his phasing, blood trickled down from the shattered edges of his mask. He struggled to raise his head, gazing at the towering giant before him, momentarily doubting his own senses. Naruto halted his assault, his shadow clones dissipating. The immense chakra form of the Nine Tails leaped into a standoff against Susanoo. Humph. Which faction are you from? Sasuke's voice resonated through Susanoo, laced with a familiar chill. Isn't today's scene rather reminiscent? The fateful clash at the Valley of the End seemed to echo once more, the golden Nine Tails facing the violet flames of Susanoo amidst the ruins. Sasuke, what do you intend to do? Naruto inquired solemnly. After all, this guy is one of us in Akatsuki, Sasuke replied coldly, spare his life. Though his actions are undeniably heinous. Akatsuki. Naruto jolted, you've joined Akatsuki? Have you lost your mind? Do you need me to knock some sense into you? Sasuke's lips curled in irritation. What nonsense are you spouting? In an instant, Susanoo's massive blade swung, unleashing a terrifying blade of energy that cleaved a distant mountain into dust. Stay out of it. Where I go is none of your concern. Naruto regained his composure. What is your plan? Sasuke revealed his intentions, crossing his arms, to unify the ninja world and prevent that predetermined future. Naruto fell silent, unable to argue against the core of this aim. Thanks for reminding me about the past, he said, his tone subdued. Without your warning, I might still be going in circles. Humph, don't misunderstand. Sasuke turned his face away, his tone still disdainful. It was merely out of curiosity. Naruto rolled his eyes, but warmth surged within him. He understood Sasuke's stubborn nature all too well, except for that period when he was determined to kill the Kage, which was utterly irrational. Sasuke remained silent, shifting his gaze to Obito, who lay behind Susanoo. So, how do you plan to deal with him? From the heights of the Golden Nine Tails. Naruto's icy gaze bored down upon Obito, indifferent as a judge passing sentence upon an insect. Their conversation reverberated like thunder in Obito's mind. What were they discussing? What future? Sasuke? Wasn't he called Shippu? Wasn't Naruto the son of his teacher? It seemed he had been entangled in a monumental secret. Would he be silenced? The suffocating sensation of his life hanging by a thread gripped Obito's heart, reminiscent of the despair faced by leaf ninjas against the Nine Tails. He felt utterly powerless. Sever your limbs. Naruto's voice was devoid of warmth, his intent to kill palpable in the air. At these words, Sasuke dissipated Susanoo and approached Obito, towering over him. You do it yourself. I fear my hands may get dirty. Naruto too relinquished his sage mode, landing firmly on the ground. Obito knelt in a pool of his own blood, his remaining Sharingan bloodshot, fixated on the two before him. Overwhelming fear and regret gnawed at him. Why had he come to the leaf? Wasn't he it better to roam free? He lowered his head, the hand gripping the kunai trembling slightly. As inner turmoil raged within him, Sasuke's patience seemed to wane, cold words on the verge of release, since, before he could finish, he and Naruto simultaneously turned their heads. Their fierce gazes shot forth like arrows toward the distance. The 3 lurking white Zetsus shivered in terror. Whoosh! Sasuke's figure was instantly replaced before the white Zetsus. Earth-style, insect technique. The 3 white Zetsus panicked, hastily burrowing into the ground. Susanoo. The 3rd stage of the Yada Susanoo, sword high. The massive chakra blade descended like divine punishment, slashing down violently. The earth trembled with the chaos. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 white Zetsus were forcefully thrown from the ground by the overwhelming impact. Spare us. Please, spare us. They pleaded in terror. Sasuke's gaze remained icy, showing no signs of hesitation. His ocular power erupted. Amaterasu. Dark, unquenchable flames ignited, instantly consuming the white Zetsus. Ah! Their anguished cries echoed as their bodies turned to ash amidst desperate struggles. Naruto's lips twitched imperceptibly. Is it really necessary to use Amaterasu against the White Zetsus? Sasuke dispelled Susanoo and returned to his original position. As if merely brushing off dust, the eavesdropping pests have been dealt with. Now let us handle this beast. He glanced at Obito, his tone chilling. Since you refuse to act, Naruto, then end him. Very well. Naruto clenched his fists, chakra surging, as he stepped closer. The shadow of death descended. The cooldown period for his phasing had not yet expired. Obito gritted his teeth, a flicker of resolution flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion, he severed his remaining human arms and legs without hesitation. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. At that moment, with limbs severed, he barely clung to life, supported only by a half-white Zetsu body and Hashirama cells, lying like a dying worm in a pool of blood. Naruto's gaze remained as cold as frost, looking down upon the remnants of Obito's form. Uchiha Obito, remember this. The next time I see you in the leaf, I will kill you. Recalling the determination Obito had shown in his battle against Kaguya, Naruto understood that hatred would solve nothing. Having said that, he turned away without a second thought. Before departing, he nodded slightly toward Sasuke. Get lost. Sasuke coldly replied. In a flash, Naruto vanished. His mind consumed with a singular thought, to return to his parents immediately. Meanwhile, Obito was overwhelmed by shock. The pain of his severed limbs overshadowed by the revelation of his true identity. Had he been completely exposed, coupled with the bizarre dialogues earlier, a wild, terrifying hypothesis emerged in his mind, but the intense pain left him no room for deep contemplation. You can stop the bleeding yourself, right? Sasuke's voice interrupted his chaotic thoughts. His gaze fixed on the gaping wounds. Obito gritted his teeth against the agony and nodded with difficulty. The powerful life force of Hashirama's cells began to take effect, the wound pulsating as blood flow visibly slowed and then ceased. Sasuke stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is this the power of Hashirama's cells? Quite impressive. If you have a moment, help me install one too. Obito's lips twitched again. Do you think this is just planting a sapling? It's not that simple. I can't do it myself. With your severed arms and legs, it shouldn't hinder you from accomplishing your tasks, right? The pain caused his phasing state to waver dangerously, his body flickering and distorting. Damn it. Was he left with no choice but to use his Anaji? That thought barely surfaced before Obito forcibly suppressed it. He thought to himself, he must not give up. Hold on a moment longer. This solitary Manjiki Sharingan was one of his last remaining powers. He had not brought a spare Sharingan. And using Izanagi now would certainly sacrifice this precious Manjiki Sharingan. Losing it would be akin to losing the core of his existence. How could he willingly accept such a fate? The agonizing pain in his right eye felt as if steel needles were piercing into his brain. Unable to endure any longer, Obito knelt on the scorching ground, one hand desperately clutching his throbbing eye socket, blood trickling down through his fingers. How infuriating. It was the first time he had experienced such severe backlash from overexerting his ocular prowess. At that moment, he distinctly felt the power sustaining his intangibility ebbing away like a receding tide, and his body began to uncontrollably escape the void. This was dire. The intangibility was about to be undone. Obito abruptly lifted his head, terror and despair flooding his eyes, as the shadow of death loomed more clearly than ever before. Chapter 34. Severing limbs. It was over. He was truly about to meet his end here. The intense pain in his eye tore at his nerves, and Obito let out a muffled groan as he slammed to one knee on the ground. His vision blurred, phantoms flickering like a lantern amidst the agony. Rin. Damn it. Obito. The complete body Susanoo. A powerful shout sliced through the air. A towering purple warrior erupted from the ground, its massive blades sweeping forth, sending 4 cataclysmic tailed beast orbs flying in an instant. Was that Sasuke's assistance? Naruto's pupils constricted, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Obito was forced to relinquish his intangibility, blood cascading from the shattered edges of his mask. He struggled to raise his head, gazing at the imposing giant before him, momentarily believing he was ensnared in an illusion. Naruto's assault came to an abrupt halt as his shadow clones dissipated. The colossal chakra form of the Nine Tails leaped forward, establishing a standoff with the Susanoo. Humph, which divine being are you? Sasuke's voice echoed through the Susanoo, laced with a familiar chill. Did today's scene not evoke a sense of déjà vu? The fateful confrontation at the Valley of the End seemed to be replaying. with the golden nine tails and the violet flame of the Susanoo facing each other amidst the ruins. Sasuke, how do you intend to deal with him? Naruto inquired solemnly. After all, this fellow is one of our Akatsuki members, Sasuke replied coldly, sparing his life. He paused, adding, although his actions have indeed been reprehensible. The Akatsuki. Naruto jolted. Have you joined the Akatsuki? Have you gone mad again? Do you need me to knock some sense into you? Sasuke's lip curled in disdain. What nonsense are you spouting? The Susanoo's massive blade swung violently, the terrifying sword aura roaring like a beast, instantly cleaving a distant mountain into dust. Don't meddle. My path is not for you to concern yourself with. Naruto regained his composure. What is your plan? Sasuke did not conceal his intentions, crossing his arms and nodding slightly. Unify the ninja world and prevent that predetermined future. Naruto fell silent. He could not refute this. The essence of this goal was impeccable. Thank you for the earlier assistance. He spoke in a lower tone. Had it not been for your reminder, I might still be at a standstill. Humph. Don't get the wrong idea. Sasuke averted his gaze, his tone still dismissive. It was merely out of interest. Naruto rolled his eyes, yet warmth surged in his heart. He understood Sasuke's obstinate nature all too well, except during that frenzied period when he was bent on killing the 5 Kage. Sasuke remained silent, his gaze shifting to Obito at the foot of the Susanoo. So, how do you plan to handle him? From within the golden nine tails, Naruto's gaze descended upon Obito, cold as ice, bearing a judgmental indifference akin to that of an executioner. The dialogue between the two resonated like thunder in Obito's mind. What were they discussing? What future? Sasuke? Wasn't he referred to as Shippuden? Wasn't Naruto the son of the teacher? It was over. He felt as if he had been ensnared in an unfathomable secret. Would he be silenced? The suffocating sensation of his life hanging by a thread tightened around Obito's heart. Familiar as the despair faced by a Leaf Village ninja against the Nine Tails. He was utterly powerless. Sever his limbs. Naruto's voice was as cold as frost, his palpable murderous intent nearly freezing the air. Upon hearing this, Sasuke dispelled the Susanoo and strode before Obito, looking down upon him. You do it yourself. I fear getting my hands dirty. Naruto also dispelled his Sage of Six Paths mode, landing firmly on the ground. Obito half-kneeled in a pool of blood, his remaining Sharingan bloodshot, fixed intently on the two before him. A profound dread and regret gnawed at his insides. Why had he come to the Leaf? Wasn't it better to roam free? He lowered his head, his trembling hand gripping a kunai, his mind torn in turmoil. Sasuke's patience seemed to have worn thin, and he was about to utter icy words, since, before he could finish, both he and Naruto suddenly turned their heads. Their piercing gazes shot forth like arrows into the distance. 3 lurking white zetsus shivered in fright. Whoosh! Sasuke's figure was instantaneously replaced by Tensei before the white zetsus. Earth release, insect technique. The 3 white zetsus hastily burrowed into the ground. Susanoo. The 3rd stage of the Yata no Kagami, Susanoo, surged forth. The colossal chakra blade fell like divine punishment, wreaking havoc upon the earth. Puff, puff, puff. The 3 white zetsus were blasted from the ground by the overwhelming force. Spare me. Please spare me, my lord. They pleaded in terror. Sasuke's eyes remained cold, showing no sign of mercy. His ocular power erupted instantaneously. Amaterasu. Jet black. Eternal flames ignited out of thin air, instantly consuming the white zetsus. Ea! Amidst their pitiful wails, the 3 bodies turned to ash in their desperate struggles. Naruto's lips twitched slightly. Is it really necessary to use Amaterasu against the white zetsus? Sasuke dispelled the Susanoo and instantly returned to his previous position. As if he had merely brushed away dust, the eavesdropping insects have been dealt with. Now, let us continue to handle this beast. He glanced at Obito, his tone chilling. Since you are unwilling to act, Naruto, then you shall execute him. Very well. Naruto clenched his fists, chakra surging as he approached step by step. The shadow of death loomed instantaneously. The cooldown for intangibility had yet to expire. Obito gritted his teeth, a flash of determination flickering in his eyes. With a swift motion, he unhesitatingly severed his remaining human limbs, his arms and legs. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. At this moment, he lay there, limbs severed, barely supported by the half-white zetsus body and the vitality of Hashirama cells, resembling a dying worm collapsed in a pool of blood. Naruto's gaze remained as frosty as ever. Looking down upon the remnants at his feet, Uchiha Obito, remember this. Should I ever see you again in the Leaf Village? His voice resonated like that from the depths of the abyss. I will surely kill you. Reflecting on the decisive battle against Kaguya, Obito's resolve made Naruto realize that hatred could not solve anything. With that, he turned away without a hint of regret. Before departing, he offered a slight nod to Sasuke. Get lost, Sasuke coldly retorted. Naruto's figure flickered and vanished, consumed by a singular thought. I must return to my parents immediately. Meanwhile, Obito was overwhelmed by an immense shock that eclipsed even the pain of his severed limbs. His identity had been utterly exposed, coupled with those absurd dialogues earlier. A ludicrous and terrifying hypothesis emerged in his mind, yet the intense pain prevented him from delving deeper into thought. You can stop the bleeding yourself, can't you? Sasuke's voice broke through his chaotic thoughts, his gaze fixating on the blood-soaked stumps. Obito gritted his teeth against the pain, managing a nod. The powerful life force of Hashirama's cells began to take effect, the flesh at the wound writhing as the bleeding visibly slowed and then ceased. Sasuke stroked his chin, seemingly lost in thought. Is this the power of Hashirama's cells? Quite impressive. When you have the chance, set one up for me as well. Obito's lips twitched again. Do you think this is like planting a sapling? Just like that, I don't even know how to do it. Your severed limbs won't hinder your tasks, will they? No matter, at that time, I can simply replace it with the body of White Absolute. At this point, Obito understood that there were no longer any secrets to be kept, so he simply let go. Sasuke said nothing further, stepping forward to hoist Obito's broken body onto his shoulder. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down, Obito exclaimed, filled with anger and shock. Be quiet. Sasuke's voice was as cold and unyielding as iron. If you say one more word, I will throw you back to Konoha. Obito immediately fell silent, a chill rushing over him. If he were to return to Konoha now, he would undoubtedly face a fate far more terrifying than death. Torn apart by the enraged villagers and ninjas, Sasuke carried him, striding forward, and after a moment of silence, he added quietly, I simply do not wish to owe anyone anything. Obito, perplexed, could only relent and allow Sasuke to carry him. Sasuke's gaze turned distant, and within his Rinnegan, memories surged like a tidal wave. Scenes of the 5 Kage summit, where this jester boldly declared war, all felt like yesterday. A trace of indescribable, almost self-deprecating amusement curved his lips as he gently shook his head. Buzz. The profound Rinnegan suddenly rotated. A formidable spatial power converged. With a hiss, a pitch-black, deep portal, seemingly connecting to an endless void, silently opened before the two. Obito's remaining Sharingan suddenly constricted, space-time ninjutsu, similar to my Kamui. Sasuke, bearing Obito as if he were a mere inconsequential burden, stepped into the vortex with a steady gait. Chapter 35. Capturing the Nine Tails. With the loss of control from the masked man, the consciousness of the Nine Tails finally regained clarity. However, it soon fell into deeper confusion and astonishment. There was no mistaking the scene before it. Another Nine Tails, radiating an equally powerful yet more refined golden chakra, was mercilessly beating itself. Hey, who are you? Why do you possess my chakra? The past Nine Tails roared in shock and anger. Huh. That's a question I should be asking you, imposter. The future Nine Tails scoffed, escalating its attack. The old Nine Tails was nearly bursting with rage. First, it had been manipulated by an unknown Uchiha with the Sharingan, wreaking havoc in Konoha like a puppet, and now that it had finally broken free, it was being pinned down by another version of itself. This was intolerable. Roar. The old Nine Tails let out a thunderous roar, gathering its power. The new Nine Tails lunged forward, its tailed beast bomb already formed in its mouth, unleashing a devastating black sphere that raced toward the ground. The old Nine Tails hastily dodged to the side. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, accompanied by blinding white light shooting into the sky, as a nearby hill was instantly flattened, leaving only a charred pit and swirling dust in its wake. Are you serious? The old Nine Tails exclaimed, astonished and furious, its ferocity fully ignited. I won't go easy on you, you vile creature. Tailed beast bomb. It too opened its massive mouth, frenzied chakra surging forth. Tailed beast bomb. The new Nine Tails refused to back down, forming a second black energy sphere of the same magnitude. The two apocalyptic energy orbs launched simultaneously, racing across the ground, tearing the earth apart and stirring up clouds of dust, like two black comets of death colliding with each other. Bang! The deafening roar seemed to rip the heavens asunder. The violent shockwave, like an invisible giant hand, ruthlessly tore and shattered everything around, reducing trees to splinters and rocks to rubble. Within Konoha, the survivors gazed in shock at the cataclysmic battle between the two Nine-Tails outside the village, as if witnessing a devastating performance. Just moments ago, they had been admiring fireworks, and now they were witnessing a fierce battle of the Nine-Tails. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, released the summoning technique, and the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand transformed into smoke and dissipated. "Thank you, old friend, return now," he said wearily to the vanishing Monkey King. Turning to the two colossal beasts outside the village, his expression grew graver, wrinkles deepening as he sighed softly. "What are we to do now? Hey, Kurama, enough with the chaos. Let it end here." At that moment, the raging aura of the new Nine-Tails receded, ceasing its attack. The old Nine-Tails, noticing this, instinctively halted its chakra gathering and cautiously stepped back. Only then did it notice the small yet striking figure beneath it, a golden-haired boy with blue eyes gazing up at it. There was no fear in those eyes, no hatred, only an indescribable clarity and a reassuring sincerity. The old Nine-Tails felt a surge of uncertainty within, even sensing a strange feeling it had never before acknowledged. "If you want to know everything, just fist bump with me." Naruto beamed, revealing his signature sunny smile. For some reason, the old Nine-Tails could see no malice in the eyes of this tiny human. Instead, there was an inexplicable sense of trustworthiness. "Hey, stop dawdling. I know you're furious with humans, but can we fist bump first and talk later?" "Seriously, what was I thinking back then?" the new Nine-Tails urged. The old Nine-Tails ground its teeth in frustration. "You want to fight? Come at me." But the new Nine-Tails ignored it entirely, transforming into a golden light and swiftly diving back into Naruto's body. The old Nine-Tails lowered its head, its massive beastly eyes fixed intently on Naruto, letting out a heavy huff of hot air through its nostrils. "Humph. Insect, if you dare deceive me, I will tear you to shreds." It extended its colossal fist threateningly. Unfazed, Naruto smiled and extended his small fist in return. The disparity in size was striking, yet their fists gently touched. Buzz. In that instant, a torrent of memories surged into the old Nine-Tails' mind like a flood breaking through a dam. The fierce battle with Zabuza in the Land of Waves, the tragic confrontation with Gaara, the destruction and rebirth of Konoha during Pain's invasion, the grand and brutal Fourth Great Ninja War, the golden-haired boy's roar and perseverance on the battlefield, the bond between one boy and one fox that shook the heavens, the arrival of the Yellow Flash, the Seventh Squad's united stand against Kaguya, and that mysterious Uchiha who seemed to foresee the future. Chakra, the bridge that transcends life and death, time and space. These memories were so vivid, so overwhelming, imbued with a powerful emotional impact. The old Nine-Tails instantly understood that this boy named Naruto was not lying to him. The massive form of the old Nine-Tails trembled slightly, its enormous eyes filled with unprecedented shock and confusion. After a long silence, one that felt as if the air itself had solidified, it finally spoke. Its voice deep but devoid of its previous rage. "Naruto, you come from the future?" "Kurama," Naruto replied, his gaze resolute and warm. "Whether I come from the future or the past, we are comrades." Within the ceiling space, the new Nine-Tails observed Naruto's demeanor, a smile of understanding gracing its lips. "Heh, as expected, no matter the time, you're still that fool." The old Nine-Tails grunted, turning its massive head away, its tone still stubbornly defiant. "Humph. Don't get too smug. The future me may acknowledge you, but that doesn't mean the present me does. I'll see how you perform." "Such a tsundere. I wonder who that trait comes from," the new Nine-Tails remarked candidly within the ceiling space. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at that. "What are you laughing at?" The old Nine-Tails immediately turned back, frowning in inquiry. "Nothing." Naruto quickly waved his hand, changing the subject. "Hey, Kurama, you're too big like this. Can you shrink a little? It would be more convenient." The old Nine-Tails immediately displayed a wary expression. "Don't even think about sealing me back into your human body. Rest assured." Naruto nodded in understanding, his smile still bright. "From now on, you can just stay by my side. There's no need for sealing anymore." He was well aware that his mother, Kushina, no longer needed the tailed beast to sustain her life. Forcing the old Nine-Tails into a seal would be unjust. Without experiencing those bonds and reconciliations firsthand, merely relying on memory would ultimately lead to a fleeting recognition. "Humph, that's more like it." Sasuke's tone carried a hint of subtle inquiry. No matter, at that time, I can substitute with the body of White Absolute. As matters stand, Obito knows that no secrets remain, so he simply lets it be. Sasuke ceases to speak, advancing forward while effortlessly hoisting Obito's battered form over his shoulder. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. Obito shouted, both furious and terrified. Shut up. Sasuke's voice was as cold as iron. If you utter another word, I shall cast you back to Konoha. Instantly silenced, Obito felt a chill creep over him. If he were to return to Konoha now, a fate more terrifying than death awaited him, torn apart by the wrath of the ninja and villagers. Sasuke carried him, striding forward, and after a moment of silence, added softly, I simply do not wish to owe anyone. Obito, bewildered, could only yield to Sasuke's strength, allowing himself to be carried. Sasuke's gaze drifted toward the distance. Within his Rinnegan, memories surged like tides, the scene of that clown declaring war at the Five Kage summit resurfacing as if it had occurred yesterday. A barely perceptible smirk, tinged with self-mockery, curled at the corner of his mouth as he shook his head gently. Buzz, the depths of the Rinnegan suddenly whirled. A formidable force of spatial power coalesced. With a whoosh, a jet-black, profound portal, seemingly linking to an endless void, silently and gradually opened before the two. Obito's remaining Sharingan abruptly contracted, space-time ninjutsu. Similar to my Kamui, Sasuke, bearing Obito like a trivial burden, stepped into the vortex with a steady gait, as if strolling leisurely. Chapter 35. Subduing the Nine-Tails. With the masked man's control shattered, the Nine-Tails' consciousness finally regained clarity. Yet, it soon found itself plunged into deeper chaos and astonishment. The scene before it could not be mistaken. Another Nine-Tails, emanating an equally powerful yet more refined golden chakra, was mercilessly beating itself. Hey, who are you? Why do you possess my chakra? The past Nine-Tails roared in shock and fury. Huh. That question should be directed at you, imposter. The future Nine-Tails scoffed, intensifying its assault. The old Nine-Tails was infuriated to the point of bursting. First, it was manipulated by that unknown Uchiha using the Sharingan, like a puppet wreaking havoc in Konoha. Now, having finally broken free, it was being subdued by another version of itself? Unbearable. Roar. The old Nine-Tails let out a thunderous roar, gathering strength. The new Nine-Tails seized the opportunity. Its tailed beast ball already formed, launching a devastating black sphere towards the ground in a near-instantaneous strike. The old Nine-Tails hastily dodged to the side. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, accompanied by blinding white light shooting into the sky, as a nearby hill was instantly flattened, leaving only a charred pit and swirling dust. Are you serious? The old Nine-Tails, both astonished and furious, was completely incited, declaring, I shall not tolerate this any longer, you vile creature. Tailed Beastball. It too opened its massive mouth, frantically gathering chakra. Tailed Beastball. The new Nine-Tails refused to back down, conjuring a second, equally sized black energy sphere within its maw. The two cataclysmic energy orbs were unleashed simultaneously, racing towards one another, tearing through the earth, and stirring up a storm of dust, akin to two black comets of death, crashing fiercely into each other. Bang! The deafening roar seemed to rend the very heavens apart. The ferocious shockwave acted like an invisible hand, mercilessly tearing and shattering everything in its vicinity, turning trees to splinters and rocks to shards. Within Konoha, the survivors watched in terror as this earth-shattering battle between the Nine-Tails unfolded outside the village, as if witnessing a catastrophic performance. Moments ago, they had been enjoying fireworks, only to find themselves amidst the Nine-Tails' fierce conflict. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dispelled the summoning technique, the Rui Jingu Bang in his hands dissipating into mist. Thank you for your service, old friend. Return now. He wearily addressed the vanishing Monkey King. Turning to behold the two colossal beasts wreaking havoc, his expression grew increasingly grim, wrinkles deepening, as he sighed softly. What shall we do now? Hey, Kurama, cease your antics. Let this end here. At that moment, the new Nine-Tails reigned in its ferocity, halting its attack. Observing this, the old Nine-Tails instinctively ceased its chakra gathering, warily stepping back. Only then did it notice the diminutive yet remarkably clear figure beneath it, a golden-haired, blue-eyed boy gazing up at it. In his eyes, there was no fear, no hatred, only an indescribable clarity and reassuring sincerity. The old Nine-Tails felt a mix of surprise and an unrecognized strange sensation rising within. To understand everything, let us fist bump. Naruto revealed his signature, sunlit smile. For some inexplicable reason, the old Nine-Tails found no trace of malice in the eyes of this diminutive human, but rather an inexplicable sense of trustworthiness. Hey, stop dawdling. I know you harbor a grudge against humans, but can we fist bump first? Honestly, why was I so loquacious in the past? The new Nine-Tails urged. The old Nine-Tails seethed with indignation. You wish to fight? Come then. Yet the new Nine-Tails paid it no heed, transforming into a beam of golden light and swiftly darting back into Naruto's body. The old Nine-Tails lowered its head, its enormous eyes fixated on Naruto, releasing a heavy huff of hot air from its nostrils. Humph. Insect, should you dare deceive me, I shall tear you to shreds. With a palpable threat, it slowly extended its massive fist. Naruto, undaunted, smiled and extended his small fist in return. The disparity in size was stark as their fists gently met. Buzz. In an instant, a torrent of memories surged into the old Nine-Tails' mind like a flood bursting through a dam. The fierce battle in the land of waves against Zabuza, the tragic confrontation with Gaara, the devastation and rebirth of Konoha during Pain's invasion, the grandeur and brutality of the Fourth Great Ninja War. The golden-haired youth's roar and perseverance on the battlefield, the resonant bond between one boy and one fox, the emergence of the awe-inspiring Yellow Flash. Team 7's united stand against Kaguya, the fateful clash at the Valley of the End, and that mysterious Uchiha who seemed to foresee the future. Chakra is the bond that transcends life, death, and time. These memories were so vivid, so grand, laden with emotional impact. The old Nine-Tails instantly comprehended that this boy named Naruto could not possibly be lying. At that moment, the old Nine-Tails' massive form trembled slightly, its immense eyes brimming with unprecedented shock and confusion. After a prolonged silence, one that felt as though the air had solidified, it finally spoke. Its voice low but devoid of its former fury. Naruto, are you from the future? Kurama, Naruto replied with unwavering warmth. Regardless of whether I hail from the future or the past, we are comrades. In the ceiling space, the new Nine-Tails observed Naruto's demeanor, a knowing smile gracing its lips. Heh. As expected, no matter the time, he remains that same fool. The old Nine-Tails grunted in annoyance, turning its massive head away. Its tone still stubbornly firm. Humph. Do not get too smug. The future me may acknowledge you, but that does not mean the present me does. I will judge based on your performance. Such a tsundere. I wonder who you take after, the new Nine-Tails quipped without reservation. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle softly. What are you laughing at? The old Nine-Tails immediately turned back, frowning with suspicion. Nothing. Naruto quickly waved his hands, shifting the topic. Hey, Kurama, you're way too big. Could you shrink a bit? It would be more convenient. The old Nine-Tails instantly adopted a wary expression. Do not think to seal me back into your human form. Rest assured. Naruto nodded in understanding, his smile as bright as ever. From now on, you can stay by my side. There's no need for you to be sealed away anymore. He was acutely aware that his mother, Kushina, no longer required the tailed beast to sustain her life. Forcing the old Nine-Tails into a seal would be unjust. Without experiencing the bonds and reconciliations firsthand, relying solely on memories was ultimately a mere illusion of understanding. That's more like it, he thought. The demeanor of the old Nine-Tails softened. Its gaze drifted once more toward the ruins of Konoha in the distance. A complex expression etched upon its face, tinged with a barely perceptible guilt. It had wrought destruction there, claiming many lives. Naruto, perceptive as ever, sensed its troubled thoughts and gently patted its enormous paw, his voice cheerful yet resolute. It's all right, Kurama. There's no right or wrong in this matter. If a culprit must be named, it would solely be that masked Uchiha Obito. His tone bore no hint of reproach toward the Nine-Tails. Having reconciled with Kurama, he now understood deeply that humanity's actions toward the tailed beasts were the true source of animosity. The Nine-Tails' anger was entirely understandable. In war, there are no victors, only the vanquished. The massive, beastly eyes of the old Nine-Tails narrowed sharply, regarding Naruto intently. The child of prophecy, is it? Old man, it seems you have found a truly splendid successor, it mused inwardly. The long-held resentment and confusion within it appeared illuminated by Naruto's pure light, gradually dissipating until, at last, it revealed an extraordinarily human smile, filled with recognition and sentiment. The vast, mountainous crimson chakra began to shrink rapidly, coalescing. In an instant, the cataclysmic beast vanished. replaced by an adorable, fluffy, red fox, sitting on the ground and playfully waving its 9 splendid tails. Its eyes retained a hint of pride, but were no longer fierce. Naruto, well accustomed to this form, merely smiled and bent down, beckoning it with his finger. Come here. The old Ninetales hesitated for a moment, but ultimately relinquished its last vestige of wariness, leaping lightly to settle comfortably upon Naruto's broad shoulder. By the way, Naruto turned his head to look at the little fox on his shoulder, a sudden idea striking him. How about we call you Kurama for distinction? That way, we won't confuse you with your future self. Kurama flicked its tail dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Whatever. Besides you, no one else knows my name is Kurama. Just then, with a loud bang and a puff of smoke, a white-haired figure descended from the sky, landing gracefully. It was Jiraiya, now in sage mode, with the 2 toads, Shima and Fukasaku, perched on his shoulders. Jiraiya struck a pose, one hand on his hip and the other elegantly tousling his white hair, proclaiming in a booming, confident voice, I, Jiraiya of Mount Myaboku, have arrived. Yes, it's me. Yet, the scene fell into silence. Jiraiya awkwardly contemplated scratching his foot while maintaining his striking pose. Everyone was preoccupied with rescuing the injured and clearing the debris, hardly sparing a glance in his direction. Only the sound of the wind and the distant cries of despair responded to his grand entrance. What? Jiraiya's confident grin faltered, bewildered as he scanned the surroundings. Where's the Ninetales? Where are the enemies? There was such a commotion just now. Little Jiraiya, the sage on his shoulder, Shima, spoke up. Could it be that the Ninetales has already been defeated? I can't feel that violent chakra anymore. Scratching his head in confusion, Jiraiya replied, Who could have done this? Such power. Cough, cough, an aged and weary voice called from behind him. Jiraiya turned to see the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, struggling to rise from the ground. His face pale, clearly exhausted. I'm getting old. It's such a burden. Help me up. Noticing the 3rd Hokage's condition, Jiraiya quickly masked his playful demeanor, rushing forward to assist him. Old man, are you all right? What happened? Where has the Ninetales gone? With Jiraiya's support, Hiruzen steadied himself, gazing at the once chaotic battlefield now returning to a semblance of calm, albeit in ruins. He glanced at Naruto, who was approaching with a small fox in tow, and, though Jiraiya remained oblivious, he sighed deeply, his expression complex. This matter, it's a long story. Before he could finish, he suddenly jolted awake. Recognizing Naruto had dispelled the Ninetales sage mode, making the identity unmistakable. Is that the boy named Boruto? Jiraiya found himself utterly perplexed by Hiruzen's words. The surrounding ninjas also failed to recognize Naruto. At that moment, they only knew of the golden flash, most not having seen clearly who it was. Chapter 36. Flickering lights, seemingly hearing footsteps. Jiraiya turned his head. Who are you? However, upon seeing the youthful and spirited face before him, Naruto's steps came to an abrupt halt. Countless fragments of memory surged forth, overwhelming him. What is up? Want to join me for a drink? Naruto, you resemble me greatly. But you are far stronger because you have found the answer to companionship that I could not. Don't push yourself too hard. Naruto, you are not alone. A true warrior does not lack tears, but runs, even while holding them back. I believe in you, Naruto. You are indeed the child of prophecy, who can change this world. Lastly, there was Jiraiya's voice, murmuring as he sank into the icy sea, desperately clinging to consciousness. If I perish, relay these words to Tsunade. And Naruto, live well, carrying my beliefs forward. Naruto's gaze finally fixed on the silhouette of Jiraiya retreating toward the desolate sunset. That solitary, resolute figure now inexplicably overlapped with the young Jiraiya from his memories. Tears welled up in his eyes without warning, accumulating. Jiraiya, witnessing the sudden glimmer of tears in the young man's eyes, grew even more baffled. Hey, why are you crying? Who are you really? Before he could finish, Naruto lunged into his embrace, holding him tightly. Pervy sage, I've missed you, he choked out, his voice thick with emotion. Feeling the violent tremors in Naruto's embrace, Jiraiya instinctively did not push him away. In that moment, Naruto resembled a child who had endured much suffering and finally found solace. Tears streaming down his face like a broken dam. Jiraiya's body stiffened slightly, feeling somewhat at a loss. Observing the boy's sorrowful weeping, he clumsily raised his hand and ultimately returned the embrace, awkwardly patting Naruto's back. Meanwhile, Hiruzen stood by, utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend this sudden turn of events. After a considerable time spent weeping, Naruto gradually composed himself. He lifted his head, his voice is still trembling. I'm sorry, I got a bit emotional. Jiraiya's expression shifted from initial confusion to incredulous astonishment. He gazed at Naruto's signature golden hair, the cerulean depth of his eyes, and his forthright nature, along with the term only he had ever used, pervy sage. A nearly absurd yet crystal-clear thought flickered through his mind. Slowly he spoke, his voice laced with a subtle tremor. Is that you, Naruto? Naruto's surprise at Jiraiya recognizing him so easily was fleeting, quickly replaced by understanding. He knew this teacher all too well. Beneath the seemingly carefree exterior lay a keen insight into the human heart and a profound understanding of the ninja world. The title of Sannin was not bestowed lightly. Wiping his face, Naruto grinned, the earlier sorrow seemingly dispelled by sunlight. Yes. Seeing the smile that mirrored that of Minato from his memories, Jiraiya's face broke into a warm and reassuring smile. Hiruzen, still bewildered, interjected, You two know each other? Both turned to him, then exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. After a moment, Jiraiya's expression grew serious as he lowered his voice, asking, Is this really all right? His words alluded to the future. Naruto pressed his lips together, his gaze resolute. I will explain everything later. At this moment, Jiraiya, despite his lingering doubts, ceased to pry further upon witnessing Naruto's resolute demeanor. He turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, a hint of pride in his tone. Old man, what I have to say will surely astonish you. Sarutobi shot him a disgruntled glance. Stop with the theatrics, just spill it. Naruto, the child of Minato and Kushina, stood before them. The once volatile Nine-Tails began to soften its tone, its gaze drifting towards the desolate remnants of Konoha, revealing a complexity of emotions, tinged with an almost imperceptible guilt. It had once unleashed havoc here, claiming countless lives. Naruto, perceptive as ever, sensed the turmoil within and gently patted its massive paw. His voice clear and unwavering. It's all right, Kurama. This matter is not about right or wrong. If we must assign blame, the true culprit is that masked Uchiha, Obito. His tone bore no accusation towards the Nine-Tails. Having reconciled with it, he deeply understood that humanity's actions towards the tailed beasts were the root of animosity. And Kurama's fury was entirely justifiable. There are no winners in war, only the vanquished. The ancient beast's formidable eyes narrowed, fixated on Naruto. The prophesied child, is it? Old man, it seems you have found an exceptionally gifted successor. In that instant, the long-held resentment and confusion within Kurama seemed to dissipate under Naruto's pure radiance, ultimately transforming into a profoundly human smile of acceptance and recognition. The vast, mountain-like crimson chakra began to retract swiftly, condensing until, in the blink of an eye, the ferocious beast vanished, replaced by an adorable, fluffy red fox, sitting gracefully on the ground, its 9 vibrant tails swaying, exuding pride yet devoid of malice. Naruto, accustomed to such transformations, smiled and beckoned. Come here. Kurama hesitated for a moment before finally lowering its defenses and leaping onto Naruto's broad shoulder, comfortably settling in. By the way, Naruto tilted his head to look at the little fox, a spark of inspiration igniting, he suggested. How about we call you Kurama for the sake of distinction? This way, we won't confuse you with your future self. Kurama flicked its tail nonchalantly. Whatever. Besides you, no one else knows my name is Kurama. Just then, with a resounding crash, a figure with flowing white hair descended from the sky, landing gracefully. It was Jiraiya. Having activated Sage Mode, with Shima and Fukasaku perched upon his shoulders. With one hand on his hip and the other stylishly adjusting his hair, he struck his signature pose. Proclaiming loudly and confidently, the sage of Mount Myaboku, Lord Jiraiya, has arrived. Yes, it's me. However, the scene fell into an awkward silence, leaving Jiraiya feeling a wave of embarrassment as he fidgeted, maintaining his cool demeanor. Everyone around was frantically tending to the wounded and clearing the wreckage, completely oblivious to his grand entrance. Only the sound of the wind and distant cries responded to his arrival. What the? Jiraiya's confident grin faltered, bewildered as he scanned the area. Where's Kurama? Where are the enemies? There was such a commotion just now. Little Jiraiya, Shima, perched on his shoulder, remarked curiously. Could it be that Kurama has already been defeated? I no longer sense that violent chakra. Jiraiya scratched his head, perplexed. Who could have done this? Who is so formidable? A frail, aged voice echoed from behind him. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen, struggling to rise from the ground, his face pale and clearly exhausted. Age is truly unkind. Assist me, will you? Jiraiya quickly noticed the third Hokage's condition. Suppressing his playful demeanor, he rushed to support him. Old man, are you all right? What on earth happened? Where did Kurama go? With Jiraiya's help, Hiruzen steadied himself, gazing at the now tranquil yet ravaged battlefield, and then at Naruto, who was approaching with a small fox in tow. Although Jiraiya had yet to notice, Hiruzen sighed deeply, his expression complex. This tale is long and winding. Before he could elaborate, he was abruptly awakened to the sight of Naruto, who had reverted from his Nine-Tails sage mode, instantly recognizable to him. Is that the boy named Boruto? Jiraiya was left bewildered by Hiruzen's words. The surrounding ninjas failed to recognize Naruto as well. They only remembered a flash of golden light, and most did not discern his true identity. Chapter 36. Flickering lights, seemingly hearing footsteps, Jiraiya turned. Who are you? However, upon catching sight of Naruto's youthful and spirited visage, his steps halted abruptly. Countless memories surged forth. What path do you walk? Would you care to join me? Naruto, you bear a striking resemblance to me. Yet you surpass me, for you have discovered the answers I could not. Companionship. Do not be too hard on yourself. Naruto, you are not alone. The true strong do not lack tears. They are the ones who continue to run even while shedding them. I believe in you, Naruto. You are the prophesied child destined to change this world. In the end, it was Jiraiya's voice, struggling against the icy depths of the sea, whispering weakly, if I should perish, convey these words to Tsunade, and Naruto, live well, carrying my faith forward. The image imprinted in Naruto's mind froze at the sight of Jiraiya walking toward the despairing sunset. That solitary, resolute figure seemed to meld seamlessly with the youthful Jiraiya from his memories. Tears, unbidden, welled in his eyes, gathering like a tempest. Seeing the sudden glimmer of tears in Naruto's eyes left Jiraiya completely bewildered. Hey, why are you crying? Who exactly are you? Before he could finish, Naruto suddenly lunged into his embrace, holding him tightly. Perverted sage, I've missed you, came the choked voice, heavy with emotion. Feeling the fierce tremors of Naruto's body in his arms, Jiraiya instinctively did not push him away. In that moment, Naruto resembled a child burdened with grievances, finally finding solace. Tears cascading like an unbridled river. Jiraiya's body stiffened slightly, feeling somewhat at a loss. Watching the boy cry so heart-wrenchingly, he awkwardly raised his hand and, in a clumsy manner, returned the embrace, gently patting his back. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by, utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend this sudden turn of events. After a long while, Naruto's sobs gradually subsided. He lifted his head, his voice still quivering. I apologize. I became a bit overwhelmed. Jiraiya's expression shifted from confusion to incredulous astonishment. He gazed at Naruto's signature golden hair, his ocean blue eyes, and that candid personality, along with the affectionate title only he would use, perverted sage. A thought, both absurd yet crystal clear, flashed through him. He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with an imperceptible tremor. Is that you, Naruto? Naruto, surprised by Jiraiya's swift recognition, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He understood his teacher well, outwardly carefree, yet possessing a profound insight into the human heart. Keenly aware of the intricacies of the ninja world, the reputation of the legendary three was no mere embellishment. Wiping away his tears, Naruto revealed a radiant smile. The earlier sorrow seemingly dispelled by the sun, yes. Seeing that smile, so reminiscent of Minato, Jiraiya's face blossomed with a warm and gratified smile. Sarutobi looked on, even more perplexed. You two know each other? Both turned to him, sharing a knowing smile, a silent understanding passing between them. After a moment, Jiraiya's expression grew serious, lowering his voice as he inquired, is this truly all right? His implication was clear regarding the future. Naruto pressed his lips together, his gaze resolute. I will explain everything later. For now, let us set that aside. In Jiraiya's eyes lingered a hint of skepticism, yet upon witnessing Naruto's resolute demeanor, he refrained from further inquiry. He turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi, a touch of pride evident in his tone. Old man, what I am about to reveal may startle you. Hiruzen shot him an irritable glance. You cheeky brat, quit the suspense and speak. It was revealed that Naruto Uzumaki was the child of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Oh, that is hardly surprising, Hiruzen responded casually, only to be struck with realization mid-sentence. his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed, "What? What did you just say?" Despite his vast experiences, the concept of time travel and such phenomena was far beyond his comprehension. How could this be possible? Is this truly within the realm of human capability? He swiftly turned to Naruto, his gaze piercing. Is this true, Boruto? No, I mean Naruto. The sudden revelation left him momentarily disoriented, struggling with the name. Naruto, beaming with sincerity, no longer concealed the truth. Indeed, it is I, Grandpa Third. The affectionate address sent a tremor through Hiruzen, a warm yet bittersweet sensation swelling within him, as he instinctively clutched his chest. Gazing into the boy's honest eyes and familiar demeanor, he instantly comprehended the veracity of Naruto's claims. By the way, what about that little fox atop your head? Hiruzen inquired. Ah, yes, he is the Ninetales, Naruto replied. Both Jiraiya and Hiruzen gasped in astonishment. Their curiosity piqued as they scrutinized the charming little fox. Could it truly be the legendary Ninetales? Hey, if you continue to gawk at me with those disgusting eyes, I shall flatten you, the proud Kurama declared, crossing his arms. At his words, both men quickly averted their gazes, too intimidated to look again. Please, Grandpa Third, help me conceal my identity, Naruto earnestly requested. I wish to avoid any unnecessary complications due to my presence. From now on in Konoha, I shall be known as Boruto. Hiruzen nodded vigorously, stepping forward with profound emotion and reassurance, clapping Boruto's shoulder. Fear not, young one. Now go and see Kushina and Minato. They are currently at the Konoha hospital. Naruto's expression shifted instantly, and before the words had fully left Hiruzen's lips, he vanished from sight. Observing Naruto's departure, Hiruzen cast a sidelong glance at the still-dazed Jiraiya, giving him a light kick. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and follow Naruto. Jiraiya stumbled over his words. What do you mean, Go now? Hiruzen urged. Oh, I shall. Jiraiya finally regained his senses and hurried after him. Hiruzen watched the two vanish into the distance. Recalling Naruto's imposing Ninetales sage mode, a smile of pride escaping his lips. Truly an exceptional child. A perfect heir to the will of fire. Hey, what about the Ninetales and that masked man? How is Kushina? A worried female voice suddenly pierced the air. Hiruzen turned towards the voice, astonished to see Biwako. Biwako? Are you alright? Naruto rushed to the Konoha hospital, perhaps due to its proximity to the heart of Konoha. This place had fortunately escaped the devastation wrought by the Ninetales. After inquiring for some time, Naruto finally located the patient room. He hurriedly pushed the door open, the door slamming against the wall with a dull thud. Inside the room, the light was soft, revealing Minato reclining on the hospital bed, engrossed in a book. On the adjacent bed lay Kushina, deep in slumber, still unconscious. Upon noticing Naruto's arrival, Minato set aside his book, smiling gently. Naruto, you have come. Dad, is Mom all right? Naruto asked urgently. Hearing Dad, a flicker of surprise crossed Minato's face. After all, he was only in his 20s, and the sudden confrontation with such a grown son was somewhat disconcerting. However, he quickly relaxed, reassuringly responding. Do not worry, the doctor has examined her. She is out of danger. Naruto stood at the doorway, silent and seemingly hesitant, eventually responding with calmness. That is good to hear. Minato, sensing something amiss, gently closed his book. Would you like to come and sit? Oh yes. Naruto replied hurriedly, awkwardly moving to the chair positioned between the two beds. Minato, wearing a warm smile, invited. Let us converse about the events of your years. As father and son, I wish to know more about you, if you would allow it. At this, Naruto gazed at his father's unpretentious, kind face, momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning his head away. My story is quite lengthy. Are you truly willing to listen? Minato nodded earnestly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Of course, I am eager to hear. In the softly lit room, the atmosphere grew warmer. Initially somewhat shy, Naruto soon spoke freely, recounting tales of the invasion of pain with increasing fervor, his enthusiasm evident. Minato, upon hearing the captivating parts, could not help but chuckle softly. His gaze unwaveringly focused on his son. Jiraiya, peering through the crack in the door, silently observed this tender scene, a look of contentment gracing his weathered face. He gently closed the door behind him, hands tucked into his pockets, leisurely departing, leaving this rare father-son moment undisturbed. The light in the room dimmed, leaving only whispers and soft laughter to drift through the air. Chapter 37, Grandmother? The night had deepened. Konoha, recently ravaged by war, yearned for restoration, in dire need of a gentle rain to cleanse its wounds. In the expansive Uchiha clan grounds stood a solitary figure, bearing a masked individual upon his shoulder, none other than Sasuke and Obito. Doesn't this seem rather strange to you? Obito could not help but complain. What are you doing in the Uchiha clan grounds? Sasuke remained silent, his mind preoccupied with unanswered questions. Why was this place devoid of life? During the chaos of the Nine Tails, why had the Uchiha clan, known for their Sharingan capable of countering tailed beast illusions, not come to assist? Were the higher-ups truly inept? A twinge of helplessness flickered in Sasuke's heart, leading him to casually discard Obito aside. Obito, though displeased, dared not protest. After all, this individual had saved his life and possessed formidable strength. Surely he meant no harm. Sasuke's Sharingan scanned the surroundings meticulously, yet yielded no results. Where had the Uchiha clan vanished to collectively? Are you searching for your family? Obito seemed to discern his intentions. What concern is it of yours? Sasuke retorted coldly. Obito fell silent, at least temporarily secure for the moment. Yet the pressing issue remained. These two, akin to Naruto and Sasuke from another time, possessed terrifying strength, capable of influencing the entire ninja world. Obito shook his head. Overthinking was futile. Regardless of the challenges ahead, he must fulfill the Moon's Eye plan, his lifelong obsession. However, as his gaze fell upon the distant flickering neon lights, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. Unconsciously, he turned towards the street corner. There lay his former home. Memories surged forth in a torrent. Is grandmother still there? The expression beneath his mask grew solemn, a hint of hesitation creeping in. Just then, Sasuke seemed to sense something. Hey, stay put. No sooner had he spoken than Sasuke had vanished from his spot. Obito sighed, forcing himself to rise, steadying against the wall. Inching towards the longed-for threshold of his home, his steps quickened, almost forgetting that his remaining chakra could be used for acceleration. He stumbled to the doorstep. The door stood ajar. The sight before him struck him like a bolt from the blue. Under the dim, flickering light, a few flies buzzed about. An elderly woman, with a gentle countenance, sat alone on the porch, her hands cradling a picture framed tightly. Upon hearing the noise, the woman slowly lifted her head, her voice imbued with confusion. Who are you? Obito snapped back to reality, instinctively responding in his characteristic Madara tone. I am also a member of the Uchiha clan. Merely lost. The elderly woman did not probe further, responding calmly. Oh, I see. They have all gone to the southeastern outskirts of the village to take refuge. Obito stared blankly at her. Time had etched deeper wrinkles into her face, and he could even sense the bittersweet smile she forced. Old man, I heard the Nine Tails has broken free, and everyone is seeking refuge. Why do you remain here alone? The elder paused momentarily, gently shaking his head. I'm not going. I'm afraid my grandson will return home, and, finding no one, will become anxious. My grandson, you see, is naturally mischievous. Perhaps he is lost in play and has forgotten the time. Oh, that's not so serious, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied casually, but suddenly realized, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed. What? What did you say? Despite having weathered countless storms, the notion of time travel was beyond his comprehension, and he struggled to fathom its possibility. Is that truly within human capability? He abruptly turned towards Naruto, his gaze sharp as a blade. Is this true? Boruto? No. I mean Naruto? The unexpected revelation left him momentarily disoriented. Naruto laughed heartily, unreservedly confessing, Indeed, it's me, Grandpa Third. The address struck Sarutobi Hiruzen like a thunderclap, a warm, bittersweet tide swelling in his heart as he instinctively grasped his chest. Gazing into the boy's sincere eyes and familiar demeanor, he instantly understood the truth of the boy's words. By the way, that little fox atop your head, who is it? Yes, that is the Nine Tails. Ah. Upon hearing this, both Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped. Their curiosity piqued as they scrutinized the adorable fox. Hey, if you continue to look at me with those disgusting eyes, I'll flatten you, the Nine Tails declared, crossing its arms in a haughty manner. As soon as those words left its mouth, the two immediately averted their gazes, daring not to look again. Please help me conceal my identity, Grandpa Third, Naruto earnestly requested. I wish to avoid unnecessary trouble due to my presence. From now on in Konoha, I shall be known as Boruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded vigorously, stepping forward with immense emotion and pride, firmly patting Boruto's shoulder. Good lad, Do not worry. Go and see Kushina and Minato. They are currently at Konoha Hospital. The moment the words left his mouth, Naruto's expression changed drastically, and he vanished in an instant. Observing Naruto's departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the still-stunned Jiraiya beside him and lightly kicked him. What are you waiting for? Hurry and follow Naruto. Huh? Jiraiya was momentarily at a loss for words. What do you mean, huh? Go swiftly. Sarutobi Hiruzen urged. Oh right, I'm on it. Jiraiya finally snapped back to reality and hurried after him. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the two vanish from sight, recalling Naruto's imposing Nine-Tails Sage mode, and couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, what an exceptional child. He perfectly embodies the will of fire. Hiruzen, where are the Nine-Tails and that masked man? How is Kushina? Suddenly, an anxious female voice broke in. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned towards the sound, surprised to see an elderly woman. Pipa, are you all right? Naruto raced to Konoha Hospital. Perhaps due to its proximity to the center of Konoha, this place was fortunate enough to have escaped the devastation wrought by the Nine-Tails. After much inquiry, Naruto finally located the ward. He hurriedly pushed the door open, the door slamming against the wall with a dull thud. Inside the softly lit room, Minato was reclining on the hospital bed, engrossed in a book. Adjacent to him lay Kushina, deeply asleep, still unconscious. Upon seeing Naruto, Minato set down his book and smiled gently. Naruto, you've arrived. Dad, is Mom all right? Naruto asked anxiously. Upon hearing Dad, a flicker of surprise crossed Minato's eyes. After all, he was only in his 20s, and suddenly confronted with such a large son, it was somewhat overwhelming. However, he quickly relaxed and reassured him, do not worry. The doctor has checked, and she is fine. Naruto stood at the door, silent and seemingly hesitant, ultimately responding calmly. That's good. Minato, perceptive to the underlying tension, gently closed his book. Would you like to come and sit? Oh, sure. Naruto hastily replied, awkwardly making his way to a chair between the two beds. Minato wore a warm smile. Let's talk about what has happened to you over the years. As father and son, I wish to know you better. If you would permit me. Hearing this, Naruto gazed at his father's straightforward and gentle face, momentarily lost in thought, instinctively turning away. My story is long. Do you truly wish to listen? Minato nodded earnestly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course, I am eager to hear it. In the dimly lit hospital room, the soft glow flickered. Initially a bit shy, Naruto gradually began to speak freely. When recounting Pain's invasion of Konoha, his enthusiasm surged, his expressions animated. Minato couldn't help but chuckle at the amusing parts, his gaze remaining focused on his son. Jiraiya peered through the crack in the door, quietly observing the heartwarming scene within the ward, a hint of a satisfied smile gracing his weathered face. He gently closed the door, hands in pockets, leisurely stepping away, leaving this rare moment of father and son together. The light in the room dimmed further, leaving only whispers and soft laughter to flow gently through the air. Chapter 37, Grandmother? The night was deep. Konoha, having recently endured the ravages of war, yearned for restoration, desperately in need of a gentle rain for cleansing. At this moment, in the desolate Uchiha clan grounds, a solitary figure stood, bearing a masked individual upon his shoulder. It was Sasuke and Obito. Do you not find this strange? Obito couldn't help but complain. What brings you to the Uchiha clan grounds? Sasuke remained silent. His thoughts were consumed by questions. Why was this place deserted? During the turmoil of the Nine-Tails, why had the Uchiha clan, possessing the Sharingan capable of countering tailed beast illusions, not come to aid? Were the higher-ups fools? A sense of helplessness washed over Sasuke as he carelessly discarded Obito to the side. Obito felt somewhat disgruntled but dared not voice his displeasure. For the individual before him had not only saved his life, but also possessed an astonishing level of strength. Surely, he harbored no ill intentions? Sasuke's Sharingan scanned the surroundings meticulously, yet he found nothing amiss. Where had the entire Uchiha clan vanished to? Are you searching for your family? Obito seemed to discern his intent. What concern is that of yours? Sasuke replied coldly. Obito fell silent, at least temporarily safe from harm. Yet, the most pressing issue at hand was these two individuals, Naruto and Sasuke, who seemed to have traversed time. Their formidable powers capable of altering the very balance of the ninja world. Obito shook his head. Overthinking was futile, no matter the challenges. He must realize his Moon Eye plan, his lifelong obsession. However, as his gaze fell upon the distant flickering neon lights, an indescribable familiarity surged within him. He involuntarily gazed toward the street corner where stood his former home. Memories flooded back in an instant. Is grandmother still there? The expression beneath the mask grew solemn. Hesitating for a moment. Just then, Sasuke seemed to sense something. Hey, stay put. As soon as he spoke, Sasuke's figure vanished from sight. Obito sighed, forcing himself to stand, leaning against the wall, inching his way toward that longed-for entrance. His steps grew increasingly urgent, as if forgetting that the remaining chakra could be used to hasten his pace. He stumbled towards the door. The entrance stood ajar. The sight before him struck like lightning. Under the dim, flickering light, a few flies buzzed. A kindly elderly woman sat alone on the porch, her hands tightly cradling a picture frame. Hearing the noise, the elder slowly lifted her head, her voice tinged with confusion. Who are you? Obito snapped back to reality, instinctively responding in his characteristic Madara tone. I am also a member of the Uchiha clan. Merely lost. The elderly woman did not press further, calmly replying, Oh, I see. They all went to the southeastern outskirts of the village to take refuge. Obito gazed at her in a daze. Time had etched deeper wrinkles onto his grandmother's face, and he could even feel that strained smile. The elderly man remained silent for a moment, gently shaking his head and waving his hand. I shall not go. I fear my grandson might return home and, not finding anyone, become anxious. My grandson, you see, is quite mischievous. He might have lost track of time while playing. Her voice carried a hint of hope, only to fade shortly after. Her fingers tightened around the frame, knuckles turning white. Surely, if she waited a while longer, he would return. Beneath the mask, 2 streams of hot tears silently cascaded down. Forgive me, grandmother, Obito murmured, bowing his head deeply, disheveled strands of hair dancing in the gentle breeze. He cursed himself for being a fool, a beast. How utterly absurd. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, he endeavored to infuse his voice with a semblance of comfort and feigned playfulness. Is that so? Today's children are indeed quite naughty. Still out at this hour? When he returns, you must give him a proper scolding. For some reason, those words seemed to soften the old man's tense expression, and the grip on the frame eased slightly. Their gazes briefly met, and unexpectedly, a trace of bittersweet smiles appeared on both faces. Not far off, a solitary figure emerged quietly from around the corner, a dogtail grass held delicately between its lips. Observing the scene with quiet intensity, Obito sensed it and understood that it was time to leave. Elder, I must take my leave. Please take care. He offered his final words of caution. The old man responded softly, his countenance appearing a touch more relaxed. May you also find your way home soon. Without looking back, Obito silently assisted in closing the door, then leaned against the cold wall, laboriously and resolutely moving away with his remaining leg. Noticing Obito's unsteady gait, Sasuke inclined his head slightly. Let us go. He turned, activating his purple Rinnegan, as a portal to another realm silently manifested. How long have you been here? Obito asked in a low tone. Sasuke did not respond, but instead posed a chilling question. Is what you are doing truly worthwhile, Uchiha Obito? All for a dream that is destined to remain unfulfilled? Obito's gaze sharpened, the intensity akin to a blade. He was not taken aback by Sasuke's knowledge of his plans. It is a perfect future, and I shall bring it to fruition. His voice resonated with unwavering determination. Sasuke lowered his head, his voice heavy with derision. Is that so? For that girl named Rin? How pitiful to be ensnared by an illusion, oblivious to what truly matters. I cannot comprehend, nor do I wish to. Obito felt as though he had been struck, the face beneath the mask contorting in anguish, fists clenched tightly. Rin was an area of his heart that was utterly untouchable. You may remain in that illusory dream alone. Cowardice cloaked in evasion. Sasuke's cold laughter pierced through. He had no intention of revealing to Obito that the infinite Tsukuyomi was merely a ploy of Kagaya's. To save a wayward youth. I have no interest. Nor do I hold him in any regard. With that, Sasuke stepped through the portal, vanishing without a backward glance. Obito stood frozen in place, his head bowed deeply. What did that mean? The infinite Tsukuyomi? A dreadful thought began to take root in his mind. He clutched his head, unwilling to contemplate it further, and stepped into the portal. This matter required confirmation from Kagaya, he reflected. Chapter 38. The discontented Danzo. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the hospital window, casting mottled light across the room as it filtered through the swaying shadows of trees. The air was imbued with the fragrance of flowers wafting from the balcony, skillfully masking the acrid scent of medicine. The glaring sunlight penetrated her eyelids, stirring Kushina from her slumber. She frowned uncomfortably, slowly opening her eyes. Where am I? She attempted to move, only to find her hand firmly grasped, supporting herself to sit up. She turned her curious gaze toward the yellow-haired boy who had kept vigil at her bedside throughout the night, her son. Shock registered on Kushina's face, quickly transforming into uncontainable joy. She instinctively reached out, tenderly stroking his soft hair. Die for me, Naruto. As if sensing something in his dream, Naruto's hand instinctively formed a Rasengan. Kushina was taken aback, and a surge of anger flooded her. Her crimson hair seemed to dance of its own accord. Without a hint of hesitation, she delivered a punch. Bang! Ouch! That hurts. Almost losing a tooth, Naruto awoke instantly, clutching his cheek in distress. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he was met with the sight of his furious mother, hair ablaze, causing him to recoil in fright. Why are you hitting me? Naruto protested, pointing at Kushina with a look of grievance. Kushina rolled up her sleeves, her demeanor fierce. You dare ask? You nearly assaulted your own mother. This is the second time. Kushina never expected her son to be so hazardous in his sleep. Thankfully, he had not acted out while she was unconscious. Otherwise, it would have led to a grand embarrassment. She was left pondering. Why did this child always seem to fight in his dreams? Was it a lingering shadow from being bullied in his youth? Upon hearing Kushina's exclamation of mother, the pain on Naruto's face vanished instantly. Why, you already knew who I am. His voice trembled with disbelief. Kushina placed her hands on her hips, puffing up her chest. Yes. Naruto hurriedly leaned closer to Kushina, his curiosity piqued. When did you find out, Kasan? The long-awaited term Kasan sent a delightful shiver through Kushina's heart, overwhelming her with excitement. Yet she strove to maintain a calm exterior. She cradled Naruto's youthful face, which bore a striking resemblance to her own, gazing earnestly into his eyes. Because I am your mother. Those words washed over him like a gentle spring breeze, leaving Naruto utterly speechless for a moment. Call me again, Kushina urged, her voice laced with a barely perceptible urgency. Huh? What? The name you just called me? Quickly. Kasan. Yes. Kushina replied contentedly, then inquired with concern, by the way, how is Minato and your younger self? Naruto pondered for a moment. Don't worry. Dad went off to handle official duties early this morning. The village suffered significant losses last night. He has to oversee the rebuilding efforts. As for my younger self, I had a dedicated nurse looking after me, so everything was fine. Upon hearing this, Kushina breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. You must have endured a lot over the years. Come, tell your mother all about it. All right. Crash. Danzo, what on earth is going on with that yellow-haired kid? And what about the Nine Tails? Why has it suddenly vanished? An all-too-familiar voice rang out, yet Hiruzen Sarutobi did not immediately respond to the intruder's inquiries. Instead, he cast a sympathetic glance at the doorframe. Danzo, the door is broken. That's on me. Danzo impatiently interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. Stop changing the subject. You must provide an explanation for this matter. Hiruzen clicked his tongue, noting the relentless pressure, surprisingly reminiscent of his predecessor. He cleared his throat, seemingly prepared with a rebuttal. Enough. Danzo. His tone suddenly turned severe. When the Nine Tails rampaged through Konoha, you conveniently claimed to have a stomach ache and could not attend. But you said you would personally oversee the Uchiha's defenses? Fine. Where are the Uchiha? To which corner of the village were you sending them? The battle raged on for so long, and not a single Uchiha shadow was seen. He rose to his feet, his gaze piercing as he confronted Danzo. You constantly speak of guarding against the Uchiha, yet your vigilance appears remarkably thorough. In the face of danger, you protected the Uchiha so well. Are you not considering a name change to Uchiha Danzo? Danzo was momentarily stunned by the barrage of questions, gasping in disbelief. This old man has some merit. Yet he quickly gathered his wits, slamming his palm down in retort. Have you lost your mind? The Uchiha clan Sharingan excels at Jinjutsu. If they had been manipulated by the enemy, or even controlled the Nine Tails, the consequences would be catastrophic. Don't you remember? That masked man controlling the Nine Tails last night was clearly an Uchiha. Who knows if this sealing's release is yet another scheme by the Uchiha? Merely a means of revenge against Konoha? At this thought, Danzo ground his teeth in hatred. Those detestable Uchihas should be sent off to cultivate cotton. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Danzo. He discerned a crucial piece of information. Danzo seemed well informed about the Nine Tails' destruction of Konoha the previous night, indicating he was not entirely oblivious to the events unfolding. Her voice carried a hint of anticipation, soon overshadowed by sorrow. Her fingers tightened around the photo frame, knuckles whitening. She feared that if she waited any longer, he would return. Beneath the mask, 2 streams of hot tears quietly cascaded down. "I'm sorry, Grandma." Obito lowered his head, his disheveled hair fluttering gently in the breeze. He wanted to scold himself for being a fool, for being a despicable creature. It was utterly laughable. He suppressed the tumult of emotions, striving to imbue his voice with a semblance of comfort and feigned playfulness. "Is that so? Today's children are indeed mischievous. Staying out so late, you must give him a proper scolding when he returns." For some reason, these words seemed to soften the old woman's tense expression, and her grip on the photo frame eased slightly. Their eyes briefly met, and they unconsciously exchanged a bittersweet smile. Not far away, a solitary figure appeared around the corner. A proud silhouette with a blade of grass clenched between its teeth, silently observing all that transpired. Obito sensed this and understood it was time to depart. "Elder, I shall take my leave. Please take care," he urged softly. The elder responded quietly, her expression relaxing a touch further. "I hope you find your way home soon." Without looking back, Obito silently closed the door behind him, leaning against the cold wall as he struggled onward with the one leg he had left. Noticing Obito's unsteady gait, Sasuke gave a slight nod. "Let us go?" He turned, activating his purple Rinnegan, as a silent portal to another space materialized. "How long have you been here?" Obito asked solemnly. Sasuke did not answer. Instead, he posed a chilling question. "Is what you are doing truly worth it, Uchiha Obito? All for that dream destined to remain unfulfilled?" Obito's eyes sharpened instantly. He was not surprised that Sasuke knew of his plans. "It is a perfect future, and I shall realize it." Obito's voice resonated with undeniable resolve. Sasuke lowered his head, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Is that so? For that girl named Rin? Huh. One who truly exists yet fails to cherish what is real, lost in the ethereal illusions? I cannot comprehend, nor do I wish to." Obito felt as though he had been struck, his face contorting beneath the mask, fists clenched tightly. Rin was the most